As a food enthusiast, Jiang Ming drank a century-old exquisite daughter's red and unexpectedly crossed over to a parallel world called Blue Star, gaining a Ling chef system. Originally, Jiang Ming just wanted to take revenge, earn a steady income, and raise his three younger siblings peacefully, training his sister to become the strongest beast tamer. However, as the restaurant gained fame, the identities of the diners who came to eat became increasingly high-profile. Looking at the respectful gazes of the crowd, Jiang Ming couldn't help but sigh that I'm really just an ordinary person. Chapter 1. Crossing into the beast tamer world, but awakening a chef system. Jiang Ming lay on the sofa with a dazed expression, the television in front of him playing the news. A short-haired, capable-looking female host spoke fluently, her lips curling into a standard smile. Hello, dear viewers, this is Xia Country Satellite TV, and I am your host, Bing Bing. On April 7th, 2030, Master Ma, the president of Penguin Group, broke through to the heavenly stage, and the pet beast emperor penguin broke the racial barrier. Our country has given birth to another pillar-level existence. The president of Alibaba, not to be outdone, has released news that he has touched the heavenly stage barrier and is very likely to become the next heavenly stage powerhouse of Xia Country. A mysterious realm of Xian stage suddenly appeared in Xi'an province. But fortunately, it was controlled in time, preventing civilian casualties. Master Lin Run successfully cooked a heavenly stage spirit meal, becoming our country's third heavenly stage spirit chef. His wealth skyrocketed by billions, and he became a guest of numerous big shots, making it hard to get meal. According to reports, in a community in Yong City of Hua Province, a woman, after dreaming that her husband cheated, woke up feeling furious and summoned the exotic beast Lan Hu, putting her husband in ICU. Jiang Ming's eyes were blank. He had crossed over. In his previous life, he was a food enthusiast who had achieved financial freedom early, traveling around and tasting food alone. At an old farmer's house, he watched as the farmer dug up a daughter's red that was said to be buried for hundreds of years. Enthralled, he couldn't resist tasting the fragrant wine. As a result, he died on the spot and directly soul transferred into the body of this unfortunate person with the same name. After spending 2 days, he finally had a clearer understanding of this world. 100 years ago, spiritual energy revived, causing mutations in plants and animals, and mysterious realms occasionally appeared, filled with various terrifying beasts. Humans seemed abandoned by the world, as the revival of spiritual energy did not grant them extraordinary abilities like the mutated creatures. Some awakened talents and gained supernatural abilities, along with a dimensional space. However, the power of these abilities was only comparable to street magic, such as producing a small flame from a fingertip or summoning water out of thin air. The dimensional space only served as a storage for miscellaneous items. Humanity had fallen to the bottom of the food chain. They could only rely on firearms to fend off the beast attacks, but some discovered the remarkable use of the dimensional space, which allowed them to sign contracts with the beasts. Thus, a sacred profession was born, beast tamers. Before turning 18, if one had the talent of a beast tamer, they could awaken and cultivate their own pet beasts. From then on, the wild chicken could become a phoenix, surrounded by countless dogs vying for attention, winning over rich and beautiful girls, and reaching the pinnacle of life. But Jiang Ming, at 20 years old, had yet to awaken. The more Jiang Ming thought about it, the angrier he became, slamming the coffee table and standing up. This is really infuriating. Why did I have to greedily drink that disgusting yellow paste? While others who crossed over awakened powerful systems, possessed extraordinary physiques, and had a beautiful childhood friend who never left their side, with the family of that childhood friend being a top-tier force, leading to various flaunting and face-slapping, leveling up by defeating monsters and receiving top-notch equipment falling from the sky, living a blissful life. But he ended up in this miserable beast tamer world, starting at hellish difficulty. His parents had gone out to purchase goods 2 years ago when they encountered a drunk driver. The car accident was fatal. They died on the spot. Yet, because the perpetrator was a beast tamer, he only spent 1 night in detention before being released. In the end, the result was a compensation of 200,000, quickly settled to Jiang Ming let out a light laugh. 2 lives were only worth 200,000. Having inherited the original owner's memories, he naturally hated the culprit who killed his parents to the core. But for now, he had no way to do anything. In this world ravaged by beasts, without becoming a beast tamer, the ceiling of achievement was right there. Being an official didn't lead to success, and doing business didn't get you out of the market, whether it was customary or had hard regulations. This saying was known even to 3-year-olds. Without becoming a beast tamer, Even if he was a reincarnator, he could only spin in the lower levels of society for a lifetime. Damn heaven, I might as well die. Why did you pull me into this damn world to suffer? Jiang Ming went to the window and gave the sky a big middle finger. Complaining was pointless, life had to go on. Accepting reality, he began to calculate how to live in the future. To AS for blood relations, it seemed to exist, right? The house had 2 floors. The first floor was a restaurant, about the same size as an ordinary fly-infested eatery. The second floor was where they lived. From the original owner's memories, he knew that the 4 of them had squeezed into this small house before, though crowded, it was filled with warmth. The original owner often joked about the house being too small. But since his parents passed away, the house was no longer crowded, but felt empty and lost its human touch. And he no longer complained, spending every day in tears, lamenting his own uselessness. The restaurant on the first floor also ceased operations. After 2 years, 5,000 had been spent, and the original owner's health deteriorated, providing Jiang Ming the opportunity to cross over. Jiang Ming sat back down on the sofa, frowning, and began to ponder. The inheritance left by his parents was now just over 200,000 compensation plus savings. For 2 people, living a stable life was clearly unlikely. The restaurant on the first floor had to reopen for business. As a food enthusiast, Jiang Ming had some skills in cooking. If he couldn't become a beast tamer, then he might as well live a stable life. Open a restaurant, prepare a dowry for his sister, marry an ordinary girl, and have a bunch of chubby kids. In just a few minutes, Jiang Ming had already laid out a rough plan for the next few decades. However, suddenly, an electronic voice appeared in his mind. Beep. Detected that the host's mental state is stable. Would you like to bind the system? Jiang Ming's eyes widened, unable to hide his excitement. That I knew it. The essential golden finger for every traveler is bound to come. Is there even a question? Of course, I want to bind it. Bind. Beep. Binding successful. This system is the Ling chef system, dedicated to cultivating the host into the strongest Ling chef of the present age. Jiang Ming was somewhat dumbfounded. Ling chef's system? Isn't this just being a chef? Look at the systems of others. Either they have a 100-fold experience return, or they get stronger by spending money at 8T the very least. Give me a system that collects others' resentment points for a lottery. And you give me a chef system? What use is that? Jiang Ming silently cursed in his heart, but asked out loud, I don't have the talent of a beast tamer. How can I become a Ling chef? Host, please remain calm. As long as you're not a waste, you will definitely succeed. Now scanning the host's body, Jiang Ming felt restrained, as if he were being pinned down by a ghost, unable to move even a finger. Moreover, the feeling of being completely exposed made him feel as uncomfortable as if he had eaten a fly. However, this state did not last long. 3 minutes later, beep, scanning complete. Host, Jiang Ming, unfamiliar with human affairs, pure and innocent young virgin. Gender, male. Age, 20. Physical fitness. D. Severe malnutrition. Please eat more vegetables and meat. Host. Talent. Unknown. Culinary skills. Common level 4. Evaluation. Good. Thing you're not useless. Keep it up, young man. With the cultivation of this system, the strongest spiritual chef is none other than you. Chapter 2. Sister Awakening and Task Release. Jiang Ming listened to the cold electronic voice in his mind, ignoring some of the unreliable words from the system. His expression suddenly turned blank, but a glimmer of hope appeared in his eyes. He eagerly asked, System, what does unknown talent mean? Could it be that I have the talent of a beast master? Originally, Jiang Ming had planned to live a stable life, but with the sudden appearance of the system, coupled with the talent being labeled as unknown, it reignited his determination. As long as he could become a beast master, there would be hope for avenging his parents. At the very least, he could ensure a good life for his sister. Yes. Ha! Jiang Ming burst into laughter, grinning from ear to ear. I just knew it. This world's Jiang Ming doesn't have the talent of a beast master. What does it have to do with me? System, how can I awaken? Host is a person from 2 lives, with an excessively large mental power, suppressing the awakening of the talent. Once the first task is completed and the reward is received, the awakening will naturally occur. Before Jiang Ming could ask further, the system continued. Ding. Task released. Own a store that belongs to you. Note, as a man who wants to become the strongest spirit chef, how can you do without your own restaurant? Jiang Ming was pleasantly surprised. This task was simply too easy. Isn't the store downstairs already ready-made? System, that store downstairs is mine. Not applicable. Just 3 simple words splashed cold water on Jiang Ming. That store indeed belonged to him. So why did the system say it was not applicable? After thinking for a long time, Jiang Ming finally came up with 3 reasons. First, the store belongs to both him and his sister, not just to him alone. Second, the The restaurant had been abandoned for 2 years, and some procedures had not been completed, so it couldn't be operated directly. Third, the system found the store too small and not up to its standards. The first 2 points were manageable, and Jiang Ming could only hope that the system wouldn't be so arrogant. Given the current funds, it was definitely impossible to take over a larger store. However, for now, he should focus on resolving the first 2 points. Jiang Ming began to take action, glancing at the time and realizing it was already 10 o'clock. Thinking of his sister, Jiang Ming smiled, though the smile was a bit bitter. For the past 2 years, the original owner had been muddling through at home, with all the household chores taken care of by his 15-year-old sister. Silly girl, you've suffered these past 2 years. Now, it's time for your brother to take care of you. Jiang Ming went to the kitchen and opened the refrigerator. The small refrigerator contained very little food. A bowl of leftover rice from last night, 2 eggs, 2 sausages, and half a cucumber. With so few ingredients, he decided to make egg fried rice. Jiang Ming muttered to himself, washing his hands clean. He cracked the 2 eggs into a bowl, beating the egg mixture until it was well combined. The smell of raw eggs filling his nose. He diced the cucumber, sausages, and some green onions, setting them aside. Heat the pan and add oil. Once the oil was hot, he poured in the beaten eggs, quickly turning the heat down to prevent burning. Following that was a series of fluid movements. Using the spatula to separate the clumped rice, then adding in the diced cucumber and sausage. Skillfully tossing the pan, the golden grains of rice rolled up and down. Not a single grain falling out. The entire kitchen was filled with the aroma of egg fried rice. He added some soy sauce, seasoning while neutralizing the eggy smell. A few minutes later, he sprinkled on the green onions, stir-frying a few more times, and took a spoonful to taste. The texture was fluffy, the eggy taste very light, and the flavor was just right. It seemed his cooking skills hadn't rusted. Out of the pan, Jiang Ming placed the egg-fried rice into a thermal container, then wiped the sweat from his forehead, breathing slightly heavier. His current physical condition was indeed not great. Just tossing the pan had left him quite tired. After cleaning the kitchen, Jiang Ming washed his hands again and placed the thermal container on the dining table. He walked into his room to change clothes before heading out. The room was small but not very bright. The walls were covered with a dense array of names. The irregular shapes and the occasional bloodstains in the wall seams were actually scratched out by a human hand. Jiang Gongqing, the culprit who murdered his parents. The original owner had always wished for his death. Jiang Ming stood silently, his posture straight, closing his eyes in silent mourning. Since I've taken on this body, your parents are my parents, your sister is my sister, and I will help you avenge this great hatred. Originally planning to put on a jacket, he decided to just wear a long-sleeved shirt and head out. Going downstairs, despite being out of business for 2 years. The restaurant's tables and chairs were not a speck of dust. His sister came downstairs every week to clean it twice. Jiang Ming shook his head and smiled. His sister was so considerate. He, as her brother, couldn't slack off. He looked at the restaurant sign, Mingwei Restaurant, with a vibrant smile on his face as he walked towards the Business Administration Bureau. The restaurant's name was derived from the names of the siblings. His name was Jiang Ming, and his sister's name was Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu bounced into Mingwei Restaurant, humming a tune, clearly in a good mood. The girl had a clear and beautiful appearance, with a pair of bright eyes that sparkled, and long, glossy black hair cascading down to her waist like a waterfall. A fiery red lotus pattern appeared on her forehead, resembling a little fairy descending to the mortal world. Before she even entered the door, she started calling out. Her voice rang clear like pearls falling on a jade plate. Jiang Yu walked into the room, only to find it empty. A look of panic suddenly crossed her beautiful face. She knew exactly what state her brother was in. Could it be that he went to seek an end while she was at school? Anxiously, Jiang Yu then noticed the note and thermal container on the dining table. I went out to handle the restaurant's business procedures. The lunch on the table is for you. Remember to eat it. Don't miss me. After reading this, a single crystal tear rolled down Jiang Yu's face. For 2 whole years, her brother had been in a daze. Had he finally come to his senses today? The young girl couldn't wait to open the thermal container, and the fragrant aroma of egg-fried rice immediately filled her nostrils, awakening her appetite. She took a big spoonful and put it in her mouth. As she chewed, tears began to fall like beads from her cheeks. Stupid brother. I wanted to give you a surprise, but you surprised me first. The fragrant egg-fried rice completely dispelled Jiang Yu's earlier thoughts of her brother seeking an end. Her mood relaxed again, and she focused on the delicious egg-fried rice in front of her. Her beautiful eyes curved into crescent shapes. Since their parents passed away, she hadn't eaten anything so delicious, not just because the egg-fried rice tasted good, but also because it carried the flavor of family. Time flew by, and it was already 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Jiang Yu tidied herself up to go to school. The thermal container had long been washed and returned to its place, and only a lonely note remained on the table. However, there was an additional line on the note. Bro, the egg-fried rice was delicious. Let me tell you some good news. your sister has awakened. I'll take you to eat and drink well. I will avenge our parents. The handwriting was delicate, but the last sentence of the note was torn, and the anger in the young girl's heart was evident. Chapter 3. Task completed. Talent awakened. Holding the signed contract in hand. Things are still quite convenient in this world, with no need for excessive waiting. After 5 hours of hard work, the restaurant's business license and some other documents were finally completed. Returning home, Jiang Ming found that the thermal container on the dining table was already gone, a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. They say poor children grow up early. His understanding sister didn't leave the unfinished food behind. Thoughtfully, she had cleaned the thermal container. But when Jiang Ming saw the words on the note, immense joy surged into his heart, leaving him standing there, grinning foolishly. Today is a good day. He awakened the system, and his sister also awakened the qualifications of a beast master. Double happiness. Jiang Ming was curled up on the sofa, unable to stop smiling. However, his stomach protested with a growl. He had been busy with the business license all day and had only eaten a bite of fried rice. Jiang Ming boiled a pot of hot water and casually grabbed a bucket of instant noodles to deal with his hunger. Eating out was out of the question. Besides, his sister needed to become a beast master, and buying a beast pet would require a lot of money. 20 to 30,000 in savings might not even be enough. Every bit saved counts. Slurp. Jiang Ming took a big bite and mumbled with his mouth full. System, I've completed all the procedures. The task should be done, right? Ding. Task. Own a shop of your own. Completed. Reward issued. Reward 1. Deep awakening. Reward 2. Shop renovation. Reward 3. Restaurant essentials set. Reward 4. Chive dumplings. Claim rewards. Jiang Ming looked at reward 1, drooling, but the shop renovation left him pondering. System, what does the shop renovation mean? Aiming to create a perfect dining environment, providing customers with the best experience. How long will it take? In 2 hours, his sister would be out of class. And if the renovation took too long, it would be hard to explain if discovered. After all, this was a magical system. The fewer people who knew, the less risk there would be. He certainly didn't want the news to leak and end up being sent to a lab for experimentation. Moreover, from reading novels in his past life, the protagonists with systems always kept them hidden, right? Only a fool would expose their system. The system seemed to sense Jiang Ming's concerns, and an electronic voice echoed in his mind. In an instant, silently, and without a trace, the host need not worry. Jiang Ming nodded. Right, he should try not to change the layout too much. This was the last relic left by his parents, and having a memento is good. Rest assured, the system knows what it's doing. Claim rewards. As soon as Jiang Ming finished speaking, he felt a mysterious force emerge within him, flowing through his limbs. Eventually, the power coalesced at the back of his head and exploded. Pain. Excruciating pain. Jiang Ming collapsed to the floor, twitching uncontrollably, cold sweat pouring out and soaking his clothes, eyes tightly shut, mouth wide open but unable to make any sound. The pain was so intense, he couldn't even scream. Fortunately, the pain didn't last long. Once it faded, a brand new world appeared in Jiang Ming's mind. He could perceive everything within a 10-meter radius. It was like having a god's perspective. Like a child with a fascinating new toy, Jiang Ming activated his ability. Looking left and right, everything felt so fresh to him. Ugh, what a disgrace. If he were watching a normal movie, he certainly wouldn't feel shy. But since he was peeping, it was no surprise to feel guilty. The system's cold electronic voice rang out. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have awakened the highest talent suited for a spirit chef, divine consciousness. Young man, I knew I picked the right person. You are the most suitable man to be a spirit chef. Jiang Ming was utterly bewildered. This talent gives me a god's perspective and the ability to see the bigger picture. Isn't that more suitable for combat? Foolishness. Divine consciousness allows you to explore the state of food, making it more delicious. It can also detect the parts of spiritual materials containing the most spiritual energy, eliminating waste, leaving not a single scrap behind. And with the system's assistance, the strongest spirit chef is none other than you. Jiang Ming nodded. The system helped awaken his talent. So what it said must be right. But suddenly, he felt a sharp pain in his mind, startling him into quickly shutting off his divine consciousness. He then realized that the spiritual energy within him had been completely drained in just a few seconds. Jiang Ming smiled wryly. This talent was great, but it consumed too much spiritual energy. The shop renovation has been completed, and the restaurant essentials set has appeared in the restaurant. Please check it out yourself. Jiang Ming didn't check immediately. He felt sticky and uncomfortable after the impurities in his body were expelled. He walked into the bathroom and started taking a shower. Looking at his naked self in the mirror, he was filled with disbelief. Is this really me? Before, he had decent features. But years of inactivity and self-neglect had led to a puffy face, thin limbs, and a belly. Now, after awakening his talent and undergoing transformation, He had a chiseled face and six-pack abs. If he walked down the street shirtless, he would definitely attract screams from 10-year-old girls to 80-year-old grandmas. So handsome. Indeed. Ugly people are not worthy of crossing over. After getting dressed, he went downstairs. The first glance stunned him. Chapter 4, Restaurant Essentials Set. The small shop still had the same semi-open style. Customers could see the chefs cooking through the windows. The entire restaurant was painted in a wonderful gray-red combination. Gray representing simplicity and red representing passion. At first glance, Jiang Ming felt a sense of freedom and warmth. The white cat glanced at Jiang Ming and arrogantly turned away, stretching exaggeratedly with its fluffy paws. Its snow-white fur shone brightly, like an angel's wings, looking noble and lazy. Shoo! Jiang Ming loved petting cats. But he knew that such a high-quality cat must belong to someone else. The white cat remained unfazed, staring quietly at Jiang Ming. Its deep blue eyes seemed to contain an ocean. Jiang Ming felt a shiver. Something was off about this cat. Did it seem like it could kill him with a single paw? It couldn't be a fierce beast, right? Jiang Ming awkwardly shifted his gaze and noticed a birdcage at the door. Inside, a vibrant parrot stood proudly. The parrot noticed Jiang Ming's gaze and squawked, "Hello, boss." Woof. A puppy's bark came from outside, and then a black figure dashed in like lightning, knocking Jiang Ming down. If it weren't for his improved physical condition, that collision would have knocked the wind out of him. However, even so, it took Jiang Ming a while to catch his breath. Was that a dog? Or a big black rat? He felt something wet on his face and opened his eyes to see a shiny black puppy licking him frantically. He picked up the puppy and stood up. The little pup struggled in the air, its tail wagging wildly. Jiang Ming doubted that if he let go, the little dog would fly away. Wait. Jiang Ming seemed to realize something. The sudden appearance of the dog, cat, and parrot must be the restaurant essentials set the system mentioned. Correct, but no reward. The restaurant essentials set includes a dog for guarding the house, a fortune-bringing cat, and a parrot that can talk to greet guests. How about that? Isn't this system warm and considerate? Jiang Ming put the puppy down, inwardly grumbling. Do you think you're some miracle drug? Warm and considerate? This little puppy that keeps rubbing against me and that indifferent white cat. I think the talking parrot is the only normal one. The little puppy continued to rub against his pant leg, its tail wagging like a propeller. Seeing this, Jiang Ming helplessly said, "Since you three are sent by the system, I, as your father, don't know what kind of welcome gift to give you. So let us give you names." After pondering for a while, he said, "Got it. You shall be named Debao, Erbao, and Xiaobao." Jiang Ming pointed at the puppy, the white cat, and the parrot, saying one after another, "Big treasure? Woof, woof, woof. Second treasure?" The white cat glanced at him and then coldly turned away, as if to say he was an idiot. Jiang Ming felt helpless. Big treasure was too enthusiastic, and second treasure was too aloof. Fortunately, there was a little treasure that could talk. At the door, he gently said, "Little treasure, called Dad." The parrot stared at him for a while before saying, "Little treasure, called Dad." Jiang Ming scratched his head. Didn't it just say hello to the boss? Why was it echoing now? That's not how it works, little treasure. You call me Dad, understand? Jiang Ming, who had no children in his past life, wanted to hear someone call him Dad, even if it wasn't a human. Many people raised cats and dogs as their own children, which was quite reasonable. The parrot repeated, "That's not how it works, little treasure. I'm your dad, understand?" Damn, Jiang Ming exclaimed. Was it trying to take advantage of him? But then again, it was just a parrot. How could it have bad intentions? Teaching a bird to talk had to be done step by step. It must have found the phrase too long and just changed a few words. Call Dad. Call Dad. Son. Son. Dad. Hey, good son. Hearing this, Jiang Ming's anger immediately flared up. So you can understand, and you're just messing with me? Rolling up his sleeves, he intended to open the birdcage and make a black chicken soup for dinner. The parrot flapped its wings in the cage, squawking, "Unfilial son. How dare you kill your father? I bought a watch last year. I'm definitely going to stew you today." Jiang Ming couldn't hold back anymore. With a combined age of nearly 60 years from his two lives, he was actually being taken advantage of by this feathered creature. But no matter how hard he tried, that golden cage wouldn't budge. The parrot raised a claw and gave him a friendly international gesture, shouting, "You, come here." Who knows how a parrot could give someone the finger? System, aren't you going to do something? Host's personal matters. I have no authority to intervene. Jiang Ming looked at the still arrogant parrot, and then at the puppy by his feet. A wicked idea suddenly surged in his heart. Big treasure. Woof. Can you understand what I'm saying? Woof. You don't have to bark anymore. I'll just assume you can understand. Do you want to pee? Woo. Jiang Ming chuckled. Big treasure was obedient. When he told it not to bark, it really stopped. Seeing Big treasure nod, Jiang Ming picked it up and aimed it at the parrot. What are you doing? Don't come over. Stop. Gaga gaga. The parrot, seeing the water gun, was so frightened that it even started speaking bird language. Jiang Ming sneered. I'll show you who's taking advantage of whom. Big treasure, turn on the faucet and spray it. A stream of light yellow water suddenly gushed out. The golden cage was so small that the parrot kept flying around, but it still couldn't avoid getting splashed with that mysterious liquid. The white cat, second treasure, covered one eye with a paw but kept peeking with the other. When the spraying stopped, Jiang Ming wickedly smiled and said, "Little treasure, can you tell who is the big boss now?" Woof. The accomplice, big treasure, cooperatively barked. The parrot lay lifeless in the birdcage, its feathers all wet, feeling unclean. Weakly, it said, "Master, I was wrong. Who is Dad?" "You. You are. I am Little Treasure." "Sigh, that is more like it. If I had known earlier, why bother in the first place?" After saying this, Jiang Ming filled a large basin with warm water and poured it over the parrot, giving it a bath. After all that fuss, it was already 5 o'clock, and in half an hour, Jiang Yu would be home from school. It was better to wait until tomorrow morning to open for business. System, where are the dumplings with chive filling you promised? Ding. Reward issued. Jiang Ming felt countless recipes for chive dumplings flooding into his mind. The kneading techniques and timing, how to prepare the dumpling filling, and various methods for making dumplings appeared in his mind repeatedly. When Jiang Ming opened his eyes, he felt like he had become a master who had made dumplings for countless years. In just those few seconds with his eyes closed, he had simulated the method of making chive dumplings tens of thousands of times in his mind. Jiang Ming smiled with delight. As a food enthusiast, his love for food was undeniable, and according to the system's instructions, the dumplings seemed delicious just from the thought of it. Just as he was eager to head to the kitchen and showcase his culinary skills, chive dumplings, priced at 688 summer country coins. Even bank robbers don't come this fast. Chapter 5 Ingredients and Rules. Chive dumplings, priced at 688 summer country coins. Even bank robbers don't come this fast. Jiang Ming let out a ghostly scream. A bowl of chive dumplings priced at 688? Even a 5-star restaurant wouldn't dare to do that. No matter how delicious they were just a plate of dumplings. Would customers really come to buy them at such a high price? System, are you serious? The host can taste the craftsmanship for free. I shouldn't have to pay to eat, right? Jiang Ming thought to himself, having long been drooling over the exorbitantly priced dumplings. As a food enthusiast, he had absolutely no resistance to delicious food. The kitchen was separated by a white curtain. Jiang Ming walked in and was once again stunned by the scene before him. According to his memory, the original kitchen was tiny. His parents were busy in the kitchen, and it felt a bit cramped. But now, every space was utilized efficiently, and the usable area had doubled, feeling spacious and grand. This is the terrifying aspect of reasonable organization. In the corner was a large water tank with crystal clear water, yet it gave a deep, bottomless feeling. However, now, apart from salt, all the other boxes were empty. In the cabinet under the double stove, there were pots, bowls, and pans for easy access. The walls had many embedded small cabinets. Jiang Ming opened each one and found that only the second cabinet contained something. One held flour and eggs. The other contained fresh green chives in a flower pot, and a large piece of pork belly, evenly marbled. Strange. These chives seemed a bit different from ordinary ones. Jiang Ming muttered. The chives are produced in the 100-flower secret realm and are a first-class treasure of the mortal level. Eating a small amount can strengthen the body. And for low-level beast masters, it can also increase their cultivation. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ming suddenly felt that selling chive dumplings for 688 was indeed a fair price. Chives were a spiritual material. Spiritual materials, like the ranks of beast masters, are divided into 5 realms: heaven, earth, mysterious, yellow, and mortal, with each major realm having 10 minor realms. Don't underestimate these chives as merely first-class mortal level. Go out and ask. Even the lowest level spiritual materials cost hundreds. In the online Cat Mountain secret realm, second-class mortal level chives sell for 200 each, and they are still in high demand. System, what about the flour, eggs, and meat? Are they special? The flour is made from first-class Inferno wheat. The eggs are from the first-class Ferocious Beast Bobo chicken. And the meat is from the first-class Ferocious Beast Melon pig. Jiang Ming took out his phone and searched online, internally giving the system a thumbs up. He estimated that a plate of dumplings with 12 pieces would cost around 400 to 500. The system was indeed selling them at a fair price of 688. However, customers wouldn't know how precious the raw materials were. He couldn't just say they were made from spiritual materials, right? If someone came to check, wouldn't the secret be out? Therefore, Jiang Ming was still filled with worry about whether he could sell those dumplings tomorrow. If it really doesn't work, then sell other dishes, some home-style stir-fries, like sour and spicy shredded potatoes, which Jiang Ming can make quite well. The system seems to know Jiang Ming's thoughts. Host, please eliminate unrealistic ideas. As a man striving to become the strongest spiritual chef, how can you sell dishes you can't cook? Jiang Ming is filled with questions. What do you mean? Please be clearer and stop with these tricks. All dishes sold by the host in Mingware restaurant must be provided by this system. Currently, The host can only make chive dumplings. Damn, his chive dumplings cost 688 summer currency a bowl. Can an average person afford that? But no matter what he says, the system refuses to budge. On the west wall of the restaurant, a price list has appeared. There is only one dish. Chive dumplings, 688 summer currency per bowl. Jiang Ming can only helplessly accept reality. He washes his hands at the sink, takes out flour, places it in a basin, adds an appropriate amount of warm water and egg liquid, and begins to knead it slowly. Bang! Following the method in his mind, Jiang Ming's kneading action is seamless, resembling a master of dough making, providing a visual feast. Before long, the dough is ready, and he covers the basin with a cloth to let it rest. Next comes the preparation of the meat filling. Jiang Ming stares at the cluster of green chives and activates his spiritual awareness. He also finely chops the pork, adding just a little salt. Adding other seasonings would ruin the flavor of the spiritual materials themselves. Mixing the pork and chives, Jiang Ming uses his hands to blend them evenly, activating his spiritual awareness again to allow the spiritual energies of the two ingredients to perfectly merge. After finishing all this, Jiang Ming wipes the sweat from his forehead. This is quite labor-intensive work. If he hadn't improved his constitution, he probably wouldn't have been able to handle it all at once. Boss, give me some of your signature dishes. The man glanced at the price list on the wall, which only showed chive dumplings. The price made his expression change slightly. A bowl of dumplings for 688 summer currency? Why would a young man do this instead of something else, like robbing? Jiang Ming felt somewhat helpless as the first customer was scared away by the high price. However, being called a robber made him quite unhappy. Bah! The ingredients are all spiritual materials. Selling them for 688 is actually cheap. You're just ignorant. He originally wanted to pet the cat, but the way Airbao looked at him made Jiang Ming a bit apprehensive, so he gave up on that. Xiao Bao the parrot still lay feebly in the cage, its lifeless appearance giving Jiang Ming a small sense of guilt. Looking at the 4 long tables and 8 stools, Jiang Ming couldn't help but ask, "System, I see there's plenty of space here. Why not add some more stools?" All space has been perfectly utilized. Adding more stools would affect the dining experience of customers. Note: increasing culinary skill level can add more tables and chairs. After spending a few hours together, Jiang Ming knew that his system was somewhat rigid. Whatever it said was final. It didn't listen to his suggestions at all. Now he needed to prepare something delicious for it and ask about his talents. Jiang Ming put Airbao down and got up to enter the kitchen. Life is really becoming more promising. Chapter 6. Irresistible Chive Dumplings. Today is a good day. Everything he wishes for is coming true. Jiang Ming hums a little tune as he washes his hands in the sink after finishing with the dog. Then, he takes the dough from the basin, places it on the cutting board, and rolls it into a long strip. Using a knife, he divides the dough into 30 equal pieces. Next, he rolls them into thin skins. The main requirements for the skins are that they be thin, tender, light, and chewy. If they're too soft, they're hard to wrap. If too thick, they won't be comfortable to eat. There are many details to consider. However, for Jiang Ming now, it's incredibly simple. Before long, 30 thin skins lie on the cutting board, each with a diameter of 9 centimeters. Without a single error, Jiang Ming picks one up to check. It's thin and translucent, and gently pulling it won't tear it. The quality of the ingredients is one reason, but the most important factor is Jiang Ming's technique honed through system training. He then starts to wrap the dumplings, with the chives and pork perfectly mixed together, the raw filling exuding a unique fragrance that is refreshing. Jiang Ming suppresses the urge to taste the raw meat and quickly begins wrapping. 2 minutes later, 30 plump, white dumplings lie on the cutting board, their bellies protruding and the little pleats on top looking very delightful. The dough is used up, and the meat filling is also gone. Thanks to the system's training, Jiang Ming can perfectly control the ratio of dough to filling, ensuring that not a single bit is wasted. He scoops a ladle of clear water from the tank. Ding! Common quality spring water can be drunk directly. The water's grade increases with the host's Beast Master level. Jiang Ming's eyes light up, and he immediately takes a sip. Ah, refreshing. The water has a hint of sweetness, and drinking it nourishes his body with a slight power. Originally meant for boiling dumplings, Jiang Ming gulped it down. After a satisfying burp, he scoops another ladle of water and puts it in the pot. Jiang Ming looks at the stove's knob, the pointer indicating the scale. Jiang Ming smacks his lips. This is some black technology, but it truly is necessary. Some spiritual materials can't be cooked with mundane fire temperatures, and some spiritual springs have boiling points that can reach 8,000. The water sinks to the bottom and then rolls into crescent shapes. The aroma of the dumplings gradually fills the entire restaurant, and Jiang Ming is intoxicated by this fragrance, unable to extricate himself. It's so fragrant. It feels like a starving person has caught a whiff of a grand banquet. It's irresistible. In his previous life, Jiang Ming was a somewhat famous foodie, but he had never experienced food emitting such a fragrance. Jiang Yu's crisp voice sounded outside the door as the roller shutter was pulled open. The girl's delicate nose twitched. What is that smell? Upon catching the scent, Jiang Yu immediately closed the shutter again. She understood not to flaunt wealth. Previously, a rich kid in her class had a birthday party, and the last dish was a spiritual meal. But even the aroma of that spiritual meal couldn't compare to this one. Brother, did you buy spiritual materials? As soon as Jiang Yu asked, she felt it was impossible. Without being a spiritual chef, using spiritual materials to cook is simply wasteful, as it can easily destroy the spiritual energy within the ingredients. The final dish would not only lack effect, but also taste worse than one made with ordinary ingredients. Jiang Ming was startled. How did my sister know I was using spiritual materials? Is it possible that in just the first day, the system's secret can't be kept? However, Jiang Ming really didn't want to deceive Jiang Yu, so he scooped all the dumplings into a large bowl and walked out of the kitchen. Jiang Yu looked at her brother's appearance and was instantly dumbfounded. Brother, not only did you buy spiritual materials, but you also had plastic surgery? Jiang Ming almost choked on those words. His brother had become handsome, yet she suspected he had surgery. This is truly a sister. Jiang Ming placed a large bowl of dumplings on the table and gave Jiang Yu a light smack on the head. Silly girl, what are you thinking? It's not plastic surgery. Then why did you become handsome? Jiang Yu stared at Jiang Ming in confusion, her expression adorably cute. Meow? A cat's cry attracted the girl's attention. What a beautiful cat, Jiang Yu exclaimed, picking up Air Bao and petting it nonstop, causing Air Bao's eyes to squint in apparent comfort. Seeing this, Jiang Ming felt a pang of jealousy. So you, Air Bao, one tea let me pet you, but let my sister do it? Favoring girls over boys is an old feudal mindset. This one tea do. Jiang Ming wanted to get in on the action. But just as he reached for Air Bao's back, the long cat tail swiped across his hand. The pain made Jiang Ming shiver. Brother, aren't you going to explain this to me? Jiang Yu's tone became somewhat off, but her hands continued to pet the cat unceasingly. Indeed, no one can refuse a cute little kitten. Jiang Ming, who was hit by the cat's tail, sat on the chair aggrieved, holding the Bao and continuously patting its head. He was pondering how to explain things reasonably to Jiang Yu. Yu, how about we eat first? No, Jiang Yu replied haughtily. But the rising and falling of her neck indicated her insincerity. Really not eating? Jiang Ming smiled and picked up a dumpling with his chopsticks, putting it in his mouth. As his teeth broke through the dumpling's skin, the rich juice instantly burst onto his taste buds. Even though it was hot, Jiang Ming couldn't bear to spit it out. A bite of the meat filling was oily but not greasy, perfectly salty and sweet, incredibly delicious. A happy expression instantly appeared on Jiang Ming's face. He had never eaten such delicious dumplings before. Did I really make these dumplings? Gurgle. An untimely sound rang out. Jiang Yu's face turned red as she glared fiercely at Jiang Ming. Stinky brother. After finishing her mouthful, she placed Air Bao on her lap and picked up a dumpling to eat. As the dumpling entered her cherry-like mouth, Jiang Yu's eyes immediately lit up. Hot, hot, hot. Jiang Yu raised her little head, one hand fanning her mouth in an attempt to cool down the dumpling. She couldn't bear to spit out such delicious food. The spiritual meal she had eaten before was nothing compared to these dumplings. Jiang Yu temporarily forgot about her brother's odd behavior today. These dumplings had completely captured her appetite. The little girl was immersed in the joy of enjoying food, her pretty face full of satisfaction. Jiang Ming couldn't help but laugh at his sister's silly appearance. Woof! Da Bao barked at his feet, wagging his tail quickly, his doggy face adorned with a silly smile. It was as if he was saying he wanted to eat too. Jiang Ming wasn't stingy. He took a small plate, placed 3 dumplings on it, and then lifted Da Bao onto the table. The little puppy began to munch happily. Meow? Air Bao jumped from Jiang Yu's lap onto the table, its sapphire-like big eyes pitifully staring at Jiang Ming. Jiang Ming chuckled and extended his hand onto the table. Air Bao understood and rolled over, half of its cat face resting in the palm of Jiang Ming's hand. Hee, not letting me touch you. Yet you still end up under the food. So comfortable. This made Jiang Ming feel incredibly happy. After rubbing for a while, Jiang Ming set aside 3 dumplings for Air Bao. At that moment, he noticed Xiao Bao. The parrot trapped in the golden cage was looking at them pitifully. At that moment, he felt like an outsider. The parrot cried out, "Wah? Didn't they say the youngest child is the most loved? Why don't I get to eat dumplings? Boo-hoo." Jiang Yu was startled, and Jiang Ming also felt a bit embarrassed. He brought the golden cage to the table and placed 3 dumplings inside. Only then did Xiao Bao stop crying and began pecking away happily. Seeing her brother unhesitatingly give such precious and delicious dumplings to the pets, Jiang Yu didn't question it. As a younger sister, she should act like one. If her brother couldn't handle it, she would step up. If her brother could handle it, then she would listen to him. Chapter 7. Explanation and Repayment. After finishing her 8th dumpling, Jiang Yu's little face turned slightly red, and she let out a satisfied burp. She couldn't eat anymore. She took a spoonful of soup. As the soup entered her mouth, it brought another special flavor. The fragrance of the flour mingled with the aroma of chives and meat, perfectly combined into a taste that lingered on the palate. After one sip, she wanted a second. The soup couldn't stop. The little girl felt that one spoonful wasn't enough. So she grabbed a bowl and gulped down 3 big bowls of soup. Her originally flat stomach now had a slight bulge. Jiang Yu sat quietly in her chair, rubbing her little belly, staring at the large bowl that still had 5 or 6 dumplings, looking conflicted. Her stomach had already told her she couldn't eat anymore, but she felt she could still manage. She could still salvage it and eat 2 more. You, don't eat anymore. Wait until tomorrow, and I'll make more for you. Chives are a magical food. Those who understand know. It's not good for a girl, especially since her sister was still in her developmental stage, to eat too much. Only then did Jiang Yu relent, her bright eyes fixed on Jiang Ming, waiting for an explanation. But suddenly, she felt her body's boundaries break. She had leveled up. Jiang Yu trembled and said, "Brother, I think I've reached level 2 of the mortal stage." Jiang Ming smiled, swallowed the dumpling in his mouth, and said, "Not bad. It seems today's spiritual meal was worth it." Jiang Yu had no time to pay attention. She was closing her eyes and circulating her spiritual energy to stabilize her level. Jiang Ming wondered internally. He had a high-level talent, but hadn't he leveled up after eating so many dumplings, while his sister had eaten even less and had leveled up? Was there no justice? Could it be that his sister had a high-level talent? But this world didn't have such a thing. Host's body is deficient, lacking nutrition. All the spiritual energy in the spiritual meal was used to nourish the body. Jiang Ming understood. Great. You might as well say I have kidney deficiency. He picked up a dumpling and bit down fiercely. Supplement. Fill me up. Jiang Ming pounced on the dumplings like a hungry tiger, devouring one after another, occasionally sipping hot soup from the big bowl. Burp. Out of 30 dumplings, Jiang Ming ate 13, patting his belly in satisfaction. As expected, my dumplings are delicious. Host, your face has fallen to the ground. Jiang Ming didn't argue with the system. It was indeed made by him. Although the ingredients were provided by the system and the methods were taught by the system, the essence of the dumplings was still made by him. It wasn't wrong. Looking at his sister, as well as the Bao, Air Bao, and Xiao Bao, an unfamiliar feeling surged in his heart. Perhaps this was kinship. This was the feeling of home. In his previous life, he was an orphan and never married or had children. Kinship was a feeling he both desired and feared. But now, this feeling was so wonderful. Slap. Jiang Ming slapped the table heavily, right next to the golden cage, and boldly declared, "We are family." As soon as he made this gesture, he felt regret. Nothing else. It was just too cringy. If his sister didn't cooperate, it would be an absolute social death scene. Uffed. Jiang Yu let out a light laugh, her fair hand resting on Jiang Ming's hand, and said crisply, "We are family." Woof. The Bao's black paw. Meow. Air Bao's snow white paw. "We are family." Breaking voice. Xiao Bao the parrot shouted, stretching a bird's claw out from the golden cage. Jiang Ming laughed happily. A little silly. A little dazed. But his expression was filled with determination. This was the responsibility of a family head. "Brother, don't be silly. Hurry up and explain to me." Jiang Ming scratched his head, organized his thoughts, and then said, "Little sister, go to hell. You're the old one." Cough, cough. You, your brother, I, Jiang Ming, awakened this morning. His words were incredibly bold. Jiang Yu's eyes widened, her face full of surprise. "Brother, don't scare me. You can't awaken after 18. That's already a consensus." Jiang Ming coughed. Consensus is not a theorem. Spiritual energy has been revived for 100 years. How did those predecessors become beast tamers 100 years ago? This morning, I woke up with hatred filling my heart, then blacked out, and when I came to, I found I had awakened. Of course, the more he talked, the better it got. Otherwise, Jiang Yu would definitely keep nagging. My talent allows me to know the spiritual energy content in spiritual materials, which is very suitable for a spiritual chef. So I went to the Beast Tamer Association to buy some spiritual materials to test the waters. And the effect was obviously good. Jiang Yu nodded excitedly, clearly believing most of what her brother said. It's truly a great joy that my brother can awaken. Both siblings can become beast masters. It's understandable that she looks better after awakening, especially since she felt her skin became much smoother today. However, the girl seemed to have thought of something, and her expression turned a bit melancholic. She asked, "What about the dog, the cat, and the parrot? I don't want to let the restaurant left by our parents fall silent, so I found some renovation workers to redecorate it. The dog is for guarding the house. The cat is for attracting wealth, and the parrot is for entertaining guests." Jiang Yu understood her brother's intentions. The family didn't have much money, so they naturally couldn't afford to hire someone to renovate. These things made sense. At this moment, she noticed the price list on the wall and exclaimed, "Bro, your dumplings are priced at 688? Do you think it's too cheap?" Jiang Yu was shocked. "Bro, you aren't planning to sell spiritual meals, are you?" "Of course." Jiang Ming changed the subject, not giving Jiang Yu a chance to ask further. Yeah. Have you reported your Beast Master talent detection to the teacher? Yes. The school will arrange for us to be taken to the Beast Master Association for talent level testing the day after tomorrow. Jiang Ming nodded. Go rest now. We still have self-study tonight. This world isn't all Beast Masters. Most people are ordinary, and some Beast Masters don't have the psychological qualities to withstand ferocious beasts. The country has policies, regardless of age. Anyone who awakens Beast Master talent must complete high school education and participate in the college entrance examination if they want to attend Beast Master University or join the army. Only after entering university does the real talent development begin. After all, things are now tending towards stability, as long as you don't go to dangerous places. Ferocious beasts can be controlled, and there's no need for child soldiers. Jiang Yu obediently nodded, but Jiang Ming didn't notice her slightly melancholic expression at all. After the last bit of dumpling soup was finished by Debao and Erbao, Jiang Ming began to clean the dishes. Just as he stepped into the kitchen, his body was suddenly immobilized. The system's voice rang out. 30 dumplings, totaling 2.5 plates, cost 1720 xia country coins. Stop messing around. Are you showing off your math skills with me? Hurry and release me. What I mean is, the host has just consumed 2.5 plates of chive dumplings and needs to pay 1720 xia country coins. Damn, why is this system so stubborn? Eating in my own restaurant and still having to pay. Do I transfer money from my left pocket to my right pocket? Please pay, host. Fine, I'll pay. Once Jiang Ming regained control of his body, he was truly exasperated with this system. He took out his phone and scanned the QR code on the cash box to make the payment. The cash box is also a piece of black technology. When did I get my QR code? Jiang Ming thought to himself. But then, when he looked at the amount credited to his account, he was dumbfounded. Payment received, 344 yuan. Ding. The current host is at the mortal level spiritual chef, and the host gets 28 of the earnings, totaling 17200-2344. No mistake. Jiang Ming was about to explode. Originally, he only had around 200,000 in savings, meant to buy a pet for his sister. Even if he was starving, he chose to eat instant noodles instead of dining out. But now, eating 30 dumplings cost him nearly 1,400 coins. How could he not feel heartbroken? He rushed into the kitchen, holding a kitchen knife to his neck. Give me back my money. Please don't be so agitated. As the man who will become the strongest spiritual chef, you must have the mindset that remains unchanged even when facing great danger. I'm furious. Hurry and return my money, or I'll show you. The charges are all at cost price. I've already told you about the preciousness of the ingredients, and besides, money isn't just saved. Oh my, you're teaching me how to do things? Chapter 8. Has the hot-blooded otherworld turned into a nurturing game? The event concluded with Jiang Ming accepting his fate. If he wanted the system to return the money, that was truly wishful thinking. Jiang Ming also realized that the materials were all top-notch, so it was reasonable for the system to charge him. However, what frustrated him was that the system was too inflexible. It didn't show any human sentiment, just accidents. As the owner of Mingwei restaurant, he had to spend his own money to eat. Just thinking about the sudden reduction of over 1,000 coins in his account made Jiang Ming feel heartbroken. System, can I sell these ingredients separately? Don't even think about it. Currently, all dishes in this shop refuse delivery, and the same goes for the ingredients. What? I can understand not being able to sell the ingredients, but why can't customers take leftovers? Moreover, there are only 8 chairs in the store. If the foot traffic increases in the future, how much money would that cost? But as Jiang Ming looked at the dumplings priced at 688 each on the price list, he felt a shiver down his spine. He genuinely doubted whether anyone would order food when the restaurant opened tomorrow. The taste of the dumplings was absolutely unquestionable, but this terrifying price would definitely deter 999 people. System, we are using spiritual materials. What if someone sees them and gets greedy? Please rest assured to ensure your safety. Within Mingwei restaurant, you are invincible. Even a heavenly tier expert would be useless against you. I assure you. Hearing the system's proud words, Jiang Ming felt relieved. Invincible? Then, Jiang Ming stroked his chin and murmured softly. Shaking his head, he continued the unfinished work of washing dishes. As for the 30 dumplings costing him 1,400 coins, he had come to terms with it. With the system's 28 split, as long as he sells one portion of dumplings, he can earn 1,376 yuan. It should be noted that this is pure profit. The ingredients are provided by the system, the building is his own, and what he has to pay is just a little labor. Making money couldn't be easier. Moreover, everything is difficult at the beginning. After all, the taste is there. His dumplings, whether in color, aroma, or flavor, are top-notch. He threw the trash into the bin by his feet, only to find it already empty. He clearly remembered throwing some unwanted chives in there earlier. Kitchen waste is taken care of by the system. As a man who will become the strongest spiritual chef, how could he throw away trash himself? Another piece of black technology. Jiang Ming was already used to it. But can I have back the chives I just threw away? Although the spiritual energy in them isn't very abundant, they're still spiritual materials. He didn't feel it while cooking, but now that he thought about it, Jiang Ming felt a pang in his heart. What kind of family is this? Throwing away spiritual materials. What use is that? Insufficient permissions, cannot inform. Jiang Ming resigned himself to his fate, instructed San Bao to guard the restaurant well, and went upstairs to rest. Jiang Yu was sitting on the sofa watching TV. Her little face was still flushed, as the spiritual energy in the spiritual meal hadn't been fully digested yet. Yeah. Don't forget the time while watching TV. We still have self-study tonight, and the restaurant opens again tomorrow. I need to get up early, so I'm going to rest first. Got it, Jiang Yu mumbled, sticking her tongue out at Jiang Ming. Upon entering the room, he saw a wall full of claw marks made by Jiang Gongchen, and his heart sank. He took out his phone and set an alarm for 5 a.m. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, he began to cultivate spiritual energy. To become a spiritual chef, it's not enough to just know how to cook. Cultivation is also a crucial factor. Take Master Lin Rond, the new heavenly tier's spiritual chef. His cultivation level has already reached the earthly tier. By the time Jiang Ming opened his eyes, it was nearly dawn. Wow, how did I practice for so long? The cultivation effect was remarkable. He had completely absorbed the medicinal effects of a dozen dumplings, and his cultivation had broken through to the mortal level 2nd tier. And he had a premonition that he could break through to the mortal level 3rd tier at any time. Jiang Ming was all smiles. I really am a once-in-a-million cultivation genius. The system's voice echoed in his mind. Ding. The panel has been updated. Please check. Host. Jiang Ming, a pure and innocent young man who has never experienced human affairs. Gender, male. Age, 20 years old. Physical fitness. You seem strong enough to wrestle with a bull. Talent, divine sense. Beast tamer level, common level 2. Tamed beasts, Dabao air bao. Xiao bao. Culinary skills, common level 4. Come on, young man, with the system's assistance, the strongest spiritual chef is just around the corner. Jiang Ming checked each item and couldn't help but complain when he saw the physical fitness section. Wrestle with a bull? I don't want to taste the horns. As he continued to read, Jiang Ming's expression changed drastically. He hurriedly checked the beast tamer space and found it was indeed locked. System, why do I have 3 tamed beasts? Ding. The 3-piece set of the restaurant has been bound to the host, so they are naturally your tamed beasts. There are 5 major levels for beast tamers, and each level can only sign 1 pet. He is only at the common level, and yet has 3. However, he was not happy at all. The clingy puppy Da Bao, the tsundere cat Air Bao, and the talking parrot Xiao Bao, none of them looked like strong pets. Although Air Bao seemed to have some strength, that tail swipe earlier did hurt a bit. According to his expectations, the pet should at least be imposing and majestic, so he could show off when he took it out. Others had wolves, bears, and eagles as their fierce beasts. And what about him? Is he going to walk a dog on a leash or carry a bird cage to walk a bird? What a drop in class. System, can I sign other pets? What do you think? Can I sign one when I reach the yellow level? What do you think? How about the earth level? The host is still a common level little trash. Don't aim too high. Jiang Ming was filled with despair. It was hopeless. It seems he would just be a chef for life. As a chef, he could earn money to buy powerful pets for his sister, cultivate them well, and become a strong person. This originally passionate, otherworldly adventure was forcibly turned into a nurturing game by this system. Since he couldn't change it, he might as well accept his fate. That day Jiang Ming didn't know how many times he accepted his fate, all forced by the system. Jiang Ming collapsed onto the bed, covered himself with the quilt, and decided not to think anymore, just sleep. Jiang Yu lay in bed wearing Snoopy pajamas, with Air Bao nestled in her arms. The girl absent-mindedly stroked the cat, lost in thought. Air Bao, do you think brother awakening his talent means we have money to buy 2 pets at home? I heard others in class say even the worst pet costs over 100,000. Meow? Air Bao kept rubbing against Jiang Yu, softly meowing. It's good that brother can awaken. He is already 20, so let him buy pets first. I am only in my 2nd year of high school. I still have 2 years until the college entrance examination. I can buy them later when I have extra money. Jiang Yu said her thoughts out loud, not caring if Air Bao understood, and felt much better afterward. Time to sleep. The girl exclaimed cheerfully and snuggled into the quilt with Air Bao. Air Bao, you can't pee on the bed, okay? Jiang Yu hugged the soft kitty, closed her eyes, and drifted into dreams with a smile on her lips. She slept soundly. Chapter 9, the 2nd task released. Ding ding ding. At 5 in the morning, the alarm rang on time. The harsh sound disturbed Jiang Ming's sweet dreams. 5 minutes later, after a tough struggle with the blankets, Jiang Ming finally crawled out of bed. After a big yawn, he was completely awake. Becoming a beast tamer significantly improved his physical fitness. 5 hours of sleep was barely enough for him now. Today is another beautiful day. He got up quietly and went to the bathroom to wash up. It was an old house, and the sound insulation was not great. He couldn't disturb his sister Jiang Yu's sleep. Girls can be very hard to soothe when they wake up grumpy. Click. The door to Jiang Yu's room suddenly opened. With toothpaste foam all over his mouth, Jiang Ming wondered, why is she up so early? Meow? It was Airbao. Airbao didn't forget its identity as a fortune cat. It immediately followed Jiang Ming out when he woke up. Jiang Ming was curious. He hadn't taught Airbao how to open doors. Are all tamed beasts this smart? After finishing his morning routine, Jiang Ming looked at the tank top he was wearing and felt that working in it was not only disrespectful to himself, but also to the customers. He walked into his parents' room and began rummaging through the wardrobe. He remembered that his father had once ordered a chef's uniform from Mingwei restaurant. Found it. The chef's uniform wasn't particularly special, but he couldn't tell what material it was made of. After 2 years in the cabinet, it hadn't oxidized or turned yellow, still as white as ever. The words Mingwei restaurant were printed on the left chest. Jiang Ming put it on and found it fit just right, although the sleeves were a bit long. Folding them wouldn't hinder his work. The white chef's uniform paired with Jiang Ming's sharp features added a touch of elegance to his handsome appearance. At a glance, he exuded an air of mystery, giving off a vibe of a great chef. He picked up Airbao and went downstairs. The kitty didn't resist and let Jiang Ming carry it obediently. By the time he reached the kitchen, it was already 5:30. Since they were making dumplings from scratch, he had to knead the dough and prepare the filling. So he got up quite early. After taking the chives and pork belly from the cabinet, he just had to close and reopen it to get new ingredients, which was very convenient. An hour later, 1,200 crystal-clear dumplings were placed on trays. Each tray held 200 dumplings, stacked 6 layers high. That was just enough for 100 servings. Ding. Detected that the host has made 100 servings of dumplings. Task released. Task. Sell 100 servings of dumplings today. Reward. Dipping sauce. Failure penalty. Close the shop for 1 month. Note. Waste is shameful. Jiang Ming experienced what it felt like to lift a rock and drop it on his own foot. On the first day of opening the shop, he had to sell 100 servings of overpriced dumplings. Is this possible? Is this reasonable? If he couldn't complete it, the shop would close for a month. How disappointed would his sister be in him as her brother? Jiang Ming didn't want to be looked down upon by his sister. So he boldly scanned the QR code for the money box and took out 2 bowls of dumplings for a family of 5 as breakfast. Jiang Ming had completely become a sensible person. Money isn't saved, it should be spent. For a moment, the restaurant was filled with delicious aromas. Jiang Yu ate 6 dumplings, cheered Jiang Ming on, and then bounced off to school. As a high school student, she had half an hour of morning reading starting at 7:30, with classes officially beginning at 8. The 3 tamed beasts each ate 2 dumplings, and the remaining 12 all went into Jiang Ming's stomach. However, after finishing the meal, when Jiang Ming wanted to pet the cat, Airbao disdainfully ran away, making Jiang Ming so angry he gritted his teeth. Oh, you Airbao, you're sweet when there's food, but indifferent when there isn't. How can you be such a double-standard cat? Jiang Ming angrily went to the door to cool off and calm down. In Yong City, the morning rush hour was from 7 to 9. He stood at the door of the shop for a while, watching the bustling crowd outside. But not a single person came in for breakfast. Those street vendors with small stalls had many people gathered around, and their business was thriving. Jiang Ming muttered in dissatisfaction. TCH, what those street vendors sell is nothing compared to what's guaranteed in the shop. If they get a bad stomach from eating there, who can they find? A middle-aged man carrying vegetables greeted Jiang Ming. Ming, why are you out? You even changed into your dad's chef uniform? It's been a while. You've become quite handsome. Hello, Uncle Yang. I've recovered. Thank you for your help these past 2 years. Jiang Ming replied politely. The middle-aged man in front of him was named Yang Dahai, who also lived on this street, not far from Mingwei restaurant. 2 years ago, when his parents died in a car accident, those so-called relatives avoided him and his sister like the plague, fearing to offend the Beastmaster. Uncle Yang, a friend of his father's, helped them a lot, helping them get through the toughest times, and Jiang Ming's heart was filled with gratitude. Yang Dahai waved his hand, a smile on his face. It's really great that you can get through this. You have to treat your sister better in the future. Yaya has really had a tough time these past 2 years. Oh, are you planning to open a store? I know. I want to inherit the restaurant. It's a thought. We're opening today. Having ideas is good. I still remember your dad's braised duck from back in the day. That taste was really amazing. Can you make it? Jiang Ming was somewhat at a loss for words and after a while said, Uncle Yang, I'm planning to sell dumplings. Selling dumplings? All right. Then bring 2 servings to my house. Jiang Ming knew that Yang Dahai wanted to support his business. But Uncle Yang just ran a small convenience store and couldn't afford such expensive dumplings. If he were to treat Uncle Yang to a plate, Jiang Ming would absolutely have no objections. But if Uncle Yang came into the store and saw the dumpling prices, he would definitely think something was still wrong with him. So he could only stammer, Uncle Yang, my store doesn't provide takeout service. Yang Dahai saw this and thought it was because the dumplings weren't very good, and that Jiang Ming felt awkward selling them to someone he knew. so he didn't take it to heart. Jiang Ming smiled and nodded, watching Yang Dahai leave. Standing outside the store for half an hour, a few people came in, but they were scared away by the high prices. They left cursing, saying things like how crazy it was to be money-hungry. However, many young and beautiful ladies took photos with Jiang Ming. Bored while waiting, Jiang Ming's mind began to wander. His innate ability could be described as having keen eyesight, capable of seeing through everything. So he thought, hey. When a girl who could score 7 points approached him for a photo, he activated his ability. But what he saw scared half his life out of him. There were no rippling waves, only pink skeletons. Jiang Ming couldn't perfectly control his talent, resulting in him seeing everything in vivid detail. Have you ever seen a walking skeleton? One that opened and closed its mouth. It took Jiang Ming a long time to recover, and he no longer dared to use his ability recklessly. But time was ticking towards 8 o'clock. The foot traffic on the street was already decreasing. He had only sold 2 out of the 100 portions of chive dumplings. And one of those was his own purchase. How was he supposed to complete the task? Just as he was about to go crazy, an idea popped into his head, and he thought, whether it works or not, he could only try it. He picked up his phone and scanned the payment code on the cash box for 688 and went to the kitchen to prepare a bowl of dumplings. Jiang Ming knew very well how fragrant these dumplings were. They would definitely whet others' appetites and make them crave more. While preparing the dumplings, Jiang Ming's heart was bleeding. He had thought that with the system's support, running a restaurant would be a sure way to make money, but the reality was, he had opened the store but hadn't earned a single penny, instead losing 3,000. 6885508302272. Goodness. Very soon, a bowl of dumplings was ready, and Jiang Ming served it in a blue and white porcelain bowl, the rich aroma wafting through the air. The bayos instantly came to Jiang Ming's feet, wagging their tails, thinking it was mealtime again. What a little foodie, Jiang Ming chuckled. However, this plate of dumplings could not be so easily consumed. Just as Jiang Ming was about to step out with the bowl, his foot went out, but the bowl hit the barrier and couldn't be taken outside. The system reminded him, all dishes in this store do not accept takeout. Jiang Ming had long since gotten used to the system's rigidity. He moved a chair to the center of the door, went upstairs to fetch a fan, and regardless of its effectiveness, he fanned the dumplings. The aroma was intoxicating. People outside the store caught a whiff of the fragrance, their noses twitching madly, saliva uncontrollably dripping. What is this? So fragrant. This seems to be the smell of dumplings. Right? It smells like chive filling. My goodness, it's so fragrant, I can't resist. I clearly had breakfast. Why am I hungry again smelling this aroma? Such a pure dumpling fragrance. It's too enticing. Chapter 10. Someone wants to buy my bird? Such a pure dumpling fragrance. It's too enticing. Why are you being so picky? This perfectly good aroma is making me a bit uncomfortable with what you said. Yeah, young man, dumplings are just dumplings. Why call it a dumpling fragrance? The moment the people caught a whiff of the aroma, they couldn't move, regardless of whether they had eaten or not. Their stomachs protesting in hunger. Pairs of eyes were rolling around, searching for the source of the fragrance. Someone shouted loudly, that little shop. The fragrance is coming from the bowl in that chef's hand. The crowd's gaze shifted, and suddenly, the area outside Mingware restaurant was filled with people. Boss, your dumplings smell too good, give me a bowl. This little brother in a chef's uniform looks so good, so ethereal. I love it. This is a black shop. Only sells dumplings, and one bowl is 688. This statement instantly caused an uproar among the crowd, everyone chattering away. My goodness, 688 for a bowl of dumplings? Did you put gold in there? 688 for a bowl of dumplings? Is the boss crazy about money? What a pity for such a handsome young man. But his heart is dark. Only a fool would buy this. It's a one-time business. 688? I wouldn't eat it even if it were 68. Black shop. Huh. These people didn't consider the spiritual cuisine aspect because the price of 688 was set at a rather awkward position. After all, even the lowest level ordinary spiritual cuisine starts at 4 digits. Moreover, spiritual chefs are rare species. Scientific surveys show that 1 in every 3 people can awaken beast mastery talent. And among every 100 beast mastery talents, only 1 is suitable for becoming a spiritual chef. Furthermore, where would a spiritual chef open a roadside stall instead of becoming a guest of a powerful force? Isn't that just crazy? Facing these criticisms, Jiang Ming remained silent, continuing to fan the air. Any attempt at justification would only make them think he was guilty, reinforcing their belief that this was a black shop. The loudest voices of criticism belonged to those who didn't have much money in their pockets, while Jiang Ming was taking the high-end route. These people weren't within his service range. Moreover, he believed that every beginning is hard, as long as there was a first person willing to take a chance. With the taste of the dumplings, he wouldn't have to worry about customers coming in. Seeing Jiang Ming not speaking, several middle-aged women began to shout even louder. This little shabby shop sells dumplings for 688. You'd think it was a 5-star hotel. Yeah, I think this kid might have a screw loose. You can't say that. It's a black shop. As long as we don't buy, it won't harm our pockets. Let's disperse. However, the crowd did not disperse. Instead, due to the crowd effect, many people came to join the excitement, only to be captivated by the aroma of the dumplings. The fragrance was too tempting. Smelling this aroma made their appetites soar. Eating the crepes bought from street vendors suddenly seemed much more delicious. Jiang Ming's silent demeanor not only made those who thought it was a black shop shout louder, but also piqued the curiosity of those hesitating about the deliciousness of the dumplings. Dressed in a pure white chef's uniform, Jiang Ming's calm expression made people wonder if he truly had some skill. "Boss, is it 688 for a bowl of your dumplings?" asked a middle-aged man in casual clothes, yet with an extraordinary demeanor. Jiang Ming nodded faintly, the fan in his hand still waving idly. "Why are these dumplings so expensive?" The parrot squawked loudly. "Come and take a look. 688 for a serving of dumplings. Absolutely worth the price. You won't lose out. You won't be fooled." A man's gas station, a woman's sanctuary. Men can't handle it after eating. Women can't handle it after eating. Both men and women eat, and the bed can't handle it. Talking parrots are common, but one that speaks so fluently is quite rare. The crowd pointed at the parrot as if they had discovered something novel. The distinguished man scrutinized the parrot carefully. "Hey brother, is this bird for sale?" The parrot shouted back, "You're the bird. Your whole family is birds." The man felt a bit embarrassed and stared at Jiang Ming. "I'll offer 100,000. You think you can buy it for 100,000? Dream on. 200,000. Get lost. 200,000 won't even buy me a feather. 500,000. Hey, if this cage weren't locked, I'd make you open your eyes." "Open my eyes. I've seen enough strange birds like you. Brother, 1 million is my final offer. With that price, I could buy a beast pet of high quality. Buying your bird would be more than enough. Get lost, open your eyes. I'll pluck an eye from your forehead and turn you into a three-eyed monster." "Woof," Daba shouted, seeming a bit angry at the parrot being called a three-eyed monster. Jiang Ming smirked slightly, so open your eyes meant that, learn something new. The middle-aged man grew impatient. "Boss, say something. Not for sale." Jiang Ming shook his head, as he needed money to buy a beast pet for his sister. However, he had already said they were family last night. How could he sell his family for money? "I'll offer 5 million. The middle-aged man gritted his teeth. Hiss. This price made the onlookers gasp. 5 million for a talking parrot. Who is this person? Wow, he seems to be Qian Yud. I've seen him on TV. Qian Yud is the richest man in Yong City, with businesses all over Daizhou province, the province where Yong City is located, and has dozens of beast masters under him. With his own strength reaching level 7 in the Xian stage, he ranks 5th on Yong City's power leaderboard. Such a figure is indeed said to dominate Yong City. Seeing that he was recognized, the middle-aged man straightened his clothes and smiled. "Brother, I am Qian Yud, the founder of Yaoyang Group, willing to pay 5 million for your parrot. I wonder if you could part with it." Qian Yud has 3 bird-type pets, a fire chicken, a sky-splitting eagle, and a seagull. Because of this, he has a strong fondness for birds. Today, seeing such a remarkable parrot, he felt that it was not as simple as it seemed. Hence the thought of wanting to buy it. Just when everyone thought the chef would surely agree now that he knew he was dealing with a big shot, Jiang Ming shook his head and said flatly, "Not for sale. Are you kidding? You think you can buy my bird for 5 million? Don't you know how important a bird is to a man, even more than life?" Qian Yud still didn't want to give up. "Brother, name a price. Let's be friends. I'm in a restaurant. If you want to buy a pet, you should go to a pet store." The enticing aroma wafted out of the restaurant once again, lingering in everyone's nostrils. Goo goo. Chapter 11. The first customer. Qian Yud, embarrassed, coldly said, "Give me a serving of chive dumplings. If it doesn't feel worth it, you might as well close this place." At this moment, Qian Yud's eyes had turned hawk-like, using the intimidation skill of his pet sky-splitting eagle while speaking. After 100 years of spiritual energy recovery, although fierce beasts still hold the dominant position, humanity has restored order. In normal times, it is absolutely not allowed for beast masters to summon pets in the city. However, using a pet to issue intimidation skills is allowed as long as it does not cause casualties and is within reasonable limits. The onlookers within a 5-meter radius of Qian Yud felt they couldn't breathe, a wave of nausea rising in their throats. Some with weaker constitutions even collapsed on the ground, pale and sweating profusely. However, Jiang Ming's calm demeanor caused Qian Yud's expression to change slightly. At this moment, Jiang Ming remained unfazed, one hand holding a bowl, the other waving the fan, incredibly steady. With the invincibility of the restaurant, Jiang Ming naturally had nothing to worry about. Could this person also be a beast master? Qian Yud pondered. Although he controlled his power, his cultivation had not reached the Huang stage. It was absolutely impossible for him to act as if nothing was wrong. Putting aside some contempt, he strode into Mingwei restaurant. Watching Qian Yud scan the payment, Jiang Ming smiled, carrying the bowl and fan into the kitchen, getting busy. He didn't take Qian Yude's threat to heart at all. 1. He was confident in his cooking skills. 2. He was confident in the system. If even a Qian stage Qian Yude could make him close the door, then this system would be too disappointing. Qian Yude sat down at a table, first running his hand over it. Not a speck of dust, very clean, and there was no greasy feeling like that of a fly-infested restaurant. Then he looked at the layout. The walls were lined with flower racks, and every arrangement was in the best position, leaving no room for criticism. The entire environment gave a tranquil feeling, very comfortable. Not bad. This was Qian Yude's evaluation of Mingwei restaurant. Soon, a bowl of steaming dumplings was served. Qian Yude took a deep breath, intoxicated by the aroma, and then looked at the dumplings in the bowl. Plump, crystal clear, very pleasing. There was not a hint of oil in the soup. Could it be all chives? After all, if there was pork inside, it would surely have some oil floating on top when cooked. Boss, bring me a plate of vinegar. Jiang Ming replied emotionlessly, sorry, we don't provide dipping sauce at the moment. What? This watery broth. How can I eat it without vinegar? You'll know once you try. Qian Yude felt a bit stifled and picked up a big dumpling with his chopsticks, regardless of whether it was hot or not, and bit down hard. His expression instantly changed to one of happiness. These dumplings were not tasteless as he had expected. Instead, they were incredibly delicious. The thin dumpling skin broke open, and rich juice flooded into his mouth, continuously stimulating his taste buds. Next was the filling. The flavors of pork and chives blended perfectly, and although the dumpling skin was thin, it was chewy, carrying the taste of flour, simply divine. How could dumplings be this delicious? As Yong City's richest man, Qian Yude had eaten all sorts of things, but even the spiritual meals made by Qian stage spirit chefs could not compare to the flavor of this bowl of dumplings. Qian Yude devoured the dumplings like Zhu Beiji eating ginseng fruit, and in no time, the bowl was empty. Not even a drop of soup left. Wiping his mouth, he boldly said, Boss, bring me another bowl. Just as Jiang Ming was about to say something good, the system chimed in. Each customer can only order one serving of the same dish per meal. Stupid system, have you lost your mind? Not making money. Jiang Ming couldn't agree, immediately yelling in his mind. Rules, no order. Please comply with the rules, host. Jiang Ming had no choice but to change his words. It seems it's not possible. Each dish per person per meal can only be ordered once. Qian Yude was dumbfounded. Are you kidding me? Only one serving? Why did you drag it out to refuse? Are you messing with me? Don't do this, boss. Look at my build, plus I'm at Qian stage level 8. One serving is simply not enough. Rules. Jiang Ming said. Boss, rules are dead, people are alive. Can you be flexible and treat it as making a friend? I'll pay 5 times the price. No, if you want to eat, you can come at noon. Qian Yude was completely stumped. He didn't know how many people outside wanted to curry favor with him. Some even spent a lot of money just to buy an invitation to a banquet, just to befriend him. Yet in this small, fly-infested restaurant, he had mentioned making friends twice. The boss, with a poker face, seemed unimpressed and just wouldn't budge. When did his face become so cheap in Yong City? Qian Yude was still entangled in this, leaving the onlookers outside dumbfounded. They whispered among themselves. What is wrong with President Qian? Why do I feel like he's begging the restaurant owner? I might still be half asleep, but the once mighty President Qian is actually like this in private. Could these dumplings really be that delicious? Now I want to try them too. Did you hear? President Qian said he is at the 8th level of the Qian stage. It seems the city rankings are about to change, with President Qian in 4th place and Master Jiang Baishu in 5th. Haha, I think he is not really Qian Yude. He just looks like him. He is a plant hired by the boss, right? How could President Qian be like this? He must be a plant trying to fool us. Shoo, you must be fools. The group of people lying on the ground before President Qian entered the restaurant were also plants? Are you looking for a long life discussing Qian stage powerhouses here? Seeing that Jiang Ming wouldn't make him another bowl, and with the chatter from the bystanders growing louder, Qian Yude was starting to lose face. However, he couldn't figure out Jiang Ming's background, and with his character, he didn't disdain using power to pressure others. He smiled and said, May I ask for your surname, boss? My surname is Jiang. Boss Jiang. I want to hire you as my spirit chef, with an annual salary of 200. Consider it? Ding. As a man who wants to become the strongest spirit chef, how could he settle for being a personal chef? Cooking specifically for one person means he can't even control his own time. How could it be as enjoyable as opening his own restaurant? No, Boss Qian, if you want to eat, you can come here for all 3 meals. After being rejected by Jiang Ming twice, this 3rd time, Qian Yude was already used to it. After all, spirit chefs all have their own tempers. It's understandable. Hearing the increasingly loud discussions outside and some rather unpleasant insults, Qian Yude, who had gotten dust all over his face, could no longer hold back. He smiled at Jiang Ming and clasped his hands. I want to disturb Boss Jiang's business. I'll take my leave and return at noon. Boss Jiang's skills are truly remarkable. What is merely a second or third tier spirit meal is actually more delicious than a Xian stage spirit meal. Jiang Ming's skills have transformed a first tier ordinary material into a peak second tier spirit meal. Qian Yuda turned around, and the aura belonging to a Xian stage powerhouse emanated from him. The crowd outside felt surrounded by a suffocating presence, their faces turning pale as they looked at Qian Yuda in fear. This aura also enveloped Jiang Ming. However, he felt nothing at all. Qian Yuda was somewhat surprised, increasingly certain that Jiang Ming was not simple, and approached the onlookers. Humph. A group of ignorant guys. Those dumplings are spirit meals, 688 a bowl. Go ahead and fight for them. After saying this, he left with a wave. Jiang Ming, as a spirit chef, disdained to explain. But Qian Yuda didn't he mind selling this well and promoting him. What Qian Yuda couldn't he imagine was that Jiang Ming was merely a little trash, with only second-tier ordinary cultivation. There's no helping it. Who told him he had to cheat? Being invincible is so lonely. Chapter 12. Wanna eat? Get in line, got it? Jiang Ming stood there in a daze, as if pondering something. Qian Yuda said that the dumplings he made were more delicious than Xian stage spirit meals. He didn't understand. After all, the quality of the materials was not even close. Xian stage spirit meals use Xian stage materials, while his materials were merely first-tier ordinary. The system began to answer his questions. Some spirit chefs in this world have forgotten the essence of being a chef, which is to make delicious food. They only pursue the spiritual power content in spirit meals, so it's not surprising that the food you make is more delicious than theirs. Jiang Ming understood. He had known this when he was taught the dumpling-making method. As a spirit chef, the deliciousness of food is the top priority. As long as the spiritual energy of all the various materials in the spirit meal is perfectly fused, this spirit meal will naturally become a praised delicacy. Of course, the premise is perfect fusion. If the fusion isn't adequate, it could taste worse than excrement, but it can still enhance strength. Among spirit chefs, there's a branch called ghost chefs. The spirit meals they make are either extremely unpalatable or have significant side effects. However, they are quite popular among some beast tamers. After all, as long as it can enhance strength, taste is secondary. After Qian Yuda left, a few minutes passed before the onlookers came back to their senses. They looked at each other in confusion. What did President Qian say? Spirit meals? Only 688? Of course, we're fighting for it. Everyone surged into Mingwei restaurant like crazed zombies, surrounding Jiang Ming and clamoring. Boss, give me a portion of dumplings. Respected spirit chef, I want a portion of dumplings. Auntie, come on, didn't you say this was a black shop? How did you squeeze in here? Bah, you said only fools would come by. But didn't you come in too? Boss, I didn't say it was a black shop. Give me 2 portions of dumplings. I want it too. I want it too. Boss, give me a portion. I've never had a spirit meal. Young man, give me a portion too. Now they were all full of excitement, completely different from their earlier mocking selves. Most of them were ordinary folks, earning only 5,000 or 6,000 a month. Who would spend thousands on a spirit meal? Now that they learned that this restaurant sold spirit meals for only 688, how could they not try it? They rushed to get Jiang Ming to sell to them, fearing that if they were late, Jiang Ming would change his mind and not sell. The noisy chatter gave Jiang Ming a headache. Everyone, get out and line up. With a loud shout, the air in the restaurant rippled as if it had created waves. It even distorted space. Everyone felt a repelling force and was pushed out of the restaurant. The system's voice rang in Jiang Ming's mind. As long as the host is inside the restaurant, he is invincible. Even if a heavenly stage powerhouse comes, they will still kneel. The crowd looked horrified and fell silent. The boss in front of them was also a big shot. No wonder President Qian had been so polite to him before. Jiang Ming walked to the door, divided the dumplings he prepared for attracting customers into 3 portions, and placed them in 3 small plates. He said lightly, "Wanna eat? Get in line, got it?" The crowd outside was stunned at the sight of this. Spirit meals were being used to feed pets? Having money isn't spent like this. This boss is awesome. They nodded vigorously and quickly lined up. In an instant, a long queue appeared on the walking street. Seeing this, Jiang Ming maintained a calm expression. But internally, he was overjoyed. Qian Yuda was quite skilled at dealing with people, buying a good meal, and helping him advertise. Otherwise, such a scene would not have occurred. Jiang Ming also secretly noted this favor. No wonder Qian Yuda could become the richest man in Yong City. A casual remark earned him Jiang Ming's goodwill. Although Qian Yuda didn't know how important this goodwill would be in the future, he didn't lose anything by saying a few words. No wonder he could become the richest man in Yong City. The first 8 customers in line entered Mingwei restaurant, first scanning the money box to pay, then obediently finding a seat, not daring to breathe. However, one elderly man used cash, placing 7 red bills into the money box, and immediately received 12 coins at the change slot below. Black technology. Very convenient. Jiang Ming got busy in the kitchen, directly making 96 dumplings. 3 minutes later, Jiang Ming came out holding a tray with 4 bowls of dumplings. The dumplings were served in 2 batches, totaling 8. Enjoy your meal, the server said in a tone that was neither too salty nor too bland, yet it sent a shiver down the diners' spines. They stammered, "Thank you, thank you." The diners looked at the crystal-clear dumplings in their bowls, which smelled delightful and appeared quite appealing, plump and white. However, with such a clear broth, they found it hard to believe the taste would be exceptional. A woman in her 20s timidly asked, "Boss, could we get some vinegar?" Jiang Ming shook his head. "I'm sorry, but our restaurant does not provide dipping sauces at the moment." Oh, the woman's expression became somewhat awkward, but she dared not say more. Eating dumplings without vinegar felt like losing half the flavor. She picked up a dumpling and tentatively placed it in her mouth. At the moment the soup inside the dumpling spread in her mouth, her face instantly transformed into a look of bliss, her eyes squinting with delight. Looking around at the other tables, the diners were already immersed in the food, their mouths never stopping. "Oh my God, how can dumplings be this delicious? These dumplings are so good that everything I've had before feels like dog food. Wow, after having such delicious dumplings, I feel like I never want to eat any other dumplings again. This is really a miraculous dish. I can feel a surge of energy nourishing my body." The crowd waiting outside heard their praise, mixed with the irresistible aroma of the dumplings. They salivated uncontrollably and urged each other on. "Hurry up and eat. Don't you see there are so many people waiting behind you? A bowl of dumplings shouldn't take more than 5 minutes. Finish up and come out quickly. Please. You folks inside, eat faster. The kids are starving. Hurry up. I've waited so long I could wither away. Come on, come on. I can't hold on much longer. Young man, could you let the old man go in front? I'm over 70 and have never had such miraculous food before. No cutting in line. And I'm your elder. Don't try to moralize with me. I have no morals." Chapter 13, Chairman Shi. The first batch of 8 diners finished their meals in a frenzy, quickly slipping away. They were either afraid of lingering too long and inciting public anger, which might result in being beaten upon exiting, or they found the dumplings delicious but too expensive for their wallets. They left the bowls spotless. Not even a drop of soup remained. If it weren't for the fact that bowls couldn't be eaten, Jiang Ming would really suspect that this group of diners, resembling starving ghosts reincarnated, would have licked the bowls clean. Jiang Ming also noticed the old man, who, while wearing a satisfied expression, wasn't as ravenous as the others. By the time the second batch of diners finished, the old man still had a few dumplings left in his bowl. A greasy man licked his bowl clean and hurried out of the Mingware restaurant. "Oh my, I'm feeling something too, but what do I do without a wife?" "Don't panic, you still have your 5-fingered girlfriend." "Damn, after I got hurt last year, it's been quiet. Just now it felt like it moved a bit." The restaurant owner is truly a miraculous healer. That parrot was right. Jiang Ming, busy in the kitchen, couldn't hear the diners' conversations, focusing solely on creating delicious food. Although the kitchen was separated by a white curtain, the soundproofing was excellent due to the system's advanced technology. In such a quiet environment, Jiang Ming could immerse himself in the joy of cooking, which naturally improved the quality of the dishes. When Jiang Ming emerged from the kitchen again, the old man stood up and smiled. "Young friend, please bring me another serving of dumplings." Jiang Ming refused. "I'm sorry, but each person can only order 1 serving of the same dish per meal." Saying this made Jiang Ming's heart bleed. Each time he said it meant losing over $100. It was adding insult to injury for his already struggling family. His resentment toward the system deepened. "Humph, little system, 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. When my strength improves, the restaurant's rules will be set by me," Jiang Ming thought fiercely, while the old man's smile appeared somewhat forced. "Could you make an exception? This delicious food truly isn't enough for 1 serving. Rules." The old man sighed. "Young friend, you really are quite the character. Shi Wanli, didn't expect to find such delicious food while strolling on the street this morning. Here is my business card. Let us be friends." Shi Wanli placed his card on the table and left the restaurant. Cough, cough. The diners in the restaurant were startled by the old man revealing his identity, and a few began to cough violently. Jiang Ming picked up the business card, confused. "It's the first day of opening. Why are so many people looking to befriend me? I know he has money. He is the richest man in Yong City. But who is Shi Wanli?" The diners stopped coughing and began to whisper. "That's Chairman Shi. We finally saw the real person today. Too bad we didn't ask for a signature. Oh my God, a great hero. He was ranked #1 in Yong City's power list. 3 years ago, a mysterious realm descended upon Yong City, and Chairman Shi single-handedly held off a beast tide for several hours until reinforcements arrived, preventing a major disaster. But he lost 2 of his 3 pet beasts in the battle, greatly weakening his strength, and had no choice but to resign and retreat into the background. Being a hero is tough, but at least he survived. If it weren't for the Jiang family, how would this old hero have ended up like this? Shoo. Keep your voice down. The Jiang family isn't something we common folks can discuss. Jiang Ming listened to the diner's discussions and looked at the business card in his hand with a newfound respect. Protecting the home and country, single-handedly resisting the beast tide. Fighting to the death only because of the common people behind him. For someone like that, he felt nothing but deep admiration. A diner reminded him, "Boss, with this business card, if you take it to the Beastmaster Association, you'll get a 50% discount on anything, no matter how expensive." Jiang Ming pondered for a moment while holding the card. This business card is quite valuable. System, what is the situation with Chairman Shi Wanli? I don't know. Jiang Ming felt embarrassed. I don't know is just I don't know. Why does it sound so proud? It's better to wait until we have the strength to help President Xi. The most important thing right now is to work hard to make money, and then take my sister to the Beastmaster Association to buy a high-quality pet. Also, I need to improve my strength to avenge our parents. Chapter 14, A Sense of Loss. Next to the pedestrian street where the Mingware restaurant is located, there is a skyscraper that stands over 100 meters tall. "Hello, Mr. Qian." The receptionist immediately stood up with a standard smile when she saw Qian Yud enter. Qian Yud nodded and took the elevator to the top floor. The workplace beauty had been waiting in the office, her long legs beautifully adorned with black stockings. Qian Yud said to the secretary, "Shaoli, tell Lao Huang to make me a bowl of dumplings with spiritual cuisine." Obviously, a bowl of dumplings costing 688 yuan was not enough to satisfy him. Moreover, he was deeply captivated by that deliciousness. Okay, the secretary nodded and made a call. Half an hour later, a middle-aged man in his 40s entered the office carrying a tray. He cheerfully said, "Old Qian, you came to bother me early in the morning. Couldn't you just grab a bite?" Qian Yud was not polite at all. "Let's talk. Hurry up and bring it over. I'm starving." The middle-aged man, named Huang Shui, was an 8th-level beastmaster. But he had an even more prestigious identity, a 6th-level spiritual chef. He was a talent that Qian Yud had paid a high price to recruit. Huang Shui placed the tray in front of Qian Yud. Lifting the lid, the large bowl contained more than 30 dumplings. Next to it were 2 small bowls with chili sauce and vinegar. Before Qian Yud even took a bite, his brows furrowed. The aroma was off. It wasn't as fragrant as the dumplings made by that young man at Mingware restaurant. And it wasn't just a little different. He noticed some slight oiliness and fresh green scallions in the bowl. These garnishes were undoubtedly very nice. But Qian Yud felt that the dumplings from Mingware restaurant were the real beauty. The soup was crystal clear, and the dumplings were plump and white. Waiting for you to indulge. Taking a bite, the taste buds exploded instantly. This contrast made one feel a delightful sense of loss while enjoying the food. But now this bowl of dumplings was like a dazzling showgirl, posing in front of him, lacking in flavor. "Let's try one," Qian Yud thought to himself. He picked up a dumpling with chopsticks, not dipping it in vinegar or chili sauce. He placed it directly in his mouth and chewed slowly. His furrowed brow never relaxed. It was bland, tasteless. Whether in aroma, flavor, or presentation, it was far inferior to the dumplings at Mingware restaurant that cost 688 yuan. After eating just one, Qian Yud put down his chopsticks and sat in his chair, feeling a sense of loss. The taste of those dumplings was unforgettable. Huang Shui, seeing the boss in this state, was somewhat confused. He had already tasted one of these dumplings before serving them and found no significant difference from those he had made before. Why did the boss stop eating after just one? As the teacher said, if you don't understand, ask. "Old Qian, what's wrong with you?" Qian Yud let out a bitter smile and recounted his experience at Mingware restaurant that morning. A bowl of dumplings wafting fragrance for miles. Clear soup, but incredibly delicious. The spiritual cuisine of 2 or 3 grades is even better than my 5th grade spiritual cuisine. This is impossible, Huang Shui exclaimed. Secretary Xiao Li's beautiful eyes widened as she murmured, "In Yong City, there are actually people who don't give you face, boss." What a fierce person. Qian Yud smiled wryly. "Don't doubt it. Wait until noon, and I'll take you to that restaurant for a meal, and you'll know." Outside Mingware restaurant, there was still a long queue on the street. Jiang Ming, who had been busy in the kitchen for 2 hours, was slightly out of breath, his face unable to hide the smile. Business was booming. One after another, it hadn't stopped at all. In 2 hours, 97 servings of chive dumplings were sold out. Originally worried that the task wouldn't be completed and that closing the shop for a month would surely disappoint his sister. But unexpectedly, with the assistance of 2 big shots, Qian Yud and Shi Wanli, they completed the task in just one morning. Jiang Ming suppressed his smile and restored his poker face. He still needed to give the diners a sense of mystery. He served the last 4 servings of dumplings. "Enjoy your meal." The diners began to wolf down their food. Some wanted to enter the restaurant but were stopped by Jiang Ming, who said blandly, "Sorry, the morning dumplings are sold out. Come back for lunch if you want to eat." Upon hearing this, the people who had been waiting for a long time were unhappy. "What? I've been waiting for 2 hours, just to have a spiritual meal, and now you tell me it's gone?" "Yeah, we've been waiting so long, I don't care. I want to eat." "We can't wait in vain. Waiting 2 hours has already aggravated my wife's cervical spondylosis. The crowd instantly became noisy, agitated, shouting for Jiang Ming to compensate for their losses. We open at 11:30 for lunch. If you want to eat, come early. Let them shout. After all, it's outside the shop. As long as they dare to enter the shop. Hee. A burly man with a dragon tattoo on his left arm and a tiger tattoo on his right barged in. Fiercely, he said, "Kid, I'm a bodyguard for the Jiang family. Have you heard of Jiang Gongqing, the second master of the Jiang family? Hurry up and get me a bowl of spiritual cuisine." Jiang Ming immediately trembled all over. Anger. The Jiang family. They were his enemies. Jiang Gongqing, the second master of the Jiang family, was the main culprit behind the murder of his parents. How could he not have heard of it? This hatred was etched into his bones. Wang Daba, sensing Jiang Ming's emotions and realizing that this tattooed man was there to cause trouble, barked fiercely at him. To others, this bark sounded like an ordinary puppy bark. But to the tattooed man, it was not. He felt as if a legendary ferocious beast was roaring in anger. The tattooed man was stunned, stiffly turning his head to look at the barking puppy Daba. In his eyes, Daba was no longer a harmless little puppy, but had transformed into a man-eating beast, baring its fangs at him, as if it would pounce on him in the next second and end his life. The tattooed man was so frightened that he stood there dumbfounded, trembling all over. "I'm scared. Mommy. I want to find my mommy." If it weren't for the tattooed man having released his tension in the morning and not having eaten anything, he would have probably already wet his pants. Seeing this, Jiang Ming shook his head and chuckled. This person was just a dog of the Jiang family. If he was so flustered facing it, how could he seek revenge on Jiang Gongqing? How could he destroy the Jiang family? With a casual move, a sound of breaking air came, and the tattooed man was sent flying by a tremendous force. "Mommy, I want to find my mommy." The tattooed man lay on the street, still wanting to find his mommy. Chapter 15, earned a lot in one morning. The tattooed man, who had been sent flying more than 10 meters, cried out as he got up, but he seemed as if nothing had happened, just walking down the street with a vacant look in his eyes. He grabbed anyone he saw and asked, "Have you seen my mommy?" The crowd that had originally been agitated outside, upon seeing this, fell silent, cold sweat trickling down their temples. They had only thought about how they had waited so long without tasting the spiritual cuisine, wasting a lot of time. Plus, seeing that the boss was young and approachable, they thought he was easy to bully. They forgot that the one making the spiritual cuisine was a spiritual chef they could not afford. After someone was dealt with, they finally realized how offensive their earlier behavior had been. Each one of them lowered their heads, like children who had done something wrong. They didn't dare to leave, desperately praying that the esteemed spiritual chef would not hold it against them. Jiang Ming walked to the door and clapped his hands to attract the attention of the crowd. "You all saw it. That person was just foolish. I asked him to leave the store and didn't cause him any harm at all. If the inspectors come looking for me, you all better testify for me." Everyone quickly nodded. "Don't worry, Master Ling Chef. That person was just a fool." Yes. That person was foolish by himself. It has nothing to do with you." "That's right. The eyes of the public are sharp. We all saw it. It has nothing to do with you." Jiang Ming smiled. "The restaurant opens at 11:30. If you want to eat, come early." After saying that, he pulled down the roll-up door. Outside, the diners looked at each other in confusion. Some left, but others sat directly at the entrance of Mingwei restaurant. It seemed they were prepared to wait until 11:30. After all, it was already past 10. They had already waited for over 2 hours, so what's another hour? Waiting is always boring, so they began to chat. Sigh. The restaurant owner is really fierce. That tattooed man even said he was a bodyguard for the Jiang family. And he was so heavy-handed. He knocked someone silly. Who can argue with that? The Jiang family is a local power in Yong City. Their influence is huge, and no one dares to provoke them. This owner is really impressive. Shoo, stop discussing it. Can we mere mortals comment on the Jiang family and this Ling chef? That bodyguard was just foolish. I saw it clearly. Guess what? What kind of strength does this owner have? He sent that bodyguard flying 10 meters with a single palm strike, and that bodyguard got up as if nothing happened. I think he must be at least level 5 in the Xian tier. With such control of strength, I would believe it if he were at level 10 in the Xian tier. Forget about that. A portion of Ling meal for 688. I think this owner is a living bodhisattva reincarnated. Jiang Ming sat on a chair, quietly watching the little puppy Daba. This dog is not simple. It barked once, and it sounded like a little puppy barking, but it scared the tattooed man into calling for his mother. The system said it was a guard dog, and it certainly wasn't he wrong. What puzzled Jiang Ming was that he couldn't check the information about Sanbao, his pet beast. Its level, skills, potential, all were unreadable. If Daba hadn't T-barked today, he would have thought it was just an ordinary pet. System, what breed of fierce beast is Sanbao? Please explore on your own. Work hard to improve your cultivation, and you will naturally know. So, if I take them out, can I destroy the Jiang family? They can only exert their full strength inside the restaurant. Damn host. You're tricking me. A smile appeared at the corner of Jiang Ming's mouth. I'm just asking normal questions. You said it yourself. What does it have to do with me? Although the system didn't say it explicitly, it indirectly pointed out how powerful Sanbao was, definitely stronger than the combined beast masters of the Jiang family. Jiang Ming had used the restaurant's invincibility several times this morning. It made him understand that invincibility only meant that others couldn't harm him. He also couldn't harm those inside the restaurant. At most, he could just drive them away. But Sanbao was different. Daba could scare the tattooed man silly, which meant it could take action. So, as long as Zhang Gongsheng came to Mingwei restaurant, he could use the dog to kill. However, this was merely the last resort. The revenge for his parents' death had to be personally avenged by their children. Now that he and his sister had both awakened and were eating Ling meals every day, their strength was definitely skyrocketing. He believed that it wouldn't be long before he could personally go to the Jiang family and take down that beast, Zhang Gongsheng. Mingwei restaurant was the final sanctuary. With this thought, Jiang Ming felt quite good and began to check his payment balance. 9768802133472. His own spending in the restaurant. 2,521, 68808302272. The money added to his payment account. 13347230272103220. He had been busy since 5:30, almost 5 hours. He made one in 5 hours. This little money came in really quickly. Jiang Ming was so happy, he could almost drool. System, I've completed my task. Can I receive my reward now? The task time is 1 day. Completing more tasks will naturally yield greater rewards. Why does this sound a bit confrontational? Is it because I leaked a little information? Is it being proud towards me as the host? Jiang Ming wouldn't indulge it, leaving it aside to cool off. He picked up Daba and set it in front of him. Daba, what breed of little puppy are you? Daba's dog face smiled widely. Woof. Don't mess around. You must be a heavenly tier, right? Woof. I saw online that fierce beasts of the heavenly tier can talk. Give me a sound to listen to. Woof. Jiang Ming helplessly set Daba down. It was undoubtedly a silly dog. Looking at her bow, it was still lazily lying on the money chest, like a rich lady, completely ignoring Jiang Ming. Jiang Ming rubbed his nose and walked to the golden cage. He reached out to tease Xiaobao's crown. Xiaobao, what breed of bird are you? I'm not a bird. You are. Xiaobao started to speak, but suddenly fell silent, unable to forget yesterday's yellow water faucet. Boss, I can't say that. The parrot's voice trembled as if it was afraid of something. Jiang Ming could only give up. After all, it was his own bird. It wouldn't be good to push too hard. Looking at the time, he walked into the kitchen to start preparing dumplings for lunch. The morning sales were so hot. He had to make more for lunch. It's all small money. Sigh. Making money is really too easy. Chapter 16, Boiling Dumplings While Wrapping. Jiang Ming was exhausted after a whole morning of work. He was lying on the sofa, scrolling through his phone, with his left hand rubbing Daba's dog head. Looking very content. In fact, the feel of a cat's head would be even better, but unfortunately, Bao only let Jiang Yu touch it. Jiang Ming could only rely on the temptation of food to stroke it during meals. Watching short videos of beautiful young ladies made him a bit thirsty. So he picked up the large water cup on the coffee table. Gulp, gulp. 500 milliliters of water went down his throat just like that. Daba, go get Dad a cup of water. Woof. Daba bit the cup, wagging its tail, and happily went downstairs. In a little while, a cup full of spiritual spring water was brought back upstairs by Daba. The water in the kitchen was inexhaustible. It was spiritual spring water, and not drinking it would be a waste. Good dog, Jiang Ming praised. Woof, woof, hee hee. Daba wagged its tail rapidly, its dog eyes fixed on Jiang Ming's screen. The meat filling and dough still needed some time to be ready. This time Jiang Ming made enough dumplings for 300 servings. If they didn't sell out at lunch, they could continue selling at night. Time always flies when playing on the phone. Before long, the alarm set for 11:25 went off. Jiang Ming could only reluctantly say goodbye to the beautiful young lady on his phone and lifted Daba by the scruff of its neck downstairs. System, please add a few lines next to the price list. Takeout is not allowed for the restaurant's dishes. Each dish is limited to 1 order per person per meal. This morning, he repeated these 2 sentences dozens of times. Every time he said it, his heart bled. Jiang Ming was afraid that if he kept going, he would become anemic. Okay, after an hour, the system had calmed down and was no longer proud. Jiang Ming looked at the few lines and nodded in satisfaction. The text was red and very eye-catching. Diners could see it at a glance upon entering. The restaurant opened promptly at 11:30. With a whoosh, the roll-up door was pulled open, and Jiang Ming's pupils dilated slightly, startled. The entrance was already packed with people. Anyone who opened the door to see over 100 people blocking the way would surely be frightened. Boss, you finally opened the door. Hurry up. I want to buy a bowl of dumplings. The boss is really punctual. If he says the door opens at 11:30, it opens at 11:30. Not a minute late. Jiang Ming quickly adjusted his facial expression, returning to a calm demeanor. He said, "Only 8 people can enter at a time. Remember to queue." He turned and walked towards the kitchen. The milk dog Daba and the parrot Xiaobao stood guard outside the door like security personnel, strictly enforcing the rule that there can only be 8 customers in the store at the same time. The diners outside were in awe of Jiang Ming, the spirit chef, and there were no rude intrusions. They obediently waited. The dumplings needed to be made fresh. Jiang Ming washed his hands thoroughly and dried them. He kneaded the dough into a long strip, pinched off a piece, and the rolling pin in his hand seemed to come to life, spinning rapidly. In just 1 second, a dumpling skin with a diameter of 9 centimeters was rolled out. With his other hand, he swirled a pair of chopsticks in the bowl of meat filling, loading a generous amount onto the rolled dumpling skin. Then, he lightly tapped it in the bowl of spirit spring water he had prepared earlier. With the spirit spring water on his hands, he began to seal the dumplings. His speed left the diners in awe. It seemed like there were afterimages. From rolling the skin to forming the dumplings, it took less than 5 seconds. The boss is so fast. Even a quick shooter can't match his speed. Not only is he fast, but he's also steady. Look at the pleats on the dumplings. They look like flowers. Did this boss practice his speed in the womb? Practicing in the womb wouldn't reach this speed. Incredible. No wonder he can become a spirit chef. If I had this speed, my wife would have to call me dad at night. Amid the diner's praises, Jiang Ming had already wrapped up a portion of dumplings. If someone were to observe closely, they would notice that every dumpling's size, the amount of filling, and even the appearance of the pleats were astonishingly consistent. Jiang Ming's speed continued to increase. Slow down for a second, and the lost time equates to lost money. With an order of 300 portions, that's 3,600 dumplings. If he wraps one every 5 seconds, it would take 5 hours. If it's 3 seconds each, then it would only take 3 hours. The hourly wage difference is unimaginable. The sooner he finishes, the sooner he can rest. Jiang Ming focused intensely, and in less than 4 minutes, he wrapped 48 dumplings. He started boiling water, and with the help of the high-tech stove, the spirit spring water boiled in an instant. Jiang Ming dropped 4 portions of dumplings into the pot and continued to wrap more. Rolling the skins, placing the filling, and forming the pleats were seamless and fluid. Neither end was delayed. By the time the first pot of dumplings was ready, Jiang Ming had wrapped nearly 60 more dumplings. Practice makes perfect. The previous training was all theoretical. Unlike now, this is hands-on. Thanks to the Beast Master's physical strength, Jiang Ming could now wrap a dumpling in just over 3 seconds. This is about his limit. Once the dumplings were ready, he didn't even need to carry them out. The diners had already gathered at the kitchen entrance, admiring Jiang Ming's breathtaking skills. A girl with stars in her eyes began to take pictures with her phone. A serious man is the most handsome, especially when he is already quite handsome like Jiang Ming. Jiang Ming placed the dumplings through the window onto the money box, and the diners took them willingly. This further increased efficiency. Seeing this, Jiang Ming had an idea. How about letting the diners serve themselves in the future? Chapter 17, Sister's Shock. The Mingwei restaurant was bustling with noise, quite lively. Passers-by, puzzled by the long queue, curiously asked questions. Upon learning that the restaurant served spirit meals at only 688 a portion, their eyes turned green with envy. They contributed to the long line. But inside Mingwei restaurant was a different scene. Normally, people enjoy chatting during meals. The restaurant should be quite noisy. However, Mingwei restaurant was very quiet. Diners waiting for their meals stood at the kitchen door, eagerly anticipating. Those who received their meals were devouring them at the tables, completely immersed in the food, unable to extricate themselves. After finishing, they automatically stacked their bowls to the side. They didn't dare linger, fearing public outrage. As one person left, another immediately entered, obediently scanning to pay, then watching Jiang Ming wrap dumplings. These ordinary people had never seen a spirit chef making spirit meals live before. Everything felt so incongruous, yet so natural. However, as she walked further towards home, her expression grew increasingly unnatural. It felt like the end of this queue was at my house. The girl shook her head, dispelling the fantasy in her heart. Impossible, impossible. It's only the first day of business, and besides, how could so many people afford dumplings at 688 each? But seeing that the end was indeed her home, Jiang Yu was completely stunned. She stood there in a daze. Is it really my house? We're going to make it big. My brother and I can buy spirit beasts, Jiang Yu exclaimed, joyfully running towards Mingwei restaurant. Hey little girl, queue up. Yeah, you look so pretty. But why is your quality so low? We've been queuing since 9 in the morning. Do you think you can cut in line? No way. Jiang Yu's pretty face turned red from the accusations. She felt wronged. Everyone, step aside. This is the master's sister, the young master. If you keep talking nonsense, don't expect to eat. The voice was not loud, but everyone could hear it clearly. The crowd in line instantly changed their expressions. Little girl, I'm sorry. I didn't know you were the spirit chef's sister. Look at my mouth. Saying this, he slapped himself. This little girl is really pretty. Hurry in. Sorry. I offended you. I thought, how could such a beautiful girl be rude? Go in quickly. Jiang Yu, not yet 18, had never seen such a scene. Her face turned so red it reached her neck. She waved her small hands, and with her little backpack, she dashed into the restaurant. She hurried up the stairs in just a few steps. Jiang Ming stopped wrapping dumplings and looked up inside the restaurant. The tray next to him, capable of holding 200 dumplings, was already filled with plump dumplings. The kitchen was soundproof, but he could still see the commotion inside the restaurant. Jiang Ming shook his head and intentionally boiled an extra portion of dumplings for the next batch. System, deduct the payment for this portion from my account. I'm too lazy to scan. Jiang Ming distributed the dumplings to the diners before walking out of the kitchen with a bowl. Hey boss, you go ahead. We can serve ourselves. The new diners immediately reached out to take them, but it was as if their hands hit a wall. They couldn't get close to Jiang Ming at all. Jiang Ming's calm voice came through. Make way, this bowl of dumplings is for my sister. The diner stood aside, feeling embarrassed as a blush spread across his entire face. Oh my god, so awkward. Jiang Ming went upstairs and knocked on Jiang Yu's door. Yeah, come out for lunch. The little girl was hiding her head under the blanket, still shy from the earlier scene. That moment was even more embarrassing than speaking in front of the entire school as a representative. Bro, why is business so booming? Jiang Yu opened the door but didn't see Jiang Ming, just a steaming bowl of dumplings on the coffee table. Business was so booming that Jiang Ming didn't dare delay. A second of delay could mean losing a lot of small money. Didn't they see Jiang Ming hadn't eaten yet? In the Yaoyang building, at the top floor, Qian Yud was leisurely lying in his office chair smoking a cigar. With his feet propped up on the table, he was quite relaxed. Mr. Qian, a low-tier powerhouse from the Jiang family in the capital, has arrived in Yong City. I'm afraid Jiang Baishu might take this opportunity to suppress our Yaoyang group. Qian Yu took a deep puff of his cigar. Hiss. You think too highly of Jiang Baishu. The Jiang family in Yong City is just one of the 10 branches of the Jiang family in the capital. And a ground-level expert, can he really command them? A major event has recently occurred in the capital. The Chung family was wiped out overnight. And that ground-level expert is here to deal with some matters. Secretary Xiao Li's pupils suddenly widened. Boss, the Chung family in the capital is a first-class family. With their strongest visible combat power at level 8 of the heavenly rank. Who knows how strong they are behind the scenes? How could this be? Qian Yu chuckled softly. If you want to move the cake but don't have the strength, you will naturally be cleared away. Chapter 18. Qian Yu returned to Mingwei restaurant. Xiao Li's thin eyebrows shot up in surprise, her mouth agape, as if she had been hit by a freeze spell. Xiao Li's name is Li Yueying. As Qian Yu's right-hand assistant, her cultivation level is also at the second level of the mysterious rank. Naturally, she can connect the dots on certain matters. The recovery of spiritual energy has been ongoing for 100 years, and the 4 major superfamilies in the capital have never changed. This is because each family visibly has a level 10 heavenly rank expert. What is visible is merely for show and behind the scenes. Who knows how many heavenly rank experts there are, possibly even those above the heavenly rank. As a top first-class family, the Chung family gave birth to a prodigy 18 years ago, a natural 3-eyed child. The third eye is said to be able to see through all illusions, like the legendary Qing source Miao Dao Jinjuan in myths. Moreover, at the age of 3, a spiritual beast came seeking him and took the initiative to contract. After that, he repeatedly broke cultivation records. At 10, he reached the yellow rank. At 13, he reached the mysterious rank. This year at 18, his strength has reached the terrifying level of complete perfection in the mysterious rank. Just a little more, and he could break through to the ground level. Everyone in the capital is talking about the Chung family's prodigy. Some even say he will surely break through to the heavenly rank in the future and reach a realm beyond the heavenly rank. The Chung family's calamity is precisely because of this prodigy. It's not about having less, but about having unequal shares. Your family has a prodigy, mine does not. We are currently at an equal position, but once your family's prodigy fully matures, won't I have to bow down to you? How could this be? Damn you. This is the mindset of those in first-class forces. Your prodigy is a bit impressive, but if it's more impressive than mine, then that would be wrong. Right now, the 4 super families are barely sharing the cake in the capital. Adding another one, I won't be happy about that. Damn you. This is the thinking of superpowers. Thus, many forces united together to jointly destroy the still maturing Chung family. A grand drama suddenly unfolded in Xiao Li's heart. Boss Qian, what is the purpose of this ground-level expert coming to Yong City? There is no branch of the Chung family in Yong City. Qian Yud frowned. According to rumors, when the Chung family encountered trouble, the prodigy Qing Jihao was training in a ground-level secret realm somewhere in Dezhou province. Seeing that the secretary still wanted to ask, Qian Yud waved his hand. What do we need to know so much about the affairs of big figures? Those matters I heard from a friend. It's mealtime now. Let us call old Huang and go eat something good. Those dumplings are making me crave them. Qian Yud stood up, patting his belly. Li Yueying agreed and put aside the Chung family's matters to call Huang Shuei. The three of them left Yaoyang building and walked towards Mingwei restaurant. Old Qian, if those dumplings aren't as good as you said, don't blame me for flipping out and smashing the place. I want to give you face. Huang Shuei said, somewhat unconvinced. Among 100 beast masters, it's hard to find even one spiritual chef. Moreover, Huang Shuei has passed the tests of the spiritual chef mansion and is a level 6 spiritual chef of the yellow rank. He naturally has his own pride. Qian Yud said that someone's ordinary second-grade spiritual dish was even better than his yellow rank spiritual dish. If it weren't for the fact that he was saved by Qian Yud in a secret realm a few years ago, he would have already flipped out at someone else. Qian Yud looked at Huang Shuei, who was like a puffed-up cat. Old Huang, don't be anxious, you'll know once you eat. And even if you want to smash the place, you want to be able to. The owner bears all my pressure and acts like it's nothing. His strength has probably reached the mysterious rank. Huang Shuei's pupils contracted. The mysterious rank? Other than the head of the spiritual chef mansion, Zhou Liang. When did Yong City produce another mysterious rank spiritual chef? I don't know that, just follow me. Qian Yud and the others soon arrived at the pedestrian street. However, they were troubled by the long line of people. If we queue, we might not get to eat until night. Fortunately, soon someone recognized Qian Yud and flatteredly gave up their spots. Mr. Qian, please go ahead. Qian Yud shook his head and laughed. He didn't expect that coming to a small restaurant for a meal would require him to show his face. Shaoli, give each person 100 yuan. The three of them thus directly took the lead in the queue. Huang Shuei looked at the four big characters of Mingwei restaurant, frowning. Is this it? A small restaurant? Old Qian wouldn't be joking with me, right? How could a mysterious rank spiritual chef open a small restaurant on the street? This is too degrading. At this moment, a gust of wind blew, taking away a hint of dumpling aroma from inside the restaurant. Li Yueying was already intoxicated. So fragrant. Qian Yud's face was also full of smiles. This is the smell. Just right. Huang Shuei's expression changed, and he put away his dismissive attitude. This aroma is simply too fragrant. With his culinary skills, he absolutely couldn't make such delicious spiritual dishes. When three diners walked out of Mingwei restaurant, Qian Yud and his companions finally went in. Boss, I'm back again. I'd like 3 servings of dumplings. Jiang Ming looked up, and upon seeing Qian Yud, who had helped with a bit of free publicity, wore a friendly smile. Just a moment. The diners were astonished. Wow, I thought the boss was expressionless. I didn't expect him to smile. The boss looks too handsome when he smiles. Cooking well and looking good. I wonder which cabbage will be taken advantage of in the future. Qian Yud was not interested in watching Jiang Ming make dumplings, so he found a seat and started scrolling on his phone. Li Yueying was staring at Jiang Ming's face, her beautiful eyes curving into a crescent moon. A handsome and serious young man, such a delightful sight. It would be a waste not to look. Meanwhile, Huang Shuei was staring intently at Jiang Ming's dumpling-making technique. Outsiders watch the excitement, while insiders see the trick. Only Huang Shuei could perceive Jiang Ming's terrifying skills. Quick, precise, steady. Every movement was just right, without a single excess. And the size of the dough and the amount of filling were astonishingly consistent. Though Huang Shuei couldn't fully understand, he just knew. The folds on the dumplings were definitely not just casually pinched. They surely had their purpose. Watching Jiang Ming's techniques, he seemed to see his teacher from his apprenticeship. No, even his teacher couldn't compare to the young man before him. It's worth noting that his teacher was a mysterious rank spiritual chef. Chapter 19. Huang Shuei was completely convinced. His eyes were filled with shock. Who was this young man in front of him? At this age? His culinary skills are so astonishing. Could he be a spiritual chef secretly trained by the spiritual chef mansion, here to train on the street? With such foundation, if he wasn't a successor groomed by a major force, Huang Shuei would never believe it. Previously, he had looked down on this spiritual chef for running a small restaurant on the street. Now he was entirely won over by Jiang Ming's technique. Could this be the hidden master in the city? He was eager to taste this bowl of 688 yuan dumpling spiritual dish. One bowl after another of dumplings was neatly served by Jiang Ming and placed on the cash register through the window. The diners queued to receive them. Huang Shuei took 3 bowls of dumplings and placed them on the table. The already hungry Qian Yud snatched a bowl, eager to pop one into his mouth. A look of complete satisfaction on her face. That's the taste. Putting her head down and working hard, Li Yueying looked at the enticing large white dumplings in the bowl. Unlike Qian Yud, who was so crude, she picked one up, put it in her mouth, and took a light bite. The savory flavor of the meat filling instantly overwhelmed her taste buds, and Li Yueying was thoroughly captivated by this petite dumpling. Her eyes squinted into a narrow slit. Unable to suppress a moan, so delicious. She quickly tossed the other half of the dumpling into her mouth, her cheeks puffing up high as she chewed continuously. enjoying the happiness brought by the food. She was completely on Qian Yude's side now. Huang Xue's cooking simply couldn't compare to these dumplings. How could there be such delicious dumplings in this world? Huang Xue helplessly glared at these two unworldly folks. Then, with a serious expression, he stared intently at the dumplings in the bowl. The dumplings, with their plump shapes, bobbed on the surface of the soup, adorned with flower-like pleats on top. Looking very appealing. Huang Xue had already experienced the color and aroma of the food. Now it was just the taste that was missing. He picked up his chopsticks, grabbed a dumpling, and brought it to his nose to smell it. His mouth watered. His index finger twitched. The aroma he smelled at his nose was incredibly rich. And Huang Xue couldn't help but show a smug smile. He placed one end of the dumpling in his mouth and took a small bite, savoring it. The juices inside surged in his mouth like 1,000 horses charging. The flavor was indescribable. He then put the whole dumpling in his mouth. The dumpling skin was thin yet had a slight chewiness, while the meat filling was both fluffy and tender, incredibly delicious. After just a few chews, Huang Xue couldn't stop. By the time the dumpling had been swallowed, his facial expressions had changed multiple times. Shock, confusion, satisfaction. He suddenly slammed the table. This is impossible. Surprised. He momentarily forgot to control his strength, but the table, made of some unknown material, remained unscathed despite Huang Xue's full force. Cough, cough. Li Yueying was startled and choked, coughing wildly. Her delicate hand kept patting her chest. Qian Yude put down his chopsticks and looked at Huang Xue with dissatisfaction, softly scolding, "Old Huang, what are you doing? Don't embarrass me here." The kitchen was separated by a white curtain, but Huang Xue couldn't get in no matter what. With no other option, he could only come to Qian Yude. His eyes fixed on Jiang Ming, he blushed and gasped, "How did you do it?" While others couldn't tell what kind of spirit ingredients were used in these dumplings, he could. This bowl of spirit food had already reached the peak of the second grade in the mortal tier. However, the levels of the spirit ingredients used, whether it was the flour, chives, or pork, were all first-grade mortal tier. The water was second-grade mortal tier, but that wasn't the main ingredient. The level of spirit food depends on the level of spirit ingredients. This was a common understanding among all spirit chefs. To make a spirit food of the 6th grade in the yellow tier, he would need at least 9th-grade spirit ingredients. A low-grade mortal tier spirit food, according to his current skills, would also require ingredients of the same level to produce. Yet this young man in front of him had made a spirit food at the peak of the 2nd grade in the mortal tier using 1st-grade mortal ingredients. This broke all common sense. "It's not Li Jia. Old Huang, come quickly, don't embarrass yourself." Qian Yude's expression was somewhat displeased as he shouted loudly. But Huang Xue couldn't hear him. He was already immersed in his own world. His bloodshot eyes were fixed on Jiang Ming. "Please tell me." Jiang Ming was filled with questions. He was invincible in the restaurant and wasn't afraid at all. "Did this person eat my dumplings to the point of being foolish?" "Please do not question the system, host." It seemed he wasn't being foolish from eating dumplings. But what exactly did he want me to tell him? If it weren't for Qian Yude's face, Jiang Ming would have kicked Huang Xue out long ago. "What?" Huang Xue was somewhat at a loss due to this counter-question, and after a long while said, "Why can you make spirit food that is higher in level than the spirit ingredients?" Only then did Jiang Ming understand. He replied lightly, "It's simple. Just perfectly fuse the spiritual energy contained within the spirit ingredients." Hiss. Huang Xue gasped in surprise. Perfect fusion? It seemed that dumpling he had eaten earlier was indeed like this. Chives, pork, flour, even egg liquid, the spiritual energy perfectly fused without a hint of awkwardness. Huang Xue looked at Jiang Ming in shock. This person looked to be only around 20. He could actually perfectly fuse the spiritual energy within the spirit ingredients. A genius. No, this was already a prodigy. Huang Xue forced a wry smile. It was Yui who had been reckless, and he hoped for forgiveness for offending the master. Jiang Ming waved his hand, indicating it was fine. He naturally wouldn't mind and continued making dumplings. This was just a minor episode. How could it disturb Jiang Ming, who was immersed in the joy of making a little money? Huang Xue felt a sense of loss, continuing to watch Jiang Ming make dumplings. This master. With the most plain tone, he spoke the most profound words. Huh, simple? If perfectly fusing the spiritual energy of the spirit ingredients were simple, spirit chefs wouldn't be so rare. The assessment criteria for spirit chefs is 3 chances to use spirit ingredients to make spirit food not lower than the 3rd grade of the spirit ingredients. Moreover, each spirit chef can only be assessed twice a year. When he was assessed as a 6th grade spirit chef last year, he had to try 3 times. The first 2 failed due to insufficient fusion of spiritual energy, and only on the 3rd try did he meet the standard. But at that time, the examiner's evaluation was that his spiritual energy fusion was at 60, barely meeting the standard. Yet this 20-year-old master in front of him casually mentioned perfectly fusing spiritual energy, which truly made him feel somewhat defeated in his aspirations. He felt as if he had lived his whole life as a dog. looking at the giggling Li Yueying and then at the evasive-eyed Qian Yud. Old Qian, old Huang, don't worry. I thought you weren't going to eat anymore. So I helped you eat a few. Little Li also had some. Li Yueying huffed. What's wrong with eating a few dumplings? You just scared me. Huang Shui shook his head helplessly. Boss, give me another bowl of dumplings. Without needing Jiang Ming to speak, Qian Yu cheekily said, Old Huang, come back to eat tonight. Look at what it says on the wall. Huang Shui looked up, and the large red characters caught his eye. Each dish can only be ordered once per person per meal. Huang Shui wanted to cry, but had no tears. He had only eaten one out of the 12 dumplings in a bowl. Such delicious spirit food was undoubtedly a fatal temptation for a spirit chef. Old Huang, don't be anxious. There's still soup left, right? Chapter 20. The Deep Courtyard Complaining Woman. Huang Shui. You even left me soup? Thank you so much. Huang Shui angrily sat in his chair and took a big gulp from the bowl. Gulp, gulp, how refreshing. Indeed. It was a spirit food with perfectly fused spiritual energy. Even the soup was that delicious. But thinking about how all his dumplings had been eaten by the boss made him so angry, he felt like his liver was hurting. Huang Shui had been a spirit chef for decades. Yet, this was the first time he had tasted such delicious spirit food. After finishing the dumpling soup, Huang Shui reluctantly stood up and asked, Master, can I really not have another bowl? No. I let Qian Yud eat all my dumplings, so please make me another bowl. Rules. Upon hearing this, Huang Shui could only give up. Most spirit chefs had quirky tempers, especially this person in front of him who could make perfect spirit food. Once the word rules was mentioned, Huang Shui dared not say more. Sitting in his chair, he gazed at Qian Yud like a resentful woman in a deep courtyard. It was this man who robbed him of his spirit food. You little trash, can't play fair, sneak attacking, you have no strength. Humph, can we not have fun together anymore? Qian Yud felt somewhat uneasy inside. As a billionaire boss, it's truly quite unseemly for him to take food from his subordinates. But he just couldn't help himself. These dumplings were too delicious. He didn't eat enough in the morning, which left him restless all morning long. If he didn't eat more at noon, he feared he might suffer from lovesickness. If it weren't for Xiao Li guarding the food so tightly, he wouldn't even spare Xiao Li's portion. Wiping the corner of his mouth with a tissue, he stood up with a smile and said, Boss, let's come back tonight. After saying that, he left Mingwei Restaurant with a satisfied Xiao Li and the resentful Huang Shui. Outside Mingwei Restaurant, diners continued to come and go. Seeing Jiang Ming so busy, Jiang Yu didn't want to disturb him. When it was time for class, she bounced off to school with her little backpack. Her delicate face beaming with a smile. With business booming, she could buy a pet for her brother first. It wouldn't be long before she could buy one for herself. However, the events of the past 2 days felt like a dream to her. Both she and her brother had awakened their beastmaster talents. Moreover, her brother had the rare spirit chef talent. The first day's business was already so prosperous. Jiang Yu was afraid that all of this was just a long, beautiful dream. When she was lying in bed at noon, she bit down hard on her arm. The pain reminded her that this was not an illusion. Life had indeed become so wonderful. Perhaps this was the sweetness after bitterness. Surely, her parents were watching over them from above. Thinking of her parents, a hint of melancholy appeared on Jiang Yu's face. Her little fists, hidden in her sleeves, tightened. Mom and Dad, don't worry, we will definitely get revenge. Jiang Gongqing. Just wait and see. Jiang Yu didn't want to delve into why her brother could make spirit dishes right after waking up. Nor did she care where the enormous amount of spirit materials came from. She only knew that her brother was still her brother, and that was enough. She looked up at the sun hanging in the sky. The glaring sunlight made her eyes water, but the little girl still stubbornly stared at it. The sunlight warmed her face. It had been 2 years. Only she understood the hardships of those 2 years. But thankfully, life had finally gotten on the right track. This world needed 2 kinds of order, one underground and one above ground. The above-ground forces in Yong City were the Inspection Bureau and the military. The Inspection Bureau governed the common people and maintained public order. The military was stationed in the surrounding secret realms to fend off beast invasions, while also cleaning up some beastmasters who had become arrogant after gaining power. The underground forces consisted of dozens of gangs, large and small, that plundered Yong City thoroughly. Dressed in hip-hop attire, Li Xiang swaggered down the street with 2 non-mainstream younger brothers, one of whom was holding a burlap sack. The 3 entered a clothing store. Li Xiang laughed and said, Old Lu, your shop is doing quite well. The store owner, Old Lu, immediately nodded and bowed, handing over a cigarette while pulling out a wad of cash. Hello. Xianggu, this is the monthly payment for this month. Li Xiang took it, casually counted it, and tossed it to the younger brother behind him. Old Lu is good. Well done. Let us go to the next one. Take care, Xianggu, take care. Following Chaoyang Street, Li Xiang began collecting protection fees from one shop to another. Next to the clothing store was a hot pot restaurant. The owner, seeing Li Xiang walk away, began to curse. Bah, none of these gang members are good people. Old Lu quickly advised, Xiaomo, Be careful what you say. Comparatively, the Yunshui gang was quite decent, only taking a 20 profit and not charging extra. Meanwhile, the Menghu gang dominated Fengyang Street, where even the smallest shop had to pay at least 5,000. Sometimes they collected 2 or 3 times a month. If you couldn't pay, you'd have to pay with your hands. Xiao Mo's eyes darted around, her expression improving a little. No wonder the rent on Fengyang Street was more than half cheaper than on Chaoyang Street. Luckily, I didn't rent a shop on Fengyang Street. Otherwise, life would be unbearable. Another man squatted at the shop entrance, smoking, his face full of worry. Why do these gang members, as beast masters, not go kill fierce beasts, but always exploit us common folks instead? Old Lu sneered. Huh, kill fierce beasts? That's a life-threatening job. How can it compare to collecting rent safely? Several shop owners gathered to talk. Is the inspection bureau not taking action? Inspection bureau? What a joke. The gangs have beast masters. Can the inspection bureau manage that? That Li Xiang just now is a yellow-grade beast master. Does the inspection bureau dare to intervene? Exactly. As long as it's not too excessive. The military will just turn a blind eye. Officials and bandits collude, and some of the money they collect will be shared. After all, where there are people, there are rivers and lakes. Being an official is not just about the exams. Being in business is not just about the market, is not just a saying. Not becoming a beast master? To hell with that, everyone is equal. Chapter 21. Damn it, he got caught. Li Xiang looked curiously at the long line formed by the street. With his yellow-grade level 4 strength, he could naturally see that the head of the line was a restaurant. But it was already 2 o'clock. Why were there still so many people queuing? Mingwei restaurant? Isn't that Uncle John's place? Why is it open again? The image of that eternally cheerful middle-aged man floated in Li Xiang's mind, along with a bowl of Yangchun noodles from that cold winter before he became successful. If Mingwei restaurant has reopened, I have to support it. Let us go check it out. Li Xiang had been collecting rent on Chaoyang Street for years, and many people recognized his face. Someone wanted to remind him not to cut in line, but was interrupted by others. Are you looking for death? That's Li Xiang, the third of the Yunshui gang. Please. Xiang Gu. Smelling the aroma of dumplings, Li Xiang's fingers twitched. This Mingwei restaurant is great. The smell is much better than before. Just as he was about to step into the restaurant, the little parrot suddenly squawked. The restaurant is small and can only serve 8 diners at a time. Wait for someone to leave before you can enter. Li Xiang paused, revealing a playful smile. This parrot is quite interesting. His 2 younger brothers were not having it. You mixed feathered bird, do you dare to block Xiang Gu? Where's the boss? Call the boss out. I think this restaurant doesn't want to stay open anymore. Li Xiang felt a bit embarrassed. These 2 younger brothers were making a scene with a parrot. So humiliating. He decided not to bring them next time. The little parrot immediately got agitated. Who are you calling a mixed feathered bird? Your whole family is a mixed feathered bird. Bah. You lowly creature. I said you can't enter. So you can't enter. You cut in line, so go back and queue up. Xiang Gu, even if the king of heaven comes, you still have to wait for someone to leave before you can enter. Li Xiang stopped his younger brothers from wanting to fight. The Yunshui gang is not like other gangs. They abide by the rules. After collecting protection fees, they ensure the safety of the shops. When it comes to shopping or dining, the shopkeeper won't lose a single cent. If anyone were to cause trouble, the big sister wouldn't let them off lightly. Besides, Mingwei restaurant has a deep connection with him. You parrot is quite interesting. Is the boss in the store? I am an old friend of Jiang Zemin. The little parrot proudly replied, Jiang Zemin? I haven't heard of him. If you want to eat, you have to wait. That's the rule. Just then, Jiang Ming had just finished wrapping all the dumplings and walked out of the kitchen, preparing to remind the waiting diners outside that there were still 110 portions of dumplings left to prevent anyone from waiting too long and missing out. That is my dad. The parrot trembled all over. Oh no, oh no. It stiffly turned its head, and Jiang Ming could clearly see a flattering smile appear on its beak. Master, I'm sorry. Jiang Ming waved his hand, not wanting to hold a grudge against the little parrot. Looking at the hip-hop dressed man, the original owner's memories surfaced in his mind. Li Xiang, the third in command of the Yunshui gang, mainly responsible for collecting rent. At first, the relationship with his father was quite good. More than a year ago, Jiang Yu was bullied by some local ruffians and was saved by Li Xiang. Jiang Ming smiled at this. Xiang Gu, long time no see. Li Xiang looked at Jiang Ming in a daze and then cautiously asked, Are you Jiang Ming? After receiving a positive response, Li Xiang showed a delighted smile. Wow, you kid, didn't you say you were done for? How come you reopened the shop and it's thriving? If Uncle Jiang knew, he would definitely be happy. Mentioning his father, Jiang Ming's expression became a bit melancholic. Xiang Gu, thank you so much for these past 2 years. Although Li Xiang hadn't openly helped much, it was really impossible for the 2 siblings to hold on alone. For the past 2 years, no one had disturbed them, which must be due to Li Xiang's secret efforts. Li Xiang sighed. Oh, it's nothing. We're brothers. No need for thanks. Just don't blame me for not avenging Uncle Jiang. The Jiang family and the Yunshui gang truly didn't dare to provoke. Jiang Ming shook his head. How could it be? Xianggu, you've helped enough already. It's been so long since we last met. Come in and sit for a while. He gestured for them to enter. Host, please note the rules. You can only entertain 8 customers. Jiang Ming was speechless. This system is really inflexible. I know. I'll wait for 3 customers to leave before making dumplings. That should be fine, right? The system fell silent. Jiang Ming told Xiao about how many servings of dumplings were left, then led Li Xiang and the others into the restaurant. Once inside, the aroma of dumplings was even more intense, making one's appetite grow. Li Xiang patted Jiang Ming on the shoulder. You kid are doing well. This smell is simply amazing. The green-haired little brother pointed at the price list and shouted, Xianggu, this can't be a black shop, right? A bowl of dumplings costs 688. Only then did Li Xiang notice the price of the dumplings, staring at Jiang Ming in shock. Xiao Ming this. Jiang Ming smiled without saying a word. A nearby diner casually remarked, you've never seen it, have you? Dumplings are spiritual meals. 688 for a serving of spiritual meals. Go ahead and eat. Watching the shocked expressions of the 3, the diner chuckled inwardly. I felt that Boss Qian was bragging this morning. Finally, I got to witness it. Other diners who hadn't had a chance to speak wore regretful expressions. Damn, I've been fooled. Li Xiang looked at Jiang Ming in astonishment. The familiar face now feeling strange. Xiaoming, you've become a spiritual chef? But that didn't make sense. After Uncle Jiang passed, hadn't you been down and out? Plus, you're already 20. Li Xiang was puzzled and suddenly slapped Jiang Ming. So you've awakened early, huh? You were secretly cultivating, afraid of retaliation from the Jiang family, right? Now that you feel the time is right, you dare to open a shop? Your acting skills are good enough to fool even me. Jiang Ming's mouth twitched, almost unable to hold it in. Do you really need to have so much inner drama? I was still thinking of a reasonable excuse, and you filled it all in for me. Jiang Ming nodded. Xianggu, why don't you try my cooking? Chapter 22. Li Xiang was kneeling. The 2 little brothers beside him looked at their boss with eager eyes. Spiritual meals. They had never eaten such food in their lives. Li Xiang rubbed his hands together. With his current strength, he could only enjoy spiritual meals every few months, and that was thanks to his boss, Mu Shuiyun of the Yunshui gang. Plus, the aroma of these dumplings was so strong that his stomach was already protesting. Xiao Ming, then I'll gladly accept. He took out his phone and scanned the QR code at the cash box for 2064. They were all brothers. Li Xiang wouldn't take advantage. Just then, 3 customers finished and left, and Jiang Ming went to the kitchen to start making dumplings. Soon, 3 servings of dumplings were placed in front of Li Xiang. Xianggu, enjoy. Li Xiang nodded. Looking at the appealing dumplings in front of him, he picked one up and put it in his mouth. He had initially wanted to show off in front of his little brothers, but he was completely captivated by the deliciousness of the dumplings. My God, I know spiritual meals are delicious, but when did they become this good? The spiritual meals I had before didn't taste like this. The meat filling, the broth, the wrapper. This is so delicious. Ignoring the heat, he quickly stuffed his mouth full. Satisfied, he chewed. The little brothers didn't even have time to care about their boss's awkwardness. Lacking Li Xiang's strength, they couldn't wait to put the dumplings in their mouths. They severely underestimated the temperature of the dumplings. Too hot, but they couldn't bear to spit them out. So they could only pant like little dogs. In no time, Li Xiang had devoured all 12 dumplings, even downing the dumpling soup in one go. Li Xiang boldly declared, Xiaoming, give me another bowl. No, make it 4 servings and pack 1 to go. Jiang Ming was helpless. He could see the price on the menu, but those glaring red numbers seemed to be invisible to him. However, this was Xianggu. Jiang Ming still stated the rules verbally. No way, brother. You're still talking rules with me? Isn't that a bit unfair? A serving of dumplings is so cheap, I really didn't get enough. Li Xiang started playing the emotional card. Jiang Ming showed an apologetic smile. Xianggu, I'm sorry, but it really can't be done. The rules cannot be broken. Li Xiang had no choice but to accept his fate. Being a spiritual chef meant there were many rules. Those who understand, understand. Watching his little brother struggle with the second dumpling, Li Xiang's mind started working. Little Green, how does Xianggu treat you usually? The green-haired little brother, with dumplings in his mouth, mumbled like a dog. Since that's the case, isn't it fair for me to take a few dumplings? Although Li Xiang asked as a question, his hands didn't stop. He used 1 chopstick to stab 3 dumplings and 2 chopsticks for 6. They went into his bowl. The green-haired little brother's eyes turned red with anxiety. He glared at Li Xiang resentfully, clutching his bowl tightly. Little Red. Li Xiang's greedy hands reached toward the red-haired little brother. The red-haired one gave up resisting, watching helplessly as 6 dumplings disappeared from his bowl. Li Xiang nodded in satisfaction. A bowl of water must be balanced. How can I favor one over the other? I'm truly their good big brother. Picking up a dumpling, he started to eat slowly. He had eaten too quickly before and hadn't savored the flavor, so it was gone. Now he had to take his time. These dumplings are so delicious. I should come here to eat every day? He couldn't bring the two little brothers anymore. His salary wouldn't allow him to treat little brothers to lavish meals every day. One person eating for 688, 3 for 2064. 3 meals a day, that's 6,192. His wallet truly couldn't handle it. He still needed to save money for his future wife. After finishing, Li Xiang waved at Jiang Ming. Xiaoming, come here. I need to talk to you about something. What is up, Xianggo? Li Xiang's face showed difficulty, as if he was hesitant to speak. You know that Chaoyang Street is under the jurisdiction of the Shuiyun gang, right? Jiang Ming nodded. Li Xiang continued. All the shops on Chaoyang Street need to pay 20% of their profits to the Shuiyun gang every month as protection money. When Uncle Jiang was around, it was only 10%. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ming tightly covered his phone in his pocket. 10%? How can that work? Asking for his money is like asking for his life. Jiang Ming could only get 20% profit from selling a serving of dumplings. Based on today's booming business, he would have to sell at least 600 servings of dumplings. The money he could get, 68860002825560. Paying 10% profit would be 8,000. Besides, in the restaurant business, others could roughly estimate the turnover. Who would believe that a restaurant only makes 20% profit? You ordered a plate of spicy stir-fried meat with chili for 48, and the shopkeeper said they only made 96 profit. Can you believe that? System exploitation is one thing, but now the gang wants to exploit me too? No way. Jiang Ming sat down and stared into Li Xiang's eyes. Brother Xiang, I can't pay this money. This shop just opened, and Yaya has awakened her beast master talent this month. I need to save money to buy her a better pet. Of course, as your younger brother. I can't make things difficult for you. Go tell your gang leader to come talk to me directly. Li Xiang's face was conflicted, and he was struggling internally. He was mainly responsible for collecting rent, and for a small shop, he could just turn a blind eye. Mingwei restaurant was doing so well now. At this price, the daily turnover must be hundreds of thousands. A monthly revenue of over 10 million was not impossible. You could say that the protection fee collected by this restaurant could easily cover an entire street. He couldn't cover for this. But to trouble Mu Laoda for such a trivial matter would make him look bad in front of others in the gang. His position as the third in command was coveted by many. Jiang Ming, having lived 2 lives, saw through his embarrassment. Brother Xiang, 2 people came to my restaurant today. Li Xiang initially didn't take it seriously, but the next thing Jiang Ming said shocked him. One is Qian Yud, and the other is President Xi. Li Xiang, what? Qian Yud? The richest man in Yong City. Qian Yud? The 5th strongest on the Yong City power rankings. Qian Yud? Jiang Ming nodded. What? How could President Qian possibly eat here? Jiang Ming, if you don't believe it, you can ask the diners around. They came in the morning and at noon. Li Xiang looked around and got a positive response. He muttered, you mean President Xi? Could it be the old hero Xi Wanli? Jiang Ming took out President Xi's business card from his pocket and handed it to Li Xiang. Li Xiang, wow. He gave Jiang Ming a thumbs up. You're amazing. No wonder you dare to show your strength now. With President Qian and President Xi backing you, you can indeed stand up to the Jiang family. Jiang Ming scratched his head. Brother Xiang, do you still want to pay this protection fee? Li Xiang suddenly stood up. Pay my ass. Chapter 23. Mission accomplished. If Jiang Ming had mentioned earlier that Mingwei restaurant had President Qian and President Xi backing it, Li Xiang wouldn't even have brought up the protection fee. Yong City is divided into 2 districts, north and south. The Yunshui gang only governs a part of the northern district. The gang leader, Mu Shuiyun, is only at the Xian level 3. Whether it's the richest man in Yong City, Qian Yud, or the old hero Xi Wanli, they are not people they can provoke. Li Xiang smiled bitterly. Xiaoming, you're really good at hiding, quietly getting so close to such powerful figures. Jiang Ming smiled at Li Xiang, not explaining. If it was a misunderstanding, so be it. He wasn't planning to rely on others. After all, in the restaurant, he was invincible, eating spirit dishes every day, practicing cultivation. And when his skills reached perfection, he could naturally seek revenge. Li Xiang took out a card from his pocket and handed it to Jiang Ming. This card has some money. Didn't you say that Yaya has awakened her talent? Consider it a little gift from me as her older brother to buy her a better pet. Jiang Ming hurriedly declined. Brother Xiang, how can I accept this? Li Xiang looked displeased, his voice carrying a hint of anger. Take it. Are you saying that now that you're a spirit chef, you don't recognize your poor relative anymore? I was once a stray dog on the street. It was Uncle Jiang who gave me a bowl of Yanshun noodles that I could have my current status. I'm a rough man, but I know one thing. If someone treats me well, I will repay them double. 2 years ago, Uncle Jiang was killed by the second son of the Jiang family in a car accident, and I think about killing that beast every moment. If it weren't for that beast drinking and speeding, messing around with that mistress in the car, Uncle Jiang would never have died. But I am a waste. A Huang level 4 waste. I haven't had the face to see you all for 2 years. Uncle Jiang, I regarded you as my real father. By the end, Li Xiang sounded like an angry lion, roaring incessantly. The pressure of Huang level 4 emanated from him. The diners in the restaurant were scared and trembling. Some dropped their chopsticks, making a crisp sound as they hit the ground. Seeing that he had disturbed Jiang Ming's business, Li Xiang suddenly slapped his younger brother's head. Are you still eating? Stop acting like a starving ghost. You could reflect a green mane in that bowl. Hurry up and get lost. As he reached the door, he called out, Xiao Ming, remember to call me when it's time for revenge. Everyone could hear the sobbing in Li Xiang's voice. Jiang Ming stared blankly at Li Xiang's retreating figure. This hip-hop-looking man felt both familiar and slightly strange. Yet this sense of strangeness was very comforting. It turned out that apart from his children, there were still people who remembered his father. Jiang Ming smiled. Good. The green-haired younger brother rambled on. He had been with Li Xiang for a longer time, so he understood some things. Boss Jiang, Brother Xiang has been training like crazy these past 2 years, going from mortal level 7 to Huang level 4. That's why Brother Xiang could sit in the third-in-command position of the Yunshui gang. Brother Xiang has always been holding back his anger. Today he spoke a bit harshly. Don't take it to heart, and don't ruin the relationship. Jiang Ming nodded, putting the card into his pants pocket. You should hurry and find Brother Xiang. He's already far away. As for revenge, it's been 2 years. There's no need to rush. Just wait a bit longer. Wait until I have absolute certainty before acting. Time flew by, and it was now 10 p.m. Under the regretful gazes of the diners outside, a physically exhausted Jiang Ming pulled down the roller shutter. From 11:30 a.m. until now, he hadn't stopped for a moment. Jiang Ming still underestimated the significance of spirit dishes in the hearts of ordinary people. The 300 dumplings prepared for lunch sold out by nearly 4 o'clock. However, the system said that the more dumplings sold, the more generous the rewards. Jiang Ming kept this in mind. So at 3 o'clock, he prepared 400 dumplings. Even now, there were still dozens of people lining up outside. That day, nearly 800 dumplings were sold. Jiang Ming was exhausted, even with the physique of a beast master. He couldn't withstand such a workload. He clearly realized that cooking is also a physically demanding job. After more than 10 hours of busy work, his limbs felt as heavy as lead. After much effort, Jiang Ming finally climbed up the stairs. His calves were still trembling. He said to Jiang Yu, who was still watching TV, Yeah, go to bed early. Tomorrow we need to go to the Beast Master Association to check your talent level. Jiang Yu, wearing Snoopy pajamas, had her long, fair legs propped up on the coffee table, smiling sweetly at Jiang Ming. I know. Brother, you've been busy all day. You're definitely exhausted. Go rest quickly. It feels so good to lie down. Jiang Ming picked up his phone to check the balance in his account and smiled broadly. Looking like a big fool weighing 200 pounds. You reap what you sow, no matter how tired I am. It's worth it. Today he sold 795 dumplings, earning a full 100,000. His savings increased by a third. After a few more days of work, he would have enough money for his sister's pet. Once the excitement wore off, Jiang Ming felt his eyelids twitching, fatigue sweeping over him. So tired. He only slept 5 hours yesterday, and today he worked all day. He's not made of iron. He was already exhausted. Ding. Task. Sell 100 dumplings today completed. Reward. Dipping sauces. Fresh vinegar sauce. Super spicy sauce. New dish unlocked. Chive dumpling set. Priced at 888. Detected that the host exceeded expectations by selling 800, starting to calculate extra rewards. Reward 1. 1 tenfold cultivation card. Reward 2. New dish. Fragrant perch. Do you want to claim the reward? A drop of crystal clear liquid dripped from Jiang Ming's corner of his mouth. Don't bother me. I'm trying to sleep. Chapter 24. Not opening the door this morning. System dish. Who the hell are you? Speak clearly. Sleep, sleep, sleep. Get up and have fun. Speak clearly. Be careful, I might not want you as a host anymore. Stop pretending, still sleeping? Get up and talk clearly. It turns out you can never wake up a person who is utterly exhausted. Jiang Ming waved his hand as if swatting away mosquitoes. He turned over and continued to snore deeply. System. He had been managing the system for many years. And today he was actually taken advantage of by a little brat host. He felt quite uncomfortable about it. The eastern sky brightened with a hint of dawn. Outside the Mingware restaurant, a crowd had gathered. They eagerly awaited Jiang Ming to open the door. Many people came with their families. They just wanted their loved ones to taste those indescribably delicious dumplings. It was already 6:30. Why wasn't the door open yet? Is the boss not in business anymore? That chive dumpling is simply a man's gas station. After 10 years, I finally saw admiration in my wife's eyes, thanks to the chive dumplings. For the dignity of a man, I would go bankrupt just to eat a portion of chive dumplings every day. The diners waited until 7 o'clock. Finally, they heard some noise from inside. The boss was about to open the door. The boss opening so late, not being proactive in making money. What is wrong with his mindset? But when the roller shutter was raised, hundreds of eyes saw a youthful and beautiful girl. Jiang Yu's eyes widened in shock. Standing there in a daze, the strap of her backpack slipped from her shoulder. Can someone tell her why there are hundreds of people surrounding her door at 7 in the morning? She stiffly raised her hand, putting on a smile that looked worse than crying. Hi, how are you? The diners were somewhat disappointed to see it wasn't Jiang Ming opening the door. However, some recognized her as Jiang Ming's sister. Hello, little boss. When will your brother open the door? Jiang Yu's mouth twitched. Little boss. What the hell is that? What the hell, little boss? My brother was too tired yesterday. He's still sleeping. He might not open the door this morning. After saying that, she pulled down the roller shutter again. She squeezed her way through the crowd and ran away as if escaping. Oh my God, how embarrassing. The diners, upon hearing this, were filled with disappointment. And you tell me the door won't open this morning? What the hell, my wife is about to wake up. How am I supposed to present my tribute without Boss Zhang's dumplings? It's over. The family status I worked so hard to build is going to vanish because the boss is closed. Boss, if you don't open the door in the morning, what should I do about my wife? The crowd immediately dispersed by more than half. However, there were still some who were unwilling to give up, still waiting at the restaurant's entrance. Jiang Yu, escaping the crowd, had a flushed face full of embarrassment. Even when she got to school, the redness didn't fade. The crowd gathered on the school playground formed neat rows, each full of spirit and energy. Jiang Yu hurriedly joined the line. 2 buses that could seat 50 people each were parked nearby. These students were all awakened Beastmaster talents, led by 2 teachers, heading to the Beastmaster Association for talent level testing. Yeah, are you sick? Jiang Yu's best friend Su Yingying asked with concern upon seeing Jiang Yu's appearance. Jiang Yu quickly waved her hand. No, it's just a bit hot today. Hot. Su Yingying looked at the sky in surprise, then glanced at her own coat. In front of the line, the teacher glanced at the watch and counted the students. It's about time, everyone get on the bus. The students surged into the bus, their faces either excited or nervous. Talent can be said to determine the upper limit of their future achievements. It is divided into levels. Level, and the highest level. Looking at the whole world, there isn't a single strong person at the heavenly stage without a talent of level or above. If one only has level talent, without opportunities, they would be stuck at yellow stage. Today could be said to be the most important day for them, even surpassing next year's big unified examination. The bus was buzzing with chatter. I've recently improved my physical strength a lot. Could I be level talent? You wish. Our Yangqing High School has been established for over 30 years, and the highest talent we've seen is last year's senior Jiang Yuan, and he was only level. Right? Do you think you can compare to senior Jiang Yuan? He hasn't even entered university yet, and I heard he is already at yellow stage level 9. I'd be satisfied if I awakened a level talent. Just don't let it be level. The bus slowly started. The leading teacher stood at the front of the bus and cleared his throat. Silence. You have awakened your beast master talent. You are already the pride of heaven. Even with level talent, as long as you dare to fight with fierce beasts, becoming yellow stage is not a problem. Adjust your mindset and just wait for the test. Guessing here will only affect your mentality. Jiang Yu sat in her seat, watching the scenery outside the window zoom past. Her tightly clenched hands showed that she wasn't as calm as she appeared. The quality of her talent was very important to her. After all, she carried a blood feud. At 9 a.m., Jiang Ming woke up, still groggy. Sleeping until dawn feels so comfortable. Host, do you want to claim the reward? The system's melancholic electronic voice sounded. Jiang Ming shivered. What's wrong with the system? Why is it so moody so early in the morning? However, the dream he had last night was quite strange. In his dream, there were always mosquitoes buzzing in his ears. He killed one, and immediately another appeared. But rewards? Jiang Ming probed his mind. He found the task had turned into a golden completion state. Spicy sauce and fresh vinegar sauce. Just adding 2 sauces made it a set meal? And the price went up by $200? Please do not question the system's decisions. Spicy sauce and fresh vinegar sauce are made from level 1 ordinary materials. Ready-made. No need for the host to make. Jiang Ming understood. Since they were ordinary materials, it made sense that they were $100 more. System. Let's claim them all. Reward distribution in progress. Sauce distribution. Tenfold cultivation card distribution. Chapter 25. New dish. Fragrant perch. Fragrant perch distribution. Just as the system's voice fell, the method for making fragrant perch was input into Jiang Ming's mind. Jiang Ming quickly closed his eyes to experience it. A few seconds later, Jiang Ming opened his eyes, drool unconsciously flowing from the corner of his mouth. In those few seconds, he had mentally made fragrant perch at least 1,000 times. He clearly understood in his heart that if the perch was made this way, the taste would be incredibly delicious. It would definitely rival the chive dumplings. He took a quick look at the tenfold cultivation card. As the name suggests, it could increase the cultivation speed tenfold. It lasts for 12 hours. This was a good thing. He would use it when he had time. Jiang Ming put the tenfold cultivation card into the Beast Master space. Sanbao, as his beast, had never entered the Beast Master space. Unfortunately, Jiang Ming could only treat the space like a storage bag. The taste of the perch in his mind kept enticing him. Jiang Ming hurriedly changed his clothes and rushed downstairs. He had been busy all day yesterday and hadn't eaten. Moreover, after making the perch 1,000 times, each time made the craving in his stomach protest. He was starving. Arriving at the kitchen, the spicy sauce and fresh vinegar sauce were in 2 transparent buckets, with a switch for dispensing the sauce. The buckets were right on the table. There is a groove on the desktop, and inside the groove are small bowls, making it very convenient to serve. In the corner, there is also a water tank. Inside, several 1-pound bass are swimming freely. Despite the still water and no oxygen being supplied, the bass are as lively as if they were in a river. Jiang Ming has become accustomed to the black technology produced by the system. Common level 3 spirit beast, burrowing bass. Strength sealed, host can safely catch it. The meat is fresh and tender, making it excellent material for fragrant steamed bass. Jiang Ming is quick and decisive. He suddenly reaches in. This one will do. A 1-pound bass is lifted up by him. The fish's tail keeps beating, splashing water all over Jiang Ming's face. He wipes his face with his hand. Great. Now I don't even need to wash my face. He places the fish on the cutting board. Jiang Ming chuckles mischievously. How can you swim without shedding your clothes? Isn't that indecent? Let me scale you. With a swift motion, the knife glimmers, and fish scales fly everywhere. After 30 seconds, the clean base lies quietly on the cutting board. Ingredients like scallions and ginger have already been prepared by the system, right next to the seasoning box. He activates his talent, spiritual awareness. He slices them into strips and soaks them in water for later use. The bass is scored and marinated with a spoonful of the system-provided steamed fish soy sauce and other seasonings. Jiang Ming has maintained his talent throughout. When the spiritual energy from all the ingredients reaches its peak, Jiang Ming uses his spiritual power to lock it in. The soaked scallions and ginger are laid on a plate, and then the base is placed on top. The pot is set to steam, and the plate is placed inside. After a while, Jiang Ming pours out the water from the plate. He adds a few spoonfuls of the system-made rice wine. A few minutes later, it's done. He drizzles a spoonful of hot oil on top. The aroma wafts up. Just a scratch of it makes one salivate. With the system's training, every step Jiang Ming takes is textbook level. His timing is just right. The taste of base is greatly related to the steaming time, only when cooked just right. The fish meat will have that tender and smooth texture, fully showcasing its freshness. If steamed too long, the meat becomes tough, greatly ruining the taste. Jiang Ming carefully brings out the base. The smell is simply intoxicating. It's even more fragrant than chive dumplings. The fish's aroma combined with the freshness of rice wine and the fragrance of scallions and ginger. All the flavors blend perfectly together. Jiang Ming's nose is practically flying into the plate. No wonder the system calls it fragrant steamed base. Jiang Ming feels that if he doesn't take another bite, he might die of craving. He tears off a piece of fish meat, dips it in the sauce. The fish melts in his mouth, exquisite beyond compare. Jiang Ming almost swallows his tongue. Immersed in the deliciousness, he doesn't want to talk at all, taking one bite after another, eating nonstop. Every bite of this delicious fish meat is a pleasure. Jiang Ming devours the 1-pound bass until only the fish bones remain. It's spotless, not a shred of meat in sight, as beautiful as jade. Jiang Ming pats his belly, secretly amazed. Spirit beasts are indeed different. Even the bones are so beautiful. At the same time, he feels the spiritual energy around him seems to find an outlet, slowly flowing into his body. Eating this fish actually speeds up his cultivation. Jiang Ming takes the opportunity to circulate his spiritual energy and begins to cultivate. An hour later, he opens his eyes. His level has broken through, reaching common level 3. Eating the base can enhance his cultivation speed by about 50. The effect lasts for an hour. Jiang Ming is shocked. Is this what spirit cuisine is? The effect of chive dumplings isn't very obvious, only enhancing a man's endurance. But this base is really powerful. The spirit chef is truly formidable. This is just a common level spirit cuisine. What kind of astonishing effects would a yellow, mysterious, or even heavenly level spirit cuisine have? No wonder high-level spirit chefs are treated as honored guests everywhere. Fragrant steamed base, 1 for 55.55, a great deal. Jiang Ming boldly scans the code on the money box. He's got money. How generous. However, the pricing leaves him speechless. Is 55.55 meant to make diners cry? System. Tell me in detail about the effects of fragrant steamed base. Fragrant steamed base, common level 4 spirit cuisine, can moderately enhance the cultivation speed of common level beast tamers for 1 hour. Yellow level beast tamers can slightly enhance their cultivation speed for 1 hour. No effect above yellow level. Note, it has a slight effect on breaking through bottlenecks. The cultivation speed enhancement gradually decreases with the beast tamer's level. Meanwhile, 2 new dishes appear on the menu. Chive dumpling set, priced at $888. Fragrant steamed base, priced at $5,555. It's getting late. Time to prepare the ingredients and start business. Jiang Ming walks into the kitchen, beginning to knead the dough and prepare the meat filling. For now, the main customers are still ordinary people, although the fragrant steamed base tastes better and is very beneficial for beast tamers. The price of $5,555 makes it unaffordable for many ordinary people. Shouldn't he make more? On the second day of opening, the puppy dub Bao comes into the kitchen. Woof! After barking to catch Jiang Ming's attention, it rolls over and exposes its belly while whimpering a few times. Jiang Ming smiles. The Bao is clearly hungry, asking for food. No wonder, yesterday was too busy. Even his sister went out to eat dinner by herself. Not to mention San Bao. However, the dumpling ingredients aren't ready yet, so Jiang Ming decides to make a fragrant steamed base. No matter who suffers, he can't let his child go hungry. This is also a good opportunity to test San Bao's strength. The effective spirit cuisine is not only effective for humans. According to the system, San Bao could easily overpower the Jiang family, but he still wants to see it with his own eyes to believe it. After all, it concerns his own life. Jiang Ming washes his hands at the sink. First, he scans the money box to pay. Then he goes to the water tank to catch a burrowing base. Bang bang bang. In just a few moves, a fragrant steamed base is divided into 3 portions and given to San Bao. San Bao eats heartily. Jiang Ming, on the other hand, senses the spiritual energy content around him. He finds that whether it's the cat, the puppy, or the parrot, the absorption of spiritual energy hasn't changed. It seems San Bao's strength definitely exceeds the yellow level. The lower limit is known, but the upper limit remains a mystery. This troublesome system doesn't tell him what level of ferocious beast San Bao is. Sigh. This really worries him as the host. Jiang Ming strokes the cat's head. Bao only takes advantage of Jiang Ming when it's mealtime. After enjoying the pleasure of petting the cat for a while, Jiang Ming opens the roll-up door. Mingware restaurant officially opens for business. Now he has to make money. Jiang Ming knows that his sister's talent is definitely extraordinary. The first time she ate chive dumplings, she broke through to common level 2. Even he, with the same level of talent, only broke through after practicing for a while at night. It's no wonder he was a bit weak at that time. However, according to his estimates, his sister must at least be a level talent. When the time comes to buy a pet beast, he must get one with high growth potential. It's a nurturing game. Jiang Ming wants to raise his sister to be the strongest beast tamer in the beast tamer world. Outside, the diners are already waiting with empty stomachs. Those sitting on the steps in front of the restaurant have been waiting since around 6 in the morning. Now they're so hungry they don't even want to talk. Seeing the roll-up door move, they quickly stand up and form a line. Each one is exceptionally well-behaved. Boss, you finally opened the door. I've been waiting for 5 hours. I didn't eat last night, and I specially asked for leave from work today, just to be here. Boss, I brought my son along. He just awakened his beast master talent, so I wanted to treat him to a nice meal. Jiang Ming still had a poker face, just nodding slightly. Come in. I want to go over the rules. He turned and walked toward the kitchen. The diners showed flattering smiles. They understood. Only 8 people can come in at a time. Someone shouted from the back. The boss has opened the door. Line up and enter in an orderly fashion. The first batch of diners, 8 people, walked into the Mingware restaurant. They skillfully went to the cash box to scan their codes and all ordered a portion of chive dumplings. Some diners noticed the price list and exclaimed, Boss, your base is over 5,000. Hey, what's included in this chive dumpling set? Jiang Ming's kitchen was soundproof, so he could only hear the diners ordering. However, the parrot provided the answer. Aromatic base, a level 4 ordinary spirit dish. Aromatic for 10 miles, mouth-watering, not for 9,999. Not 8,888. Just 5,555. You deserve it. The chive dumpling set is priced at $888. It includes 1 portion of chive dumplings, 1 portion of spicy sauce, and 1 portion of fresh vinegar sauce. A 3-in-1 deal. Extra quantity also means extra price. A conscientious restaurant, 666. The parrot's voice wasn't loud, but all the diners could hear it. People waiting outside began to discuss. The boss has new dishes, but that base is too expensive, I can't afford it. But I want to try the chive dumpling set. Who says otherwise? Over 5,000 for base. Although it's a level 4 ordinary spirit dish, it's still not something we common folks can afford. This chive dumpling set has an extra 2 dipping sauces, and it went up by 200, my goodness. Exactly. Chili sauce and vinegar are usually free elsewhere. This is a black shop. Black shop my foot. Can you find a spirit dish worth 688 anywhere else? You idiot. Aren't you the owner of the restaurant next door? Trying to attract hatred here? That's really low. Hee. With your brain, you can still be a boss? That's a spirit chef here. Be careful or you might lose your life one day. The black shop owner's face instantly turned as red as a monkey's butt, and he was very scared inside. He just saw that the Mingware restaurant was doing good business and felt a bit jealous, so he said a few words. He didn't expect that the chef here was a spirit chef. If he had known beforehand, even with 100 guts, he wouldn't dare to talk nonsense here. He covered his face to prevent others from seeing him and stumbled away. Looking back at the diners already in the restaurant, 6 of them heard the parrot's words. But seeing the price of 5,555, they hesitated. They weren't beast masters, spending a month's salary just to satisfy their appetites. How would they live? However, there was a middle-aged man who struggled to look at the aromatic base. He had level 8 ordinary strength. When he was young and serving in the military, he fought against fierce beasts and got severely injured. Although he received timely treatment, he still had lingering injuries, couldn't make any progress in his cultivation. And his pet beast had also perished. His monthly salary was considerable, so he could afford to eat this base occasionally. Moreover, today was such an important day, his son awakened his beast master talent, which was even stronger than him. Gritting his teeth, he said, "Boss, give me a portion of base and 2 bowls of dumplings." The surrounding diners immediately looked at the middle-aged man with admiration. This is a big shot. He can afford a fish over 5,000. Chapter 27, The Crazy Aromatic Base. Jiang Ming walked out of the kitchen holding 2 trays. The trays held 8 bowls of dumplings and a plate of base. The aroma of the base instantly overshadowed the fragrance of the dumplings, making the surrounding diners sniff excitedly. I thought the dumplings were the most fragrant, but this fish is unexpectedly so aromatic. I really want to order one to eat. Just think about it. It's over 5,000. Can you afford it? Stop talking. Let us hurry up and eat dumplings. The middle-aged man pushed the base in front of his son. Eat. I can't provide you with a particularly good life. You'll need to work hard in the future. Joining the military, I don't oppose it. But I still hope you think carefully. After all, Sai, let us not talk about it. Just eat. His son, with a somewhat youthful face, was filled with determination. Dad, I've thought it through. I want to join the military. You named me Zheng Jie, and I want to be a person that everyone respects. Protecting the country and guarding a place. That's what a real man should do. 17 or 18 years old, it was the age of rampant youthful idealism. The middle-aged man smiled, his wrinkles all coming together. This kid, he really takes after me. He has my spirit. Since it was like this, he felt no need to persuade him further. The children will have their own blessings. Their path would ultimately be walked by themselves. Excessive interference would be counterproductive. As long as you don't regret it in the future. If this restaurant sold alcohol, he would definitely drink a couple of glasses. Looking at his son with satisfaction, he said, "Xiao Jie, Dad supports you. The food is getting cold. Hurry and eat." Zheng Jie then picked up his chopsticks, picked up a piece of fish, and put it in his mouth. His eyes instantly lit up. What kind of earthly delicacy is this? Is this really something you can eat in the mortal realm? The fish in 5-star restaurants is simply worlds apart from this. After just one bite, he couldn't stop anymore. The middle-aged man watched his son eat happily. The heart that was originally a bit pained instantly felt at ease. Parents are like that. They just want to do their best for their children. Eat slowly. Don't choke. Zheng Jie suddenly felt a bit embarrassed. In 5 seconds, he had already eaten half a fish. Pushing the plate toward his father, he said, "Dad, you eat too." But he felt the spiritual energy continuously pouring into him. Zheng Jie didn't care about the occasion anymore, quickly closed his eyes, and began to cultivate. But he found that his son was actually closing his eyes to cultivate. Moreover, the speed at which the spiritual energy was pouring in was completely not like that of a level 1 ordinary beast master. So fast. Could it be that my son is a rare talent for cultivation? He didn't dare to disturb him and quietly waited by his son's side, forgetting to eat the dumplings. His slightly trembling body revealed the middle-aged man's unrest. Diners were replaced batch by batch. Some people had already begun to look at this father and son discontentedly. Can't you see there are so many people waiting behind? There are only 8 chairs in the restaurant. You two have been sitting for so long. Don't you have any sense of public morality? But the middle-aged man ignored their curses. Let them say whatever they want. Right now, my son is the most important. He could feel that the spiritual power within his son was rapidly filling up. Perhaps he would break through soon. The old Zheng family finally produced a prodigy. Could my dream of becoming a general be realized through my son? The middle-aged man thought of this and couldn't help but feel tears in his eyes. Half an hour later, Zheng Jie opened his eyes, looking incredulous. "Dad, I broke through." Zheng Jun was overjoyed, unable to close his mouth. "Ha, good. Good. My son Zheng Jun is actually a genius." Looking at his father going crazy, Zheng Jie felt a bit embarrassed. He wished he could find a crack in the ground to hide in. At his age, it was the time when he cared most about his image. How could he bear his father shouting in public? Besides, whether he was a genius or not, he was very clear in his heart. The breakthrough was entirely due to the base in front of him. Eating it actually enhanced his cultivation speed, and a subtle feeling was produced within him. It was because of this feeling that he could break through in one go. raising his cultivation to level 2 ordinary. Dad, don't go crazy. This fish can enhance the cultivation speed. What? Zheng Jun's eyes nearly popped out. A 4th grade ordinary level spiritual dish can enhance cultivation speed? Impossible. Having served in the army, he knew that spiritual dishes that are helpful for cultivation are at least at the yellow level. How could an ordinary level dish possibly do that? Zheng Jie forced a smile. Aren't you going to try it to find out? Zheng Jun quickly picked up a piece of fish and put it in his mouth. Delicious. Even though it was cold, the meat was still tender and flavorful. He didn't forget the main purpose. Closing his eyes, he carefully sensed it. He felt the long-lost spiritual energy nourishing his body through his meridians. Zheng Jun opened his eyes. He was convinced. Completely convinced. What kind of divine being is this boss? The effect of an ordinary level spiritual dish actually allowed him to experience the long-lost sensation of spiritual energy entering his body. His meridians had been damaged, and he hadn't felt the sensation of spiritual energy entering his body for a long time. However, a hint of disappointment flashed in his eyes. Sigh. It turns out my son is not a genius. Eat. Hurry up and eat. Zheng Jun picked up a chopstick of fish and, with his ordinary level 8th grade physique, directly shoved it into his son's mouth. Such good fish meat absolutely cannot be wasted. Drink the soup clean, eat all the scallions and ginger, and chew the bones into bits before swallowing. Zheng Jie submitted to his dad's tyranny. He could only obediently comply. It was painful yet joyful. The soup was so delicious, so tasty. The scallions were good, and the ginger was not spicy at all, surprisingly sweet. The fish bones were crunchy, just a bit hard on the throat. A diner raised a question to Zheng Jun. Hey, brother, can this fish really enhance the cultivation speed? After receiving a positive answer, everyone became agitated. A fish costing over 5,000 could allow someone to break through from ordinary level 1 to ordinary level 2. Isn't that equivalent to spending 5,000 to buy a level? Then this money isn't expensive at all. You get to eat delicious food and enhance your strength. It's too worth it. With a change in mindset, they started calling relatives who had awakened at home. Hello, big sister, didn't one want to awaken? Come quickly to Mingwei restaurant. There's a spiritual dish that can enhance strength. Hello. Second uncle, hurry and bring Xiao Tian to Mingwei restaurant on Chaoyang Street. Hello. Third aunt, come quickly. Chapter 28, Jiang Yu goes home. Zheng Jie picked up the plate and licked the last bit of soup clean. Seeing this, Zheng Jun grabbed his son and ran outside. When Jiang Ming had just come out, he had explained all the effects of the fragrant base. At the same time, he established a new rule: no cultivation in the restaurant. Upon learning that there was only 1 hour of accelerated cultivation time, Zheng Jun could no longer stay. Afraid that the noise on the street would disturb Zheng Jie's cultivation, he rented a room at a nearby inn. The innkeeper looked at the duo with a strange expression, but Zheng Jun didn't care at all. The world is vast, but his son's cultivation is the most important. After they left, the restaurant's business returned to normal. Thanks to their promotion, the sales of the fragrant base increased significantly. Before long, 7 or 8 fish were sold. Time slowly passed, and a girl's silver bell-like voice rang outside the restaurant. Jiang Yu joyfully jumped into Mingwei restaurant. The lotus mark on her forehead stood out, making her already beautiful face even more stunning. She looked like a fairy, transcending the earthly realm. Behind her was an elderly man with kind eyes. It was Chairman Shi. Jiang Yu patted the bird crown of Little Bao and rubbed the head of De Bao. She rushed to the money box and gave Air Bao a big kiss on the cheek. Holding the cat, she couldn't stop petting it. After going to the Beastmaster Association to check her talent level, the little girl's mood was evidently good. Seeing Chairman Shi, Jiang Ming was taken aback, then smiled kindly. He walked to the door. We'll stop service here for lunch and reopen at 5 in the evening. If you want to eat, come early. Ignoring the complaints from the crowd waiting outside, when the last diner finished their meal and left, Jiang Ming pulled down the rolling shutter. At this moment, only Jiang Ming, Jiang Yu, and Shi Wanli remained in the restaurant. Yeah, what level of talent did you awaken? He guess? Jiang Ming rolled his eyes. Boring. Ignoring his sister, Jiang Ming slightly bowed to Shi Wanli to show respect. Chairman Shi, why are you with my sister? Shi Wanli's wrinkles creased as he smiled. Boss Jiang, what a coincidence. I didn't expect Jiang Yu to be your sister. But your sister is impressive. She's the first person in Yong City to awaken a talent. Jiang Ming was somewhat surprised. He could roughly guess his sister's talent, but this level was indeed unexpected. There were still outsiders present, so it wasn't appropriate to discuss such private matters regarding talent. The Beastmaster Association could only check the talent level and inform Beastmasters of their talents' effects. The effects of talents are secrets for Beastmasters and cannot be easily disclosed to others. Jiang Yu puffed up her small face, angrily. Stupid brother. Not cooperating at all. So boring. She increased the strength of her hand, petting the cat. Air Bao let out a satisfied meow. Meow. Yes, that's it, a bit harder. Brother. I am now a verified Ordinary Level 3 Beastmaster by the Beastmaster Association, and I possess a high-level talent. If you ignore me like this, you'll easily lose this big leg to lean on. Jiang Yu was quirky. Jiang Ming helplessly shook his head and waved his hand. Adults are talking. Kids should go upstairs to watch TV. Chairman, she was a point of suspicion. Jiang Ming couldn't directly discuss his sister's talent's effects until he clarified things with him first. Jiang Yu stomped her foot, pouting her lips high as if she could hang a small oil pot on it. She huffed and went upstairs angrily, holding air bow. Shi Wanli chuckled. How could he not see that Jiang Ming was somewhat wary of him? These two siblings were both clever. They didn't reveal anything at all. Shi Wanli had also investigated their past through connections, so he understood Jiang Ming's caution. Laughing, he said, Boss Jiang seems to be a bit defensive against this old man. Jiang Ming pulled up a chair, gesturing for Shi Wanli to sit. I'm just a bit curious. Why is Chairman Shi with my sister? Shi Wanli's expression turned serious. Do you know what high-level talent means? As long as they don't die young, their future achievements will at least be that of a ground-level powerhouse. But what Shi Wanli said next made Jiang Ming's expression change drastically. The Beastmaster Association has people from the Jiang family. Jiang family. With this reminder from Shi Wanli, Jiang Ming felt a surge of fear. Cold sweat broke out, soaking his clothes. He had just arrived in this world, and his mindset hadn't fully shifted yet. Plus, the order of this world was still largely intact. He thought it was still the peaceful society of his previous life. But when extraordinary powers emerge, the dark side will also increase. If the Jiang family found out that his sister awakened a high-level talent, they definitely wouldn't let it go. A wolf eats a rabbit. Would it fear the rabbit's offspring seeking revenge? It's just an extra meal. But if it ate a wounded tiger, it would naturally need to eradicate the root of the problem. It wouldn't give the young tiger a chance to grow. Seeing Jiang Ming's face finally change, Shi Wanli chuckled lightly. Chairman Shi, thank you. May I ask what you want? Jiang Ming firmly believed that there was no help without reason. But who was Shi Wanli? He was a great hero in Yong City. If there were no requests, Jiang Ming would never believe it. Shi Wanli's smile never faded. He picked up his cup and took a sip. You are really straightforward. The old man won't hide anything. I have high hopes for you. Everything you do now can be seen as an investment. With Jiang Yu's talent, her future achievements will surely be great, and at just 20 years old. To create a perfect spirit meal, even if it's only a second-tier ordinary grade, is quite impressive. Jiang Ming believed more than half of what was said. He also wanted to show his own cards to level the playing field between them. Chairman Shi, what you want is for me to create a 10th-tier mysterious spirit meal for you, the mysterious turtle and sea eel soup, and a first-tier earthly spirit meal, the 10-beast stew, right? Jiang Ming's words were like a thunderclap, exploding in Shi Wanli's heart. What? Chapter 29, Shi Wanli's past. Snap. Shi Wanli couldn't hold the bowl of water steady. The ceramic bowl fell to the ground with a crisp sound, and the fragments flew everywhere with the splash of water. The old man looked at the young boy in shock. After investigation, Shi Wanli learned that Jiang Ming could only become a spirit chef for 2 years at most. Even with extraordinary talent, after 2 years, the best he could hope for was to become a yellow-tier beastmaster. But how could he know the 2 spirit meals I need? Could it be someone behind him told him? Shi Wanli did not believe that a self-awakened wild beastmaster could become a spirit chef and create perfect spirit meals. There must be an unknown teacher behind him. Seeing that his words had the desired effect, Jiang Ming continued. Chairman Shi, you are a hero of Yong City. Why doesn't the official side restore your strength? At this moment, Jiang Ming had seized the initiative in the conversation. Shi Wanli's lips curled into a bitter smile, containing endless bitterness. Someone is suppressing me. Who? Jiang Ming pressed. The Jiang family. Jiang Ming's pupils dilated. The Jiang family? Again the Jiang family. Why? But in the end, he still said softly, back then, a mysterious realm of the mysterious tier suddenly erupted in Yong City, catching everyone off guard. This realm was right next to my house. As the president of the Beastmaster Association, I naturally had to take responsibility and immediately went to the battlefield to fend off the beast invasion. But unexpectedly, because I made them lose a little profit, the Jiang family actually added insult to injury. They threatened all the gangs in Yong City not to send reinforcements. Shi Wanli's eyes flashed with an uncontrollable anger, panting heavily, his body trembling. The only beast masters resisting the beast invasion were me, my old partner, and my son. With 3 people resisting in the mysterious tier realm, the outcome was predictable. My old partner and son are gone, my daughter-in-law went mad from fear. And even my 5-year-old grandson had an accident not long after. Only I, this waste, with the title of hero, the Jiang family did not dare to act recklessly. Which is why I have barely survived until now. With my military achievements, it should be enough to restore my strength, but the Jiang family won't allow it. Fearing Jiang Ming wouldn't understand, Shi Wanli added, the Jiang family in the imperial capital won't allow it. Jiang Ming fell silent. He hadn't expected this revered old hero to have such a tragic past. This society is too dark. All the glamour is just surface level. Boss Jiang, we have a common enemy. Shi Wanli sighed deeply from his seat, his gaze hollow. Jiang Ming calculated internally. He had a system, and in the restaurant, he was invincible. He wasn't afraid of the Jiang family coming for revenge. But his sister couldn't be left out. Jiang Ming didn't want to keep Jiang Yu locked up at home like a canary in a cage. Chairman Shi, within 3 months at most. I can create those 2 spirit meals for you to restore your strength. You prepare the main ingredients yourself. However, during these 3 months, you need to send someone to protect my sister's safety. If the Jiang family tears their face, you just need to escort Yaya to the restaurant. Shi Wanli nodded. Praising, Boss Jiang, the power behind you is truly not small. A first-tier earthly spirit meal can just be given. However, I can only gather 1 portion of the main ingredients. If you agree, I will announce tomorrow that I will take Jiang Yu as my disciple and personally protect her for 3 months. Jiang Ming smiled. Chairman, she seems to have misunderstood something. I don't have any power behind me. All I have is a facade. Jiang Ming extended his hand. Pleasure doing business. Pleasure doing business. Shi Wanli laughed bitterly. After being suppressed by the Jiang family for years, I can hardly even leave Yong City. A hero of Yong City, once outside, is nothing. He had resigned himself to fate, but suddenly saw this Mingwei restaurant, bringing a ray of light to his originally dim life. Even if this ray of light was so faint, he still wanted to hold on tightly. Boss Jiang, I haven't eaten yet. Your dumplings are really tempting. Could you serve me a portion? Jiang Ming stared at Shi Wanli for a while before saying, Okay, we have new dishes today. Would you like to try? Shi Wanli glanced at the price list, his eyes seemingly reminiscing about something. Perch. I haven't eaten that in a long time, so I'll trouble you, Boss Jiang. Jiang Ming pointed to the cash box. 1 portion of chive dumplings, 1 portion of fragrant perch, 62.43, a fair price. Chairman Shi, we just agreed to collaborate. And now I have to pay to eat at your restaurant? And there's not even a discount. You must be joking with me. Seeing Jiang Ming's serious eyes, Shi Wanli sighed. Scan to pay. After receiving the payment, Jiang Ming went to the kitchen to get busy. Having Shi Wanli protect Jiang Yu, although not entirely safe, was indeed the most stable approach for now. Jiang Yu's lively personality made it impossible for her to stay at home. Recently, Qian Yu had been coming to the restaurant for meals without fail, but Jiang Ming and he were at most acquaintances, not to the extent of asking him to take care of his sister. As for Li Xiang, he would surely agree to protect Jiang Yu, but his strength was too weak, only at the yellow tier, level 4. If the Jiang family really took action, Li Xiang would likely only end up dead in front of his sister. While cooking, Jiang Ming pondered where his sister could be. Once the dishes were ready, it would be best for his sister to follow Shi Wanli first. When Shi Wanli saw Jiang Ming coming out with the food tray, smelling the fragrance of the perch, he showed an expression of enjoyment. No wonder it's called fragrant perch. It really is fragrant. Shi Wanli didn't even glance at the dumplings, diving straight into the perch, eating without stopping. As he ate, a tear rolled down from the corner of Shi Wanli's eye. Chairman Shi, what's wrong? Is it so good that you're crying? Chapter 30, New Task Released. Shi Wanli wiped his eyes and looked at Jiang Ming with a speechless expression. Crying? Your spirit meal is delicious, but it's not to the point of crying. Young man, don't be too narcissistic. After finishing the plate of perch, Shi Wanli put down his chopsticks, his words tinged with sadness. I was just reminded of some sad memories. My old partner often made perch for me, and your skill is only half of hers. Jiang Ming curled his lips. Half? You're really overestimating it. However, Jiang Ming didn't dwell on it. Everyone would be stubborn. If he insisted on making someone change their words, it would only seem difficult. At this moment, Jiang Ming's doubts about Shi Wanli dissipated by more than half. That kind of emotional reaction to a scene is not something one can easily fake. Shi Wanli finished the chive dumplings as well, stood up, and tidied his clothes. Young friend Jiang, I hope you will take care of my strength. I guarantee Jiang you will be fine for 3 months. Chairman Shi, don't worry. Within 3 months, I will definitely prepare those 2 spirit meals for you. Jiang Ming replied, his attitude neither servile nor overbearing. After seeing Shi Wanli off, Jiang Ming returned to the kitchen to get busy. There was still a little cat upstairs that hadn't been coaxed yet, but cats are all the same. Relying on food temptation is enough. Walking on the street, Shi Wanli suddenly shook his head and laughed. After living for so long, it was the first time he was led by the nose in front of a junior, and he had no way to counter it. Jiang Ming, quite interesting, but I have waited too long. Don't let me down. Wife, walk slowly on the Naiha Bridge. Wait for me. In the Mingwei restaurant, Jiang Ming looked at 2 plump and tender sea bass on the dining table, along with a big bowl containing 30 plump dumplings. He nodded in satisfaction. System, can Shi Wanli's words be trusted? Ding. Since you asked sincerely, I will benevolently tell you. According to system detection, the credibility of Shi Wanli's words is 100. Jiang Ming finally dispelled the last bit of doubt in his heart. He underestimated the treachery of this society. Now he just wants to make everything perfect, without any leaks. Jiang Ming also wanted to quickly improve his strength and restore Shi President's cultivation. Firstly, to repay Shi President for today's kindness, if it weren't for him. Secondly, Shi President is currently the strongest ally Jiang Ming can rely on. Qian Yude's influence is not as strong as Shi Wanli's. Once Shi Wanli's strength is restored, he will be a ground-level powerhouse. His pet, the Tsanghu, in a seriously injured and dying state, already possesses the strength of level 9 in the mysterious rank. What kind of strength will the Tsanghu have in its complete state? It will definitely reach the ground level. System, when can I make the Xian Gui Haishan soup and the 10 beast stew? Please don't daydream. One step at a time, take it slow. Task completion reward, fried rice. Failure penalty, close the shop for a month of training. Jiang Ming helplessly accepted reality. It seems that learning Wu Yazi's 70 years of skills like Su Zhu is impossible for now. However, getting a task with a reward of fried rice is still quite good. With the chive dumplings and fragrant sea base in front of him, Jiang Ming would not underestimate this simple fried rice. System produced. It must be a premium product. I just wonder how amazing this fried rice, which everyone can cook, will be in the system's hands. Jiang Ming stopped chatting with the system. If he didn't eat soon, the food would get cold. Yeah, come down for dinner. Jiang Ming shouted loudly at the stairway. Soon, a meowing voice like a little kitten came back. No food, I want to eat. The voice was adorably fierce. Jiang Ming smiled helplessly. Even though his sister was sensible, she was still a little girl who couldn't understand her brother's good intentions. Brother knows he was wrong. Especially made the fish you like to make it up to you. What's wrong? Hey, this girl is getting a bit too demanding. Jiang Ming rubbed his nose, thinking he should just coax his sister. He shouldn't be uncooperative, shouldn't be fierce, shouldn't ignore her. I really know I was wrong. So hurry down to eat, don't starve. Footsteps came from upstairs, and Jiang Ming breathed a sigh of relief. Women are really hard to please. In his previous life, he found it troublesome, so he didn't get married even in his 30s. In this life, having a sister, there's no choice but to pamper her. The 5 of them gathered around the dining table. Jiang Yu hugged the second treasure, her brows still raised. However, her eyes were fixed on the fragrant sea base. Jiang Ming could clearly see the motion of the little girl swallowing. The head of the family is still Jiang Ming. He wouldn't let Jiang Yu move her chopsticks until he spoke. Yeah, I'm sorry. Jiang Yu. How could she really be angry with her brother? Listening to Jiang Ming's sincere apology, she felt a bit at a loss. Her little hands waved around in the air. Huh, it's okay, I forgive you. Jiang Ming couldn't help but chuckle at his sister's awkwardness. He reached out and rubbed Jiang Yu's little head. You didn't eat lunch. You must be starving. Hurry up and eat. He didn't plan to tell Jiang Yu about today's crisis. Let his sister remain carefree for as long as possible. Let him bear the hardships. After all, he is the brother. Jiang Yu swatted Jiang Ming's hand away and huffed. I'm not a child anymore. Impatient. She picked up a big piece of fish and stuffed it into her mouth. Her cheeks puffed up and her eyes squinted. Her cute appearance was endearing. Bro, this new dish you made is so delicious. Jiang Yu kept picking up food with her chopsticks, speaking with her mouth full. Jiang Ming smiled indulgently and put some food into the little treasure's plate before he started eating himself. Jiang Ming then cleaned up the mess in the kitchen. From their conversation during dinner, he learned that Jiang Yu's awakened fire-type talent was newly emerged. The Beastmaster Association named it Holy Flame Red Lotus. Its effect can significantly enhance the power and training speed of fire attribute beasts. Since Jiang Yu didn't have a beast yet, she didn't know how much it could enhance. However, as a talent, the power increase would definitely not be small. Jiang Yu also mentioned that there was a lotus flower in her mind, and she currently didn't know what its function was. After cleaning the kitchen, Jiang Ming sat down to rest. In his arms was the shiny black first treasure. Don't touch the second treasure. After saving some more money, he would take his sister to the Beastmaster Association to choose a pet. Chapter 31. The Jiang Family's Movements. At the junction of the north and south districts of Yong City, separated by a large river named Jinjiang, which is several hundred meters wide. The bridges built over it connect the north and south districts. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that land in Yong City is extremely precious. The large ancient-style buildings with red walls and high roofs make one think it is a palace. However, saying so isn't entirely wrong. The Jiang family in Yong City is like an emperor. In the center of this architectural complex stands a 3-story building. In the meeting hall on the first floor, about 10 people are seated. A man in a blue robe, exuding an extraordinary aura, sits in the main seat. The head of the Jiang family, Jiang Baishu. Jiang Baishu said with a serious expression, Jiang Yu has awakened a level talent. This girl has a great grudge against our Jiang family. She cannot be left alive. The man in the first seat on the left spoke. The school bus had already been rigged with bombs. If it weren't for that old guy Shi Wanli intervening, Jiang Yu would have died long ago. An old man snorted coldly. That old dog Shi Wanli seems to have not given up on revenge. Huh. Shi Wanli is just a waste who doesn't even dare to leave Yong City. Nothing to fear. Someone said disdainfully. You can't say that. Shi Wanli was quite tough back then. As soon as these words came out, they remembered Shi Wanli's tragic state when his family was destroyed. And laughter filled the meeting hall. Jiang Baishu pressed his hand down. The crowd immediately quieted down. Shi Wanli is not to be feared. Now the difficult one is Jiang Yu. As soon as this was said, the crowd began to stir again. Although Jiang Yu has a level talent, it is only when she grows up that she can be considered a genius. A dead person is just a corpse. Yes, just send someone to kill her. What is there to be afraid of? What a pity, the level talent owner died so early. She just awakened. Sending a level 8 or 9 ordinary person to crush her would suffice. Why is the head so nervous? Jiang Baishu's face turned pale. He roared angrily, enough. Get out. A pressure from long-term authority emanated, causing the crowd to change color and break into cold sweat. They all felt confused about why Jiang Baishu was so furious. Trembling, they exited the meeting hall. Jiang Baishu frowned deeply. A bunch of fools. They still think it's as simple as crushing a mortal. A level talent owner, even if they haven't grown up, is not something that can be casually erased. The military and major universities must have already mobilized. They might go looking for Jiang Yu tomorrow. If you don't take action soon, there won't be any opportunities left. Jiang Baishu was filled with anger thinking about Jiang Gongqing. It's all this useless brother's fault. If it weren't for the fact that he was his younger brother, he would have wanted to sell Jiang Gongqing off. A tier 6 talent holder, just awakened, and he died in a safe city. Is that even possible? If the actions aren't clean, and it's discovered, the Jiang family in Yong City won't have any reason to exist. Although the military turns a blind eye to some things, there are still lines that can't be crossed. Once that thin layer of paper is broken, who can withstand the power of the national machine? The only good news now is that the tier 6 powerhouse from the Jiang family in the capital is not currently in Yong City. The family is all about profit. They, as outsiders, are not even valued by the main family. A tier 6 talent holder, separated from the small Yong City branch. Jiang Baishu was certain that the tier 6 powerhouse would choose Jiang Yu, annihilate the Yong City branch to make a good impression on Jiang Yu. By then, Jiang Yu might even be grateful to the main family. After some brainwashing from the family, decades later, the main family could gain at least a tier 6 enforcer, or even a tier 9 guardian. But what about the Jiang family in Yong City? Decades later, if they can produce a tier 6, that would be considered good. The main family would definitely keep track of this account clearly. The Jiang family in Yong City, acting like local emperors, became like walking on thin ice due to a little girl awakening a tier 6 talent. One misstep, and they would be doomed. Jiang Baishu stood up and went to the 3rd floor. He reached into an inconspicuous small box. Click. A phone fell out of the hidden compartment. The contact list contained only one number, which he dialed. A flat voice came from the other end. Boss. Jiang Baishu responded with a grunt. Remember, there is no connection to the Jiang family. Beep beep beep. After a busy signal, Jiang Baishu summoned his pet. Level 8, Blood Poison Spider. The blood poison spider spat out silk, wrapping the phone. In no time, the silk dissipated into spiritual energy. The phone was almost completely corroded. Jiang Yu, for you. I used up an important trump card, and you deserve your tier 6 talent. Jiang Baishu sighed in relief, his gaze dark as he stared out the window. In the slums of the southern district, a middle-aged man with a square face tossed the phone into the beast space and stepped outside. Dezhu, where are you going at this hour? The middle-aged man smiled innocently. Suihua, I'm not going anywhere, just taking a stroll. His direction was towards North Street. No one would expect that this innocent-looking man was a blue-tier killer from the Shadow Organization. Codename, Ghost Scorpion. Official bounty, 500. Strength, level 5. He was also a death warrior trained by the Jiang family in Yong City. Some shady and tricky matters were handled by him, like dealing with the grandson of Shi Wanli. Inside Mingwei restaurant, Jiang Ming stopped his training as the effect of the bass fish's accelerated cultivation ended. His strength remained at level 3 of the mortal stage, but his internal spiritual energy was increasingly abundant. After a few more days of training, he would be able to break through. Yay, I've broken through to level 4 of the mortal stage. Jiang Ming listened to Jiang Yu's cheerful shout, and a hint of bitterness appeared in his heart. Both of them had tier 6 talents, and he even had a system. How could he not cultivate as fast as his sister? So embarrassing. It was time to plan the store opening. Otherwise, there wouldn't be any time to cultivate. How would he protect his sister then? How would he maintain his authority as an older brother? 8-hour workdays would do. Morning, 6:30 to 8:30. Noon, 11 to 1:30. Evening, 5 to 8:30. Sleep for 6 hours, work for 8 hours, and allocate an hour for ingredient preparation. That leaves 9 hours for cultivation. Plus, he had a tenfold cultivation card in his pocket. For the sake of his brotherly authority, his cultivation must always be higher than his sister's. Grind. Work hard. Chapter 32. Can we have less? On the top floor of Yaoyang building. Ha ha ha, Manager Wan. This project is truly amazing. It made me 3 billion. Manager Wan, named Wan Tianlu, was the chairman of another major group in Yong City, Tungfei Group. His fortune exceeded 100 million. However, compared to Qian Yud, he was still a few levels lower. Qian Yud was impressive, with connections, vision, and decisiveness that were top-notch. I've prepared a table of wine at Huihai Pavilion. I hope Manager Qian will grace us with his presence. Qian Yud smiled mysteriously. Old Wan, I'll take you to a place that's definitely 1,000 times better than Huihai Pavilion. Wan Tianlu looked surprised. He had done his homework before coming. Qian Yud's favorite restaurant was Huihai Pavilion. Why wasn't he going this time? He had spent a lot of money to buy a level 8 yellow-tier xianbing crab and had it prepared by the spiritual chef at Huihai Pavilion, just to ensure the project's successful conclusion today. A shrewd man like him wouldn't directly ask. He expressed his doubts in a roundabout way. Oh, is there a place in Yong City better than Huihai Pavilion? Qian Yud smacked his lips, recalling the taste of the dumplings and bass fish at Mingwei Restaurant. He had been busy with this project all day and hadn't even gone to Mingwei Restaurant for lunch. Old Wan, the place I'm taking you to can't even compare to Huihai Pavilion. I guarantee that once you go there, you won't want to eat at any other restaurant again. Wan Tianlu laughed. Then tonight, I'll follow Manager Qian's arrangements. Qian Yud waved his hand. Don't worry, you won't be disappointed. That restaurant opens at 5 in the evening. Let us have some tea first. At the headquarters of the Yinshui gang, Li Xiang was reporting to a stunning woman. Sister, there's a restaurant run by a spiritual chef on Chaoyang Street, backed by Shi Wanli and Qian Yud. They said they need you to negotiate a protection fee. Mu Shuiyun raised an eyebrow. A spiritual chef running a fly-infested restaurant? Little Xiang, are you not pulling my leg? Li Xiang smiled apologetically. I wouldn't dare. If you don't believe me, I'll take you to see it tonight. Mu Shuiyun chuckled lightly. Then let's go take a look. I was planning to celebrate my breakthrough at Huihai Pavilion, but now I'll go there instead. She instructed those around her. Call all the capable members of the gang to join us for dinner. Li Xiang felt a jolt in his heart. The capable members referred to those with strength above yellow tier, about 10 people. Mingwei Restaurant only accommodates 8 guests at a time. They would have to dine in 2 shifts. Sister is so concerned about face, it might cause some trouble. Li Xiang could only hope that Jiang Ming was clever enough not to be too rigid and stick to the rules. Mu Shuiyun lazily stretched, her backless dress perfectly accentuating her figure. Li Xiang's eyes widened. He swallowed hard. Originally planning to remind his sister of some rules at Mingwei Restaurant, he forgot them all. The scene was too beautiful. Li Xiang turned his flushed face away. His boss is a real stunner. Little Xiang, if that restaurant really has the backing of the old hero and fatty Qian, the protection fee can be waived. Time passed, and it was now 4 in the afternoon. Inside Mingwei Restaurant, after wrapping the dumplings for the evening, Jiang Ming sat in a chair with a worried expression. But the prices at his restaurant were too high. The cheapest chive dumplings cost 688 a portion. Ordinary folks could hardly afford to eat there even once a month. Even a mortal stage beastmaster's savings might not last for 2 meals in 3 days. And he didn't know any wealthy friends. Asking Qian Yud for help with advertising? Their relationship wasn't at that level yet. The task was too daunting. System, can you ease up a bit? Or make it 30. System, get lost. Do you think this is a vegetable market where you can bargain? 50 units, not 1 less. Otherwise, we'll close the shop. Jiang Ming closed his mouth sulkily. The system is too aggressive. I can't provoke it. I can't provoke it. Closing the shop is impossible. However, to complete the task, he decided to open the shop early. If he really couldn't complete the task, he could only shamelessly ask Shi Wanli to help with advertising. Clatter. The sound of the rolling shutter outside made the waiting diners feel incredibly wonderful. Rem, I knew it. The wait was worth it. The boss opened the shop early. It's only 4:16 and the boss has opened the shop. I thought the boss was a very stubborn person. Boss, I'd like an order of chive dumplings. I feel like there is something in your dumplings. They're addictive. I always want to eat them. Jiang Ming got busy in the kitchen. More than an hour passed. Business was booming, and Jiang Ming didn't stop at all. Money was flowing in, but they were all new customers. Moreover, the line outside has decreased significantly compared to before. After all, the prices are too high. Ordinary people can only try it occasionally. Qian Yud and his group had arrived at Chaoyang Street. Wan Tianlu was a bit doubtful. Isn't Chaoyang Street just a small street? Can the food made by restaurants here be better than Huihai Pavilion? Look, that's it. Qian Yud pointed ahead. Wan Tianlu looked at the 4 big characters of Mingwei Restaurant. Isn't this just a fly-infested joint? Has President Qian's taste changed recently? What good food can a fly-infested joint make? Just as Wan Tianlu was about to walk directly into the restaurant, he was pulled back by Qian Yud. Old Wan, if you want to eat, you have to queue. It's the rule. Wan Tianlu was completely dumbfounded. This is not the President Qian I know. Although there weren't many people in front, what were their identities? How could they queue at a fly-infested joint? Seeing Qian Yud really lining up, and not joking, he could only obediently queue up. He was extremely curious about this Mingware restaurant. What kind of deliciousness could make Yong City's richest man Qian Yud willingly queue up? Chapter 33, Can't Stop at All. As soon as Wan Tianlu entered the restaurant, his nose couldn't help but start sniffing. His mouth was also salivating crazily. Fragrant. It's really too fragrant. Even the chive dumplings his mom made weren't this fragrant. Could it be that there are masters among the common people? Or is President Qian really a foodie? He could find such a hidden restaurant. Wan Tianlu had completely put away his previous contempt. Now that he had money, he liked to eat delicious food. He was a true gourmand, a chef who could create such fragrant dishes, not to mention running a fly-infested joint. He would be willing to eat, even if it was just a street-side stall. Wan Tianlu looked at the price list on the wall. There were only 3 dishes. No, it should be counted as 2. Chive dumplings and chive dumpling set. Isn't that just 1 dish? However, the price. For a spiritual dish. It was a bit too cheap. Qian Yud walked to the cash register. Boss Jiang, I'll have 7 chive dumpling sets and 7 fragrant perch. Scan to pay. 43701. He also brought Li Yueying and Huang Shui, while Wan Tianlu brought 3 little brothers. Jiang Ming's eyes lit up when he saw that Qian Yud brought people. Friends of rich people must also be rich. Jiang Ming was very confident in his skills. As long as they had a meal, if they had extra money, they would definitely come again. Li Yueying and Huang Shui sat in their chairs, unable to hide their excitement. They had been coming to Mingware restaurant for every meal these past 2 days. The dumplings, the perch, they could never get tired of them. Every time was as delicious as ever. It made people want to swallow their tongues. Wan Tianlu's 3 little brothers started whispering among themselves. Can the food from this fly-infested joint really be better than Huihai Pavilion? It smells quite fragrant, but I don't know how it tastes. I thought this time we could enjoy some food at Huihai Pavilion, but ended up at this fly-infested joint, sigh. There wasn't even a cup of water on the table. How can you treat guests like this? Li Yueying giggled. These 3 ignorant guys will end up with their faces slapped hard. Wan Tianlu was watching Jiang Ming's operations in the kitchen by the cash register. Although he wasn't a spiritual chef, he had eaten a lot of spiritual dishes, so he could pick up on some things. Watching Jiang Ming take out the lively perch from the water tank, Wan Tianlu nodded in satisfaction. The perch was plump and vibrant. Moreover, it was freshly killed, and the meat's freshness could be preserved to the maximum extent. However, Wan Tianlu couldn't understand Jiang Ming's next move. He was cutting patterns into the perch. 7 fish, each one different. What is the significance behind this? Wan Tianlu pondered. He certainly didn't know that when Jiang Ming was cutting the patterns. He activated his talent, perfectly locking in the spiritual energy of the lively perch, while also making it more flavorful. Looking at the only other customer in the restaurant, the man hadn't raised his head at all, focusing on the dumplings in front of him, and he had already finished all the dumplings. Only the dumpling soup was left, and he was still scooping it up with a spoon, making it look very awkward. Are these dumplings really that delicious? He can't even bear to drink a sip of the soup. Now, Wan Tianlu's anticipation was even stronger, sitting in his chair. He was somewhat impatient to taste this delicacy. This is your meal. Jiang Ming distributed the dishes one by one. Wan Tianlu's 3 little brothers looked at the chive dumplings and started whispering again. These dumplings don't even have oil. Can they taste good? Not to mention oil. There aren't even any chopped green onions. The perch looks quite good and smells nice. But how could it be better than Huihai Pavilion? Meanwhile, Qian Yud, Li Yueying, and Huang Shui started eating directly, ignoring the others' complaints. Wan Tianlu's face turned awkward. These 3 useless guys were really embarrassing him. They only knew that Huihai Pavilion was the best restaurant in Yong City, and also the most expensive. After eating with him a few times, they felt that no food could compare to Huihai Pavilion's dishes. Shut up, all of you. The 3 little brothers immediately dared not say more. But when they took their first bite with their chopsticks, their aggrieved faces suddenly changed. The 3 of them began to stare at each other in disbelief. You look at me, I look at you, and then look at him. Finally, they fixed their gaze on the perch and dumplings. How can this be so delicious? Compared to Huihai Pavilion's spiritual dishes and dumplings, they're nothing. Of course, this only refers to the taste. But these dumplings are delicious and cheap. Even they could eat them every day. Li Yueying watched the huge contrast in expression among the 3, laughing so hard that her body trembled, her chest heaving as if it would burst out. Wan Tianlu picked up his chopsticks and spoon, carefully examined them, and found not a speck of dust. He scooped a spoonful of soup and put it in his mouth. His eyes instantly lit up. This can definitely be said to be the best soup he has ever tasted. Even the soup from the mysterious 3rd-grade spiritual dish Buddha jumps over the wall wasn't as good. When he ate the dumplings, as the meat juice spread in his mouth, a sense of satisfaction instantly enveloped him. He picked up a piece of fish, dipped it in the soup, and put it in his mouth. Wan Tianlu could no longer comment. At this moment, he was completely immersed in a sea of deliciousness. Feeling completely relaxed and unable to extricate himself. One spoonful after another. One bite after another. Can't stop. He originally wanted to discuss follow-up cooperation with Qian Yud at the dining table, but now he felt, what a joke. Don't bother me while I'm eating. The Yunshui gang's 12 beastmasters with yellow-level strength stopped at the entrance of the Mingwei restaurant. Mu Shuiyun looked at the sign and frowned. Xiangzi, isn't Mingwei restaurant the place you used to eat often? Li Xiang quickly smiled. Sister, that's right. Uncle Zhang's son awakened his talent and became a spirit chef. Mu Shuiyun raised her eyebrows. She thought a big shot had come to Chaiyang Street, but it turned out to be just the son of a commoner. However, being connected to President Xi and Fatty Qian made it somewhat interesting. She stepped forward, intending to enter the Mingwei restaurant. The restaurant was small and could only accommodate 8 customers, so those who wanted to eat had to wait until someone inside left. A parrot squawked loudly, and the puppy Daba barked once. Mu Shuiyun found the restaurant increasingly interesting, but her underlings were unhappy. They, the Yunshui gang, were the masters of Chaiyang Street. When did they have to abide by the rules of a shabby little restaurant? What kind of mixed feather bird is talking to our big sister? What kind of broken place is this? There's not even a host, just a mixed feather bird guarding the door. The little parrot was so angry that its crest stood tall. Who the hell are you calling a mixed feather bird? Your whole family are mixed feather birds. A bunch of ignorant fools. One of the Yunshui gang's leaders was so furious he was shaking. He pushed past Mu Shuiyun, reaching for the golden cage, ready to teach the rude mixed feather bird a lesson. But strangely, although the door was open, his hand couldn't get through. It was as if a transparent wall was blocking it. Mu Shuiyun stared in shock, her eyes wide and her mouth agape. As the leader of a faction, she had some knowledge and recognized what this was. But how could this be possible? In Yong City, she could actually see a barrier. And this barrier was set up in a shabby restaurant to measure whether a family could reach a second-tier standard. One had to see if their territory was covered by a barrier. The fact that the Mingwei restaurant contained a barrier left her astonished. Jiang Ming ignored the noise outside. As long as no one caused trouble inside the restaurant, he didn't care how noisy it was outside. He was standing at the kitchen door, idly scrolling on his phone. However, Qian Yud's expression was somewhat displeased. He came here to enjoy the food and also liked the restaurant's environment. All the diners were extremely quiet, with only the sound of chewing. The tranquility combined with the delicious food allowed him to completely relax. Only here could he forget his worries and immerse himself in the deliciousness of the food. But now, the noise outside greatly disrupted this atmosphere. Chapter 34, Shameless Qian Yud. Li Yueying heard the boss's command, pouted, and reluctantly put down her chopsticks. Damn it, which blind guy came to make trouble at Mingwei restaurant? Disturbing my happy time. Seeing Mu Shuiyun outside the door, Li Yueying was momentarily taken aback. As Qian Yud's secretary, she recognized Mu Shuiyun. But why was she here? And she brought all the capable members of the Yunshui gang. Were they here to make trouble at Mingwei restaurant? Li Yueying pondered, adjusting her facial expression and giving a charming smile. Oh, isn't this the leader Mu? You came to eat too? When Mu Shuiyun saw that it was Li Yueying coming out of the restaurant, her pupils slightly narrowed. It seemed that Xiangzi was indeed right. Mingwei restaurant was indeed related to Qian Yud. However, Xiangzi's observation was still a bit one-sided. The biggest force behind Mingwei restaurant was at least a ground-level powerhouse. With a polite smile, she said, I heard a spirit chef came to Chaiyang Street, so I brought my brothers to try it out. I didn't expect to run into Secretary Li here. Li Yueying understood. Well, that's really a coincidence. President Qian is also inside, but when eating on someone else's turf, we still have to follow the rules. After speaking, she shot a glare at the noisy leader. That leader's gaze shifted, and he timidly retreated behind Mu Shuiyun. The Yunshui gang wasn't like other gangs. They still followed the rules, so Secretary Li can rest assured. Seeing Mu Shuiyun being so sensible, Li Yueying didn't say much more and turned to walk toward her seat. The Yunshui gang members waited obediently outside the restaurant. Money. You. Duh. She had left more than half a bowl of dumplings and half a fish. In less than a minute, her meal was completely cleaned out. Qian Yud had a history of eating Huang Shui's meals. Li Yueying knew exactly who did it. The food that girls love was eaten by a nasty man. Even if that man was her boss, Li Yueying was still furious. Qian Yud looked at his little secretary, who seemed genuinely angry, a bead of sweat forming at his temple. He smiled apologetically. Xiao Li, you can't just accuse someone without evidence. It was old Huang. Huang Shui felt wronged, thinking the blame was coming from nowhere. It was one thing to steal my dumplings yesterday, and now I was being framed today. I can't take the blame for this. Old Qian, you're lying through your teeth. Juan, come and judge. Whose meal did Xiao Li's food belong to? Li Yueying fixed her phoenix eyes on Qian Yud, her white teeth showing in a forced smile. However, those neat teeth seemed like they could bite. Qian Yud flustered and still trying to argue. Wan Tianlu stepped forward. ready to mediate. Shaoli, it's just a spirit meal. Can't you just buy another one? Why get so worked up with President Qian? Li Yueying pointed at the 2 lines of red characters on the wall menu, her words filled with anger. Buy another one? If I didn't eat this meal, I'd have to wait until tomorrow to eat it. I didn't eat at noon. A girl's stomach is precious. If this situation wasn't resolved well, Li Yueying might not be able to sleep tonight. Qianyu didn't expect things to escalate like this. Yesterday, it was just banter with old Huang. Why was Shaoli really getting so angry? But now, there were only 7 of them in the restaurant, and every plate in front of them was empty. The 3 people Wan Tianlu brought had even chewed the fish bones and swallowed them. They looked at Jiang Ming for help, but Jiang Ming leisurely turned his gaze away. Whistling, I'm just here to watch the show. You want me to break the rules and help you out? No way. Qian cast a resentful glance at Jiang Ming, then smiled apologetically at his little secretary. Shaoli, I'll give you 2 more spirit stones this month, so please don't be angry. No way. How shameless can you be? A boss actually eats his subordinate's meal. Li Yueying crossed her arms, her chest rising and falling rapidly, waves rolling. And whether it was due to her anger or not, those 2 rounded mounds seemed to have grown a size, making the 3 younger brothers under Wan Tianlu's watch nearly have their eyes pop out. Qianyu was truly out of options. He just got a bit greedy and really didn't expect Shaoli to be this furious. Standing aside, he didn't dare to speak again, like a child who had made a mistake. Li Yueying was like an arm for him. Many things in the company were handled by her, and he regarded her as a daughter. If a rift really formed between them, Qianyu would have nowhere to cry. Wan Tianlu rolled his eyes and went to the cash register to prepare to scan. Jiang Ming kindly reminded him, the rules can't be changed. If you pay, you'll still have to wait until tomorrow to eat. Wan Tianlu's plump face was filled with smiles. I know, Chef Jiang. I'll order 7 portions of chive dumplings. Not the chive dumpling set. That should work, right? Jiang Ming was stunned. This seemed possible, but he still asked the system. System, is this okay? Yes. Sure. 4,816 Chengwei. Wan Tianlu is always cheerful when scanning the code. It seems like he is always in a good mood no matter when. Coupled with his more than 200 pounds of weight, he looks just like a big Buddha. Qianyu looked at Wan Tianlu in shock. Old Wan's mind is really sharp. Why didn't we think of this method? Actually, it's not entirely their fault. Mainly, they had a preconceived notion. They counted the chive dumplings as part of the chive dumpling set meal, thinking they were the same dish. Plus, everyone knows the rules of Mingware restaurant and wouldn't ask Jiang Ming too many questions. In fact, even Jiang Ming didn't expect that chive dumplings and chive dumpling set meals could be ordered separately. Qianyu invited Li Yueying to sit down. Shaoli, since there are dumplings left, don't be angry. Remember that night with heavy snow? Li Yueying rolled her eyes at Qianyu, who was trying to play the emotional card. And her anger subsided a bit. The best education, the best resources, and the utmost effort in nurturing her. That's why at the age of 22, she has reached the 2nd level of the Xian stage. When Jiang Ming brought over 7 bowls of steaming dumplings, Li Yueying snatched Qianyu's bowl. You ate one of mine, now you owe me one. So we're even. Qianyu was dumbfounded. How could Shaoli be like this? He didn't want to give up this bowl of dumplings so easily. Shaoli, Yueying, you a girl can't eat so many. You can't be so cruel to your Uncle Qian. If a reporter were to capture Qianyu's expression, there would definitely be a news headline tomorrow in Yong City. Shocking. Qianyu, the richest man in Yong City, humbles himself for a bowl of dumplings. Is this moral decay? It's no wonder Qianyu would act this way. His money had reached a point where it could not be spent. What he pursued now was nothing but enjoyment and enhancing his strength. After all, he was already middle-aged, and his strength was at a ceiling level in Yong City. The priority was still enjoyment. And the exquisite meal that Jiang Ming prepared not only satisfied his stomach, but also provided a spiritual enjoyment. Not looking was fine, but watching others eat was unbearable. Li Yueying didn't care, using 2 spoons to eat from both sides. She couldn't even say a beautiful word. Her previous anger had completely vanished. There was no hurdle that a delicious meal couldn't overcome. Chapter 35. Air Bao is a terrible cat. Seeing that Li Yueying was immune to his charms, Qianyu turned his gaze to Huang Shui. Old Huang, Qian, have treated you well, right? Huang Shui was shocked internally. Is he trying to extend his claws to me? No way. Huang Shui pretended not to hear, stuffing the dumplings and spoon into his mouth and pausing for a moment. Then, he pulled the spoon out and placed it back in the bowl. Old Qian, what did you say? Qianyu was so disgusted that he couldn't say a word, waving his hand. It's fine, you just eat yours. He felt quite depressed inside. You old Huang, is it just because you want to eat a few of my dumplings? Is it necessary to play tricks on me here? The spoon had strings of dumpling filling hanging from his mouth. The friendship boat capsized just like that. And old one was even worse. This old foodie. Trying to snatch his food was harder than stealing his wife. Looking at the 3 subordinates Wan Tianlu brought, good heavens. They looked like starving dogs seeing food after 3 days without eating, their faces buried in the bowls. Everyone had food, but I didn't eat. Should I leave? Qian Yud sighed sadly, leaving Mingyue restaurant alone in a dejected manner, ignoring even Mu Shuiyun's greeting. Humph. If I leave, then I leave. Li Yueying and Huang Shui only realized that Qian Yud had already left after finishing eating. After greeting Wan Tianlu, they headed towards the Yaoyang building. Mu Shuiyun had 7 little brothers with her, and 5 were waiting outside. Qian Yud and Wan Tianlu had just come out of the restaurant, so the little brothers dared not act recklessly. And Mu Shuiyun knew that there were Earth-level experts behind this restaurant, so she naturally had to behave. She glanced at the price list. Boss, I'll have 8 portions of base and 8 portions of chive dumpling set meals. Her voice was so charming it seemed to lure one's soul away. Jiang Ming looked up. Wow, what beautiful legs. What a fair face. He pressed the power button on his phone, stopping the video of the girl dancing. If reality is eye-catching, why watch it on the phone? I have to say, this is one of the most beautiful women Jiang Ming has ever seen, not inferior to his sister Jiang Yu at all. Jiang Yu has that homey feeling. But this woman in front of him seems like a fairy. Her wine-red hair matched with her captivating face. The swan neck below was clad in a black short top, making her skin look even whiter than snow. Her flat bare abdomen and super short pants made Jiang Ming estimate that those legs must be at least 1.2 meters long. Just those legs alone were enough to captivate. Jiang Ming lightly cleared his throat to mask his embarrassment. Unknowingly, he was about to drool. Xiaoming. This is my elder sister, the leader of the Yunshui gang, Mu Shuiyun. Li Xiang walked out from the crowd to explain to Jiang Ming, but for some reason, there was a hint of anger in his tone, and he positioned himself in front of Jiang Ming. Jiang Ming nodded, casually saying, 49944, Chengwei. He didn't have a deep pursuit of women. He wouldn't cling to someone and didn't believe in love at first sight. He thought all love at first sight was just lust for someone's body. Moreover, with Brother Xiang's behavior, it was clear he was interested in Mu Shuiyun, so Jiang Ming wouldn't do anything. As the saying goes, a friend's wife should not be taken lightly. Mu Shuiyun observed Jiang Ming's reaction, a trace of surprise flickering in her beautiful eyes. She was quite confident in her looks. In the entire Yong City, or even in the entire Dezhou province, there was absolutely no one more beautiful than her. This was the first time a man had seen her without losing composure. She chuckled lightly and walked over to scan the payment. Looking at the lazy air bow cat on the money box, she was instantly captivated. This cat is just too cute. She forgot to pay and reached out to pet the cat. Jiang Ming then witnessed a heart-wrenching scene. Air Bao was surprisingly cooperative. It turned out this cat only let beautiful girls pet it, not even letting Jiang Yu touch it. Usually, young and beautiful girls came to the shop. But according to Jiang Ming's rating, they barely reached around 7 points. Li Yueying, a nearly 9-point beauty, was not allowed to touch it. And currently, the only woman he had seen who could score above 9 points, besides Jiang Yu, was this Mu Shuiyun, and Air Bao let her touch it. Terrible cat. Jealousy can distort one's appearance. After a huff, Jiang Ming went to the kitchen to get busy. The members of the Yunshui gang were stunned to see their usually aloof big sister acting like a little girl in front of a small cat. Some couldn't believe their eyes and rubbed them in disbelief. Is this really our big sister? Where has our proud queen Mu Shuiyun gone? Isn't this just a cat-loving little girl? My goodness, I'm blind. My faith has collapsed. No, don't you think our big sister looks even prettier like this? As soon as this was said, the sound of people swallowing saliva filled Mingyue restaurant. Indeed, the sight of Mu Shuiyun petting the cat was as beautiful as a painting. Mu Shuiyun directly picked up Air Bao, making it easier to pet. She shot a cold glance at her gang members. Sit properly, or I'll gouge your eyes out. The crowd immediately sat upright, staring straight ahead. Ah, so comfortable. This is our big sister. A little girl vibe could never show on their big sister. Meow? Air Bao let out a cat meow. The call of the cat made Mu Shuiyun's heart melt. Little darling, did I just scare you? Sister is very gentle. Crash. One of the henchmen lost his balance and fell from his chair. This must be a dream. The big sister isn't like this. I haven't woken up yet. But please let this dream continue. A big sister like this is just too cute. Here is your meal, enjoy. Jiang Ming distributed the food in his hands. His eyes fixed on the cat on Mu Shuiyun's chest. You little scoundrel, just wait until it's time to eat. I'll make you bald. Most of the members of the Shuiyun gang were rough men, and after taking a bite, they couldn't stop. Damn, this is too delicious. Is this really a dumpling? This fish. My God, how can there be such tender fish? I never thought that besides money, food could make me this happy. The boss is amazing. He actually found such a divine restaurant. 666. So delicious, I've decided to eat here from now on. Jiang Ming was overjoyed. Xiang Gu still knows how to do things. Mu Shuiyun looked at her subordinates in confusion. Is this spirit meal really that good? Holding the cat in one arm and picking up chopsticks to examine the dishes in front of her with the other, as the boss. She couldn't be ignorant like her subordinates. Looking at the fragrant sea base that looked like a work of art. After being immersed in the pleasure of petting the cat, She calmed down and caught a whiff of the fish's aroma. Her delicate nose sniffed hard, and saliva began to uncontrollably flow. Mu Shuiyun. There was only one thought in her mind. I want to eat. With a gentle flick of the chopsticks, a piece of tender fish fell into the sauce. When Mu Shuiyun took her first bite of the fish, the fresh and tender meat combined with the soul-soothing broth exploded with flavor in her mouth. She was captivated. At that moment, she felt like she was truly a carefree fish swimming in the water. This taste is simply incredible. The spirit meal I had before was pig food, right? This is truly what spirit meal is called. Meow? Airbao's meow pulled Mu Shuiyun out of her fantasy. She glanced at the cat in her arms. Those sapphire-like big eyes were fixed on the fish. Do you want to eat too? Then let me feed you, Mu Shuiyun stammered, carefully using her chopsticks. She picked a small piece of fish, about the size of a fingernail. She placed the chopsticks in front of Airbao, her face showing a bit of reluctance. This fish is just too delicious. This little bit wouldn't fill her up, and yet she was going to give it to the cat. Moreover, Mu Shuiyun saw the rules on the wall. After this meal, if she wanted to eat again, she'd have to wait until tomorrow. Eating her subordinates' food? Or just finding a passerby, giving them money, and asking them to buy it for her? Please, what identity does Mu Shuiyun have? How could she do something so degrading? Airbao gave Mu Shuiyun a disdainful look, as if saying, you stingy person, only giving me this little bit after letting you pet me for so long. After finishing the piece of fish, Airbao struggled out of Mu Shuiyun's embrace. It jumped onto the money box, returning to a lazy state. At this moment, Mu Shuiyun also forgot about petting the cat, completely immersed in the joy brought by the delicious food, unable to extricate herself. Her eating posture, compared to her subordinates, wasn't much better. Originally thinking her subordinates were ignorant, she didn't expect to be slapped in the face so quickly. Chapter 36. Wan Tianlu with no appetite. Wan Tianlu leisurely soaked in the bathtub. Today he completed a big deal with Qian Yud and enjoyed delicious food at Mingwei restaurant. His mood was indescribably good. So, he decided to post on social media. The picture was of the Mingwei restaurant sign he took today. His friends were all either rich or noble. If they weren't like-minded old gourmets, they were partners or people wanting to curry favor with him. This social media post received dozens of comments in less than 10 minutes. Old Wan, a fly restaurant can deserve such high praise from you? Mingwei restaurant? Never heard of it. Old Wan, you have to take me to see it. Mr. Qian actually went to a street-side restaurant to eat? Doesn't he have his own spirit chef? A restaurant worthy of such praise from Boss Wan? I must try it. But where is this Mingwei restaurant? Seeing the enthusiastic responses on social media, and several old gourmets sending private messages to ask, Wan Tianlu simply replied in the comments. It's south on Chaoyang Street in Yong City, Mingwei restaurant. The sign is very easy to find. Meanwhile, a bodyguard knocked on the door outside. Boss, someone from Huihai Pavilion has come, bringing a plate of prepared Xianbing hairy crab, waiting in the living room. Hearing this, Wan Tianlu got out of the bathtub. His internal spiritual energy surged, and the water droplets on his body evaporated instantly. He threw on a bathrobe and headed out. With his appetite, 24 dumplings and a plate of sea bass weren't enough to fill him, since Huihai Pavilion had prepared his crab and sent it over. It was just right for a late-night snack. In the living room, a middle-aged man in a chef's uniform sat on the sofa, a massive plate placed on the tea table. The 5-meter-long tea table was filled to the brim. The aroma of the crab permeated the entire living room. Wan Tianlu came down the spiral staircase, his face still filled with joy. Ha ha ha, Master Lu, how can I trouble you to come in person? Master Lu, known as Lu Fan, is the head chef of Huihai Lu, the top restaurant in Yong City. His spirit chef level is even at yellow level 10. In the entire Yong City, besides the head of the spirit chef mansion, Lu Fan has the highest spirit chef level. Lu Fan cupped his hands to Wan Tianlu. Boss Wan sent a yellow level 8 Xianbing hairy crab, and since there was no Huihai Pavilion tonight, I had to come personally. Spirit chefs all have unique tempers. Lu Fan's temper is that when making spirit meals, he doesn't allow anyone else to touch them except himself and the diners. Lu Fan had a look of surprise. In the entire Yong City, besides Huihai Pavilion, is there any other restaurant that could match Boss Wan's high praise? He wondered which restaurant Boss Wan was talking about. Wan Tianlu plopped down on the sofa, which creaked under the weight. Mingwei restaurant. Although the place is small, the spirit meals inside are truly delicious. Lu Fan, seeing that it was a place he had never heard of, didn't pay much attention. The Xianbing hairy crab is ready. Mr. Qian, enjoy it while it's hot. After saying this, he used his spiritual energy to lift the cover off the plate, revealing a picturesque scene inside. Smoke curled and a chill filled the air. The 5-meter-long Xianbing hairy crab was placed on dry ice, with its legs cut open, featuring garlic, spicy, salt-baked, steamed, and various other preparations. What was most incredible was that the whole crab remained intact. It hadn't been dismembered. The crab shell was lifted, revealing the crab roe mixed with noodles. golden and inviting, making one's appetite soar at first glance. Lu Fan looked confidently at Wan Tianlu, already preparing to accept his compliments. However, Wan Tianlu frowned. Without comparison, there's no harm. If he hadn't eaten at Mingwei restaurant that evening, he would have praised Lu Fan to the heavens. But when he went downstairs earlier, he caught a whiff of the crab's aroma and felt something was off. Although the aroma was strong, compared to the sea base and dumplings from Mingwei restaurant, it still lacked flavor, originally thinking it was due to the ingredients. But now that the cover was lifted, revealing the colorful crab, it contrasted with the restraint of the chive dumplings and fragrant sea base. It was like the difference between a heavily made-up face and a simple beauty. Wan Tianlu picked up his chopsticks, first trying each crab leg, then frowning. After tasting the crab roe noodles, he shook his head and smacked his lips. Once it entered his mouth, it was as if the makeup had been removed, and the true form was revealed. It couldn't compare to Mingwei restaurant at all. Originally, I thought I didn't eat enough for dinner, and I could have the Xianbing hairy crab as a late-night snack. Now it seems that I should let my subordinates have the crabs and just wash up and go to bed early. Tomorrow, I'll go to Mingwei restaurant for breakfast. When Lu Fan saw Wan Tianlu's expression, he thought something was wrong with his cooking. Boss Wan, is it not to your taste? Wan Tianlu waved his hand. Lu Fan left Wan Tianlu's house in confusion. However, he memorized the name Mingwei restaurant. He was very curious about the spiritual meal that could make Wan Tianlu lose his appetite. He planned to try it tomorrow. Wan Tianlu gathered his bodyguards together. I have no appetite today. You can share the crab. Those below yellow rank level shouldn't eat too much, or you'll get cold. After saying that, he went upstairs to rest, leaving his subordinates staring at each other. After a while, seeing that the boss didn't come down, they knew he wasn't joking. Happiness came too suddenly. This was a yellow rank level 8 big crab, and it was made into a spiritual meal. Where could they usually eat this? Each of them pounced on the crab like hungry dogs, eager to dive right in. Chaoyang Street, 12 o'clock a.m. The night was deep, with flickering lights on the street. And scattered pedestrians were walking shoulder to shoulder, their flushed faces illuminated by the neon lights. Their expressions were bitter, filled with unspoken hardships. Only one understands the heartache of a person. The ordinary people of this era face greater pressure than before the revival of spiritual energy. Jiang Ming sat cross-legged on the bed, opened his eyes, and exhaled a breath of turbid air. Thanks to the effect of the fragrant bass fish, the total amount of spiritual energy in his body was nearing level 4 of the mortal stage. He hadn't used the tenfold cultivation card yet, as it lasts for 12 hours. But now he had to open the shop every day to earn more money to buy a high-quality pet for his sister. Using the cultivation card didn't seem worthwhile. It would be better to wait for a suitable day to use it. After opening the shop for 4 hours tonight, the task in his mind was already 1550, plus the 4 people brought by Qian Yu today and the more than 10 brought by Li Xiang. As long as they came to eat again the day after tomorrow, the task completion would reach more than half. Jiang Ming thought of that enchanting Mu Shuiyun and couldn't help but shiver. After finishing her meal, Mu Shuiyun insisted that Jiang Ming make another one. She acted coy, feigned anger, and even called him good brother. Her voice was so sweet that Jiang Ming almost lost control. Jiang Ming shook his head, trying to forget Mu Shuiyun, and dragged his tired body into the bathroom. The system's prompt sounded in Jiang Ming's mind. Ding. Host, please note, someone is trying to break into the restaurant. Strength level 5 of the Xian stage. Chapter 37. Someone is attacking. Jiang Ming's expression turned cold upon hearing the system's words. Damn, Jiang family, you're really spending money. The little shop had just opened, and there was no other enemy but the Jiang family. He couldn't believe that such a strong person would act like a petty thief. His sister had just awakened her talent today, and he didn't expect the Jiang family couldn't sit still tonight. They actually sent a level 5 Xian stage person to kill them. If Jiang Ming didn't have the system, he might have really fallen into this trap. Although Jiang Ming wasn't panicking, he still felt puzzled. This was different from the novels he read in his previous life. Why was a strong person of this level coming right away? According to the novels, shouldn't there be a few lackeys making a move first? His sister had just awakened. Why not send a mid to high-level mortal stage person to kill her? Sending a level 5 Xian stage strongman directly was what? Wasn't it too much? Jiang Ming decided not to take a shower, sat on the bed, activated his talent, and watched the show. His strength had reached level 3 of the mortal stage, and he could barely cover the entire restaurant with his divine sense. A level 5 Xian stage was just right for Sanbao to practice. Guaxia, dressed in a tight suit, pressed against the side wall of Mingwei restaurant. He looked up at the sky. It was a dark, moonless night. A perfect time to kill. To better accomplish the boss's task, he specially came to Mingwei restaurant for a meal tonight. He was already familiar with the layout of the first floor of the restaurant. Thinking of the taste of that base, Guaxia licked his lips. He couldn't imagine that someone who had only been a beast master for at most 2 years could make such delicious spiritual meals. If it weren't for the boss's order, he wouldn't really want to kill you. But it's such a pity. Gui Xie's eyes were cold, and he opened his Beast Master space. Summoning Pet, Shadow Demon. Xian Stage Level 6. The Shadow Demon is the pet every Beast Master walking in the dark dreams of having. Its body is as black as ink, resembling a monkey. Its claws are as long as half a palm. Its primary skill is hiding in shadows. Coupled with its impressive attack power, assassination is almost impossible to fail. His Shadow Demon was obtained by Jiang Baishu at a great cost. It was also his first pet, and their bond was incredibly deep. Gui Xie patted the Shadow Demon's head. Go inside and kill everyone. The voice was barely audible. The Shadow Demon nodded, its form slowly dissipating. And then a mass of shadow slipped into Mingwei restaurant through the door crack. At the same time, Gui Xie activated his talent skill, Vision Sharing. His skill allows him to attach his vision to one of his pets, seeing everything it sees. But at the moment this shadow entered Mingwei restaurant, the ears of the little dog Dabao twitched. The parrot Xiao Bao also shook its body. The level 6 Shadow Demon suddenly felt an endless chill enveloping it. Freezing in place, not daring to move. Danger. Deadly. Its instinctive reaction told it that it was being targeted by a terrifying presence, and if it dared to move again, it would die. The Shadow Demon didn't even dare to materialize. It remained a puddle of black goo at the entrance of Mingwei restaurant. If someone saw it, they would think the floor hadn't been cleaned properly. Jiang Ming watched everything unusual happening in the restaurant through the divine perspective of his talent. Now, he was just waiting to see how Dabao and Xiao Bao would handle it. But 5 minutes later, there was still no movement. Why aren't they making a move? Jiang Ming was already covered in cold sweat. His spiritual energy was almost depleted, and he was about to lose the ability to maintain his talent. After a few more seconds, Jiang Ming closed his divine sense and collapsed on the bed, drenched in sweat. Not a drop left. But he felt no sense of satisfaction. He just watched in vain. He couldn't go down to watch the live broadcast. What if he startled the snake and scared the enemy away? Jiang Ming only felt his eyelids getting heavier and eventually fell asleep. It was another busy day, and he was exhausted. Plus, he had just used up all his spiritual energy. Exhaustion upon exhaustion. Jiang Ming didn't take the killer outside seriously at all. If a level 5 Xian stage trash could kill him in the restaurant, wouldn't that be slapping the system in the face? There was still no movement in the restaurant. And the Gui Xie outside sensed something unusual. What was his Shadow Demon doing? Its vision had been fixed at the entrance for 5 minutes. There was nothing else in the restaurant except for a little dog and a talking parrot. Gui Xie had seen that little dog and parrot in the afternoon. They had no spiritual energy in them, just ordinary pets. Could it be that the Shadow Demon was throwing a tantrum? His Shadow Demon did occasionally go berserk. Being a shadow-type pet, it was normal to have a bit of a temper. It couldn't go in at the entrance. If the Shadow Demon went berserk, even he, its master, would get hit. Gui Xie looked up at the second-floor window. Now he had to approach from there. The window was about 4 to 5 meters high, which was a piece of cake for him. With a gentle jump, Gui Xie clung to the wall above the window like a gecko. Coincidentally, this window was directly facing Jiang Yu's room. However, the curtains were drawn, and Gui Xie had no idea. Jiang Yu had long fallen asleep, with a hint of drool at the corner of her mouth that seemed unable to flow. Her sleeping posture was quite ungraceful. Meanwhile, the second treasure, the cat, had already sensed the movements outside. Those sapphire-like big eyes glowed green in the darkness, quite eerie. The gaze was directed towards the window. The ghost scorpion's spirit energy crept into the room from outside the window. With a gentle nudge, the latch on the window was opened. It entered the room. The entire figure was hidden behind the curtains. Since he had taken action himself, and his opponent was just a recently awakened little brat, there was no need to summon other pets. While he was still contemplating whether to slit the throat or dismember the body, the second treasure, which was nestled in Jiang Yu's arms, underwent a complete transformation. Gone was the usual laziness. At that moment, the second treasure appeared as noble as a deity among the multitude. Its form was like that of a tiger or leopard, its head and tail resembling a dragon, with transparent wings on its shoulders that had yet to unfurl, and 2 horns sprouting from its head. One of the horns emitted a gray light, striking towards the curtains. This gray light was quite unremarkable. The poisonous scorpion hadn't reacted yet when it was hit by the gray light, instantly petrifying. A sinister smile still lingered on its face. Then, the stone statue suddenly exploded, with dust scattering everywhere. The second treasure gently blew a breath, and the dust, as if it had eyes, was all blown out of the window. Following that, the window closed automatically, and the latch was locked. Everything returned to normal. The official bounty of 5 million from Yong City for the poisonous scorpion, a level 5 practitioner, vanished from the world. In her dreams, Jiang Yu smacked her lips and mumbled a few words, talking in her sleep. With the ghost scorpion dead, its pet, the Shadow Demon, also perished instantly. The big treasure and the little treasure looked at the pitch-black corpse of the monkey at the door, with the puppy and the parrot exchanging glances. Woof. You go ahead and take action. You can just eat it. Why do I have to do anything? Woof. It's dark and looks unappetizing. I won't take action, it's troublesome. The big treasure bared its teeth at the little treasure. Grr. If you don't take action, I'll eat you. The parrot, looking into the puppy's serious eyes, couldn't help but shiver. With a pitiful expression, it let out a breath of flame. The shadow demon's corpse was instantly melted away, leaving not even a speck of dust. It was as if it had consumed something unclean. Chapter 38. The first day of opening the store was not full. The next day, at 6 o'clock, the alarm clock rang on time. Jiang Ming reluctantly got out of bed. He had slept quite comfortably last night, but it seemed he had forgotten something. That level 5 killer. Using his innate divine sense, the god's perspective inside the Mingware restaurant appeared in Jiang Ming's mind. He carefully examined every corner. Jiang Ming was astonished. Other than his sister's rather unseemly sleeping posture, there was absolutely no change in the Mingware restaurant. It was as if that level 5 killer had only appeared in his dream. System, was there a killer yesterday? Yes. Was the killer level 5? Yes. Did the killer take action? Yes. Then he died. Not even a speck of dust left. Jiang Ming. Although he had confidence in the system and in the third treasure, for a level 5 powerhouse to just disappear without a trace, and not even leave dust behind, was too exaggerated, right? Jiang Ming spent 5 minutes digesting this information before heading downstairs to busy himself in the kitchen. After preparing everything, Jiang Ming intended to ask the little treasure parrot about what happened yesterday. However, for some reason, the little treasure refused to say anything and kept pleading with Jiang Ming not to ask anymore, as if speaking out of turn would invite some terrifying punishment. Jiang Ming could only give up. He opened the roll-up door and started today's business. Jiang Ming had to seize the time and work hard. Whether the fried rice smelled good or not didn't matter. The main thing was that he couldn't close the store for a whole month. Upon opening the store, it was not as bustling outside as it had been on the previous days. The small shop's popularity had mostly passed. In Yong City, space is limited, and ordinary folks were satisfied with just trying something new. They simply couldn't afford to eat out every day. Now, some of the customers were either wealthy individuals, like the first person in line. Haha, Boss Jiang, you've made me wait for a long time. This person was Wan Tianlu, who had come with Qian Yud yesterday. Casually dressed as he walked into Mingware restaurant, still wearing a cheerful smile. As a seasoned foodie, Wan Tianlu had been deeply impressed by Jiang Ming's culinary skills. He had come to wait at the door early in the morning. Jiang Ming stepped aside, expressionless, and said, "The business hours are fixed. What would you like to eat?" Wan Tianlu patted his belly and said generously, "I want one of everything on the menu." After scanning the code to pay, Wan Tianlu casually found a seat and awaited his food. The second customer was Zheng Jun, who had previously brought his son to book a room. Ever since he learned that the fragrant bass could enhance his cultivation speed, Zheng Jun brought his son Zheng Jie here for every meal, and after eating fish, they would rush to the nearby motel for hourly rooms. Zheng Jie did not disappoint his father's expectations, consuming several fish and boosting his strength to level 3 of the mortal tier. Next came a few common folks who had come to eat out of curiosity. These people were just here to try something new. Jiang Ming looked at the 8 seats, 7 of which were occupied, feeling a bit disappointed. This was the first day the restaurant opened, and it hadn't filled up. "Boss Jiang, what's wrong? You seem a bit down." Wan Tianlu, with his keen observation, immediately noticed the displeasure on Jiang Ming's face. "Boss Jiang, I'm not saying this, but cooking has a lot to do with your mood. A person who is happy when cooking will make the food taste even better." Hearing the advice, Jiang Ming instantly reacted. He smiled kindly at Wan Tianlu. He realized that he had been too greedy. Previously, when the restaurant was so busy, he thought it would always be that way. Now, seeing that it wasn't full today, he began to feel anxious. He had to remember that just 3 days ago, he was still a person who could only stay at home, relying on his sister for support. Now, having such a life, what was there to be dissatisfied about? "Thank you, Boss Wan." Jiang Ming expressed his gratitude and began to seriously handle the spiritual materials at hand. Good wine is not afraid of deep alleys. As long as he practiced his culinary skills diligently, completed the system's tasks, and steadily improved his strength, customers would always come. There was no need to be anxious about it. With that time, it would be better to focus on the bass fish he had on hand. Wan Tianlu rubbed his hands together, still smiling. "Boss Jiang, could you make me an extra dish?" "Sorry, I can't." Jiang Ming refused. He was grateful to Wan Tianlu for reminding him. However, personal friendships aside, the rules could not be broken. "How can you be so heartless, Boss Jiang? Is our friendship so fragile?" Wan Tianlu complained. "It would be nice to speak a little more gently. Don't leave me with any hope. It's too ruthless." "All right, hurry and eat." Jiang Ming placed the meal in front of Wan Tianlu. Smelling the fragrance of the base, Wan Tianlu immediately showed a look of ecstasy. "This is the taste. It's much more fragrant than the Xianing crab." Jiang Ming glanced at the task and found that the progress had indeed changed to 1650. Thank you for the hospitality, Boss Jiang. I'll take my leave now. After finishing his spiritual meal, Wan Tianlu couldn't wait to say goodbye. The aroma was torturous for him. He had tried to slow down his eating pace, but why did he still finish so quickly? As for Zheng Jun and his son, they had long since slipped into the nearby motel. Qian Yud arrived at Mingwei restaurant at 8 o'clock. Perhaps still angry about what happened with Li Yueying and Huang Shui yesterday. Today he came alone. Boss Jiang, 1 bowl of chive dumplings, 1 chive dumpling set, and 1 fragrant base. Qian Yud smacked his lips after the wind had swept through, complaining, Boss Jiang, your dishes are too few. There's not even any rice. Rice? If you complete the task, you'll get fried rice. If you don't, you won't even have a place to eat, and you're still complaining. Glancing at the time, Qian Yud was shown out. It was Saturday, so Jiang Yu had not gotten up until now. Bang bang bang. There was a knocking sound outside the door, which Jiang Ming couldn't hear from the kitchen. At first, Debao ignored it, but as the knocking grew louder, he reluctantly ran into the kitchen and barked at Jiang Ming. Debao, be good. The food will take a while longer, don't worry. Debao. The knocking continued without pause. Excuse me, is this Jiang Yu's home? I am a teacher from the Imperial Capital University. Chapter 39, A Wolf's Demise. Debao bit Jiang Ming's pant leg and dragged him out of the kitchen. Only then did Jiang Ming hear the knocking. He opened the roll-up door. In front of him stood an elderly man with a scholarly demeanor, wearing a Zhongshan suit. His silver hair neatly groomed. Sir, we're closed now. Please come back at 11 in the morning, Jiang Ming said, preparing to close the door. The dumplings are still boiling. If they overcook, they won't taste good. The old man outside said, Am I at the wrong door? Isn't this Jiang Yu's house? The address given by the school teacher is this. The old man tried to block the roll-up door, wanting to clarify the situation. Crack. A crisp sound of a bone breaking echoed. A dignified teacher from Imperial Capital University, a powerful expert at the 9th level of the Xian stage, was actually injured by the roll-up door. The old man's face was twisted in pain. What the hell is this roll-up door? It's more powerful than a road roller. Jiang Ming was at a loss with this sudden situation. This old guy looked respectable, but unexpectedly tried to scam him at his store. But that was too ruthless. The bone was sticking out. Fortunately, his sister was still sleeping. Otherwise, seeing such a bloody scene would surely make her lose her appetite. However, it seemed that the quality of the Zhongshan suit wasn't very good. The bone could penetrate through it. This old man is tough. But sorry. If you're trying to scam me, you won't get anywhere. Our restaurant has surveillance. And right outside the door, there's a camera. Jiang Ming hurriedly distanced himself from the situation. Sir, it was your own hand that reached out. It has nothing to do with me. After saying that, he pointed to the surveillance inside the store. The old man trembled, not knowing whether it was from anger or pain. He couldn't understand why a roll-up door could cause him such severe injury. Could it be that he was getting old and had osteoporosis? Everything in the store was provided by the system. Don't say this old man was at the 9th level of the Xian stage. Even if a celestial stage expert came, as long as they dared to block, their bones would still break. The old man couldn't say a word, staring resentfully at Jiang Ming. This young man was too impolite. Would a dignified teacher from Imperial Capital University come to this small place to scam? He didn't even consider if he was worthy. The old man endured the pain and opened his beast space, summoning a pet, water sprite. Xian stage level 8. Ing. The water sprite, completely blue and resembling a cat with a horn on its head, received the command to heal. The horn emitted blue waves, enveloping the old man's injured arm. A pet with healing skills could easily treat injuries. However, the old man's injury was a fracture, with the bone sticking out. The old man grimaced, and with his other hand, he forcefully twisted it. Crack. The hand was put back in place. The old man was sweating from the pain, but didn't make a sound. This made Jiang Ming's heart race. This old man wasn't just tough. He was a wolf's demise. He was so ruthless to himself. How about letting him in for a meal? In the city, summoning pets at will is not allowed. What just happened was indeed a special circumstance. The old man didn't want to break the rules. But this also indicated that such rules were merely a joke to fool ordinary people. A powerful beast master could still do as they pleased. In this small place, there wasn't even a ground-level beast master. The old man, at the 9th level of the Xian stage, could walk around freely. Jiang Ming looked in shock at the old man's hand. If it weren't for the reddish-brown bloodstains on the Zhongshan suit, it would be hard to imagine that this person had just suffered such a severe injury. He reopened the roll-up door. Sir, just for your temper. If you want to eat, come in. This statement made the old man's face turn the color of pig liver. I've exposed my identity as a beast master. How can you still think I'm here to eat at your little fly restaurant? Cough, cough. Young brother, may I ask, is Jiang Yu living here? Jiang Ming looked the old man up and down. When did Jiang Yu get to know a beast master? Yes, Jiang Yu is my sister. I am Jiang Ming. The old man's face brightened. It looked like he was the first to arrive. I am Guohong Liang, a teacher from Imperial Capital University. I came to talk to Jiang Yu about studying at Imperial Capital University. Jiang Ming. That girl Yaya is going to study at Imperial Capital University? How come I didn't know about this? So it's Teacher Gua, please come in and talk. Jiang Ming forced a smile. As soon as Gua Hongliang entered, the rich aroma of dumplings wafted over, making his mouth water. To be the first to find Jiang Yu before others, he hadn't even eaten breakfast. Now that he smelled such a delicious scent, his stomach immediately protested. Gua Hongliang's old face turned red. Jiang Ming's expression changed drastically. Oh no, my dumplings. He rushed into the kitchen and looked into the pot. Some dumplings had already overcooked, and the meat filling had leaked out. Fortunately, since his sister hadn't woken up, he hadn't cooked too many, just one bowl worth. This bowl would be enough for the 3 pets to eat. Gua Hongliang watched Jiang Ming come out with the bowl, still steaming, and the aroma of the dumplings intensified as he approached. This kid is considerate. Knowing I haven't eaten, he actually made me a bowl of dumplings. But what are these dumplings made of? They smell too good. Gua Hongliang stood up, ready to take the bowl and chopsticks. However, Jiang Ming directly placed the dumplings on the ground. Dabao and Erbao quickly buried their faces in the bowl, enjoying it immensely, leaving Gua Hongliang all alone, confused in the wind. Teacher Gua, please sit down quickly. You've suffered such a serious injury. Why are you still standing? Listening to Jiang Ming's concern, Gua Hongliang felt his face burning like a fireball, and it kept spreading. His ears, back of his neck, and spine turned red, all the way down to his heels. He wished he could find a crack in the ground to hide in. He originally thought it was made for him, but it turned out the moment he turned around, it was given to the dogs. He had never felt so embarrassed in his life. Teacher Gua, why is your face so red? Are you running a fever? Jiang Ming asked with concern. Gua Hongliang waved his hand, forcing a stiff smile. Haha, the weather is too hot. Too hot. Where's Jiang Yu? That girl is still sleeping. It's Saturday, she finally gets to sleep in. Gua Hongliang nodded, smelling the dumpling aroma, unable to resist swallowing. It was so fragrant. If he didn't hold back, his stomach would definitely play a symphony. He looked up at the price list. Gua Hongliang gasped. Good heavens. A bowl of dumplings costs 688, and a bass fish costs 5,555? Could this person be a spiritual chef? That would explain why the dumplings are so fragrant. But in this day and age, is there really a spiritual chef opening a fly restaurant on the street? Young brother Jiang, may I order from you? The aroma of the dumplings lingered at his nose, making him crave them desperately. Jiang Ming nodded. This wolf's demise still deserves some face. Gua Hongliang hurriedly said, 1 bowl of dumplings, 1 bass fish. Jiang Ming pointed to the money box, waited for the QR code payment to go through, and said, just a moment. Chapter 40, Jiang Yu's decision. Gua Hongliang sat in his seat, his chopsticks moving nonstop in his hands. He wore a blissful expression. Delicious. It was simply too delicious. These dumplings, this base, were a whole new experience he had never had before. For the first time, he realized that the spiritual meals of the ordinary rank could taste even better than those of the earth rank. The spiritual meals made by those spiritual chefs at the academy were nowhere near comparable. Every bite was filled with overwhelming satisfaction, from the tip of his tongue, all the way to the root, then down his throat, through the esophagus, and into his stomach. Every place the food passed through erupted in joyful cheers. This was a pleasure that brought a peak of physical and mental delight. This deliciousness was simply indescribable. Eat, eat, eat. His brain was only sending him this one command. A bite of dumpling, a bite of base, and finally, a sip of dumpling soup. The joys of the human world couldn't be more than this. Knock, knock, knock. Jiang Yu came downstairs in her pajamas, her eyes still half closed. A lazy voice came. Brother, what are we eating today? I'm hungry. Jiang Ming cleared his throat, reminding Jiang Yu to pay attention to her image. There were still outsiders present. It was only then that Jiang Yu noticed an old man in the restaurant. Looking at his dusty clothes, stained with blood, her expression changed. She quickly rushed to Jiang Ming's side and whispered, Brother, that beggar grandpa looks pitiful. But we're not doing so well ourselves. Just some ordinary food will do. Why are you making him spiritual meals? Uffed. Jiang Ming immediately burst out laughing. Gua Hongliang did indeed look very much like a beggar right now. Cough, cough, cough. Although Jiang Yu's voice was soft, Gua Hongliang, with his level 9 strength, heard it clearly. His face turned red as he couldn't stop coughing, taking a long time to recover. Jiang Ming straightened his face. Yeah, you can't be so rude. Quickly greet Teacher Gua. He's a teacher at the Imperial Capital University. He then cupped his hands towards Gua Hongliang, apologizing. The child doesn't know better. Please don't mind it. Teacher Gua. Jiang Yu's face flushed slightly. She playfully stuck out her tongue and said crisply, Hello, Teacher Gua. I'm sorry. Gua Hongliang wasn't going to get angry with a child who hadn't yet reached adulthood. His purpose for being here was Jiang Yu, with her level of talent. She was a rarity across the country, difficult to find even once a year. Moreover, some students came from prominent families and wouldn't come to school at all. Currently, Imperial Capital University had only one talent, but that person was already in their 4th year, about to graduate. They urgently needed someone to maintain their reputation. Otherwise, he wouldn't have rushed to be the first to come. Gua Hongliang finished the last sip of dumpling soup and stated his purpose for coming. Boss Jiang, classmate Jiang Yu. I came this time hoping that Jiang Yu could enter Imperial Capital University. Jiang Yu didn't say anything and hid behind Jiang Ming. Jiang Ming frowned. Jiang Yu had never left Yong City. Suddenly going to the capital for school made him uneasy and reluctant. Teacher Gua, Ye is only in her 2nd year of high school. There's still over a year until the major exams in the 3rd year. You don't need to worry about this. Imperial Capital University will directly admit classmate Jiang Yu as a special student and provide the best resources, Gua Hongliang assured. Jiang Yu tugged at Jiang Ming's shirt hem. Her big watery eyes filled with reluctance. Brother just recovered recently, and our family has only just gotten back on track. The family bond has just been rekindled. How could I bear to leave at this time? Jiang Ming rubbed Jiang Yu's head, signaling her to relax. Teacher Gua, let me think about it for a couple of days. Gua Hongliang immediately became anxious. Considering for 2 days? The opportunity will be gone by then. Right now, it's just me, and people from the military and other universities are definitely on their way. Boss Jiang, why not listen to the conditions first? Imperial Capital University is willing to provide classmate Jiang Yu with a pet beast with growth potential reaching the Earth rank. Additionally, 10 low-level spirit stones will be provided for cultivation each month, with the supply of spirit stones increasing as her level rises. There will also be a monthly supply of accelerated cultivation spiritual meals and a 50% discount on spiritual energy rooms. If classmate Jiang Yu breaks through to the yellow rank during her 1st year, the school will also provide a pet beast with growth potential reaching the Earth rank. If she breaks through to the profound rank during her 4 years of university, a pet beast with growth potential reaching the heaven rank will be provided. Here, hundreds of words about benefits are omitted. After Gua Hongliang finished, he wore a confident smile. Even if other schools sent representatives, this offer was definitely the highest. Jiang Ming was stunned, standing there like a wooden man. This was too generous. Setting aside the other benefits, mainly because he didn't understand them. Just a pet beast with growth potential reaching the Earth rank would cost tens of millions. It was a rare find. Low-level spirit stones were produced in secret realms. Beast tamers could absorb the spirit energy within them to accelerate their cultivation. The official price was 1 spirit stone each, and one had to have merit to exchange for them. On the black market, that price was several times higher. Jiang Yu's eyes were wide with excitement. Gua Hongliang leisurely sat in his chair, playing with Debao. Unfortunately, Debao completely ignored him. Jiang Ming took a deep breath. Teacher Gua, let us consider this carefully. I can't give you a definite answer right now. Gua Hongliang nodded, stood up, and walked out of Mingwei restaurant. The price had been stated. Whether they chose it or not was up to fate. After a while, Jiang Yu whispered, Brother, I don't want to go. She lowered her head, biting her lip. Looking pitiful. Earlier, she was truly afraid her brother would agree to Teacher Gua and send her away. Jiang Ming patted Jiang Yu's little head, smiling gently. If you don't want to go, then don't. Stay by my side. You can still enjoy delicious food. We siblings don't need to rely on others for cultivation. Jiang Yu looked at her brother's smile, feeling that it was incredibly warm. A sense of security enveloped her. When she was bullied as a child, her brother was always the first to stand up to protect her. When she made mistakes and didn't know what to do, her brother always took the blame for her. In her loneliest and most helpless moments, it was only her brother who stayed by her side, never leaving her. Tears were already welling in her eyes. And Jiang Yu nodded vigorously. Jiang Ming, however, was somewhat at a loss. What's wrong? Why are you crying? Are you hungry? I'll go make you some dumplings. Jiang Yu watched her brother awkwardly dash into the kitchen and couldn't help but laugh out loud. The smile mixed with tears on her face was breathtakingly beautiful. Her brother really was adorable. Jiang Ming's reason for not letting his sister go out was certainly justified. He was confident that having his sister by his side was far better than going to any university. With the system's help, just this fragrant base could increase her cultivation effectiveness by half. What kind of extraordinary effects would there be when he learned more dishes in the future? Spirit stones could be bought with money. In just a few days, he had earned nearly 300,000. Once his reputation was fully established, famous in Yong City, then in Dezhou province, and even throughout the country and the world. By then, would he still worry about money? Jiang Ming brought the dumplings and 2 base to the table. Watching Jiang Yu eat heartily, he smiled happily. Brother, you look so silly like this. Stop talking nonsense. Finish the fish, and quickly go up to cultivate. Chapter 41. The Shock of Renowned School Teachers. The family of 5 immersed themselves in the joy brought by the delicious food. Not speaking, only the sounds of munching could be heard. Such tranquil moments could only be found during mealtimes. Jiang Ming finished the last piece of fish, wiped his mouth, and said, Yeah, President, she told me yesterday that he wants to take you as his apprentice. What do you think? Jiang Yu blinked her beautiful eyes. Really? Grandpa, she is a good person. He took good care of me yesterday. So does that mean you agree? Jiang Yu immediately pecked like a chick pecking at rice. After helping her brother clean up the bowls and chopsticks, she prepared to go upstairs. Jiang Ming called out to her, his words a bit hesitant. Yeah, you shouldn't go out for a while. Things outside aren't very safe. Jiang Yu paused, her body trembling slightly. I understand, she replied softly. But Jiang Ming still heard a hint of tremor in her voice. Before Jiang Ming could say anything else, the girl hurried upstairs. Jiang Yu closed her room door and sat cross-legged on her bed. Her pretty face was cold, her hands tightly clenched into fists, with faint veins showing on her fair arms. She wasn't a fool. When her brother suddenly said this to her, she quickly realized what it meant. With her awakened level talent, the Jiang family would definitely take action. Her brother didn't want her to go out to protect her, but was staying at home really safe? Jiang Yu couldn't help but question herself. Not knowing Jiang Ming's background, her answer was clearly no, and it would even implicate her brother. The conditions given by the Imperial Capital University were so generous. Was it unreasonable for her to bring her brother to college? But staying away meant giving up the small house left by their parents. How could she and her brother bear to do that? In her mind, her brother had only recently improved. Although he had become a spirit chef, as a mere mortal-level spirit chef, how could he ask Shi Wanli to be her teacher? The cost would definitely be high. Her brother didn't tell her because he didn't want her to worry. As Jiang Yu thought about this, tears rolled down her cheeks. If given a choice, she really didn't want to leave here. The girl quickly wiped away her tears and began to cultivate, taking advantage of the enhanced effects from the bass fish. The root of everything was due to insufficient strength. If she had earth-level power, why would she need to have her brother groveling to ask for help? And why would she fear a mere Jiang family in Yong City? Jiang Ming shook his head helplessly. He didn't know what his sister was thinking. He only knew that she didn't want to leave Yong City. As her brother, he had to be a safe harbor, shielding her from the storm. Jiang Ming didn't go upstairs but sat in a chair with his eyes closed, cultivating. Jiang Yu was eating bass fish for every meal, and her recent cultivation effects were skyrocketing. Jiang Ming felt like he could break through to mortal level 4 at any moment. As her brother, if he didn't work hard on his cultivation, he would be left behind. He closed his 5 senses and focused on cultivating. In the restaurant, he was invincible and didn't need to worry about being attacked. During this time, there were continuous knocks at the door. The cat figurine, Bao, and the parrot, Xiaobao, who welcomed guests, had long since closed their hearing. They only needed to work during the restaurant's operating hours. But Daba, the dog responsible for guarding the house, couldn't slack off. Even if it was annoyed by the noise to the point of distorting its face, it couldn't bear to wake up Jiang Ming, who was immersed in cultivation and could only silently endure. From time to time, it interacted with the people knocking at the door. Hello, is anyone there? I'm a teacher from Texas University. Woof. Hello, is anyone there? I'm from the military. Woof woof. I'm a teacher from Modi University. Please open the door. Woof woof woof. Checking the water meter. Open the door. Woof. People from various universities and the military were waiting outside, confused, and began discussing among themselves. Are you all looking for Jiang Yu? Yeah. Isn't the address given by the school's teachers problematic? Since we've found this place, it should be fine. Could it be that Jiang Yu has gone out? That shouldn't be. There's still a dog barking inside. Sigh, let us wait. It's not easy to find a talented student these days. An hour later, Jiang Ming opened his eyes and let out a long sigh. The total amount of spiritual energy in his body was almost full. He just needed a final push to break through. From upstairs, he heard Jiang Yu's excited voice. Yay, brother, I broke through. Your bass fish is really amazing. Jiang Ming. Although it was a nurturing game, it was quite frustrating that his sister was always a step ahead of him in cultivation. For a moment, Jiang Ming thought about not opening the restaurant today and using the aroma of the bass fish along with a tenfold cultivation card to get ahead of Jiang Yu in cultivation. But reality wouldn't allow him to do that. If he didn't complete the task, not only would he not have fried rice to eat, but he would also have to close the restaurant for a month. Jiang Ming reluctantly made another bass fish and sent it upstairs to his sister. Jiang Yu clung to Jiang Ming like a koala. Right now, only breakthroughs and eating could bring her joy. Jiang Ming pulled the girl away, disgusted. You're already so grown up, yet you still act like a child. Jiang Yu wasn't annoyed. She made a face and smiled cutely. Hee, no matter how old I am, I'm still your sister. After saying that, she sat on the sofa and stuffed a piece of fish into her mouth, mumbling, brother, this is so delicious. Jiang Ming smiled helplessly. He had no way to deal with this sister. Hurry and cultivate after eating. I'm going downstairs to prepare. It's almost time to open the restaurant. As soon as Jiang Ming went downstairs, he heard knocking at the door. He thought it was Shi Wanli, as today was the day he would announce Jiang Yu as his disciple. But when he opened the door, he was startled. Outside stood a dozen people, each with an extraordinary demeanor, all looking at him with resentment. Jiang Ming smiled and waved. Hello, This infuriated the crowd waiting outside. Hello? What the hell? We waited outside for dozens of minutes, thinking Jiang had gone out, but it turns out there's someone inside. Cough. Young man, is this Jiang Yu's home? Jiang Ming nodded, and after explaining their intentions, he let them in. An old woman said, Young man, is it convenient for Jiang Yu to come out and meet us? I'm a teacher from Nanda. The group immediately began to chatter, introducing themselves. Upon hearing the commotion downstairs, Jiang Yu finished eating the fish and came down. Brother, are there more people coming? When the teachers from various universities saw Jiang Yu, their eyes sparkled like cats spotting a mouse. But soon their faces were filled with shock. Who am I? Where am I? Have I been waiting outside for not just dozens of minutes, but dozens of days? Didn't they say Jiang Yu had awakened just 3 or 4 days ago? Why is she already at mortal level 4 now? Even if she has awakened talent. Leveling up 1 level a day is too exaggerated. And what does it mean that the spiritual energy is rushing into her body? This absorption rate is probably equivalent to a mortal level 7 or 8 beast master. Could it be that Jiang Yu has a spiritual energy affinity physique? Can that old man control his drool? Chapter 42. The young man Jiang Ming coughed lightly. Everyone, this is my sister. Such a precious gem must be dug up no matter the cost. After hearing this, Jiang Ming sent Jiang Yu back upstairs. Then, just like Guohongliang from the Imperial Capital University, he used the excuse of needing 2 days to decline their offers while promoting his dishes. These teachers were all well off, and as long as they ate his food, wouldn't they be likely to stay? If they stayed for 2 days, wouldn't they all come to eat at his place? He truly was a little genius in business. For this reason, Jiang Ming even opened the restaurant a bit earlier. The teachers also wanted to persuade Jiang Ming, so they naturally wouldn't leave so soon. There was a rule in the small restaurant that only 8 customers could be served at a time. So Jiang Ming asked some people to go outside and wait for the next batch. As soon as he said this, combined with the invincible aura of the restaurant, everyone was momentarily stunned. They then carefully observed Jiang Ming. Could this handsome young man in a chef's outfit be a spirit chef? After seeing the price list on the wall, their inner thoughts were further confirmed. Spirit chefs were always well received by beast masters. After some discussion, a few people left, and the remaining 8 ordered a portion of dumplings and a portion of bass fish. Fortunately, they made a bit too many dumplings in the morning. Otherwise, Jiang Ming wouldn't have been able to do business. Soon, the dishes were laid out in front of them. The moment this group of teachers caught a whiff of the aroma, they instantly lost their composure. After all, they were just a bunch of runaways, with very little status in their respective universities. Although they usually had access to spiritual meals, their exposure was ultimately limited. They wouldn't even think about a perfect spiritual meal. The base only works for those below the Xian level. Although they could tell the tier of the spiritual meal, they didn't know its effects. One by one, they ate without stopping, as if someone would snatch the food away if they ate slowly. Boss Jiang, give me another serving of base. I also want another portion of dumplings. Bring me 3 servings, no, 5 servings. Pack 2 servings to go. I've never had such delicious spiritual meals in my life. Jiang Ming smiled wryly and pointed to the prominent sign on the wall. Sorry, everyone, if you want to eat, come back in the evening. The teachers from prestigious universities all had droopy faces. Beast masters naturally had big appetites, and they truly hadn't eaten enough. They left the restaurant in disappointment. The teachers waiting outside joked a bit, secretly criticizing this group for their lack of experience. They were acting so pompously even in a fly-infested diner. It was truly embarrassing for the prestigious schools. However, when they tasted the dumplings and base, they truly experienced what it meant to eat until they cried. One burly military man couldn't contain the spiritual energy within him and ended up ripping his clothes on the spot. His robust physique was fully revealed, exposing his red shorts. Looks like this year is his zodiac year. An old lady nearby had her eyes shining like light bulbs. However, the quality of the red shorts was quite good. They seemed to be made from beast skin and didn't tear apart. The military man quickly covered his private parts with one hand and his face with the other, fleeing in panic. Before he escaped, he didn't forget to gulp down the dumpling soup. Jiang Ming immediately darkened his face. Damn it, there were clothing scraps scattered all over the place. He would have to clean it up later. Eating until one rips their clothes off should definitely happen less. Cleaning up is a hassle. Lunchtime passed quickly, and more than half of it was gone. During this time, Guohongliang, Shui Yun, and Xian Yud, along with Wan Tianlu and his 3 little brothers, and Shi Wanli all came. The returning customers instantly increased by over 10 people. The task progress also reached 3450. A young boy walked down Chuyang Street, with a small white dog resting on his shoulder, its head drooping. The boy had a perfectly sculpted face, if it weren't for the shallow scar on his face. His looks would rival even Jiang Ming's. The sadness in his eyes could capture the hearts of countless girls. The small dog on his shoulder twitched its nose and barked lightly at the boy. The boy seemed to understand and followed the dog's lead. Soon, They arrived in front of Mingwei restaurant. A waft of aroma lingered at the tip of the boy's nose. His nose instantly felt sour. This smell was reminiscent of the dumplings his mother used to make, but his mother. Tears welled up in his eyes, and he bit his lip. His originally handsome face twisted into a terrifying grimace due to extreme anger. Woof! The dog barked, its tone revealing a sense of worry. The boy wiped the corners of his eyes. His expression returned to normal, but the sadness in his eyes was impossible to hide. Taking a deep breath, he stepped into the restaurant. The small dog on his shoulder looked up. It immediately curled into a ball, trembling, not daring to say a word. The boy raised his hand to smooth the dog's fur, thinking the dog's injury hadn't healed yet, and didn't think much of it. He surveyed the surroundings, seemingly observing the layout, nodding slightly. Not bad. He glanced at the price list on the wall, his face calm and unperturbed, as if he didn't care about money at all. If this restaurant was really as he thought, let alone 688 for a serving of dumplings. Even adding a zero later wouldn't be too much. On his way to the cash box, he brushed his hand over the table. It was dust-free. Boss, I'd like a serving of chive dumplings and a fragrant base. Jiang Ming looked up. Oh wow. Is there someone in this world who is just a tiny bit less handsome than me? No wonder he was so confident. After the system enhancement, his looks surpassed those of any popular young star from his past life by countless times. Wait a moment. The boy was slightly taken aback. He didn't expect the spiritual meal to be prepared by someone who didn't seem much older than him. He casually found a spot to sit down, just as he was about to lift the small dog onto the dining table. But the dog clung tightly to his clothes, unwilling to leave, its dark eyes rolling around as if it were afraid of something. The boy had no choice but to give up. This is your meal. Please enjoy. Jiang Ming's voice interrupted the boy's thoughts. After examining the bowl and chopsticks in front of him, the boy picked up a dumpling, and a hint of nostalgia appeared on his face. Once upon a time, his mother's dumplings looked just as beautiful, plump and white, with folds as lovely as flowers. As soon as he put it in his mouth, the flavors exploded on his taste buds, and a tear fell into the bowl. Perfect spiritual meal, just like the ones his mother made. He picked up a dumpling and brought it to the small dog's mouth. Xiao Tian, eat up. Chapter 43, Beast Attack on the City. The streets of Yong City were bustling at noon, with the sounds of chatter filling the air, tall buildings rising uniformly, and the crowd bustling about with hurried expressions. Suddenly, a few sharp eagle cries pierced the sky, carrying a soul-shredding power. Some elderly people and children fainted on the spot, while young people endured the discomfort and looked up at the sky. Surprise, fear, and other negative emotions instantly flooded their faces. It was an eagle. A monstrous eagle that could block out the sun. Woo! The deafening air raid sirens blared instantly. People covered their heads and fled towards the nearest air raid shelter, wishing they had 2 more legs. The streets were thrown into chaos. Run! The beast is attacking the city. Mom, I want to find my mom. Some children cried on the ground, having lost sight of their parents. My God, that eagle is as big as a building. Hurry, or we'll lose our lives. Dad, don't bother with money. Life is the most important thing. The city's guard quickly assembled. Their faces were drenched in sweat, and their legs were still trembling slightly. Their beast companions were even cowering on the ground, lacking the courage to look up at the mighty eagle. How could they, a group of newly promoted Shin-level beasts, withstand the aura of that eagle? A young man wiped the sweat from his brow and stammered, Captain, that eagle beast. It's probably Earth tier, right? Damn it. The captain spat. Are those idiots on the front line eating shit? They let an Earth tier beast into the city? Xiao Wu, take a look at what species that eagle is. The man called Xiao Wu suppressed his inner fear and activated his talent. Extraordinary vision. It was as if the distance between him and the eagle had instantly closed. He could see the eagle's feathers clearly. Cracked sky blue eagle. What? The captain's eyes widened, as if they might pop out. The cracked sky blue eagle was one of the most brutal existences among eagle-type beasts. It thrived on bloodshed and slaughter. If it really rampaged through the city, there would be no survivors in Yong City within a day. Captain, that cracked sky blue eagle is injured. Xiao Wu's excited voice rang out. In his line of sight, there was a horrific wound on one of the eagle's wings, extending down to its abdomen. Due to its immense spiritual power, no blood was flowing out. The captain let out a long sigh of relief. This was a stroke of luck amidst misfortune. The captain mounted his beast, a snow wolf, and rode off, leaving only a cool silhouette for everyone. The rest of the guard exchanged glances and then smiled at each other. Everyone has the same nose and 2 eyes. How can such pretentious things be left to you alone? This brat thinks he's a hero and really takes us for fools. Carrying his pet beast, he rushed towards the captain. That direction is Jingjiang. On the banks of the Jingjiang River, many beast tamers from Yong City have already gathered. Jian Yud, an 8th-level Xian stage. Shi Wanli, a 6th-level Xian stage. Wan Tianlu, a 2nd-level Xian stage. Mu Shuiyun, and various university professors who came to find Jiang Yu. Even some Huang stage and even ordinary beast tamers have come. They all stared nervously at the sky-splitting blue eagle in the sky. The people of Yong City are very scared, but they are even more afraid of their homeland being destroyed by ferocious beasts. So, they came to lend a hand. Even if that power is extremely minimal. The teachers are also very scared. But resisting ferocious beasts is the inherent responsibility of all beast tamers. As role models, this responsibility is even more deeply engraved in their hearts. Strangely, the Earth-stage sky-splitting blue eagle showed no intention of attacking and kept hovering over the Jingjiang River. It occasionally let out a mournful cry, as if it were anxious. After such a big incident, the guests in the Mingyue restaurant had already fled. Yet the young man continued to eat his spiritual meal without a care. The little dog on his shoulder, seeing that Dabobeo was not moving, also became lively. At least it dared to lie on the table and eat with its owner. After the young man finished eating, he ignored the little dog's protests, picked it up, and wiped its mouth, instantly leaving an oil stain on its snowy white fur. The little dog struggled to land, shaking its body vigorously. The young man looked at it curiously. What happened to Xiaotian? Why not use spiritual energy to clean its fur? The young man turned his gaze towards Dabobeo at the door. Dabobeo, with its shiny black fur and perfect dog body proportions, looked just as impressive as his Xiaotian. Moreover, it gave him a mysterious aura, making him ponder. The young man suddenly understood and patted Xiaotian's head, a playful smile on his face. It turned out that it was trying to show off in front of that little black dog. As for that black dog, the young man did not use his heavenly eye to investigate. He didn't want to rashly pry into others' secrets. Especially since Jiang Ming could make perfect spiritual dumplings like his mother, he still had a good impression of Jiang Ming. The young man lifted the little dog by its neck. Now that it was oily, it couldn't lie on his shoulder. Boss, the dumplings are delicious, thank you. The young man politely thanked as he walked out the door. Jiang Ming called out to him, what's your name? As he passed by Dabobeo, Dabobeo barked, Woof. If you dare to reveal me to that kid, just wait for death. The previously struggling Xiaotian now appeared as limp as a wilted cucumber, with a look of despair. Woo-woo, I understand, my mouth is very tight, don't worry big boss. Once the young man left, Jiang Ming rubbed his chin and muttered, Cheng Zhihao? Suddenly, his expression changed dramatically. Wait, why do I want to know his name? Is it just because he looks as handsome as me, so I'm bending? Impossible. It should just be that I have a dog, and he also has a dog. Knowing the name makes it easier to share dog-raising tips. Jiang Ming shook his head vigorously, dispelling his unrealistic thoughts. In fact, it was Cheng Zhihao shedding a tear after eating a dumpling that made Jiang Ming feel this was a person with a story. Running a restaurant. You have a story and I have wine. We are all good friends, cough cough. Due to the eagle in the sky, all the customers in the restaurant were scared away, and Jiang Ming happily closed up, pulling down the roller shutter. He went to the kitchen to prepare lunch for himself, his sister, and Sambao. The events outside the restaurant had nothing to do with him. Cheng Zhihao wandered the empty streets. He looked up at the sky-splitting blue eagle over Jingjiang with a very cold gaze. The Jiang family has already dealt with the Earth stage second-level Jiang Tianying. This is just the beginning. Just wait. I will settle the score for my father and mother's grievances, and for the grievances of the entire Cheng family of 765 people. One by one, his momentum erupted with an uncontrollable rage. The trees by the roadside rustled in the wind, some even uprooted. Cheng Zhihao, the pride of the Cheng family. An 18-year-old Earth stage powerhouse. Terrifying. Chapter 44, Jiang Baishu's father. After the sky-splitting blue eagle circled over Jingjiang for half an hour, the people from the Yong City Jiang family finally arrived late. Qian Yid sneered, Jiang Baishu, you sure came fast. Jiang Baishu smiled hypocritically and cupped his hands to everyone. Sorry, I was in seclusion and closed my senses. The people of Yong City all looked at him sideways. This old dog comes faster than anyone when there are benefits. But when there's trouble, getting him to help is harder than climbing to the sky. Jiang Baishu, being an old hand, ignored everyone's gazes, but when he looked up, a thin layer of sweat instantly appeared on his forehead. Why does the sky-splitting blue eagle seem to be the main pet of the Earth stage powerhouse, Jiang Tianying, from the main family? The sky-splitting blue eagle let out an urgent cry upon seeing a familiar face and flew towards Jiang Baishu. Everyone was on high alert, and the beasts were ready to attack. Jiang Baishu quickly stopped everyone and shouted loudly, Don't panic. This beast is the pet of our Jiang family's powerhouse. He knew very well what kind of reputation he had in the hearts of the people of Yong City, fearing that everyone would take the opportunity to kick a man when he S down, so he emphasized this point. Main family. Sure enough, the Tsanghu summoned by Shi Wanli and the Lianji summoned by Qian Yid stopped preparing their attacks. The sky-splitting blue eagle landed in front of Jiang Baishu. The height of several dozen meters and the pressure of the Earth stage ferocious beast made everyone's hair stand on end. Those who hadn't reached the Xian stage didn't even have the courage to look it in the eye. The sky-splitting blue eagle flapped its wings. Its cries very urgent, its body crouching on the ground. Only then did everyone see that there was a person on its back. However, the state was extremely tragic. Half of his head was missing, his left hand and right leg were severed at the root, and there was a long wound on his belly with intestines spilling out. If it weren't for the slight rise and fall of his chest, they would have thought he was dead. Everyone was shocked. The vitality of an Earth-stage powerhouse is indeed terrifying. After such severe injuries, he could still hold on for so long. Jiang Baishu, seeing Jiang Tianying in this state, could hardly believe his eyes, as if struck by a bolt from the blue, or as if someone had poured a pot of cold water over him from head to toe, leaving him numb all over. An elder of the clan tugged at his sleeve, and he finally reacted. Whether Jiang Tianying lived or died had nothing to do with him, but he absolutely could not die in Yong City. He urged, "Uncle, hurry and save him." Jiang Baishu's uncle, named Jiang Kong, was a 5th-level Xian stage recovery-type beast tamer with a low-level healing talent, capable of enhancing a pet's healing ability by 10. Jiang Kong did not dare to delay and rushed forward promptly. He summoned all 3 pets, the moon blue sparrow, the ethereal turtle, and the Tianzi ancient tree. They all exerted their full healing skills on Jiang Tianying. The moon blue sparrow's cry was clear, stabilizing the spirit. The ethereal turtle summoned healing waters to wash away external injuries. The Tianzi ancient tree extended a branch, dripping golden sap into Jiang Tianying's mouth to repair internal injuries. Jiang Tianying's condition improved slightly, temporarily preserving his life. Jiang Baishu heard this and breathed a sigh of relief. As long as there was still hope, this sky-splitting blue eagle was quite intelligent, knowing to bring Jiang Tianying to Yong City. If it flew into some forbidden area or over a heavily guarded big city, it would definitely be killed and eaten. Jiang Tianying's fate could only be left to fate. Jiang Gongsheng clasped his fists and said a word of thanks before leaving with the sky-splitting blue eagle. Logically, he should have gone himself for safety. However, that ghost scorpion hadn't made a peep until now. He received news that the Mingwei restaurant actually opened for business today. Moreover, the fact that the teachers from prestigious schools haven't left is the best response. This time, the Jiang family in the capital doesn't know how long it will take. Jiang Yu's troubles remain unresolved, always a thorn in his heart. Jiang Baisu felt furious inside, but still wore a hypocritical smile on his face. After everyone heard this, they all left with disdain. Hosting a banquet? Do I need that meal from you? Besides, I'm afraid you might poison me. The Jiang family is really going too far, treating rules like a joke. But they also have no choice. After all, it's the Jiang family in the capital. The Jiang family's power is such that the entire province of Dezhou might not be able to match it. The crowd dispersed. Shi Wanli stared fiercely at Jiang Baisu, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Qian Yud, when leaving, also gave Jiang Baisu a meaningful glance. Many businesses have intentions to oppose the Jiang family, causing him to lose a lot of money every year. There's an old saying, cutting off someone's wealth is like killing their parents. Qian Yud laughed heartily. Jiang family, you can make a fuss. You have more than a dozen Xian-level experts, and your old man might not even be dead. No one in Yong City can compete with you alone, but what about when you all come together? With your bad reputation. The day everyone can no longer tolerate you will be your day of doom. The wrath of the crowd cannot be quelled. He suddenly swung his fist and smashed it hard against a nearby artificial hill. Boom. The hill exploded instantly, stone chips flying everywhere. Damn it. Where has Guixia gone? Why haven't I heard any news? Now that the teachers from prestigious schools have arrived, if they try to assassinate Jiang Yu again, the commotion will be much larger. Even if they succeed, escaping will be difficult. Killing a person with great talent is a serious crime. He absolutely believed in Guixia's loyalty. But when the big shots come to interrogate him, he would have to speak, whether he wanted to or not. No matter how hard Jiang Baisu tried to think, he couldn't imagine that Guixia had already turned into a wisp of dust in the air, perhaps even drifting into the Jiang family's courtyard. Jiang Baisu's heart was full of suspicion as he dispersed the crowd and walked deeper into the courtyard, arriving at an inconspicuous small house. He lightly knocked 3 times. "Father, the child is incompetent and has a request. Come in." The voice was extremely old. As soon as Jiang Baisu entered, he felt a gust of cold wind rush toward him. The wooden house was covered with yellow talismans, each paper adorned with bright red patterns. The old man sat naked in a wooden tub filled with red water, occasionally bubbling. "Speak." Jiang Baisu looked at his father, feeling a chill in his heart. With a thud, he knelt down. "Father, recently a person with great talent named Jiang Yu has appeared in Yong City. She has an irreconcilable feud with our family, and Guixia is out of contact. The teachers from prestigious schools have already arrived, and I have no choice but to seek your advice." Jiang Baisu's voice trembled, fear reaching its peak, even though the person in front of him was his father, Jiang Weian. Ever since his father got involved with the evil cult, the snake god sect, it was as if he had become a different person, cold-blooded, Ruthless. Heartless. All he cares about is breaking through to the Earth stage. Jiang Baisu thought he was already ruthless enough, but compared to his father, he was just a small character. The patterns on the talismans were drawn with the heart's blood of children under 1 year old. The medicinal bath was infused with the blood of Xian-level beast tamers. All of this was to break through to the Earth stage. Over the years, he didn't know how many talismans and baths had been changed. Jiang Weiyang raised an eyebrow, opened his eyes, and that smile made Jiang Hongshu's heart freeze. Licking his lips, he said grimly, "A person with great talent? I've been stuck at Xian level 10 for a year, just lacking an opportunity. I wonder if her blood will be my opportunity?" Chapter 45. It's really hard to make money. The chaos caused by the beast attack quickly calmed down, and the common people were just relieved. In this world where beasts run rampant, the common people have gotten used to occasionally hiding in air raid shelters. When they learned that the culprit was the Jiang family, they were furious but also somewhat helpless. The Jiang family is the biggest tumor in Yong City. They manage ruthless forces like the Tiger Gang. It can be said that Yong City is just one Jiang family away from becoming a first-tier city in Dezhou province. Inside the Jiang family courtyard, Jiang Baisu came out of the small house, his expression fluctuating, still feeling fearful. His father is no longer the father he used to be. Talking to him felt more like facing a brutal beast. This is also why Jiang Baisu rarely sought out Jiang Weiyang. However, was his father's approach right or wrong? Jiang Weiyang instructed Jiang Baisu to keep an eye on Jiang Yu's movements, to find out which prestigious school she went to. When she leaves the city, Jiang Weiyang would personally take action to capture Jiang Yu. But this approach is too clumsy. It can't withstand investigation at all. It completely puts the Jiang family on the hot seat. Snake. So cold-blooded. Jiang Baisu's face was dark, but a creepy smile crept onto his lips. No matter how cold-blooded he is still his son. Even a tiger doesn't eat its cubs. If his father breaks through to the Earth stage, joining the Snake God sect would surely bring great benefits. At least a position as an elder would be guaranteed. Once one person achieves success, the whole family rises. As a son, his status would naturally rise. Yong City is still too small. So small that it's hard to even produce a single Earth stage. He is already at Xian level 7, nearly 50 years old, and without special opportunities, it's impossible to break through to the Earth stage. And this time is his opportunity. Since that's the case, even if all the Jiang family members in Yong City die, what can be done? If he gains power, he can establish a family anywhere. Jiang Baisu summoned his confidants, gave a few orders, and then walked toward the room of his newly acquired 13th concubine. That woman is really charming, and she serves him well, making him feel comfortable every time. Who knows when he might need to run away, so he better seize the time to enjoy. Jiang Ming opened his eyes, his face unable to hide his joy. He has finally caught up with his sister once again. He couldn't help but exclaim, "I've broken through to the 4th level of the mortal stage." His sister's delicate hum instantly disrupted the mood. "Brother, that's great. But I broke through this morning. Brother, the effect of the bass fish is gone. Can you get me another one to eat?" Jiang Ming touched his nose in frustration. This girl is too disrespectful. Can't she cooperate a little to make her brother happy? Jiang Ming complained internally as he put on his shoes and went downstairs. Bass fish still needs to be eaten. It's a great tool for cultivation. Jiang Ming discovered that the increased cultivation effect was merely secondary. The main reason was the bass fish's slight effect on breaking through the bottleneck. Otherwise, the two siblings definitely wouldn't be able to level up once a day. Soon, 2 bass fish were prepared and placed on the dining table. Jiang Yu couldn't wait, picking up a bass fish and starting to gnaw without using chopsticks. Jiang Ming shook his head, worried about his sister's future marriage. This girl is too fierce. Who would dare to marry her when she grows up? After Jiang Yu finished eating, her big round eyes stared at Jiang Ming in shock. "Brother, this fish has no effect." Jiang Ming was startled by this remark and coughed. He then realized that the feeling of spiritual energy rushing into his body had not occurred this time. Could it be that in this fantasy novel, eating too many pills has caused his body to develop a tolerance? Having 3 meals a day is not without reason. Most staple spiritual dishes can only be effective 3 times a day. Jiang Ming set down the heavy stone in his heart. As long as the bass fish can still be effective, that is fine. He explained to his sister, the effect of the bass fish's spiritual dish can only be effective 3 times a day. Jiang Yu frowned her fair brows. Why didn't you say so earlier? To maintain his brother's dignity, how could Jiang Ming say that he didn't know either? He raised his hand and gave Jiang Yu a light smack on the head. Isn't it because you insisted on eating? But he had just broken through and didn't control his strength well. Jiang Yu's white and smooth forehead instantly flushed red, and tears of pain came out. She felt that if she hadn't recently become a beast master, greatly enhancing her physique, that blow just now might have caused a mild concussion. Jiang Yu was so angry that she started jumping up and down. Her piercing screams scared the second treasure nearby, making him quickly run downstairs. "Brother, I'm going to fight you." Jiang Yu clawed at Jiang Ming with her hands outstretched. Jiang Ming, knowing he was in the wrong, could only keep dodging in the small living room. After enough of their sibling quarrel, they lay on the sofa, panting. Brother, what level of talent do you have? Why do you cultivate as fast as I do? Jiang Ming replied playfully, not high, just level. Level. Just like me. Jiang Yu jumped up, her small fists excitedly pounding on Jiang Ming's arm. Ow! Jiang Ming rubbed his arm, panting. Crazy girl, if you break your arm, you can't run a restaurant. And if you can't run a restaurant, you won't have money to buy you a pet. Jiang Yu playfully stuck out her tongue. Let's buy you a pet first. I'm not in a hurry. Jiang Ming paused for a moment and then affectionately ruffled Jiang Yu's little head. This girl is still so sensible. Having a sister feels so good. Silly girl, I'm a spiritual chef talent. You're a combat talent. Of course, I have to buy for you first. Seeing Jiang Yu still wanting to speak, Jiang Ming quickly continued. I'll work hard to earn money, and you work hard to improve your strength. In the future, you'll have to protect me. Jiang Yu smiled cutely and nodded vigorously. Don't worry, brother. In the future, I'll protect you. When we go out, you just say you're Jiang Yu's brother, and I guarantee no one will dare to touch you. Silly girl. Jiang Ming laughed and scolded, curling up on the sofa to look at his phone. He currently had about 550,000 in hand. With this amount, plus President Xi's 50 discount coupon, he could almost buy a pet with potential growth reaching the yellow level. But if he really bought such a pet for his sister, it would be better to enter university. According to Jiang Ming's idea, his sister's initial pet should at least have growth potential reaching the mysterious level. In the early stages, he really couldn't guarantee that his sister staying by his side would be better than the resources at the university. But one should have a long-term vision. After the business grows, having his sister by his side would definitely be the best choice. After all, which force could provide suitable spiritual meals for one's level every day? But Jiang Ming, with the system's help, could. Moreover, the growth potential of pets is not unbreakable. As long as they are paired with suitable spiritual meals, it can work. Currently, the restaurant's daily turnover was about between 15,200, and to buy a pet with growth potential reaching the mysterious level, at least 5 million was needed. This meant he still had to earn 2 million, which meant he had to operate for another 10 days or so. He still had to work hard to make money. Making money is really hard. Chapter 46 Complete Hidden Task. At 5 in the afternoon, Mingwei Restaurant started its evening operations. As soon as Jiang Ming opened the roller shutter, a group of teachers from prestigious schools came into view. Boss Jiang, have you made your decision? Which university are you going to? Old Wu, why the hurry? Let Boss Jiang think it over for a few days. Yes, Old Wu, Shaoli is right. Boss Jiang, this matter is not urgent. Let us eat first. A trendy dressed man said, quickly darting into the restaurant. There were more than 10 of them, and he was in the second batch for lunch, waiting outside for a while. He didn't want to be in the second batch again for dinner. The others saw this and cursed him for being sneaky. Whoosh. They immediately rushed into Mingwei Restaurant. While the other teachers who didn't get one of the top 8 spots looked at the people inside with resentment. Jiang Ming was amused and said to wait a moment before heading to the kitchen to get busy. After serving all the dishes, Jiang Ming watched the diners eat. For the first time, he felt that watching others eat was a wonderful thing. The satisfaction of the food was evident on their faces. Each of them focused on their meals, immersed in the world of delicious food, occasionally letting out a satisfied burp. A sense of accomplishment surged in Jiang Ming's heart, and a smile appeared on his face. The happiness of these people stemmed from him. This made Jiang Ming even happier than eating himself. As time passed, the task progress also slowly increased. Jiang Ming was delighted. It seemed that he would be able to complete the task today. It would definitely be an excess completion. He just didn't know what kind of additional rewards the system would give. But the task progress was stuck at 49 for half an hour, and there were only 20 minutes left of the stipulated opening time today. Just one more. Jiang Ming's mood changed from sunny to cloudy as he scrutinized every customer that entered. Ding. Please do not question me. That person just now was a first-time diner at the restaurant. Jiang Ming broke into a sweat. He wanted to argue with the system, but it clearly didn't take that bait. Ding. Host. Please focus on business and do not engage in speculation. Ding. That person is named Wang Ergu, strength level 7 of the yellow tier, working in the guard team. This is his 3rd time dining at the restaurant. He came for the first time at 7:35 a.m. yesterday and the second time at 6:28 p.m. yesterday. What else do you want to say? Jiang Ming wiped the sweat from his forehead. It was just a joke. Why get so worked up? This system really had low emotional intelligence. System, we've known each other for so many seconds now. Why don't you give me a discount? Just let this one customer go. The system seemed to be angered by the host and remained silent for a long time. What kind of host is this? First, he goes out of line, then plays tricks, and finally tries to appeal to emotions. How long have we known each other? I've only been bound for 4 days. Ding. Please host. The system has activated automatic closure mode. It will restart only after the host completes the task. Jiang Ming was dumbfounded. The system was this fragile? It just shut down? Jiang Ming sighed. It seemed impossible to skip this one, so he might as well focus on cooking. There were 5 minutes left until closing. Only 2 customers remained in the restaurant. Jiang Ming was happy to relax and sat down on a chair to rest, but his eyes were always fixed on the door. Just when Jiang Ming was eagerly waiting, that handsome young man from noon came in with his dog. Hello, you're Cheng Jihao, right? What would you like to eat? Jiang Ming asked eagerly. Cheng Jihao was startled by Jiang Ming's enthusiasm. What's wrong with this boss? Wasn't he pretty aloof at noon? But it was strange that the dog seemed to be in low spirits as soon as it entered the restaurant, even though it was fine outside. Cheng Jihao retreated a couple of steps, creating distance from Jiang Ming. Boss, 1 order of chive dumplings and 1 order of fragrant base. Okay, just a moment. After Cheng Jihao scanned the code to pay, he asked, Boss, do you have spiritual meals for pets? Jiang Ming, in the kitchen, naturally couldn't hear it, but the system could. Ding. Hidden task. Customer inquires about spiritual meals for beasts. Completed. Reward. Level 7 ordinary spiritual meal, grilled chicken wings. Selling price, 16,666. Grilled chicken wings. The main ingredients are a pair of wings from the level 5 fierce beast, red rooster, and honey from the level 5 fierce beast, green peak. Would you like to claim the reward? Jiang Ming was completely stunned. Huh, how did this happen? I didn't hear anything. How did I complete the hidden task? He looked up at Cheng Jihao and found him exceptionally pleasing to the eye. It must be him. He was my lucky star. Not only did he help me complete the fried rice task, but he also helped me unlock a hidden task. Awesome. 666. So cool. Jiang Ming was excited inside, but kept a calm expression on his face. He had to maintain his image and not be too silly. He had to act cool. He notified the system to turn off the kitchen soundproofing function and said lightly, What did you say? Cheng Jihao had no choice but to repeat himself. Jiang Ming nodded calmly. Of course, we have grilled chicken wings, a 7th grade spiritual dish, priced at 16,666. Cheng Jihao was also straightforward. After scanning the payment code, he found a spot to sit down. Jiang Ming felt a bit angry upon seeing this. It was the first time he encountered someone even colder than himself. But no matter what, he couldn't let money slip away. 16,666 for a pair of grilled chicken wings, and his share would be 333. System, claim the reward. The method for making grilled chicken wings instantly flooded into Jiang Ming's mind. Almost in an instant, he opened his eyes. Making spiritual dishes for pets was much simpler than for humans. Since human meridians were relatively fragile, the spiritual dish had to take the softness of the spiritual energy into account, so the spiritual materials couldn't just be randomly mixed together. But pets were different. With their physique, they could completely withstand violent spiritual energy. Jiang Ming opened the 4th embedded cabinet, which contained a pair of massive chicken wings, along with a small jar of honey. Each chicken wing was 1 meter long and half a meter wide. Jiang Ming secretly marveled. He often ate grilled chicken wings in his previous life. They were crispy, tender, and juicy. Definitely a must-have for late-night barbecues. Unfortunately, chicken wings were usually too small, and he could finish them in just 2 or 3 bites. In his previous life, he found it troublesome and never felt satisfied. Now that the wings were so big, although the spiritual dish sold was meant for pets, he was the owner of the Mingware restaurant. As long as he scanned the payment code, he could decide how to prepare them later, right? Finally, he could eat chicken wings until he was full. The cabinet below had also been modified, revealing 2 embedded ovens. Struggling to take out the chicken wings, if he hadn't become a beast master with his small frame, he wouldn't have been able to lift over 200 pounds of chicken wings at all. Boom. The chicken wings were placed on the tray, and Jiang Ming activated his innate spiritual sense. The spiritual energy content within them immediately appeared in his vision. Holding a cleaver, he began to cut the wings along the lines of spiritual energy. At the same time, he poured out spiritual energy to guide the spiritual energy within the chicken wings to ensure it was perfectly distributed throughout. The chicken wings already had flavor, so there was no need to marinate them with oyster sauce, soy sauce, or salt. Jiang Ming opened the honey jar, dipped his hand in a bit, and put it in his mouth. His eyes instantly lit up. This was definitely the best honey he had ever tasted. Sweet, but not greasy, with a hint of grassy fragrance. Suppressing the urge to eat more, he took out a brush and coated the large chicken wings with honey. By the time both sides of the wings were brushed to a golden color, the jar of honey was just about empty. Jiang Ming looked at the chicken wings, drooling. The honey smelled too good. Even if they weren't grilled, serving them directly to the pets would definitely be delicious. 2 pairs of wings fit perfectly into 1 oven. Setting the timer to 10 minutes, Jiang Ming began to busy himself with other dishes. From time to time, he glanced at Cheng Jihao, feeling that the more he looked, the more pleasing he became. Chapter 47. The Magic of Grilled Chicken Wings. Jiang Ming noticed that Cheng Jihao eating chive dumplings had an emotion that other customers didn't have. Other customers devoured his dumplings, eager to eat as many as possible without caring if they were hot or not, just focusing on enjoying the food. But Cheng Jihao. He picked up a dumpling, first examining it in front of him. Then, as if performing some sacred ritual, he solemnly placed the dumpling in his mouth. Then he would pick up another, continue to look at it in front of him, and only after fully swallowing the first dumpling would he eat the next one. The strangest part was that he even got misty-eyed over a dumpling. Jiang Ming couldn't decipher the emotion in his gaze. It was a bit like nostalgia, and a bit like affection. This person was truly strange. While Jiang Ming was pondering this, Jiang Yu sleepily came downstairs. "Brother, why haven't you closed yet? I'm hungry." The little girl wore a dress, revealing her smooth white legs, and the pattern on her dress was a Pikachu. Due to her small chest, Pikachu didn't look very plump. But combined with Jiang Yu's playful and cute appearance, it had an exceptionally adorable vibe. Cheng Jihao looked up upon hearing her voice, and his heart seemed to stop for a second when he saw Jiang Yu for the first time. This girl was too cute. Her dark hair cascaded like a waterfall down to her waist. As if just waking up, her delicate features looked a bit lazy, like a lovely little kitten. She was utterly endearing. The red lotus pattern on her forehead added a few more ethereal touches. Cheng Jihao couldn't move his eyes. Jiang Yu didn't expect there would still be customers. Otherwise, she definitely wouldn't have come down in her pajamas. However, this man gave her a strange feeling. It was as if he were one of her kind. He had a look not inferior to her brother's, filled with sadness and hesitation. And the scar on his face didn't diminish his attractiveness, but instead added a touch of maturity, giving off a vibe that made one want to explore his story. Jiang Yu blushed under Cheng Jihao's gaze and murmured, "Hello." Though her voice was soft, Cheng Jihao, being a beast master of the earth rank, had exceptional hearing. But he had been busy cultivating and had never interacted with girls before. Now that he encountered someone who made his heart race, he suddenly panicked, stuttering, "Hello, Pikachu." Jiang Ming 0? Jiang Yu. Cheng Jihao. Who am I? Where am I? Why did I say that? Cheng Jihao's mind was in turmoil, waving his hands around in the air, but his mouth couldn't form a coherent word. The atmosphere grew awkward. Jiang Ming saw that something was off. Why did these two seem to have a mutual attraction? This wouldn't do. His not-yet-warm sister couldn't just run off with someone else. Besides, Jiang Yu wasn't even an adult yet. She couldn't fall in love early. He quickly stepped in front of Cheng Jihao, facing Jiang Yu. Yeah, hurry over. Once this customer finishes, I'll make dinner for you." Like Jiang Ming, she didn't believe in love at first sight. She only maintained an appreciative attitude towards handsome men. Moreover, Cheng Jihao gave her a unique aura that made her feel a bit sorry for him, leading to some sympathy. To be precise, it was an overflow of maternal love. Seeing the lovely girl leaving, Cheng Jihao felt an immense regret inside. Why did he have to blurt out something like that? Damn Pikachu. Cough, cough. Hurry up and eat. I'm about to close. Jiang Ming reminded him, his tone somewhat sour. Hearing Jiang Ming's reminder, Cheng Jihao was startled, suppressing some unrealistic thoughts in his mind. He was now burdened with a blood feud. The spirits of the Cheng family were watching him. How could he indulge in romantic feelings here? How could he deserve romance? In the end, it would only harm others and himself. He had already decided that after tonight, he would leave the city and head to the wilderness, becoming a secret realm hunter. And this was also the easiest way to increase his strength. Unreclaimed areas were collectively referred to as the wilderness. There, fierce beasts roamed. Evil cults flourished. It was a human forbidden zone, yet also a trial ground for the strong. Currently, some families in the imperial capital were searching for his whereabouts everywhere. Staying in the city was too risky. Besides going abroad, the wilderness was his only choice. That was why he was slowly savoring these chive dumplings that tasted just like the ones his mother made. He wanted to remember this flavor. Then take the spirits of the Cheng family to train in the wilderness and grow stronger. In the end, he would seek revenge. Cheng Jihao calmed the ripples in his heart, picked up his chopsticks, and continued to enjoy the delicious food. Jiang Ming still wanted to chat a bit more when suddenly a ding sound echoed in his mind, reminding him that the grilled chicken wings were ready. He quickly ran into the kitchen. The moment the oven was opened, gold filled Jiang Ming's vision. Wow, golden legend. 2 chicken wings, each 1 meter long and half a meter wide, had their skin turned golden due to being brushed with honey from the green peak and with oil dripping off them. Combined with the enticing aroma of roasted chicken wings, made Jiang Ming swallow hard. Jiang Ming resisted the urge to take a bite and walked out of the kitchen holding the plate. The rich smell of chicken instantly filled the restaurant. And Airbao stood on the cash box, stretching his neck long, his eyes fixed on the plate in Jiang Ming's hand. The Bao had drool dripping from his mouth. San Bao, who had been dozing off in a Peking chick style, suddenly perked up upon smelling the aroma, becoming restless in the golden cage. Cheng Jihao's little white dog was even more unbearable, bouncing around on the table, even standing on its hind legs, begging Jiang Ming to put the plate down quickly. Jiang Ming was amused by the little white dog, which was indeed a pet. just as spirited as his 3 treasures. If Sanbao knew Jiang Ming's thoughts, they would surely look down on him. How could that little white dog compare to them? Before the plate was even set on the table, the little white dog jumped up eagerly. Its mouth was busy tearing at the chicken wings, enjoying itself immensely. This made Cheng Zhihao shake his head in disbelief. This silly dog was acting like a starving ghost. It had eaten spirit food at home before, and now it was devouring this mundane spirit food like this. Truly embarrassing. The aroma of the chicken wings kept teasing his sense of smell, and Cheng Zhihao had just finished his own meal. However, a plate of dumplings and a striped base was still too little for a low-level beastmaster. Just as he placed his hand on a chicken wing, preparing to tear off a piece to taste, his closest companion, Xiao Tian, unexpectedly showed its teeth at him. It even issued a warning growl typical of dogs protecting their food. Cheng Zhihao frowned and slapped Xiao Tian on the head. Have I spoiled you? Usually, if I have a bite, you have a bite too. Now, with such a big chicken wing, I can't have a bite? Xiao Tian whined, no longer guarding the food, and focused on the chicken wing in front of it. Since there were 2, it might as well let its owner have a bite. Cheng Zhihao's spirit energy moved, and a piece of chicken meat was neatly scraped off. The chicken meat, when squeezed by hand, was golden yellow with oil. He put it in his mouth. Crunch. The chicken skin was crispy, the chicken meat incredibly tender, and paired with the grassy scent of the green peak honey, it was delicious, leaving a lingering flavor that made him want more. Cheng Zhihao finally understood why Xiao Tian would guard its food. The restaurant owner had actually made spirit food for spirit beasts that tasted so good. How terrifying. However, since the spirit energy in the chicken meat had not been processed carefully, a slight surge of spirit energy combined with a violent force swept through Cheng Zhihao's body. This was why spirit food meant for spirit beasts was not suitable for humans. Just this ordinary level 7 roasted chicken wing could cause a low-level beast master to suffer from meridian rupture, or worse, directly lose their cultivation. Even a yellow-level beast master would need to expend great effort to calm the violent spirit energy within. However, Cheng Zhihao, of course, did not have such worries and continued to reach out to snatch food from his dog. Although Xiao Tian was unwilling, it could only speed up its eating under the pressure of its owner's authority. At that moment, Dabao lightly barked, "Little pup, be smart and offer me a chicken wing." Chapter 48. Mission completed, strength enhanced. Xiao Tian was startled, freezing in place, and the piece of chicken in its mouth fell out. It stiffly turned its head to look at Dabao. Dabao. Xiao Tian dead. This black dog was a big shot in the dog world, even more powerful than its own background, and it simply couldn't afford to offend. Humph. A big shot still wanted to snatch food from it. How outrageous. Although unwilling in its heart, it still picked up another whole chicken wing with its mouth. A chicken wing weighing over 100 pounds was lifted high by the little milk dog, and the scene was incredibly awkward. But it happened. In the astonished gazes of Cheng Zhihao and Jiang Ming, Xiao Tian bounced over to Dabao and placed the chicken wing on the ground. Xiao Tian, woof. Big shot. Please eat. Dabao nodded its dog head. Woof. You're a good pup, understanding. Xiao Tian suppressed its inner reluctance, its dog face full of a flattering expression. Woof. Big shot, I won't disturb you. Dabao bowed to the black dog's paw. With so little left, it couldn't let its owner eat anymore. It would hide it in its stomach and wait until its owner fell asleep at night to regurgitate it and eat slowly. Hee hee, I'm such a clever little dog. Cheng Zhihao was dumbfounded. What happened to his dog? Even if it had fallen in love, it shouldn't be this pathetic. Besides, I'm still not full. How could you stuff all the chicken wings into your stomach? Eating alone will lead to bad luck. Cheng Zhihao helplessly picked up Xiao Tian and left the Mingwei restaurant. Standing on the street, he looked at the restaurant's sign, lost in thought. To encounter such a unique restaurant, coming to Yong City was indeed worthwhile. Now, it was time to leave. Mingwei restaurant, perhaps we'll meet again by chance. The beast space opened. Summoning pet beast, 9 nether dark sparrow. Level, Earth level 2. Flipping onto the sparrow, the 9 nether dark sparrow flapped its wings and soared into the wind, disappearing into the sky in the blink of an eye. Just as Jiang Ming was about to pull down the rolling shutter, he saw Cheng Zhihao actually summoning a pet beast on the street. And that speed. It accelerated to 1,000 kilometers in just 1 second. Jiang Ming stood there in surprise like a piece of wood, his hand still resting on the rolling shutter. This person was too cool. The rolling shutter fell, and another day of business came to an end. System, what level is Cheng Zhihao? According to this system's detection, Cheng Zhihao is 18 years and 5 months old, strength, Earth level 1. Jiang Ming, an 18-year-old Earth level powerhouse. It's impossible to achieve this just by cultivating since birth. Definitely a child of destiny. Host, do not be discouraged. Cheng Zhihao has a special physique. There are no more than a handful of people like him in the world. Moreover, reaching Earth level at 18 is not that rare. Cheng Zhihao's talent will fully manifest when he reaches heaven level. At that time, his cultivation will be even more terrifying. However, with your system's assistance, you will become the strongest spirit chef, and all strong beings in the world will have to rely on you. Jiang Ming smiled wryly and nodded silently. It's better not to aim too high. Just focus on solid cultivation. What is the point of being at Earth level? In this Mingwei restaurant, I can still take them down with a single slap, right? System, can the egg fried rice be issued now? Current progress, 5050. Mission completed. Starting to issue rewards, egg fried rice. Detected that the host completed the mission a day early. Extra reward, low-level cultivation room for 12 hours. Would you like to receive the reward? Jiang Ming had long been drooling over the egg fried rice produced by the system. Claim it. Ding. Egg fried rice is an ordinary level 10 spirit food. Host cultivation is insufficient to claim it. Jiang Ming, there is still a strength restriction? Host must reach ordinary level 7 to claim the egg fried rice. Jiang Ming could only set his sights on that extra reward. System. What effect does the low-level cultivation room have? Products from the system are guaranteed to be premium. The low-level cultivation room is composed of low-level spirit stones, with rich spirit energy inside, equivalent to 5 times the host's normal cultivation speed. Note, can be stacked with 10 times cultivation cards. Jiang Ming's eyes lit up immediately. 51,050. A 50-fold cultivation speed means that if he cultivates for 12 hours, it will be equivalent to 25 days of cultivation. Wouldn't his cultivation shoot up like a rocket? He wouldn't have to worry about being weaker than his sister anymore. However, 12 hours means he wouldn't be able to open for business tomorrow morning, right? The system knows Jiang Ming's concerns. Please don't worry, the training room time is constant. No matter how long you are inside, only 1 second has passed outside. Jiang Ming, this is really like having a pillow when you doze off. System, I love you to death. Claiming extra rewards. Ding. The training room is activated. Teleport countdown. 3, 2, 1. Teleport begins. Jiang Ming only felt his head become heavy, and the spinning sensation made him feel a bit nauseous. When he opened his eyes again, he was already in a closed space. The space was small, only a few dozen square meters, like a small room. There were no lighting devices. Yet it still had brightness. Jiang Ming could feel that the spiritual energy in this room was much richer than outside. He didn't need to deliberately cultivate. The spiritual energy was automatically rushing into his body. There was a golden countdown in the air, 115,956. Hey, system, I haven't even started cultivating yet. Why is the countdown already on? Jiang Ming was anxious. Host, instead of shouting at me here, you might as well seize the time to cultivate. Jiang Ming hurriedly sat cross-legged on the ground. It was icy cold. His butt was a bit frozen. If he had known, he would have brought a cushion. He took out a 10-fold cultivation card and silently thought, activate. The cultivation card immediately transformed into a beam of light, surging into Jiang Ming's brow. And a countdown appeared in his mind, 120,000. If cultivating in the Mingwei Hotel was like being drizzled with spring rain, then cultivating in the low-level training room was like being drenched in a summer downpour. And with the 10-fold cultivation card, Jiang Ming felt like he was swimming in an ocean of spiritual energy. Every pore in his body was crazily absorbing the spiritual energy. Moreover, due to the body transformation done by the system before, combined with the spiritual meals he had eaten for the past 3 days, he could absorb as much spiritual energy as was poured into him. He didn't have to worry about whether his body could handle it. Time passed second by second. Jiang Ming's strength significantly increased. 102356 reached level 5 of the mortal realm. 65924 reached level 6 of the mortal realm. 23645 reached level 7 of the mortal realm. When the countdown ended, that spinning sensation hit him again. He felt somewhat unsatisfied. Cultivating really could be addictive. The pleasure of breaking through each level of strength was truly irresistible. System, claim the fried rice reward. The method of making fried rice instantly surged into Jiang Ming's mind. From the handling of the ingredients to the process of frying the rice, everything repeated in Jiang Ming's mind until it formed muscle memory. This time, it took a full 10 seconds before Jiang Ming opened his eyes. Jiang Ming was completely astonished by the method of making fried rice in his mind. For the first time, he realized that fried rice could be made like this, and it was so delicious. Fried rice is a well-known dish. Almost everyone who can cook can make it, and the taste naturally varies greatly. Everyone's method is different, and it has also given rise to variations like Yangzhou fried rice, Leagama fried rice, Hem fried rice, and so on. The most ordinary fried rice just requires mixing eggs and rice together, adding a bit of salt for seasoning, soy sauce for coloring, and ensuring it doesn't stick. However, the fried rice produced by the system is the kind that shines with golden light. Of course, there are many techniques involved. The rice is selected from level 9 spiritual rice, Ling rice. The eggs are from level 9 spiritual beast free-range chicken. And there are specifications for these eggs. The free-range chickens need to be constantly driven away to force them to run. And then the eggs are laid during their frightened run. Such eggs, after the movement in the mother's body, will be even more delicious. Of course, this is what the system said, and Jiang Ming maintained a skeptical attitude. The fried rice produced by the system only requires cooking oil, rice, and eggs. No joke. Even salt doesn't need to be added. At the same time, one must control the water and heat for cooking the rice, the temperature of the oil, and even how to flip the spatula. In the end, every grain of rice needs to be wrapped in egg liquid. Only then can it be called golden cuisine. After understanding the system's fried rice, Jiang Ming couldn't help but wonder what he had been eating before. Remembering that he had proudly cooked a bowl of fried rice for his sister a few days ago, thinking his cooking skills had declined, Jiang Ming felt embarrassed, an excited heart, trembling hands. He could hardly wait to taste this fried rice. The legendary golden cuisine. Just thinking about it was exhilarating. Chapter 49. The amazing effect of expensive fried rice. Jiang Ming went to the kitchen. Next to the double stove was a new rice cooker. He opened the sixth embedded cabinet, and a rich spiritual energy immediately rushed towards Jiang Ming. Inside was a bag of rice and a tray of eggs. He reached in to grab a handful of rice. It felt smooth and delicate, each grain plump and uniform, shimmering under the light, looking as beautiful as jade. A fragrant aroma wafted up. Good rice. Jiang Ming couldn't help but exclaim. As a food enthusiast in his past life, he had never seen such beautiful rice. Looking at the eggs, they were round and smooth, larger than ordinary eggs, a yellowish-brown color, and if he looked closely, he could almost see the egg liquid flowing inside. Jiang Ming scooped out enough rice for 3 people, washed it clean, put it into the rice cooker, and selected the cook button. He thought he would have to wait a while, but 10 seconds later, with a ding, the rice cooker showed that it was done. Opening the rice cooker, there was only the fragrant smell of rice, but no steam as he had imagined. The rice cooked by the rice cooker was actually cold. As everyone knows, fried rice is generally best made with leftover rice. Because overnight rice loses moisture overnight, its surface becomes dry, and when stir-fried, the rice absorbs the oil in the pan, making it easier to separate. Freshly cooked rice tends to stick to the pan and can be a bit glutinous, affecting the taste. However, this rice cooker had cooked the rice into the most suitable form for fried rice. Jiang Ming looked at the white and shiny rice and felt that even eating the rice alone would definitely not taste bad. But he couldn't eat it. Although the rice was cooked, it hadn't been processed, and the spiritual energy within was in a violent state. He was currently at level 7 of the mortal realm. If he carelessly ate a bite of level 9 spiritual rice, it would be unbearable. Jiang Ming swallowed hard, suppressing the impulse in his heart, took out 3 eggs, and started cracking them. The egg yolks and whites slid into the blue and white porcelain bowl like mischievous children. The yolks were golden and shiny, the whites were transparent, with not a trace of foam, and there was no fishy smell. Instead, it had a faint fragrance. After everything was ready, Jiang Ming activated his divine sense. Heat the pan, add oil. Sizzle. Whoosh. Bang. Jiang Ming moved fluidly. Every action was precise, and in an instant, it was as if a culinary god had possessed him. When flipping the spatula, Jiang Ming stood like a pine tree, his movements coordinated and unified, with beautiful posture. The fried rice danced with Jiang Ming's hands, forming a golden crescent moon. When every grain of rice was wrapped in egg liquid and turned golden, it was also the moment when the spiritual energy in the fried rice perfectly fused. Turn off the heat. Serve. The golden fried rice emitted an alluring fragrance. Each grain perfectly placed on the white porcelain plate, stacked into a pyramid shape. Jiang Ming picked up the plate, and the fragrant smell of the fried rice constantly stimulated his sense of smell. The rice grains were distinct, each one perfectly wrapped in egg liquid. The color was golden, harmonious, and loosely piled together, very pleasing to the eye, making one unable to resist the urge to dig in. The aroma was undeniably tempting. Jiang Ming swallowed hard. Is this really the fried rice I made? Can such a delicious fried rice be made with just eggs, rice, and oil? You could take it out and say it's golden rice shaped like rice, and people would believe it. It's truly a golden dish. The kind that glitters. Jiang Ming took a spoonful and was instantly surrounded by a wave of happiness. The fragrance of the rice mingled with the aroma of the eggs, and with each bite, the flavor exploded, as if the rice was dancing in his mouth. His stomach felt warm, and Jiang Ming knew this was the effect of the spiritual energy from the spiritual dish. It's hard to imagine that a bowl of egg fried rice could be this delicious. It's so good. This plate of fried rice, in terms of appearance, aroma, and taste, completely outshines the bowl he made a few days ago. It's on an entirely different level. However, after tasting it, Jiang Ming didn't eat more. Delicious food should be shared with family. He quickly prepared a plate of dumplings. The dumplings were for his sister, as the egg fried rice belonged to the level 10 spiritual dish. Even if the spiritual energy inside was handled well, for Jiang Yu, who was at level 4, it was still a bit overwhelming. The 3-person portion would be too much for Jiang Yu. She could only eat a tenth at most. Jiang Ming set all the meals on the dining table, and Air Bao, with sapphire-like big eyes, stared intently at the egg fried rice. The Bao, anxious, circled around Jiang Ming's feet. Xiao Bao was flapping its wings in the birdcage, frustrated that it couldn't get out. Yeah, come down for dinner. Jiang Ming called up the stairs, and then sat down to inquire about the system. System, what is the spiritual dish effect of the egg fried rice? Breakthrough. It can help beast masters stuck at level 10 to break through their ranks more easily. Jiang Ming. He had thought the warm feeling in his stomach was a kind of healing spiritual dish. He didn't expect the effect to be this terrifying. A breakthrough in rank. How many beast masters are stuck at level 10 due to their qualifications? And this bowl of egg fried rice could fulfill their dreams. What is the price? Did you forget to mention it? System. Egg fried rice, priced at 19,999 per plate. Great. This price is completely disconnected from ordinary people. Jiang Ming complained. System. I think if you change the 1 to a 9, people would still be breaking down the door to eat. Transparent pricing, fair to all. We want to engage in the black-hearted merchant's tactics. Meanwhile, a new dish appeared on the menu. Egg fried rice, 19,999 per plate. Next to it, another new price list appeared. Price list, pet dish section. Roasted chicken wings, 16,666 per pair. The two price lists overlapped perfectly, symmetrical and harmonious, without disrupting the ambience of the restaurant. The system is indeed impressive. Bro, you made egg fried rice? I smelled it from upstairs. It's much more fragrant than what you made before. Jiang Yu's crisp voice rang out as she jumped down from upstairs in a Pikachu dress. Her whole body sprawled on the dining table. She took a deep breath. Unable to help herself, she exclaimed, it smells so good. Her pretty face flushed with a charming rosy color as she picked up a spoon and stuffed it into her mouth. Jiang Yu's eyes lit up instantly. Her cheeks kept moving, and the spoon never stopped, one bite after another. Wow, you're getting better at cooking every time. Jiang Ming smiled helplessly. This crazy girl was completely oblivious to her image. Eat slowly, no one is competing with you. He walked into the kitchen and poured a cup of spiritual spring water for his sister. Jiang Yu had not eaten much, but already felt full. It wasn't her stomach, but her body. Her body was already filled with spiritual energy, and she couldn't eat another bite of fried rice. But how could a girl endure looking at such delicious food without being able to eat it? Slumping in her chair, she took a sip of water. Her little face filled with grievance. Bro, what should I do? I still want to eat. I'm hungry. Jiang Ming couldn't help but be amused by her expression. Stroking her hair. Be good. We'll eat it tomorrow. If you're hungry, there are dumplings. Jiang Yu had no choice but to accept reality. Eating the dumplings with a bitter expression. But after having tasted the fried rice, the dumplings felt a bit lacking. She could only feel indignant in her heart and resolved to improve her strength, hoping to achieve freedom with fried rice as soon as possible. Chapter 50. Stop talking. Let us eat quickly. Jiang Ming took the bowls for the 3 pets and filled one with fried rice before picking up his spoon to start eating. Jiang Ming was completely conquered by the taste of the fried rice. Each bite brought him a new experience. He ate it rapidly, finishing half of the 3-person portion in no time, and still felt unsatisfied. Bro, didn't you say Elder she would take me as his disciple today? Jiang Ming was taken aback. He had been so focused on the egg fried rice task that he had forgotten about it. Now that he thought about it, Elder she indeed hadn't come to Mingware restaurant all day. Elder she might have been held up by something. I'll call and ask in a bit. Jiang Yu nodded. Then I'll go practice first. I feel too full with all this spiritual energy. That night, the Bao had eaten a chicken wing, and it was completely spoiled. This big treasure was really not picky, eating alone, making a mess. Air Bao meowed in agreement. Its lazy voice melted Jiang Ming's heart. After cleaning up the bowls and chopsticks, he prepared 3 chicken wings for the 3 pets. While waiting in the oven, Jiang Ming dialed the number on Elder Shi's business card. Beep. After a series of busy signals, the call connected. Hello? Who is this? On the other end, Elder Shi's voice sounded tired and a bit lonely. Elder Shi, about taking my sister as your disciple yesterday? Ah, it's Boss Jiang. I'm sorry. I was held up by something today. I'll come to your restaurant tomorrow morning. Okay. I want to disturb Elder Shi's rest. After hanging up, Elder Shi held a photo, a family portrait of 5 people, all smiling brightly. His aged hands trembled as he touched the photo, and a tear rolled down his cheek, landing on the face of the woman with the radiant smile. It's been 3 years, my dear wife, 3 years. I miss you so much. Today marked the day 3 years ago when the mysterious realm suddenly erupted in Yong City. It was also the anniversary of his beloved's passing. The night passed quietly in cultivation. At 6:30 a.m., Jiang Ming opened the roller shutter on time, starting a new day of business. Elder Shi arrived with a kind smile. Good morning, Boss Jiang. Jiang Ming politely smiled back. Elder Shi arrived quite early. Come in and see what we have to eat. Elder Shi nodded. I'm really sorry. I was delayed by some matters yesterday. Stepping into Mingwei restaurant, he paused slightly at the price list on the wall. Boss Jiang, what's this egg fried rice and chicken wings? Before Jiang Ming could speak, the parrot answered first. Egg fried rice, level 10 spiritual dish. Still worried about being stuck in your cultivation? Still troubled by not being able to break through to the yellow rank? A bowl of egg fried rice can solve your problems. 19999, no loss, no scam. Quick hands get it, slow hands lose it. First come first served. Roasted chicken wings. Level 7 spiritual dish. What to do if your pet is injured? Chicken wings. What to do if your pet is depressed? Chicken wings. What if your pet is disobedient? Still chicken wings. A pair of chicken wings. No worries for your pets. 16666, a conscientious restaurant, a conscientious price. Wow, this little mouth speaks quite well. Elder Shi was stunned to hear the parrot's explanation. Jiang Ming could actually make level 10 egg fried rice, and the spiritual dish effect was the most precious breakthrough dish. Breaking through class is the most difficult hurdle for Beastmasters. Although it is just the transition from the lowest level of mortal rank to yellow rank. Many people have been stuck at this level. In Yong City alone, there are about 50,000 Beastmasters, but a full 40,000 are stuck at mortal rank. If they could really break through, not to mention 19,999, even 199,999 would have people scrambling for it. Shi Wanli looked at Jiang Ming as if he were looking at a monster. Cough cough. Young friend, you really surprise me. Bring me a portion of base and a bowl of egg fried rice. Jiang Ming nodded and began to busy himself in the kitchen. Meanwhile, the teachers from prestigious schools also got up early and came to Mingwei restaurant. They were leaving in a few days, so they couldn't miss out on this delicious spiritual meal. The parrot Xiaobao was also very dedicated, repeating the previous words loudly every time a customer entered. As a result, the prestigious school teachers were frightened. Each one looked at Jiang Ming as if they were looking at a fraud. The food might be delicious, but it can't be a scam. How can a spiritual meal that helps break through be sold so cheaply? It's ridiculous. They didn't say anything, but still ordered a portion of egg fried rice to try. 20,000 was not considered expensive for them. If it doesn't work, so be it. They would just treat it as spending money for enjoyment. If it does work, that would be even more incredible. They would directly call the school and have someone come quickly to eat. How many people in their school were stuck at level 10 of mortal rank? Stuck for several months? 20,000 to buy a few months of cultivation time. That's definitely a huge profit. If they reported this news, the school leaders would definitely reward them. Under the eager gaze of the crowd, plates of egg fried rice were placed in front of them. If it weren't for the refreshing aroma and the steam rising, they would really suspect Jiang Ming had served them a plate of gold. The fragrance was different from ordinary egg fried rice. It didn't have that greasy smell, but rather the fresh aroma of rice, giving a refreshing feeling. They couldn't see a single grain of egg foam on top. Upon closer inspection, they realized the eggs were perfectly wrapped around the rice, which is why it felt like gold. Tentatively scooping a spoonful into their mouths, their shock deepened even more. Ah, what the heck? How can egg fried rice be this delicious? This flavor is truly amazing. I feel like a free-range chicken running freely in the mountains. A bite of egg fried rice. Truly no worries. I knew Boss Jiang would never let me down. Not to mention anything else. Just this flavor is worth the price. Oh my. The teacher who burst out of his clothes yesterday has done it again today. But this time, it seems he switched to clothes made of fierce beast skin, which just tore apart. Stop talking and hurry up. Shi Wanli mumbled. This group kept calling out. They were teachers from prestigious schools, with no manners at all. Eating without talking, sleeping without speaking, do you understand? They seriously interrupted his time to enjoy the food. The group of prestigious school teachers fell silent, immersed in the joy of the food. As for their earlier thoughts of verifying the effects of the spiritual meal, they had completely forgotten. Now, there was only one thought. Eat. Hurry up and eat. Spoonful after spoonful. Soon, the plate looked like it had been washed. Only then did they finally feel willing to speak again. Old Wu, what do you feel after eating? Delicious. The middle-aged man called Old Wu patted his beer belly, looking completely satisfied. Need you to tell me that? Does it really have the effect of breaking through? Outside, the crowd waiting saw that the people inside finished eating and were still chatting, and everyone was getting furious. Among them, Qian Yud was the most fierce. Finish eating and hurry out. Are you breathing inside? Can't you see so many people waiting outside? Chapter 51. Huang Xue's Inner Thoughts. Shi Wanli laughed heartily. This Qian Yud really has that kind of personality, not a bad nature, but very straightforward. He wiped his mouth with a napkin. Boss Jiang, I won't disturb your business. I'll come back when you're closing. Jiang Ming nodded and sent President Shi out of the restaurant. Hearing Qian Yud's almost curse-like words, the prestigious school teachers all turned red. If looks could kill, Qian Yud would have been killed 100 times by them. But they were, after all, people of status, and knew they were in the wrong. They just shot Qian a fierce glare as they left. While walking, they were still discussing the effects of the egg fried rice. Old Wu, what do you feel in your body now? Ask someone else. Don't disturb me. This egg fried rice is truly fragrant. Old Wu squinted his eyes, swaying his head as he walked down the street. Anyone who didn't know would think he was on drugs. Just as someone was about to ask. The teacher without a name spoke up. The taste of that egg fried rice is indeed amazing. After eating it, I feel warm all over. Maybe it really has the effect of breaking through. All of them were beast masters, having already broken through the yellow rank beast pulse. What were they discussing aimlessly for? Just find a level 10 mortal rank student to come and try it out. The military personnel are really straightforward. The teacher's eyes showed a hint of disdain. Military personnel. Country bumpkins, crude and vulgar. If it could really help break through, they just didn't know what the effects of the breakthrough would be like. Someone shook their head and said, that's not certain. The taste of herbal porridge and egg fried rice is worlds apart. Hee, no matter the probability. As long as it is effective, it will be hard for this restaurant not to become famous. The prestigious school teachers discussed along the way. And due to the emergence of egg fried rice, they all forgot their original purpose. Now they were all focused on figuring out the effects of the egg fried rice. In the realm of beastmasters, the small levels are a process of quantitative change. As long as enough spiritual energy is absorbed, the bottleneck usually isn't too hard. However, large levels are qualitative changes. There are corresponding obstructions in the beast pulse. The beast pulse is connected to the beastmaster's space, a unique network belonging to beastmasters. However, this network is blocked, equivalent to a shackle, locking the beastmaster's space. Only by completely breaking through the beast pulse can one advance to the next level. The breakthrough spiritual meal, as the name suggests, is a spiritual meal that helps break through the beast pulse. Such spiritual meals are the most precious, with prices that are exorbitant. Even the cheapest herbal porridge costs over $1 million for a bowl. Now a bowl of egg fried rice costing $20,000 is said to help with breakthroughs. How could this not surprise the prestigious school teachers? Back at their residence, they all started calling to gather people. They were calling their own students, saying there was something good and urging them to come quickly. They couldn't make a big deal out of this until it was clarified. If it turns out to be a misunderstanding, wouldn't that be a huge embarrassment? Inside Mingwei restaurant, Qian Yud looked at the golden pyramid-like egg fried rice in front of him, his eyes wide. Boss Jiang, you really are something. Yesterday morning I asked you when you'd serve rice, and today there's egg fried rice. You're a true friend. I, Qian, have made up my mind. After saying that, Qian Yud gave Jiang Ming a thumbs up. Li Yueying and Huang Shui, who came with him, had long buried their heads in eating. They were eager to meld their faces with the plate. The spoon kept going, one scoop after another, without stopping. Huang Shui was enjoying the food, but a sense of guilt lingered in his mind. As Qian Yud's exclusive spiritual chef, he earned a base salary of $2 million a year, with additional commissions for making spiritual meals. But now, Qian Yud took him to Mingwei restaurant to eat every day, and he didn't have to pay. Every day was a free meal. It felt like he was unemployed, although finishing a delicious spiritual meal was indeed a kind of spiritual enjoyment. Every time he came to Mingwei restaurant, it consumed the friendship between him and Qian Yud. This was troubling him greatly. No way, it can't go on like this. Huang Shui made a decision in his heart. He picked up the last grain of rice from the plate with his hand and put it in his mouth, then suddenly stood up and rushed towards Jiang Ming. Qian Yud thought his little brother was going to cause trouble again and quickly scolded, "Old Huang, what are you doing?" Huang Shui ignored him, his eyes filled with admiration, and bowed at a 90-degree angle to Jiang Ming. "Master Jiang, please take me as your apprentice." Jiang Ming was truly taken aback by this move, standing there, unsure of what to say for a moment. He himself was only at a mediocre level. How could he teach an apprentice? A cold electronic voice rang in his mind. The host currently does not have the qualification to accept apprentices. Huang Shui's gaze became dazed, his expression lost. A spiritual chef values rules the most. Clinging and pestering would not work, it would only have a counterproductive effect. He said awkwardly, "Master Jiang, I was presumptuous, I'm sorry." Qian Yud, who was quite astute, immediately understood Huang Shui's inner thoughts. He felt a bit uncomfortable. Old Huang was someone who valued face and didn't want to owe favors. He had indeed neglected his old brother's feelings these past few days. He patted Huang Shui's shoulder and smiled. "Old Huang, you treat this meal. You eat my food every day, aren't you ashamed?" Huang Shui stared blankly at Qian Yud, then suddenly laughed. "Get lost, I won't treat you. I want to eat you, the big shot." Qian Yud picked up a dumpling from Huang Shui's bowl and put it in his mouth. "Old Huang, you are my brother, and between brothers, there is no need to be so calculative. I don't like that." Huang Shui nodded, watching as 2 more dumplings disappeared from his bowl. Qian Yud kept chattering about past funny stories, euphemistically calling it enlightening him. But Huang Shui had already seen through his intentions. He just wanted to eat more dumplings. Old Huang, Chin fatty. You can be sentimental, but can you stop eating my dumplings? Huang Shui shouted, picking up the dumpling bowl and turning his back to Qian Yud. But a smile was still on his face. After decades of brotherhood, it wasn't for nothing. Qian Yud awkwardly smiled. Huang Shui was great, but he was just too pretentious. As the older brother, he naturally had to guide him. Hey, I just ate 6 more dumplings, how delightful. Chapter 52, The Well-Behaved Sky-Splitting Eagle. Qian Yud turned his attention to Li Yueying, rubbing his hands together and saying, Little Li, what are you doing? I won't feel embarrassed. Don't think about eating my dumplings. Li Yueying crossed her arms protectively over her food, like a mother tiger guarding her cubs. Qian Yud, seeing he couldn't sneak a bite, muttered, Girls these days eat so much, be careful not to get fat and not get married. Mind your own business. I'm happy to eat. Li Yueying retorted fiercely, leaving Qian Yud speechless. He could only look at the price list on the wall, Pet Beast section. Boss Jiang, I want a pair of roasted chicken wings. Qian Yud thought, although it was spiritual food for pet beasts, with his Xian level 8 strength, he could definitely handle the roasted chicken wings of the mortal level 7. For the sake of his appetite, he had to go for it. Jiang Ming shook his head. Mr. Qian, the spiritual food for pet beasts naturally requires summoning a pet beast. Qian Yud, your shop is so small, how could it possibly accommodate a pet beast? Jiang Ming helplessly spread his hands. If you can't summon a pet beast yourself, is it my fault? Qian Yud was once again left speechless. The Mingware restaurant was only a few dozen square meters, and with tables and chairs taking up space, it could hardly accommodate a large pet beast. Only pet beasts with growth qualifications reaching the Earth level could change their size. He had one, but that one had a bit of a proud personality. If summoned, it would definitely cause trouble. He complained, Boss Jiang, when are you going to expand? As a spiritual chef, your shop is so small, isn't that too shabby? Jiang Ming smirked. Humph, even if I'm shabby, don't you come here every day to eat? If you want to eat chicken wings, you have to summon a pet beast. No, my pet beast is a bit ferocious. I'm afraid it will break your stuff. Even if it's summoned. You won't have to pay if it breaks anything. No, there's a rule. It's not allowed to summon pet beasts casually in the city. Pet beasts need to eat too. Don't tell me you bring your pet beast out of the city to eat every day. Qian Yud's emotions flared up. This Jiang Ming was really stubborn. He didn't understand how to be flexible at all. If that's the case, then don't blame me for being ungrateful. Young man, you are still too young. Let me give you a lesson. Qian Yud waved his hand and began to cough, opening the Beastmaster space. Summon, Sky-Splitting Eagle. Strength, Xian level 9. The Sky-Splitting Eagle was of the same level as the Sky Blue Eagle, and its temperament was roughly similar, otherwise. Qian Yud wouldn't have been unable to train it for so long. A half-meter-long eagle suddenly appeared on Qian Yud's arm. Its gaze was proud and sharp, its claws glinting coldly, raising its head and scanning the diners in the restaurant, as if it were an emperor on a journey. The pressure from the fierce beast was so intense that people dared not look directly at it. The diners trembled in fear, forgetting to eat their spiritual food, almost fleeing in panic. Once the Sky-Splitting Eagle appeared, it discovered it was in such a small space. As a bird that fought against the sky, how could it tolerate this? It spread its wings and was about to let out a cry. Cough, cough. Mongrel bird, if you act up again, I'll roast you. The little parrot lightly coughed. The Sky-Splitting Eagle looked at the little parrot in the golden cage, feeling as if it was enveloped in boundless flames. Immediately, it buried its head in its wings like a frightened hen, its body darting towards Qian Yud's embrace. Jiang Ming laughed, comforting the startled diners. Don't be afraid, keep enjoying, keep eating. He then walked up to Qian Yud and stroked the Sky-Splitting Eagle. Smooth and cool, very nice to touch. Mr. Qian, do you still want the roasted chicken wings? 16666 per serving, pay if you want it. Qian Yud looked at Jiang Ming in shock. The main reason he summoned the pet beast was to eat those chicken wings, and he also wanted to probe Jiang Ming's depth. He knew exactly what kind of temper his precious pet had. It was a fierce and proud creature. It was so urgent that even he, its master, had to get beaten. Why was it behaving so well like a chick at Mingware restaurant? You are an eagle, not a chicken. But nothing had happened at all. He simply didn't want to think about it. After all, it was already unreasonable for a spiritual chef who could create perfect spiritual dishes to run a fly-infested restaurant on the street. The Sky-Splitting Eagle's behavior was understandable. Yes, of course I want it. Huang Shui couldn't help but reach out to touch the Sky-Splitting Eagle. What man doesn't like large, fierce beasts? Normally, they wouldn't let him touch it. If he forced it, a blood hole would suddenly appear in his hand. Now that it looked so well behaved, he had to give it a good petting. When his hand touched the feathers, an indescribable pleasure appeared on Huang Shui's face. Finally, he touched a bird. After a wave of diners had changed, Jiang Ming came out of the kitchen with a large plate. Mr. Qian, your roasted chicken wings. In an instant, the aroma of meat wafted in the air. Qian Yud's eyes lit up as he looked at the two huge chicken wings in front of him. For the past few days, it had been dumplings or base. Although it was impossible to get tired of eating, with Qian Yud's weight of 200 pounds, he preferred to eat meat. Now he could finally eat to his heart's content. Smelling the aroma of the chicken wings, how could he hold back? He stopped pretending to be a gentleman, rolled up his sleeves, and went straight for it. He tore off a piece of meat and put it in his mouth. The meat was tender, the skin crispy with a hint of sweetness, juicy and flavorful. I love roasted chicken wings. Li Yueying and Huang Shui couldn't help but directly join in when they saw Qian Yud's eating posture, coupled with the irresistible aroma of the roasted chicken wings. One by one, they ate with grease dripping from their mouths. Before long, half of the 1 meter long, half-meter wide chicken wings had been devoured. Huang Shui, due to his weak cultivation, found the violent spiritual energy of the chicken wings unbearable, forcing him to wear a mask of pain, reluctantly stopping his actions. He hurriedly circulated his spiritual energy to recover his body. Now only Li Yueying and Qian Yud remained. The split sky eagle caught a whiff of the delicious aroma and couldn't resist. It stealthily lifted its head and glanced at the parrot, Xiaobao, like a thief. Seeing that there was no reaction, it quietly hopped onto the table and pecked at another intact chicken wing. As soon as the meat entered its mouth, the split sky eagle flapped its wings excitedly and accidentally slapped Qian Yud. This flavor made it question its own bird feed. Meat could be this delicious. The meat it had eaten before must have been rotten, right? Eat, eat, eat. Hurry up and eat. Its beak pecked so fast that it created afterimages. Qian Yud rubbed his reddened face, looking at his pet beast with resignation. Sigh. This old eagle is too hard to tame. But the priority now is to focus on the chicken wings in front of him. This little Li is so inconsiderate, eating even faster than he was, completely disregarding him as the boss. When a chicken wing was finished by Qian Yud and Li Yueying rubbed her slightly bulging belly, feeling guilty. Unknowingly, she had eaten so much that her belly was sticking out. She glared at Jiang Ming. It's all this man's fault. His cooking skills are so good that he made my belly grow. But the chicken wings are so delicious. What should I do if I still want to eat more? Jiang Ming was puzzled. Why does this woman's eye seem filled with grievance? What did I do? Women are really strange. Chapter 53, A Precious Gift. Qian Yud had eaten so much, but as a Xian-level cultivator eating Huang-level spiritual food, he still wasn't full. Naturally, his sights were set on another chicken wing. But just as he was about to reach for it, his pet beast, the split sky eagle, suddenly raised its feathers, its eyes sharp, and its beak held high. No one can steal my food, not even if you are the master. Try moving, I dare you. After all the care I've given you. You can't even spare me a piece of meat. What an ungrateful eagle. After the split sky eagle finished the chicken, Qian Yud prepared to store it in the pet space. The split sky eagle flapped its wings and flew right in. This made Qian Yud overjoyed. Even the eagle wanted to soar in the sky, a true rebellious spirit. Could it be that the effect of these roasted chicken wings is to increase the bond between pets and their owners? It must be. The idea is beautiful, but reality is harsh. The split sky eagle indicated that it was simply afraid of the parrot in the golden cage. When the time reached 8:30 in the morning, Shi Wanli appeared punctually at the entrance of the Mingware restaurant. Chairman, she was as punctual as ever. You go in first and sit down. I'll call Jiang Yu down. Oh, some things held me up yesterday. I'm sorry, Boss Jiang, Shi Wanli said with a smile. He casually found a seat and entered a state of relaxation. Shi Wanli didn't know why, but staying in the Mingware restaurant gave him a very comfortable feeling, allowing him to calm down and stop thinking about hatred. Jiang Yu bounced down the stairs, sweetly saying, Good morning, Grandpa Shi. Ah, this little girl is really pretty. Shi Wanli smiled kindly, like a blooming chrysanthemum. Yeah, you should call him master now, Jiang Ming teased. Jiang Yu made a face at Jiang Ming and then bowed to Shi Wanli. Master. Good. Shi Wanli was genuinely fond of this talented girl. Her calling him master truly touched his heart. Sighing, he took out a jade pendant from his pocket and handed it to Jiang Yu. Yeah, this jade pendant contains a barrier that automatically triggers under lethal attacks. Able to protect against attacks below the earth level for 10 minutes. I give this to you as a meeting gift. Shi Wanli's eyes were filled with tears. This jade pendant was a few years old. It was originally meant for his grandson. However, before he could give it, his grandson had already met with misfortune. Jiang Yu paused, standing still, unsure whether to accept it, looking at Jiang Ming for help. Jiang Ming hurriedly stepped forward. Chairman Shi, this gift is too precious. Shi Wanli waved his hand. It's nothing precious or not. Yaya calls me grandpa and master, and I'm all alone. Shouldn't I treat her like a granddaughter? Jiang Ming was momentarily speechless. He had initially thought of this apprenticeship as a transaction. He didn't expect Chairman Shi to take it seriously. Shi Wanli firmly placed the jade pendant into Jiang Yu's pocket. In Yong City, I will do my utmost to protect Yaya's safety and will also strive to teach her. I will go to the Beast Tamer Association now to notify them to give up on their plans. The Beast Tamer Association is an official organization. Countless college students are eager to join. Becoming a beast tamer is just a way to find a good path. Now that Zhang Yu is directly joining the Beast Tamer Association, those prestigious teachers will naturally retreat upon receiving the news. Jiang Ming cupped his hands. Thank you. Shi Wanli waved his hand again. With Ye's great talent, having her as my disciple is a blessing for me. There's no need for thanks. Pets can help beast tamers cultivate, so the earlier you buy one, the better. Is it that you don't have enough money? Do you need me to sponsor you a bit? No. You've already helped enough. I will save up money quickly. Jiang Ming hurriedly stopped him. A charm that can defend against Earth-level attacks, and a 50 discount shopping card, is already precious enough. How could Jiang Ming accept more of Chairman Shi's kindness? Shi Wanli shook his head and laughed. Your temper is just so stubborn. You all go ahead. I'll go to the Beast Tamer Association to post the notice. Jiang Ming watched Shi Wanli's departing figure, remaining silent for a long time. Their agreement was merely a verbal one. Chairman Shi had not gained any benefits at all. Yet he was so invested. Jiang Ming could feel Chairman Shi's sincerity, and he wouldn't let the old man down. He had to become stronger, and the quickest way to become strong was to find the system. System, issue a task. Host, don't be anxious. Work hard to make money. Tasks will come, and your strength will improve. You useless system, are you out of tasks? Please do not doubt this system. My shop is too small. Can I expand it? Host level not sufficient. Unable to expand. Ding. The panel has been updated. Please check it. Host. Host. Jiang Ming, inexperienced, pure-hearted little virgin. Gender, male. Age, 20 years. Physical quality, you can easily flip a bull now. Talent, divine sense. Beast tamer level, mortal level 7. Own beasts, Daba, Erbao, Xiaobao. Culinary skills, mortal level 10. Only by enduring loneliness can one withstand prosperity. Working hard to make money is currently the only path to success. Becoming the strongest spiritual chef is just around the corner. Jiang Ming looked at the panel, feeling speechless. This system is unreliable. I have to rely on myself. He first prepared a base for his sister, then roasted 3 chicken wings for the 3 treasures as breakfast. After that, he made a bowl of fried rice to fill his empty stomach. He spent the morning in tedious and boring cultivation. When Jiang Ming opened the door at noon, the first thing he saw was the always cheerful Wan Tianlu. Boss Jiang, good afternoon. Wan Tianlu was accompanied by 4 people, 3 men and 1 woman, all with extraordinary demeanor, unlike his usual subordinates. Jiang Ming stepped aside politely. Boss Wan, please come in. These 4 people were all his group friends. He had an old gourmet group, filled with people who enjoy fine dining. He had previously posted on social media, praising Mingwei restaurant to the skies. The 4 of them felt a stirring in their hearts, unable to suppress their inner loneliness, so they arranged a gathering with Wan Tianlu. The taller man was named Gao Cheng, while the burly man was called Di Song. Both were entrepreneurs from Yangshi, although their family backgrounds were slightly inferior to Wan Tianlu's. The last man was even more exaggerated in stature than Qian Yud, his belly round, as if he were pregnant for 20 months. With excess flesh on his face squashing his eyes into slits, his name was Beit Saija. His background was not simple. He was the head of Shunhai Auction House in Dezhou Province, and was born into a prestigious family, the Bei family. His wealth was even greater than Qian Yud's, and his power was the strongest in the group, at the 2nd tier of the Earth level. Beit Saija had just finished procuring goods in the secret realm around Yangshi, and had followed Wan Tianlu to taste the food. The only woman in the group was Peng Ning, the daughter of Yangshi's strongest fighter, Peng Yaran. Chapter 54. Another 5 wealthy men conquered by egg fried rice. Wan Tianlu, is this restaurant really as amazing as you say? It's south on the street, and I feel the standard is a bit low. Gao Cheng was the first to speak. I specifically canceled a business deal for this gathering. If it's not good, you'll have to treat us to Huihai Pavilion. Di Song complained as well. Wan Tianlu cursed inwardly. He and T planned to bring these 2 petty guys. He saw that Beit Saija and Peng Ning were coming in the group chat, so he shamelessly rushed over. But upon arriving, they started mocking him, leaving him feeling embarrassed. You can rest assured, it's definitely delicious, Wan Tianlu said, then walked straight into the restaurant. Peng Ning surveyed the layout of the restaurant, nodding in satisfaction. Although it was small, the environment was quite nice and very clean. Old Wan, are the dumplings really as amazing as you said? Beit Saija asked. Before Wan Tianlu could respond, Gao Cheng chimed in loudly. Damn, are they robbing people? A bowl of egg fried rice costs 20,000? Di Song interjected sarcastically, and it's not just that. A pair of chicken wings costs 16,000. Old Wan, you're not trying to fool your brothers, are you? Wan Tianlu was furious, snorting in annoyance and unwilling to engage with them. Although he was surprised, it was because Jiang Ming had released new products. As for the price, he didn't care as long as it tasted good. Boss Jiang, 5 bowls of egg fried rice, 5 striped base, and 5 bowls of chive dumplings. Jiang Ming nodded. Just a moment. He entered the kitchen and began to get busy. During the boring wait, Ditsong and Gao Cheng tried to chat with Bait Saija to network, but he completely ignored them, left feeling bored. They could only sulk alone while still forcing smiles. Bait Saija's attention was entirely captured by Daba. Although it was a puppy, its shiny black fur gave him a sense of extraordinary vigor. This piqued his interest immediately. He bent down, waving his hand at Daba, making cooing sounds like he was teasing a dog. Wong. Coo. Wong wong. Coo coo coo. Daba's tail wagged nonchalantly, looking at Bait Saija as if he were a fool. Seeing this, Ditsong immediately stood up and walked towards Daba, wanting to pick it up and present it to Bait Saija. However, Daba wiggled left and right, making it impossible for him to catch it, and instead, he ended up with a face full of dirt. Infuriated, he wanted to show off his strength. Bait Saija frowned in displeasure. Boss D, I'm playing with the dog. It's none of your business. Ditsong immediately fell silent, standing there not knowing what to do. He had intended to impress Bait Saija, but ended up stepping on a mine. Peng Ning covered her mouth and chuckled, while Wan Tianlu grinned from ear to ear. Not on the same wavelength. No matter what, they can't get together. This idiot still wants to flatter Bait Saija. Doesn't he realize whether the other party thinks highly of him? Jiang Ming came out with a tray, and the aroma of the egg-fried rice immediately overwhelmed the striped base and chive dumplings, filling Mingwei restaurant. Gao Cheng noticed the atmosphere was a bit delicate and tried to ease the tension. Old D, why are you just standing there? Come over and eat. Bait Saija ignored him, his nose moving wildly as he found the smell too enticing. So delicious. Coming to Yangsher this time was absolutely the right choice. Bait Saija looked at the pyramid-like egg-fried rice in front of him, his fingers itching. As a seasoned foodie, he could no longer contain his hunger. Without even using a spoon, he opened his mouth wide and took a bite at the top of the pyramid. The abyssal giant mouth. He directly devoured nearly half a plate of egg-fried rice. His mouth stuffed full, the taste of the fried rice continuously teased his taste buds. Bait Saija's eyes widened. Why was this egg-fried rice so delicious? The highest-grade fried rice he had eaten before was a bowl of seafood fried rice at the Bay family in the capital. The seafood was an earth-level fierce beast, and the rice was earth-level spiritual rice. At that time, he almost swallowed his tongue. But compared to this 20,000 yuan bowl of egg-fried rice, that seafood fried rice was still a bit lacking in flavor. Perfect spiritual cuisine. This egg-fried rice was definitely a perfect spiritual cuisine. However, he had eaten perfect spiritual cuisine before, but this was the first time he had tasted something so delicious. Bait Saija looked at Jiang Ming in shock. This young man dared to make a perfect spiritual cuisine of the earth-level 10th tier. Truly terrifying. Ditsong and Gao Cheng were already conquered by this egg-fried rice. They had long forgotten their previous mockery of Wan Yanlu, eating even faster than Bait Saija. As if they were pig Beiji devouring ginseng fruit, their spoons moving like shadows. Peng Ning, being a girl, had no resistance to beautiful things. She took out her phone and snapped a photo of the egg-fried rice. Then, she gracefully picked up a spoonful and put it into her mouth. But to hell with elegance. She quickly joined the army of rice devourers. Jiang Ming shook his head upon seeing this. Another 5 wealthy men conquered by egg-fried rice. Bait Saija lifted his bowl and drank the last bit of dumpling soup, patting Wan Tianlu on the shoulder. Old Wan, you're really something. You can find such a clean, nice, and most importantly, delicious place in such a remote area. Wan Tianlu smiled happily but said nothing, focusing on the striped base in front of him. Ditsong and Gao Cheng, these 2 ignorant fellows, had already started licking their plates. Bait Saija raised his hand. Boss, another bowl of egg-fried rice. Peng Ning also chirped. I want another bowl too, thank you. Wan Tianlu smiled bitterly. Mr. Bei, Miss Peng, here, each dish can only be eaten once per meal. It's the rule. They nodded in disappointment. The rules of the spiritual chef were notoriously strict. Bait Saija, not willing to give up, raised his hand again. Boss, come over here for a moment. Jiang Ming, who had been slacking off nearby, heard the call. What is up? Boss, my name is Bait Saija. I'm the head of Shanghai Auction House in Dezhou Province. I'd like to hire you as my exclusive spiritual chef, with a monthly salary of 1,000, and you can use spiritual materials freely to enhance your chef level. What do you think? Jiang Ming smiled politely. Mr. Bei, I'm not considering becoming someone's exclusive spiritual chef. If you want to eat, you can come to the restaurant anytime. One should have ambition. Being someone's employee isn't as good as being your own boss. Besides, $1 million a month seems a bit low. Just this morning, I almost made 150,000. However, Bait Saija was quite generous. When Xian Yud offered 200, it was still an annual salary, while Mr. Bei's offer was an annual salary of 12 billion. This was a wealthy big shot. Ditsong and Gao Cheng didn't dare to stick their necks out anymore. Just because they were inexperienced didn't mean they were foolish. Even Mr. Bei treated the restaurant owner with respect. How could they dare to provoke him? Beizija looked disappointed. The headquarters of Shanghai Auction House was not in Yangshi. Otherwise, should I move the headquarters to Yangshi? Chapter 55. Working hard for a lifetime is not as good as being born well. Wang Tianlu stood up. Boss Jiang, come get the chicken wings. As a master beast tamer at the Xian level, if one were to eat heartily, dishes like fried rice and base would be nothing more than a drizzle for him. Unsatisfied, he naturally set his sights on the spiritual meals meant for his pets. Wang Tianlu didn't know whether the chicken wings were good or not, so he cautiously chose to order just one portion. However, when he learned that he had to summon a pet to place the order, Wang Tianlu felt embarrassed. He found himself in the same predicament as Qian Yud, but there was no solution. None of his 3 pets could fit in this small Mingwei restaurant. With the fried rice being a hit, Beizija was also curious about the taste of the chicken wings. He opened the beast taming space and summoned his treasure-hunting mouse. Level, Earth Level 1. A tiny purple mouse, no bigger than a palm, appeared in his hand, with 3 tufts of hair on its head and a pouch in its belly that contained its own space. The treasure-hunting mouse is a gentle beast that dislikes fighting and only enjoys treasure hunting. It also has another function, treasure appraisal. The higher the grade of the treasure, the brighter the color of the 3 tufts of hair on its head. However, it cannot identify treasures that are more than 2 levels above its own level. Beizija gently patted the mouse's head and smiled at Jiang Ming, saying, Boss Jiang, we can order now, right? Squeak. The treasure-hunting mouse didn't make a fuss. It lay quietly in Beizija's hand, its eyes squinting in enjoyment. The other pets, seeing how gentle the mouse was, also felt relaxed and didn't bother it. Jiang Ming nodded, and Wang Tianlu immediately went to the treasure chest to scan and pay. Old Wan, how can I let you treat me? Beizija pretended to scold, his tone noticeably friendlier. Wang Tianlu remained cheerful. Bei, I said I would host today, so naturally, I'll pay for everything. Making guests pay would be slapping my own face, wouldn't it? His attitude was neither servile nor overbearing, unlike Di Tsong and Gao Cheng's flattery. He positioned himself as an equal. Beizija helplessly nodded and smiled. Then you treat this time, but next time, it's my turn. Haha, deal. Peng Ning chimed in with a teasing remark. You two are really something. Both of you can spend endlessly. Is it really necessary to fuss over just one meal? The head of the family doesn't know how expensive rice and oil are. So Miss Peng, please don't laugh at me, Wang Tianlu complained. Beizija added. The food here is so good, Miss Peng. Why not bring your father here to try it? Peng Ning sighed. Sigh, my dad spends all year in the secret realm. When does he have time to come out and enjoy? The 3 chatted animatedly, while Di Tsong and Gao Cheng felt like outsiders, unable to find an opportunity to interject. The 2 kept exchanging glances, discussing countermeasures. In the end, they stood up and made up a clumsy excuse to leave. If you won't play with me, then I'll leave. Wang Tianlu saw this and couldn't help but smile. The annoying guys finally left. Yes, otherwise, this meal would feel a bit lacking. Stop joking. The chicken wings are ready. They smell so good. Peng Ning was already lost in the aroma of the meat. Squeak. The treasure-hunting mouse couldn't wait to squeak, becoming restless in Beizija's hand, and as soon as the chicken wings were placed on the table, it jumped straight onto them. With its big front teeth, it tore off a piece of meat that was more than 10 times its size, chomping it down. The tiny treasure-hunting mouse began to dance on the table, its 3 tufts of hair swaying, looking quite comical. The meat was so delicious that it made him question his identity as a mouse. Beizija laughed heartily. Old Wan. Miss Peng, dig in. The 3 of them devoured the food like a whirlwind. But how could they be satisfied sharing just one chicken wing? Peng Ning summoned her 3 pets, all with Earth-level growth potential. In high spirits, she ordered 3 more portions of chicken wings. The continuous appearances of Earth-level pets made Wang Tianlu envious. He had worked hard all his life and still couldn't match their innate advantages. He started from scratch. And until now, he hadn't even had a single Earth-level pet. Unfortunately, Peng Ning had a good father, plus decent talent. Even her initial pet had Earth-level growth potential. As for Beizija, he was from a prestigious family, the extremely wealthy Bei family, growing up with a spirit stone mine. How could his pets be lacking? Wang Tianlu tried not to look at the 3 pets and hurriedly got up to scan and pay. He feared that looking too much would give him envy. Wang Ergu was walking down the street with his cousin Wang Wu. Wang Wu looked dejected. Brother, my life might be over. What nonsense are you spouting? Your brother has a talent level that can reach level 8 of the yellow stage, and you, being this talented and so young, how could you be stuck at level 10 of the mortal stage? Wang Ergu comforted him, patting Wang Wu's shoulder. For a moment, Wang Wu felt a mix of shame, frustration, and mostly unwillingness. He had just graduated from university this year, but his strength was only level 10 of the mortal stage. Some of his classmates had talents that had already broken through to the yellow stage, and even those with the same level of talent had reached levels 5 or 6 of the yellow stage. A person with a decent talent was stuck at the same level as those with lesser talents. How could he not feel disappointed? Back in university, he was the first to reach level 10 of the mortal stage. But it was precisely because of his beast pulse that his future was forcibly halted. Wang Wu's yellow stage beast pulse had 15 veins, and the first 5 broke through quite easily. He originally thought, if this one didn't break through, he would just let it be and focus on something else. The difficulty of breaking through was evident. His family had gritted their teeth and spent 2 million to buy a bowl of herbal porridge from the spirit chef's mansion, but it was utterly useless. Wang Wu had been stuck at level 10 of the mortal stage for a full 2 years, and the former genius had become a waste. His classmates no longer looked at him with admiration, and even his girlfriend had distanced herself from him. The down-and-out Wang Wu even had thoughts of ending his life. With a vacant expression, Wang Wu walked down the street like a walking corpse. Wang Ergu felt uneasy seeing his cousin like this. All right, come stay with your cousin for a couple of days, relax a bit. Don't think too much, even at level 10 of the mortal stage. You can still find a decent job, at least you won't have to worry about food and drink for a lifetime. Wang Wu forced a bitter smile. Finding a security job or joining a gang was not his initial choice. It's easy to go from frugality to extravagance, but hard to go back from extravagance to frugality. After experiencing the thrill of breakthroughs and the admiration of others, how could he be content to live an ordinary life forever? But really, there was no way out. Recently, your brother has been eating every day, spending quite a bit of money, and your sister-in-law even thought I was seeing someone outside. We almost had a fallout. Chapter 56. You are heartless, you are cold, and you do not follow the rules of martial arts. Inside Mingwei restaurant, Peng Ming rubbed her belly, unceremoniously letting out a satisfied sigh, glaring at Jiang Ming with resentment. Another woman, whose belly had been filled, Beit Saja stood up. After consuming over 100 jin of meat and 2 chicken wings, his belly looked no different than before. He still looked like he was 20 months pregnant. He must have reached his limit. However, he had a look of wanting more on his face. He was still not full. Old one, Miss Peng, have you eaten enough? Shall we leave now? Let's not disturb the boss's business. Wan Tianlu nodded. Then let's go. Come sit at my place. I won't go. I'm going to the secret realm to exercise and hunt a few beasts to work off this meal, Peng Ming said, casting a glance at Jiang Ming. It was all this man's fault. He was too good, making her lose her waistline. Fortunately, Jiang Ming was busy in the kitchen and didn't see it. If he had, he would definitely be confused. The 3 walked out, and as Beit Saja left, the fat on his belly jiggled, paired with his Methria Buddha-like face, looking quite delightful. I'll come by your place to discuss cooperation, and then come back for another meal tonight. Wan Tianlu's face lit up. This meal was not in vain. If the cooperation can be finalized, it would be a project worth hundreds of billions. As soon as the teachers from the prestigious school entered the restaurant, they began to complain to Jiang Ming. Boss Jiang, you joined the Beastmaster Association. Why didn't you inform us? Yeah, we were all waiting for news. You quietly let Jiang Yu join the Beastmaster Association. That's really not fair. If it weren't for the old president, Shi Wanli, just issuing a notice, we would still be kept in the dark. The group of teachers didn't mean any harm, and Jiang Ming could only smile apologetically. It's my oversight. I'm sorry, everyone. Feel free to order whatever you want. An old lady with a sly glint in her eyes said, Boss Jiang, we're not unreasonable people. Since you've stood us up, how about letting me order 2 bowls of egg fried rice? The other teachers nodded in agreement. Yeah, Boss Jiang. You have to show us some kindness. I don't need much. Just 3 bowls of egg fried rice will do. And of course, I'll pay. I want 5 bowls. Me. Jiang Ming was both amused and exasperated. You're all teachers from prestigious schools. How can you bargain here like you're at a market? Have a little dignity, please. Although selling more means earning more, Jiang Ming still resolutely refused. I'm sorry, as a spiritual chef, I can't change the rules. The teachers glared at Jiang Ming with discontent. Boss Jiang, you're heartless, you're cold, you lack martial virtue. Jiang Ming responded, no more unreasonable demands. Let us catch up and chat after I finish my business. The teachers instantly deflated. One by one, they obediently went to the cash box to scan the code. While waiting, they started discussing again. Their main goal now was to confirm whether the egg fried rice had breakthrough effects. Jiang Yu's situation had become secondary. Did you find any students? I found one. They arrived tonight. Old Huang, are you stupid? That is a matter of chance. I really don't know how you became a teacher. Hey, I found 3 students, all of whom have varying degrees of blockages in their Huang level veins. You're the stupid one. There are about 10 of us. If each person finds one, doesn't that make it universal? If we find so many students and there's no effect later, wouldn't that be embarrassing? Stop talking. Boss Jiang is coming out. Let us hurry and eat the spiritual meal. There are still people waiting behind. When the spiritual meal was served, the teachers from prestigious schools immediately fell silent. The only sound in the restaurant was the clinking of utensils. People usually like to discuss things while eating, but Mingwei restaurant was different. Most diners, after their meals were served, picked up their bowls and began to eat. immersing themselves in their own world without excessive chatter. Just like the five from Wantianlu. They didn't talk while eating. If they had something to say, it would be during the waiting time or after finishing the meal. At Mingwei restaurant, one could forget worries and focus on enjoying the food. It was like a paradise, where everyone could escape the hustle and bustle of the city and have their own tranquility. Wang Wu and Wang Ergu happened to follow the second batch of prestigious school teachers into Mingwei restaurant. Wang Ergu looked at the price list. There was actually a new item, and it was rice. However, seeing the price of 20,000, his expression hesitated. His little savings were almost gone. If he ate 2 more bowls of egg fried rice, his wife might really think he had someone else outside. But looking at his cousin who looked like a lost dog, Wang Ergu's heart softened, and he gritted his teeth. Boss, 2 servings of egg fried rice. The little savings definitely couldn't be touched. But we do have some pocket money. After saving for 7 or 8 years, spending 40,000 is still affordable. Wang Wu saw the prices on the list, and his face turned pale. I'm doomed. Could it be that my cousin has gone mad too? Eating 20,000 egg fried rice in a shabby restaurant, and buying 2 bowls at once. He tugged at Wang Ergu's sleeve and whispered, Brother, a bowl of egg fried rice sells for $10 outside. Let's South eat at another place. Xiao Wu, you came here with great difficulty. I have to arrange everything for you. Just relax. Wang Wu wanted to say something, but Wang Ergu didn't give him a chance. Because the money was already paid. The 2 brothers could only find a place to sit, one full of anticipation, the other dejected. Wang Ergu lightly punched Wang Wu. His face couldn't hide his excitement. 5,000 for the base had already made him unable to resist. How could he not be enthralled by this 20,000 egg fried rice? Whispering, Xiao Wu. There's an old saying, turn anger into appetite. Enjoying good food is the easiest way to overcome troubles. I guarantee you will be happy after eating. Boss Jiang's spiritual meal is even more satisfying than doing that with your hands. Wang Wu numbly nodded. His hand, hidden under the table, was holding his phone. The screen displayed the dialing interface. The caller was clearly labeled, sister-in-law. He hesitated whether to report back. But in the end, he pressed the power button on his phone, sighing helplessly. He didn't want to ruin his cousin's enthusiasm. Forget it, let us taste the flavor first. If it's not good, I must tell my sister-in-law early. The sooner the problem is found, the sooner it can be solved. It can't be delayed. Cousin, please don't blame me. This is for your own good. If I had known you were in this state, I wouldn't have come to find you. Chapter 57, Wang Wu's Breakthrough. When the 2 plates of golden towers were placed on the dining table, the eyes of the 2 brothers Wang Ergu and Wang Wu widened in amazement. Wow, so beautiful, so fragrant. Wang Ergu, being a rough person, picked up a spoon and scooped a spoonful from the bottom of the tower. It seemed to collapse the tower column. And the golden rice rolled down, scaring Wang Ergu into a panic as he tried to block it with his hands, with the spoon still in his mouth. Damn, 20,000 egg fried rice. Each grain costs $3 or $4. Can't waste it. Fortunately, he managed to catch all the rice that was about to escape the plate, and only then did he breathe a sigh of relief, pulling the spoon from his mouth and chewing on the delicacy. As a result, once he started eating, he couldn't stop. Eating. He picked up the plate and quickly shoveled it into his mouth. This made Wang Wu, sitting across from him, feel a chill in his heart. It's over. My brother is hopeless. He has really gone mad. Better call my sister-in-law and tell her to get a divorce. She is such a good person. I can't let my brother waste her. This egg fried rice was merely a bit good-looking and fragrant. How could he eat like that? He is at least a beast master. How can he have no sense of propriety at all? Wang Wu looked around and noticed that the other diners in the restaurant, although not as exaggerated as his brother, were still burying their heads, constantly shoveling spoons into their mouths. Wait a minute. Wang Wu's expression tightened. That old man. Why is your clothes all torn? Even if it's a spiritual meal, it shouldn't be good enough to explode clothes, right? What kind of weirdos are in this restaurant? Is it a mental hospital disguised as a restaurant? Hurry up and eat. Xiao Wu, it's really delicious. In just a few seconds, Wang Ergu had eaten more than 2/3 of his egg fried rice. After urging him once, he continued to indulge in the joy of eating. Wang Wu looked at his hopeless brother and shook his head helplessly. Tentatively, he scooped half a spoonful of egg fried rice from the top of the tower and put it in his mouth. Delicious. Feeling the rice swirling on his tongue, Wang Wu instantly fell into it. There is such delicious egg fried rice in this world. It's visually and aromatically perfect. This is definitely the pinnacle of egg fried rice. My goodness, I was doubting this egg fried rice before. What a sin. Turns out the fool was me. Slap. Wang Wu directly slapped himself. Facing such delicious food, I actually felt guilty instead of eating immediately. I really am not a person. The head was directly aimed at the pyramid, and the spoon kept scooping rice, but Wang Wu still felt unsatisfied with the food. Spirit Qi turned into a spoon. With a porcelain spoon in his left hand and a spirit Qi spoon in his right, He was attacking from both sides. What worries, all thrown behind his head. Wang Erge glanced at Wang Wu. Little brother, you know how to have fun. You're the most flamboyant of them all. I'll follow your example. Conjuring up a spirit chi spoon and launching an attack on the remaining fried rice. Jiang Ming watched this scene, the corners of his mouth twitching. Is it really necessary? It's just a meal. No need to act like you're starving to death. When Wang Wu licked the plate clean enough to use it as a mirror, an unprecedented sense of satisfaction flooded his heart. His cousin was right. Eating this fried rice was indeed more enjoyable than his class flower ex-girlfriend. No, wait. This feeling, Wang Wu's expression suddenly changed. He sensed that the spirit chi within him was uncontrollably rushing towards the meridians. Moreover, his spirit chi seemed to have been sublimated. Incredibly rich and solid. He felt that even if there was a wall made of diamonds ahead, he could break through it. He hurriedly closed his eyes and circulated his spirit chi. The opportunity was right in front of him. He had to seize it. The teachers from the prestigious schools also noticed something unusual and quickly finished their meals. Each one was staring at Wang Wu with bright eyes. Young man, don't disturb him. He is about to break through. Yes, breaking through the meridians is a feeling from long ago. Damn. Could this be a plant sent by the boss? How could it be that a level 10 ordinary person just happens to break through after eating fried rice in the restaurant? Wang Ergu's face was somewhat awkward. Jiang Boss's food brought him joy. The chive dumplings had even helped him regain his manly vigor. With Jiang Boss cooking so well, does he still need to find a plant? Now that someone is slandering Jiang Boss, can he tolerate it? My brother Wang Wu just graduated from Texas Wuka University with top-notch talent, but has been stuck at level 10 for 2 years due to 10 blocked meridians. The teachers from prestigious schools were shocked. 10 blocked meridians. If he can break through this, wouldn't Jiang Boss's fried rice be heavenly? The way they looked at Wang Wu was as if they were looking at a rare giant panda. Breakthrough. He must break through. This is a great blessing for countless students. The restaurant was instantly in chaos, and Jiang Ming smiled wryly. It was so crowded that business couldn't be conducted. Ahem. If you're going to break through, you can do it outside. The effect of the fried rice doesn't last that short. But how could the teachers from prestigious schools be willing to disturb Wang Wu? This was the first experimental subject. It had precious research value. But they really couldn't disturb Jiang Boss's business. In the end, they could only use spirit power to lift Wang Wu and carefully walk him into the small hotel next door. Wang Wu was currently in a state of oblivion. He had no idea that he was carried into the hotel by a group of old men and women. All he could think about was mobilizing his spirit power to impact his meridians. That fried rice had not only changed the quality of his spirit power, but also greatly increased the recovery speed of the spirit chi within him. And it was very fast. Wave after wave. He didn't have to worry about running out of spirit chi. Half an hour later, under the expectant gazes of the teachers from prestigious schools, Wang Wu's spirit chi quality suddenly strengthened, the violent spirit chi shredding the hotel sheets. Wang Wu opened his eyes, his nose tinged with sourness, tears welling up. 2 years. For 2 years he had endured the disdain of his classmates. The countless hardships could only be understood by himself. Now, he had finally broken through the shackles and become a yellow-level beast master. He was no longer that high-flying, but ultimately useless person. From now on, he could soar high as a bird and leap as a fish in the vast sea. 200,000 for the herbal porridge hadn't solved his problem, but 20,000 for the fried rice actually allowed him to break through. In his heart, he had already regarded Jiang Ming as his savior. The teachers from prestigious schools immediately surrounded him. How is it? What is the feeling after eating the fried rice? This kid, why is he crying? Quickly tell us what it feels like. We are all teachers. Share your previous feelings with us. Wang Wu was stunned. Where's this? Wasn't I in Mingwei restaurant? Why am I surrounded by a group of old men and women? For a moment, he felt a bit shy. The fried rice does have a breakthrough effect. I can't really describe the specific feeling, but it's several times stronger than the herbal porridge. The teachers from prestigious schools were dumbfounded. Several times stronger than the herbal porridge? But the price of fried rice is 100 times less than that of herbal porridge. If this is true, it would definitely cause an earthquake in the Beast Master community. The threshold of Mingwei restaurant would be trampled. However, the teachers from prestigious schools were not very convinced by Wang Wu's words. After all, it was one-sided. And the real effect would only be known when their students came. The group checked out and left the hotel. The teachers from prestigious schools could hardly contain their inner excitement. They couldn't wait for their students to arrive and taste the fried rice. Wang Wu wanted to enter Mingwei restaurant, but was informed by the parrot Xiao Bao that only 8 people could be received at a time, and he was not allowed to enter. Looking at the long queue behind him, Wang Wu stood at the door of the restaurant and deeply bowed to the busy Jiang Ming in the kitchen, not rising for a long time. The gratitude kept in his heart. A great kindness cannot be repaid. If it really comes to it, he would set up a longevity tablet for Jiang Ming at home and offer incense every day. Wang Wu straightened his back again, sunlight shining on his face. Looking at the bustling crowd on the street, revealing a smile. Life is so beautiful. Hey, that silly smiling little brat hasn't he even compensated for the bedsheet money yet? The hotel owner cursed as he came out. When he went in to clean, he was dumbfounded. A group of old men and women, plus 2 young guys, in half an hour, had torn the sheets to shreds. How heavy-handed could that be? Wang Wu stumbled and almost fell flat on the ground. Seeing the pointing fingers of the passers-by, he felt the world was filled with malice. Publicly dying socially is the most fatal. Chapter 58. Those who are dry die of drought, and those who are wet die of flooding. The tallest building in Yong City is not the Jiang family mansion, nor the Yaoyang group of Qian Yud, but a restaurant called Huihai Pavilion. Huihai Pavilion is located beside the Jinjiang River, facing the Jiang family across the river. Its architectural appearance resembles a standing crystal crab, very magnificent. It can be considered a landmark building of Yong City. At the top of the right crab claw, there is a private room where the founder of Huihai Pavilion, Zhou Fuhai, sits leisurely in an office chair, holding a cigar and exhaling thin wisps of blue smoke. Master Lu, it seems that the income of Huihai Pavilion has decreased significantly in the past few days. Lu Fan slightly bowed, his tone neither servile nor overbearing. It's normal for restaurant income to fluctuate. Zhou Fuhai took a puff of his cigar and said lightly, however, according to my understanding, a portion of the top wealthy individuals in Yong City have been frequently dining at a certain fly-infested restaurant these days. For example, Qian Yud and Wan Tianlu. Lu Fan frowned. Zhou Fuhai's tone made him very displeased. After all, he was the second-ranked spirit chef in all of Yong City. His pride was not insignificant. He and Zhou Fuhai mostly had a cooperative relationship. He relied on Zhou Fuhai's financial resources to elevate his spirit chef level, while Zhou Fuhai relied on his spiritual dishes to build connections. With Zhou Fuhai speaking to him in such a condescending manner, how could Lu Fan show him a good face? If Mr. Zhou has something to say, feel free to speak directly. There's no need to beat around the bush. Zhou Fuhai detected the sense of hostility in his words and chuckled. Master Lu, don't be angry. The income of Huihai Pavilion has decreased because of a fly-infested restaurant. Isn't that also slapping your face? Lu Fan's expression softened somewhat, signaling Zhou Fuhai to continue. That restaurant is called Mingwei Restaurant, and all the dishes inside are ordinary-level spiritual dishes. Zhou Fuhai flicked off some ash from his cigar, and his tone became extremely serious. Ordinary-level perfect spiritual dishes. This sentence struck like a thunderbolt in Lu Fan's heart. Mingwei Restaurant? He had memorized that name since coming out of Wantian Road's house that day. After all, he could never forget Wantian Road's disappointed expression. That was a denial of his identity as a spirit chef. Originally, he thought of checking out what kind of establishment Mingwei Restaurant was, but he had been busy with a new dish recently and pushed it to the back of his mind. Now he heard about Mingwei Restaurant again, and it was even a perfect spirit meal. This is impossible. It must be a scam. No one understands the difficulty of a perfect spirit meal better than a spirit chef. With his level of spirit chef at level 10 of the yellow rank, he could at most make a perfect spirit meal of the mortal rank level 5, and he couldn't guarantee success every time. Seeing Lu Fan stunned, Zhou Fuhai extinguished his cigarette butt and stood up with a smile. Master Lu, I want to invite the head chef of Mingwei Restaurant to come work at Huihai Pavilion. Lu Fan nodded after hearing this. I'll go check it out tonight. But Boss Zhou, don't get your hopes up too high. There are plenty of scammers these days. To recruit a spirit chef who can make perfect spirit meals, Huihai Pavilion needs to show sincerity. It is most appropriate for him to say it. However, he felt quite disapproving inside. The people in Yong City were a bunch of unworldly bumpkins. As long as the taste is good, it doesn't matter what they say. Perfect spirit meals? They are just scammers who bought seasonings from ghost chefs. He had encountered such ghost chefs during his studies outside years ago. The seasonings they produced, let alone normal ingredients, could make even a pile of dung taste good enough to swallow your tongue. However, besides being tasty, there were no other effects. It could even be harmful to the human body. Lu Fan cupped his hands and walked out of the private room with a cold expression. Tonight, we will see who is who. Mingwei Restaurant. Wait for me to expose your scam. Zhou Fuhai stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, took out a cigar from his pocket, cut it with a cigar cutter, and a flame appeared at his fingertips. The cigar rotated continuously over the flame to preheat, while Zhou Fuhai looked down at the scenery of Yong City. Mingwei Restaurant. Is it called Jiang Ming? I hope he is a bit sensible. Yong City needs to continue to be stable. It cannot attract too much attention. Variables must be eliminated. As the sun set behind the mountains, the sky gradually darkened. In the evening, Chaoyang Street had the most foot traffic. Elderly people walked along the street with their grandchildren after dinner. Girls held hands, walking together, browsing the clothing stores by the street. There were also shy young couples walking shoulder to shoulder on the street, still wearing school uniforms. The boys took a deep breath. suddenly grabbing the girl's hands, their eyes fixed ahead, and their faces flushed bright red. Childhood love is often this simple and pure. Boss Jiang is still as punctual as ever. Cheerfully, Wantian Road was the first to enter Mingwei restaurant, followed closely by the round and chubby Bait Saija. Old one, this time it's my treat. I wish us a pleasant cooperation. Wantian Road wasn't pretentious, nodding and casually finding a seat. Bait Saija summoned the treasure-hunting mouse into his palm. Boss Jiang, give me one of everything on the menu. Jiang Ming glanced strangely at Bait Saija and Wantian Road. Why are these bosses so leisurely every day? Eating and drinking all day, playing and having fun, and I've never seen them work. Instead, their subordinates get up earlier than roosters and sleep later than dogs. Working harder than cows. Yet the money they earn isn't enough to marry a wife. Sigh. These days, it's really a drought killing the droughts and floods killing the floods. But it seems I'm also a boss, right? Why can't I lie down and make money? Thinking this, Jiang Ming unhappily placed the dishes on the table heavily. Your meals. Leaving Wantian and Bei perplexed, the two exchanged glances. Wantian Road, why is Boss Jiang so angry? Bait Saija, he didn't provoke him. While they were stunned, the treasure-hunting mouse could no longer hold back and jumped onto the chicken wings, just as it was about to feast. Its neck was caught by Bait Saija, who lifted it up. Bait Saija, no? Open the beast space and throw the clawing treasure-hunting mouse inside. Bait Saija's face was filled with guilt. Treasure-hunting mouse, please don't blame me as your father. If you want to blame someone, blame Boss Jiang for making the food too delicious, but in too small portions. 2 chicken wings. One for me and one for old Juan. There's really no portion for you. Chapter 59. Is it really that hard to admit others are excellent? Wantian Road and Bait Saija were enjoying their meal, while Lu Fan entered Mingwei restaurant in casual clothes. His purpose for coming here was not to dig Jiang Ming to work for them, as Zhou Fuhai instructed. He was here to expose the scam. Lu Fan first looked at the layout of Mingwei restaurant. Although it was not large, it had a certain artistic conception, making dining here feel refreshing. However, he was quite disdainful inside. It was just a facade. What use is a beautifully decorated restaurant if it can't make spirit meals? A glance revealed Wantian Road. Lu Fan's expression grew serious, and his inner anger increased. This Wantian Road was expressionless while eating the crabs he made, but he was devouring the chicken wings with gusto. Humph, a country bumpkin, with no insight at all. Lu Fan didn't greet him, just glanced at the price list. This price list made him even more certain that Jiang Ming was a scammer. Selling spirit meals at such a low price, the profit was pitifully small. Looking at Jiang Ming again, he appeared to be around 20 years old, wearing a chef's uniform, and paired with an extraordinary appearance. He indeed looked a bit like a master, but he was too young. Where is a spirit chef master of this age? To say that this little brat, who hasn't even grown all his hair, can make a perfect spirit meal, Lu Fan couldn't believe it 1,000 times. His gaze towards Jiang Ming was filled with disdain. Scammer, the integrity of spirit chefs has been ruined by you. I will expose your true colors and won't let you continue to do evil in Yong City. Coming to the cash register, he spoke somewhat stiffly. 1 egg fried rice. After Lu Fan finished speaking, he did not leave, but stood there, staring intently at Jiang Ming's actions. Jiang Ming did not care. He scooped a spoonful of oil into the pan and cracked a free-range egg with one hand. Sizzle. The egg quickly changed shape in the hot oil, and Jiang Ming broke the egg while adding 1 portion of rice, turning the heat to low, and simply began to stir-fry. Of course, this simplicity was in Lu Fan's eyes. Jiang Ming was constantly using his innate divine sense. Every stir and toss was to better process and integrate the spirit energy. But Lu Fan didn't understand. His talent was called low-level spirit fusion. He could faintly sense spirit energy and fuse it together, but this talent required him to touch the ingredients to use it. Right now, he could only judge whether Jiang Ming had real skills through visuals and experience. But in his judgment, of course, there was none. He couldn't even sense the spirit energy on Jiang Ming. How can someone make spirit meals without using spirit energy? Although Jiang Ming's tossing action was cool, at most he was someone who could cook. If just ordinary stir-frying could create a perfect spirit meal, he might as well take a block of tofu and smash it. Lu Fan was even more convinced that Jiang Ming was a scammer. He coldly stared at the continuously stir-frying pan, thinking the next step should be adding seasonings. With me, Lu Fan, watching here, you absolutely cannot fake it. Just wait, I will let everyone know your true colors. However, Lu Fan could only watch helplessly as the fried rice gradually turned golden in the pan, and until it was served, Jiang Ming didn't add anything else. Lu Fan, why aren't you following the script? Where are the seasonings you bought from the ghost chef? This egg fried rice is so plain and ordinary, just oil, eggs, and rice, truly a classic egg fried rice. Not even a sprinkle of green onions. Jiang Ming packed the egg fried rice into a plate, forming a golden pagoda. And just as he was about to serve it, he saw Lu Fan in front of the money box. Jiang Ming, This person is smart. Knows to wait here, saving me the trouble of serving it. He placed the egg fried rice on the money box through the small window. Here, your egg fried rice. Lu Fan. I clearly saw you serving dishes to other tables. Why do I have to do it myself? Just as he wanted to argue, Jiang Ming completely ignored him and continued with his own tasks. Lu Fan was left alone, feeling confused in the wind, when he felt a pat on his shoulder and turned to see Wan Tianlu's cheerful face. Master Wan, I thought that back looked familiar. I didn't dare to recognize you at first, but it really is you. Wan Tianlu continued. What brings you to Mingwei restaurant? At this hour? Huihai Pavilion should be quite busy, right? Lu Fan forced a smile. I didn't expect Boss Wan to be here. I heard the food here is quite good, so I came to try it. You're in for a treat. Boss John's skills are truly unmatched, but I have something to do, so I'll be leaving. Wan Tianlu greeted him and left. Lu Fan then took that bowl of egg fried rice and found a seat to sit down. Food values color, aroma, and taste. First, look at the color. The rice grains are plump and fully coated with eggs, turning golden. The color is definitely commendable. The aroma is rich, without the fishy smell of eggs. Instead, it has the fragrance of rice. Not bad. He picked up a spoon and took a bite. The flavor exploded on his taste buds, causing him to shiver and break out in goosebumps. So delicious. Lu Fan shook his head vigorously. How could I praise him? I'm here to expose the truth. But it really is delicious. I'll have another bite. Just one more. 3 minutes later. There wasn't a single grain of rice left on the plate. Lu Fan, no way. So delicious. However, Lu Fan still couldn't believe that Jiang Ming could create a perfect spiritual meal. After all, he was too young. Moreover, his cooking methods were too ordinary. Just like a home-style stir-fry. How could a spiritual chef cook like this? Although the color, aroma, and taste were impeccable, the effects of the spiritual meal could not be fake. After eating, he only felt warm inside and couldn't detect what effects the spiritual meal had at all. Lu Fan slammed the table, his eyes shooting cold glints. Where's the boss? Come out. Since you dare to flaunt the title of a spiritual chef and deceive people, I will definitely expose you. Jiang Ming, oh, there really is someone unafraid of death causing trouble in the restaurant. What do you want? Seeing Jiang Ming completely unperturbed, Lu Fan's anger flared even more. A fraud so arrogant. He pointed at Jiang Ming and shouted, You fraud. You bought seasonings from the ghost chef and are deceiving people here. Jiang Ming was inexplicably berated and found it amusing. He didn't bother to explain. Just as he was about to kick Lu Fan out, Wang Wu stood up. His anger twisted his face. Who do you think you are? Defaming Boss Jiang here? Thanks to Boss Jiang's egg fried rice, he was able to break through to the yellow rank and regain his confidence. Now that someone was slandering Boss Jiang, how could he tolerate it? Lu Fan's face flushed with anger, then turned pale. His neck felt as if it would explode. In Yong City, how could someone say he was nothing? The onlookers gasped. The temperature in the restaurant seemed to rise significantly. Besides, just a moment ago when you were eating the egg fried rice, you looked like a starving ghost, and now that it's all gone, you don't recognize anyone? Your conduct is truly at its end. And a yellow rank level 10 spiritual chef? PFF, can't even taste the effects of the spiritual meal? Let me tell you, the spiritual effect of the egg fried rice is breaking through ranks. Its effect is dozens of times better than the herbal porridge produced by the spiritual chef house. By the way, Lu Fan, you look like you're of age. How come you still don't understand? Is it that hard to admit someone else is excellent? Chapter 60, Quest Triggered, Duel. The air was filled with the smell of gunpowder. Wang Wu's words pierced Lu Fan's heart like sharp swords. With his yellow rank level 10 spiritual chef status, which force in Dazhou province wouldn't treat him with respect. But now, a mere trash who had just broken through to the yellow rank dared to speak to him so disrespectfully. Lu Fan was shaking with rage, panting heavily, his anger erupting like a long-suppressed volcano, unleashing his spiritual power towards Wang Wu. You little brat, when I was making spiritual meals, you were still a fertilized egg. Today, I'll teach you what respect for the strong means. The air around Wang Wu suddenly became heavy, the immense pressure bending his body. His face twisted and became hideous. Old dog, if you can't argue with me, do you just resort to using strength to oppress others? The spiritual meals made by Boss Jiang are widely praised. Who do you think you are, defaming Boss Jiang here? Lu Fan was furious, his face changing from white to red. Old dog, what is this? This ant dares to insult him. Enraged, Lu Fan opened his beast control space, where fierce beasts roared. At that moment, Jiang Ming's calm voice came through. Have you had enough of the racket? With a light wave of his hand, the spiritual pressure Lu Fan released suddenly vanished, and the beast control space shattered. Lu Fan suffered a backlash, spitting out a mouthful of blood, his eyes filled with horror. What kind of strength does this person have? That casual wave of his hand prevented him from even summoning his pet beast. Damn it. After all the trouble of hunting geese, I ended up having my eyes pecked out by them. I, Lu Fan, have been wise all my life. Am I really going to end it here today? This person must be a disguised, ancient monster pretending to be young. He didn't buy seasonings from the ghost chef. He is the ghost chef himself. Even at this moment, Lu Fan was unwilling to believe in Jiang Ming's abilities as a spiritual chef. That ordinary stir-frying could produce a perfect spiritual meal? Bold thief, how dare you disrupt my Tao heart? This is not a spiritual chef. A cold sweat dripped from Lu Fan's temples. He forced himself to suppress his fear and said to Jiang Ming with a forced smile, "Hey, ghost chef. I am a yellow rank level 10 spiritual chef approved by the spiritual chef house. And now there are so many people watching. If you dare to touch me, there will definitely be no place for you in the vast summer country." For the belief of being a spiritual chef in his heart, Lu Fan still chose not to beg for mercy. Instead, he brought up his backing. Zhou Fuhai, that backing is quite weak. He feared Jiang Ming might not take him seriously, so he explained that he was from the spiritual chef house. Jiang Ming was still helping Wang Wu up when he heard Lu Fan's words and looked completely baffled. Ghost chef? Is he talking about me? Jiang Ming straightened up and said seriously, "You are Lu Fan, right? I am not a ghost chef, just someone who enjoys creating delicious food and sharing it." The onlookers nodded, their eyes filled with admiration for Jiang Ming. What a good spiritual chef. Not for money or to improve strength, but wholeheartedly focused on culinary skills and sharing them. This idea is so ordinary, yet so great. The spiritual meals not only taste good, but they are also affordable. And most importantly, their effects are excellent. They have brought happiness and fulfillment to countless families. The fragrant perch is even more needless to say. As long as there are children awakening at home, coming here to eat 1 or 2 servings of perch guarantees an increase to the second level of the mortal rank. And as for that egg fried rice, Wang Wu was the first to benefit. The 2 million per bowl herbal porridge from the spiritual chef, House Culinary, helped him break through. But Boss Jiang's egg fried rice, priced at 20,000 a plate, allowed him to level up. These prices are completely affordable for those in urgent need. In contrast, that stubborn old man who acts like a dead duck quacking, as soon as he arrives, he starts spewing nonsense without any basis. When he can't win an argument, he even wants to resort to violence. He wants to discredit the respectable Boss Jiang. The eyes of the public are sharp. If Boss Jiang were really a fraud, would Mr. Qin come here every day to eat? Would Wan Tianlu, Mu Shuiyun, and Shi Wanli come here every day to eat? Would they rather eat a week's worth of instant noodles just to save 688 for a bowl of chive dumplings? Isn't that treating them all like fools? Besides, if Boss Jiang really closed the shop, what would happen to their wives? What about the children with awakened Beastmaster talents? What about the Beastmasters stuck at level 10 for a long time? Can they endure this? One person couldn't help but complain softly. The spiritual meals made by Boss Jiang have a great reputation. What do you count as? This sentence was like a huge stone exploding on the water's surface. The crowd immediately launched verbal attacks on Lu Fan. Indeed, how could Boss Jiang be a fraud? I see that you from the Huihai Pavilion are just jealous. So you intentionally come to pick a fight. Boss Jiang sells a bowl of spiritual meal for only 688. What about you from the Huihai Pavilion? The most ordinary spiritual meals cost 4 to 5 digits. I see you just wish for us commoners to never afford spiritual meals. Yeah, Huihai Pavilion scoundrels. Get out of Mingware restaurant. You are not welcome here. You even slander Boss Jiang as a ghost chef. You are just envious and resentful. If you have the ability, compete fairly. What kind of ability is it to smear others here? The public opinion immediately tilted towards Lu Fan, and the insults became increasingly harsh. Lu Fan's face turned pale, his lips trembled with anger. He originally wanted to rely on public sentiment to save himself, but unexpectedly, all he received from the people was insults. In a fit of rage, he shouted, "Jiang Ming, you really know how to win people's hearts. Do you dare to compete with me in culinary skills?" Jiang Ming was just about to refuse. After all, the innocent need no proof. He still had to focus on doing business. Lu Fan was just a small fry, not worth his attention. Competing was the most troublesome thing. He could earn a bit more money in that time. But before he could refuse, the system's voice rang in his mind. Ding. Task triggered. Duel. Task details. As a man who wants to become the strongest spiritual chef, how can you tolerate others' doubts? Please slap his face hard. Task 1. Make Lu Fan convinced. Task 2. Make Lu Fan acknowledge it. Task rewards. 1. For each task completed, the host can draw one type of spiritual meal that Lu Fan can make. 2. Reward. Comprehensive list of spiritual materials, ordinary level. Current Lu Fan's conviction level, 60, acknowledgement level, 20. After understanding the task, Jiang Ming looked at Lu Fan with a strange expression. Why is this guy's conviction level 3 times higher than the acknowledgement level? Is he really the legendary dead duck that won to admit defeat? Lu Fan felt somewhat intimidated under Jiang Ming's gaze, but still mustering up courage. He said defiantly, "Do you dare?" Nodding slightly. "Let us compete." Ding. Lu Fan's conviction level increased, Current conviction level, 65. Chapter 61, All Breakthroughs. Seeing Jiang Ming agree so readily, Lu Fan felt somewhat uncertain. He had personally watched the egg fried rice being made, and it indeed tasted exceptionally good. Plus, so many people were speaking for Jiang Ming. Most importantly, there was Jiang Ming's terrifying strength. His heart was already starting to believe that Jiang Ming had real skills. However, now he was in a difficult position. If he admitted his mistakes so easily, where would he put his old face? He could only swallow his pride. Jiang Ming, I didn't tea. Lu Fan. Conviction level decreased. Current conviction level, 55. Jiang Ming shrugged his shoulders. Indifferent. When did I say I was selling spiritual meals? Lu Fan, furious, pointed at the parrot at the door. Your bird said so. Jiang Ming, my bird said that. What does it have to do with me? Go ask my bird. I'm just selling food. Lu Fan was so angry he couldn't say anything. The onlookers were also dumbfounded. It does seem to be the case. Boss Jiang never explicitly said he was selling spiritual meals. It has always been his bird promoting it. But this is just a bird, not a waiter. You can't blame Jiang Ming just because of something a pet said, right? Lu Fan, that's a fallacy. Let us compete. Lu Fan shouted, then stood there thinking about the competition method. At that moment, the crowd outside became chaotic. Make way, excuse me, thank you. A group of teachers from prestigious schools pushed through the crowd with 5 young people, standing at the entrance without rushing in. At this time, in Mingwei restaurant, there were only Jiang Ming, Lu Fan, and Wang Wu. The explosive-dressed man saw this situation and asked in confusion, Boss Jiang, why are so many people gathered at the restaurant entrance without lining up? Are you still open today? Jiang Ming nodded lightly. Of course. Just say what you want to eat. The explosive-dressed man's face brightened, and he quickly pushed the 5 young people into Mingwei restaurant. He said to the tallest among them, Xiao Lu, go scan the QR code at the cash box for 100,000. Buy 5 portions of egg fried rice. This is a huge opportunity in front of you, so don't miss it. These 5 people were all brought by the explosive-dressed man. Being from the military, he could find people faster than the teachers from prestigious schools. As soon as he got them, the explosive-dressed man couldn't wait to bring them to Mingwei restaurant to act as test subjects. Tall Xiao Lu followed the explosive-dressed man's instructions, and after that, Jiang Ming said to Lu Fan, I'll be busy first, you can think slowly. Lu Fan couldn't come up with any good ideas at the moment. So he simply stayed in front of the cash box, watching Jiang Ming's cooking operations, hoping to catch some clues. As a result, 5 plates of egg fried rice still looked so simple and unadorned, but when served, they emitted such a pleasant aroma that he couldn't help but swallow his saliva. The group of young people stared at the egg fried rice before them, which looked like a piece of art, momentarily stunned. Each of them had been stuck at ordinary level 10 for at least 2 years. The explosive-dressed man was their old instructor. In the morning, he hurriedly called them, saying there was an opportunity for them. So they came to Yong City in a daze, only to be brought to this shabby restaurant to eat egg fried rice that costs 20,000 a bowl. Could this egg fried rice be a breakthrough spiritual meal? This question floated in their minds, but they still weren't optimistic. After all, even the 2 million herbal porridge couldn't solve their problems. And this egg fried rice was just too cheap, but they couldn't afford to lose face in front of their instructor. They tentatively took a bite of the egg fried rice, and as a result, their spoons never stopped. One by one, they ate as if they hadn't eaten for days. Their eating posture was truly indescribable. Burp. Xiao Lu put down his plate, burped, feeling extremely satisfied. Just for the taste of this egg fried rice, it was worth the long journey. But soon, he felt a warmth in his body, as if spiritual energy was gushing out uncontrollably. How could Xiao Lu dare to delay? His yellow-level meridians were blocked in 9 places. It had held him back for 4 years. He began to cultivate right there in Mingwei restaurant. Not just him. The other 4 also sensed the opportunity for a breakthrough and began to circulate their spiritual energy, immersing themselves in their own worlds. At this moment, even if the world were to end, they couldn't be disturbed from their breakthroughs. Ding. Lu Fan's conviction and acknowledgement levels increased. Conviction level, 75. Acknowledgement level, 50. Lu Fan, who was determined to save face, was not a fool. He could sense the spiritual energy erupting from those 5 people. They were fine before coming. But after eating the egg fried rice, they were immediately ready to break through. It is absolutely impossible that they were specially brought in as stooges. Setting aside the fact that he came to Mingwei restaurant on a whim, apart from Zhou Fuhai, nobody knew about it at all. Just look at the old man and old lady outside who are of a higher rank than him. Are they also stooges? There aren't even this many strong people in the entire Yong City combined. Could it be that Jiang Ming really has some skills? Have I misunderstood him? Lu Fan couldn't help but question himself internally. He decided to stop thinking about the competition and focused on watching the 5 break through. If they really succeed, it would mean that Jiang Ming's culinary skills are beyond his reach. The teachers from prestigious schools initially intended to carry the five into the nearby small hotel, just like they did at noon. Jiang Ming waved his hand, signaling that it was unnecessary. Lu Fan's eyes were glued to the five. How could he let such a good opportunity to complete the task slip away? 20 minutes passed, but everyone's enthusiasm remained undiminished. If they could really break through, it would be a historic moment. Bang! The spiritual power belonging to a level 1 beast master of the yellow rank swept violently around, and the teachers from prestigious schools were overjoyed as they prepared to defend against it. Behind them were mostly ordinary people watching the excitement. If this spiritual power wasn't handled well, it could easily injure them. Jiang Ming waved his hand again, and the spiritual power instantly dissipated. What a joke! In his restaurant. How could anyone get hurt? A short-haired woman opened her eyes, her face filled with uncontrollable joy. She had broken through. After being stuck for over 2 years, she finally broke through. This fried rice is truly magical. Her eyes seemed to want to merge with Jiang Ming. It was because of this man that she could rise. How should she repay him? Maybe by offering herself. People from the military are true to their feelings, daring to love and hate. She suddenly pounced towards Jiang Ming, her lips already puckered, waiting for him to catch her. Jiang Ming sized up the short-haired woman. Appearance, 82 points. Figure, 85 points. But to act so boldly in public is too daring. A girl should be a bit more reserved. A thick stream of spiritual power quickly wrapped around her. Boom. The short-haired woman slammed into the barrier of spiritual energy, falling to the ground, looking at Jiang Ming with a face full of resentment. But the terrifying thing was, a face formed in the air. Jiang Ming, the thick layer of makeup on your face could be used to paint a wall. I misjudged you. I can only give you 65 points for looks, nothing more. Luckily, I wasn't taken advantage of. That was close. At that moment, a dramatic sound of breakthrough rang out. The 5 people brought by the shirtless man all managed to break through. Lu Fan was dumbfounded. This fried rice actually has a breakthrough effect? And the effect is so strong. No, this isn't real. This is a dream. A dream. Wake up quickly. Slap. A heavy slap landed on his face. This is not a dream. It's real. At that moment, his Dao heart collapsed. Ding. Lu Fan's admiration level increased. Respect level 95. Admiration level 75. Chapter 62. Respect in heart, but not in mouth. The teachers from prestigious schools were astonished to see all 5 people they brought break through, their eyes wide open in disbelief. The effect of the fried rice is actually real. Their astonishment gradually faded, replaced by immense joy. If this news were reported to the school, it would definitely be a great achievement. Promotions and pay raises would be just around the corner. They didn't even bother to eat, and quickly took out their phones to make calls. Channeling their spiritual power, they jumped a few times and disappeared from everyone's sight. The keen-eared could still hear their excited voices. Director Wong, hurry and send all level 10 students to Yong City. There's a breakthrough spiritual meal. Dean Liu, Yong City. Breakthrough spiritual meal. Bring people, understand? Commander Chun, hurry and bring soldiers to Yong City. Prestigious schools are recruiting. We must get there before them. Director Zhong, bring all level 10 students from our school to Yong City. We must hurry, or we won't even get to eat something warm. The teachers from prestigious schools were so excited that they were incoherent, leaving the school leaders on the other end of the line in confusion. After some communication, they finally understood what was happening. Then, they became agitated. A breakthrough spiritual meal only costs 20,000, and its effect is several times better than the herbal porridge. What does this mean? It means that the graduates of their prestigious school would at least be level 1 beast masters. Such a huge opportunity must be seized. However, since it was a significant matter, after confirming the truth of the situation multiple times, they decided to send a few people to test the waters first. If that fried rice really is that magical, it wouldn't be too late to expand the scale later. The teachers from prestigious schools received a definite response from the school leaders, each of them smiling widely. They initially came to Yong City just to find Jiang Yu to act as the school's face. They didn't expect Jiang Ming to give them an even bigger surprise. Promotion. They must thank Boss Jiang properly. The teachers from prestigious schools thought to themselves, but they felt like they had forgotten something. Their stomachs were empty. Oh no. They didn't have dinner at Mingwei Restaurant. Inside Mingwei Restaurant, the 5 who had just broken through were expressing their gratitude to Jiang Ming. Boss Jiang, this fried rice of yours is truly magical. Whoa, I was stuck for 2 years. 2 years is nothing. I was stuck for 5 years. Boss Jiang, you are my reborn parents. I will repay you even if I become a ghost. Boss Jiang, you don't need to say anything. I will bow to you. The grace is on my head. Brother Jiang Ming, with such a great favor, how can I repay you? The girl said, and threw a flirtatious glance at Jiang Ming. Jiang Ming felt a shiver down his spine, and almost couldn't help but kick her out of Mingwei Restaurant. Girl, be reserved, be reserved. Do you really not see how your makeup is all messed up? Can't you see the huge face floating above your head? Please don't repay me. I'm afraid I might vomit. And that boy bowing, stop it. The sound is so loud that anyone who doesn't know would think there's an earthquake. If the floor wasn't made by the system, you'd probably crack it with your head. Jiang Ming quietly took 2 steps back, maintaining distance from them, cleared his throat, and said indifferently. As soon as he spoke, the 5 stopped their inappropriate actions, but their gratitude deepened. What is the demeanor of a master? Boss Jiang, is it? A bowl of fried rice allowed them to break through. Such a great favor, yet he doesn't ask for repayment. As for the price of 20,000, this is a level 10 spiritual meal. It even helped them break through to the yellow rank. In comparison, is 20,000 even worth mentioning? A bowl of herbal porridge from the spirit chef's mansion costs 2 million. Some of them had eaten it twice without breaking through. But this fried rice, they all broke through on their first try. All they could say in their hearts was, Boss Jiang is amazing. After hearing this, the 5 saw Jiang Ming's serious eyes. They could only suppress their gratitude deep inside and bow to Jiang Ming as they took their leave. Meanwhile, Lu Fan, who was nearby, couldn't help but blush at Jiang Ming's actions. If it were him helping these people break through, he couldn't let them leave so easily. The favor of helping someone break through is not small. At the very least, they should work for him for a year for free. Don't think this action is excessive. Powerful spirit chefs are never short of beast masters willing to serve them. A few days ago, Master Lin Rond, who broke through to a heavenly spirit chef, had at least 2 heavenly rank experts protecting him closely. Even if they were just servants by his side, their strength had to be at least earth rank. This is the terrifying aspect of high-level spirit chefs. A group of beast masters willingly want to attach themselves to them. After all, the higher the strength, the harder it is to break through. And attaching to high-level spirit chefs is the fastest way for them to break through. In this day and age, there are really too few spiritual chefs who do not take kindness for granted. Lu Fan looked at Jiang Ming with a hint of respect in his eyes. Even if this young-looking person in front of him was a ghost chef, he was still a respected ghost chef. Ding! Lu Fan's admiration level increased. Current admiration level, 100. Task 1 completed. Task reward. Draw 1 spiritual dish from Lu Fan. Do you want to claim the reward? Jiang Ming was stunned. The competition hadn't even started yet, and task 1 was already completed? Looking at the admiration completion rate, it was still at 75. This old man really has a hard mouth. Just like some people who see those muscular men in videos, thinking that they have explosive strength, yet still have to talk down on them. They say those are just dead muscles, relying on protein to gain muscle. It's all fake. Even worse. Some say they want to challenge them. If they hit me once, even if I die, I still won't admit defeat. This is truly a case of saving face while suffering. Jiang Ming cleared his throat. Have you thought about the competition project? Lu Fan's expression was a bit awkward. He had just been too surprised to think about it. Besides, he was already convinced in his heart, just based on the effect of that fried rice. He couldn't compare at all. Now it was just his mouth that wouldn't agree. Lu Fan forced a smile. Boss Jiang, here's the thing. We at Huihai Pavilion invite you to be the head chef. I wonder what you think about that. He laughed, hoping that Jiang Ming wouldn't dwell on the competition anymore. If it really came to a competition, he absolutely had no chance of winning. But he had said so many harsh words before and pressured the weak with momentum. With so many people watching, losing would be so embarrassing. Before Jiang Ming could refuse, the diners outside would not agree. It was hard to come by such a down-to-earth spiritual dish. If Boss Jiang went to Huihai Pavilion, where would they eat spiritual dishes? Old man, you wish. Boss Jiang would never work with you bunch of unscrupulous merchants. Exactly. Our Boss Jiang is like a white lotus, emerging from the mud without being stained. How could he possibly sink to your level? Hurry up and compete, lose and get lost quickly. Don't disturb us while we eat spiritual dishes. You still want Boss Jiang to go to Huihai Pavilion? Old man, I see you as a toad wanting to marry a princess, ugly and playing tricks. Chapter 63. Teaching. Lu Fan heard the insults from outside and was furious but dared not speak. After all, in terms of strength, cooking skills, and public favor, he was not as good as Jiang Ming. He now felt so embarrassed he wished he could find a crack in the ground to hide in. Lu Fan was filled with regret. If he could do it all over again, he would definitely not be so high profile. Now he could only hope for Jiang Ming to give him a way out, to let him escape from here. Seeing Lu Fan's helpless expression, Jiang Ming felt a surge of joy. I'm not considering going to Huihai Pavilion. Let's think about how to compete instead. Task 1 is completed. But there is still task 2. The fortune-dispensing boy has only scattered half of his wealth. How could he let him run away? Lu Fan stammered, standing in place. Unsure of what to say, Jiang Ming continued. I want to bully you. You make a spiritual dish, and I will guide you from the side. You can evaluate the quality of the dish yourself. How about that? Lu Fan immediately looked at Jiang Ming with gratitude. Thank you. This Boss Jiang is truly a good person. Even after being so reckless, he can still receive guidance. It should be known that the competition among spiritual chefs is quite severe. Some unique spiritual dishes developed by spiritual chefs will not be taught to others unless there is a master-disciple relationship. After all, monopolizing sales can yield a higher price. Moreover, becoming a disciple comes with many restrictions. If one encounters a heartless spiritual chef as a master, it sounds good that you are a disciple, but harshly speaking, you are just a slave for their profit. Thus, many spiritual chefs progress slowly, not because of a lack of talent, but because they spend too much time exploring the path of spiritual dishes. And now he could receive guidance. This opportunity was truly rare. The more Lu Fan thought about it, the more he felt he was not human. Initially, he had unreasonably concluded that the person was a ghost chef, a fraud, causing a ruckus in the restaurant and tarnishing Jiang Ming's reputation. But now, Jiang Ming was actually going to bestow upon him an opportunity to repay virtue with virtue. A great master like Jiang is a true spiritual chef. Ding. Lu Fan's admiration level increased. Current admiration level, 85. The more Lu Fan thought, the more ashamed and uneasy he felt, stammering, "I will follow Master Jiang's words." Wang Wu looked on in disbelief. Why does Lu Fan feel like a completely different person? Jiang Ming smiled and said, "Then let us get started." Here, Lu Fan hesitated as he looked at the kitchen, but seeing Jiang Ming nod, Lu Fan could only comply. No one else could enter the kitchen besides Jiang Ming and the three treasures, not even Jiang Yu. Lu Fan took a deep breath, opened the beast control space, and summoned his pet beast, Flame Wolf. At the same time, he took out pots, bowls, and a string of cured meat, several translucent bamboo shoots, and some ingredients. Lu Fan set up the pot and said to Jiang Ming, "Master Jiang, I'm going to start. This is a spiritual dish I have been researching recently. Stir-fried earth bamboo shoots with cured ice snow porcupine meat." Meanwhile, the system provided an explanation in Jiang Ming's mind. Earth bamboo shoot, mystical level 3 spiritual material. Ice snow porcupine, mystical level 3 fierce beast. Jiang Ming nodded lightly, activating his talent, divine sense. Such rich spiritual energy. No wonder it is a mystical level spiritual material. The spiritual energy contained in the bamboo shoots and cured meat was incomparably higher than that of his ingredients. However, the ice snow porcupine meat might have deteriorated in some areas due to poor curing methods or prolonged storage, resulting in some parts having lost spiritual energy and even breeding harmful substances that would damage the originally contained spiritual energy. Lu Fan nervously glanced at Jiang Ming. He used high-level ingredients, of course, with some ulterior motives. His spiritual chef level hadn't improved for a while. Now that he had this opportunity, he naturally wanted to elevate his spiritual cooking level. Under Jiang Ming's indication, Lu Fan began to clean the ingredients. He was certainly skilled, and as he started to clean the cured meat, the knife in his hand danced beautifully. However, Jiang Ming shook his head repeatedly. This Lu Fan's skills were indeed flashy, but he had not completely removed the spoiled parts of the cured meat, and had even cleaned away some good meat. Wait. Jiang Ming couldn't bear to watch any longer, took the knife, picked up the cured meat, and meticulously began to remove it bit by bit. It was still so simple and unadorned. But Lu Fan set aside his previous disdain and stood by like a good student watching Jiang Ming handle the ingredients. A minute later, Jiang Ming put down the knife. "All right, come over and feel it." Lu Fan used his spiritual energy to probe the cured meat. The spiritual energy within the meat became incredibly smooth, and there was no feeling of blockage at all when his spiritual energy penetrated. It was many times better than what he had handled before. This is truly divine. But I didn't see what Master Jiang actually did. The knife just seemed to play around on the cured meat, slicing left and right, and the cured meat completely changed? Lu Fan stared at Jiang Ming in shock, unable to move for a long time. Jiang Ming, feeling uncomfortable under Lu Fan's gaze, snapped, "Do I have flowers on my face? Hurry up and get to work." Lu Fan was scolded and didn't dare to speak, quickly starting to process the earth bamboo shoots. Jiang Ming watched in silence as that flashy knife light gradually destroyed the spiritual energy within the earth bamboo shoots, unable to help but scold. "Fool. A chef doesn't need to show off. Use your own spiritual energy to feel the spiritual energy contained in the earth bamboo shoots. Follow the grain. Find the right spot and strike fast and accurately." Lu Fan's body froze, and the sharp knife nearly cut his finger. Sweat poured down his face as he finally understood how those chefs felt when he trained the other chefs at Huihai Pavilion. Following Jiang Ming's instructions, he slowly cut, feeling the internal spiritual energy of the ingredients, cutting along the grain. Originally, he could process one earth bamboo shoot in 10 seconds. Now he used a full 15 minutes. From time to time, he timidly glanced up at Jiang Ming, which earned him a scolding from Jiang Ming. However, when he compared the two processed earth spirit bamboo shoots, Lu Fan was completely dumbfounded. Why was there such a huge difference in the concentration of spiritual energy? The freshly processed ones had about 40 to 50 more spiritual energy than the ones he had initially prepared. Ding. Lu Fan's oral intake increased, current oral degree 95. After handling the ingredients, Lu Fan's phone rang. After carefully glancing at Jiang Ming, he did not answer, but gave Yin Lang a look. The pet beast, Yin Lang, spat out flames to preheat the pot. During the cooking process, Jiang Ming scolded Lu Fan again. Idiot, the fire is too high. It's ruining the fusion of the spiritual materials. Do you even know how to cook? Flipping the pot 1080 degrees in the air. Do you think you're cool or something? Useless. Hurry up and inject your own spiritual power. After a plate of earth spirit bamboo shoots stir-fried with snow porcupine meat was completed, Lu Fan was already drenched in sweat, staring at Jiang Ming with a resentful expression. Humph, can't you be a bit gentler? Why are you being so fierce? Jiang Ming felt goosebumps all over from being stared at. Angrily, he said, what are you looking at? At your age, still acting like a resentful woman. I've never seen such a stupid chef. Under Jiang Ming's relentless efforts, the spiritual energy fusion degree of this dish finally reached 70, qualifying it as a Xian level, second-grade spiritual dish. Lu Fan, scolded into lowering his head, didn't dare to make a sound, looking like a small monk who had just been reprimanded. However, his gains were undeniable. Looking at the steaming plate of earth spirit bamboo shoots stir-fried with snow porcupine meat, Lu Fan's eyes were glowing. The level of the spiritual dish had definitely reached Xian level. After being stuck at this bottleneck for so long, he was finally going to break through. You try it yourself, Jiang Ming said lightly. Lu Fan, unable to wait any longer, picked up his chopsticks and took a big bite. As he ate, Lu Fan couldn't help but tear up. It really was a Xian-level spiritual dish. His gaze toward Jiang Ming was as if he were looking at his own father. Ding. Task 2 completed. Just then, Lu Fan's phone rang again. Since he started cooking, he had received at least 5 or 6 calls. Zhou Fuhai's voice came from the other end. Master Lu, how's the matter I entrusted to you going? Lu Fan's face turned ashen. Zhou Fuhai, damn you, calling at such a critical moment, almost ruining my opportunity. After cursing, Lu Fan quickly hung up. In the Huaihai Pavilion, Zhou Fuhai listened to the dead tone on the phone, his face dark with anger. The veins on his hands clearly visible. Crack. The phone finally couldn't take the pressure and was crushed into a distorted shape, with parts scattering on the ground. Is this Lu Fan on drugs? How dare he curse me? Has he gotten too cocky lately? Does he really think he's a level 10 yellow tier spirit chef? If I hadn't spared no effort in nurturing him, continuously supplying him with spiritual materials to enhance his spirit chef abilities, could he have such glory now? Truly an ungrateful dog. Zhou Fuhai's chest heaved violently, his face contorted in exaggerated rage, looking quite frightening. The door creaked open silently, and a seductive woman walked in. Her figure hot, yet barely covered by scant fabric that only concealed the crucial parts. With each step of her creamy thighs, the fabric swayed in the wind, revealing glimpses of beauty. A voice that sent shivers down the spine came. Oh, who has such skill to make our boss Zhou so angry? Zhou Fuhai waved his hand casually, using spiritual energy to close the door, and said irritably, Chunlin, what are you doing here so late? Chunlin, unbothered, walked up to Zhou Fuhai, her hand sliding up his chest, leaning into him while whispering, in this long night, of course, I came to find you, my boss Zhou. Zhou Fuhai felt the hot breath near his ear, and his breathing became a bit rapid. There was a scent in the air, that was Chunlin's body fragrance. And as Zhou Fuhai inhaled it, the fire in his heart grew hotter. Hee. Chunlin giggled, her lips moving toward Zhou Fuhai's. If Special Envoy Chun has something to say, just say it directly. Zhou Fuhai was not the type to remain unaffected, especially not by a woman so seductive to the bone. But Chunlin was no ordinary woman. She was the envoy of the snake god sect, with a cultivation level of level 10 Xian, even higher than his. Moreover, she had a special cultivation method that could absorb yang energy to nourish herself. The number of men who had died at her hands was countless. Chunlin gave Zhou Fuhai a resentful glance, sitting on the desk, her fabric failing to conceal her impressive figure, making Zhou Fuhai's mouth go dry as he couldn't help but swallow. Boss Zhou, the plan might need to be delayed. Major prestigious schools are on their way to Yong City. It's not a good time to act. Chunlin continued, the egg fried rice at Mingware restaurant is really effective. And it's even better than the baijiao porridge. Hiss. Zhou Fuhai inhaled sharply, realizing he was too late. That useless Lu Fan. Zhou Fuhai's face was filled with anger, his hair standing on end. After 10 years of planning, to have a mishap at the last moment, how could he not be furious? Chunlin's delicate hand continuously caressed Zhou Fuhai's chest. Boss Zhou, don't get too angry, otherwise, I would feel heartbroken. Did the sect say when to act? Not yet, but it should be soon. After all, we've put in a lot of effort, we can't let it go to waste. Zhou Fuhai finally relaxed his brows. But Chunlin's seductive demeanor and her little hand kept teasing his nerves. When Chunlin felt it was about time, she added the final fuel to the fire. Boss Zhou, they say the human body has 206 bones. Today, I want to taste what the 207th bone feels like. Hearing this, Zhou Fuhai could no longer hold back. He was confident in his own strength, thinking that just once should be nothing serious. Suddenly pulling the little hand still on his chest, Chunlin gasped, and her whole body flew into Zhou Fuhai's arms. Boss Zhou, you're bad. At that moment, Zhou Fuhai was already blood boiling. Chunlin's body was truly slippery. It felt like a snake, without bones. Holding Chunlin, he walked toward the bedroom. Special Envoy Chun, I have a business deal worth several $100 million I want to discuss with you. In Mingwei restaurant, Lu Fan hung up the phone and immediately became respectful again, nodding and bowing to Jiang Ming. He didn't care at all about being scolded by his boss. If Zhou Fuhai really held a grudge, Lu Fan could simply walk away. With his level 10 yellow tier spirit chef skills, there would be plenty of people eager to recruit him. Moreover, when the next spirit chef assessment came, he had a high chance of becoming a Xian level spirit chef. By then, Yong City would be too small for him. Right now, the priority was to please Jiang Ming. Zhou Fuhai was nothing. Lu Fan's eyes burned with eagerness as he looked at Jiang Ming, wishing he could eat him up, and with a thud, he knelt on the ground. Master Jiang, please take me as your disciple. Jiang Ming and Wang Wu were both taken aback by this move. Wang Wu was no pushover. He had noted down Lu Fan's previous arrogant demeanor. Master Lu, how can this be? Our boss Jiang is a ghost chef, a fraud. How can he accept you as a disciple? Jiang Ming struggled to suppress his laughter. This Wang Wu was already starting with old Yin-Yang comments. Lu Fan was also embarrassed. His face flushed, still kneeling on the ground, pleading with Jiang Ming. In his worldview, enhancing his spirit chef skills was always the top priority. Face and all that could come later. After all, only by improving his skills could he earn more respect. Lu Fan felt lost. Such a person was ultimately not someone of his small role could connect with. Still unwilling to give up, Dao said, Master Jiang, it doesn't matter if you don't take me as a disciple. I am willing to work as a waiter in your shop, just to follow you. Jiang Ming looked at Lu Fan and shook his head. His shop indeed needed a waiter, but he couldn't possibly hire someone like you, an old geezer. At least he needed a beautiful girl with a score of 9 in looks and figure. Lu Fan saw that there was no hope at all and looked dejected. Bowing 3 times to Jiang Ming. I'm sorry, Master Jiang. It's my fault for being blind and offending you. Jiang Ming did not avoid it. This was what he deserved. After all, he had taught Lu Fan a thing or two. Lu Fan stood up and deeply bowed to Wang Wu. Little brother, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have bullied you. Wang Wu was just standing up for Jiang Ming, and now seeing Lu Fan apologize to him, he quickly waved his hand. It's okay, it's okay. Lu Fan is a beast master and a level 10 spirit chef. People of this level apologizing to Wang Wu can really scare him. Lu Fan walked to the door, paused, and turned to Jiang Ming to ask, Master Jiang, can you tell me why your spirit dishes are so ordinary? Jiang Ming smiled faintly. High-end ingredients often only require the simplest cooking methods. Chapter 65 System. Today is a good day. The little episode of someone kicking the door has ended, and Jiang Ming specifically extended the business hours by an hour. This made the emotions of the onlookers reach a climax, and they quickly began to line up to wait for a meal. Originally, the Mingwei restaurant was surrounded by 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside, and within a few minutes, it quickly formed a long queue. The quality of the people in Yong City is really impressive. It was now 10 o'clock in the evening. Jiang Ming sat on the bed, swinging his sore arms. System, claim the rewards. After being busy until now, he finally had time to check the rewards. He was quite looking forward to the reward from Lu Fan, the fortune disperser. Ding. Rewards distributed. As the system's voice fell, a silver-white disc appeared in Jiang Ming's mind, on which dozens of dishes floated. Among them, the majority were, accounting for 2/3. The remaining 1/3 was mostly, with only 2 or 3, the highest level being. The spirit dish level reached 4. Jiang Ming was not surprised by this. After all, the main ingredients of this dish were all level 3. If a perfect spirit dish was made, the level would naturally increase by 1. However, Jiang Ming did not expect to draw a spirit dish now. Guiding others with his talent was fine, but he himself could not possibly make it, because he was a weakling. Just like when he guided Lu Fan in cooking, it was because he knew in his heart that if it were a real competition, he wouldn't win. The highest level spirit dish he could make was the level 10 egg fried rice. If Lu Fan made a level 10 dish, even if it wasn't a perfect spirit dish, the level suppression was there. A discerning person would naturally know who was better. This was also a clever move on his part. After all, except for Jiang Ming himself, no one knew that his upper limit was just egg fried rice. So he relied on his talent and consciousness to guide Lu Fan. He completed the task and also put on a show. Very satisfying. However, Lu Fan did indeed have some skills. Otherwise, he couldn't have made a level 2 spirit dish. Jiang Ming's role was to turn the spirit materials into the most perfect state. What the final product turned out to be depended on Lu Fan's technique. According to Jiang Ming's expectations, an ordinary level 10 spirit chef could at most barely make a level 1 spirit dish. Claim the reward. Jiang Ming silently thought. The roulette spun rapidly. Jiang Ming stared at the pointer on the roulette in his mind, his face tense. Don't let it be a low level. Please don't let it be a low level. After a while, the roulette stopped, and Jiang Ming looked at the pointer, letting out a long sigh. Ding. Congratulations to the host. You have obtained a level 2 spirit dish. Jiang Ming nodded. A juice, not too high and not too low in level, was quite good. The roulette began to spin again. Ding. Congratulations to the host. You have obtained a level 1 spirit dish. The methods for making these 2 spirit dishes instantly floated in Jiang Ming's mind. After about 10 seconds, Jiang Ming opened his eyes. There was a level 2 spirit material, growing on the cliffs in the secret realm, absorbing the essence of the sun and moon, blooming every 3 years and bearing fruit every 5 years. The produced by the system was of the highest quality. The effect of the juice provided by the system was the same as that of the, which also accelerated the cultivation speed. However, the cultivation speed was much stronger than that of the and was effective for beast masters below level 5. Looking at there was a docile, fierce beast. Its greatest hobby was to graze while bouncing around on the vast grasslands. This is also why it is called. Because they love to bounce, their meat becomes incredibly firm due to long-term exercise, making it a great material for beef jerky. Its effect is to accelerate the recovery of spiritual power, which is good for both humans and pet beasts. Of course, Jiang Ming was eager to go downstairs and taste the new dishes. Although the spiritual spring water was delicious, it couldn't be drunk every day. He was about to throw up from it, just like some people often drink water, but occasionally like to have milk tea. Now that there was juice, he had to taste it. Just as Jiang Ming had just put on his slippers, the system poured a bucket of cold water on him. The host's current cultivation level is insufficient to make dishes. Please hurry up and cultivate to improve your strength. Jiang Ming was dumbfounded. I even took off my pants. And now you're telling me this? System, don't treat me like a fool. I'm currently level 7, capable of handling ingredients below level 3. But you can't handle them perfectly. Jiang Ming replied nonchalantly. So what? He put on his slippers and walked downstairs by himself. The host can only sell perfect spirit dishes to customers. Jiang Ming. Focus on the key point. I sell to customers. I'm the shop owner, not a customer. Why can't I eat? System. Jiang Ming ignored the frozen system, walked into the kitchen, and beside the rice cooker, he found a brand new juicer. He opened the embedded cabinets one by one. In the 6th cabinet, he discovered a fruit about the size of a watermelon. This fruit was entirely green, with white cloud-like patterns on its skin. Jiang Ming smelled it, and the fruity aroma filled with rich spiritual energy rushed to his head. Excited, he picked up a kitchen knife, ready to perform a limb amputation on the, followed by an internal organ removal surgery. The system, seeing that Jiang Ming seemed really about to make a move, became anxious. You can't host. Don't. Be good. If you level up 2 more times, you can eat it. Jiang Ming chose to ignore it. With a swift motion, the knife fell, and with the system's desperate no, the limb amputation of the was completed. The split revealed its white flesh inside. The refreshing fruity aroma became even stronger. Jiang Ming took out a large iron spoon, scooped all the flesh out, and placed it on a porcelain plate. The internal organ removal surgery is also complete. The patient has died. Sent to the morgue. Jiang Ming tossed the fruit peel into the trash can. System. Jiang Yi, it's not too late to stop now. Jiang Ming decisively refused. No, it's too late. He activated his talent and consciousness, and his long hands were about to give the fruit flesh a thorough treatment when the system's voice sounded again. Today is a good day. The host is granted a benefit. A 10 times cultivation card, 12 hours of cultivation in a low-level cultivation room. Jiang Ming, is there such a good thing? Claim it. Reward distributed. Jiang Ming suddenly found himself with a training card in hand, but this training card had a time limit. Countdown, 10, 9, 8. In less than 10 seconds, this thing would disappear. Jiang Ming had no choice but to give up on the idea of trying the Qingyan fruit first and use the low-level training room along with the 10-fold training card. The familiar feeling of dizziness came again. What are you waiting for? Let's get to training. Chapter 66. What it feels like to turn into a chicken. When Jiang Ming reappeared in the kitchen, his cultivation had already reached the mortal level 10. The quantitative change at the mortal level was complete, and now he just needed to break through the meridian stage, causing a qualitative change to reach the yellow level. He had only 10 meridians at the yellow level. That means tomorrow morning, he just needed to eat a bowl of egg fried rice. Training Zoom. Jiang Ming. In less than a week, I've broken through from the mortal level to the yellow level. Who else can compete with me? Jiang Ritian. I just wanted to drink some juice. Why is it so urgent? And they even gave him benefits. Is there a punishment for not making the perfect spiritual meal? If that's the case, haha. System. Please host. Dispel the idea of infinite nesting dolls. If there's a next time, we'll both be destroyed together. Ding. Task released. Total revenue reaches 50 million. Current revenue, 645,882. Task reward, System Mall unlocked. Jiang Ming saw that the system seemed to be really urgent and awkwardly touched his nose. What's in the mall? Why are you asking? Can you just shut up? Just seeing you is annoying. You'll know when you complete the task. The system cursed and exited the chat. Jiang Ming also wisely chose to keep quiet. Since he got benefits in a task, he should give the system some face. After all, it's his own system. Being too pushy isn't good. As for the task, it was just a small goal. Revenue counts as his own earnings, which refers to total cash flow. 50 million. That is 2,500 portions of egg fried rice. Little K? But the system cannot be coaxed now. Give it a little color, and it wants to open a dye shop. The system is just like a child. The more you indulge it, the more it will make a fuss. If you ignore it, in a moment, it'll be like nothing happened. Now, it's time to focus on the Qingyan fruit's pulp. Jiang Ming circulated his spiritual energy, clearing the energy within the fruit, perfectly merging it together before putting it into the juice extractor. Swish, swish, swish. The juice extractor spun rapidly, but Jiang Ming didn't dare to relax, constantly observing the direction of the spiritual materials and occasionally inputting his own spiritual energy for neutralization. After a minute, the juice extractor stopped. The juice inside was semi-transparent, giving a very viscous feeling. However, when Jiang Ming poured the juice into a glass, it was incredibly smooth. The fruity aroma became even richer. Just by smelling it, Jiang Ming could feel the spiritual energy inside him stirring restlessly. Jiang Ming raised the glass and drank it all in one go. Gulp, gulp, ah. So good. It was sweet upon entry, with no fruit pulp residue. And he could clearly feel the juice smoothly going down his throat into his stomach. It felt as if every organ in his body was cheering. A massive and gentle spiritual energy flowed through him, warm and soothing, as if he had entered his mother's embrace. Qingyan juice, price, 74,522. This number carried a bit of personal emotion. Randomly priced. So naughty. Jiang Ming shook his head, finished the juice, and happily went upstairs. He didn't want to break through today, so he wouldn't eat egg fried rice. He would eat it tomorrow. Lying on the bed, closing his eyes. Just as he was about to drift off to sleep, the system shouted, "Host, there's still a reward you haven't claimed." Jiang Ming was startled awake by this shout. Jealous. Who are you talking to? Not claiming it. I'll claim it tomorrow. No way. When I say you claim it, you have to claim it. Current reward. Complete Guide to Spiritual Materials, Mortal Level Edition. A golden book, as thick as a Xinhua dictionary, appeared in Jiang Ming's mind, and to his horror, the book opened to the first page. It was a chicken. A bobo chicken. Thus, Jiang Ming felt himself in a dark void, surrounded by silence, as if in chaos. If Jiang Ming had a phobia of darkness, he feared he would die on the spot. Suddenly, a crack appeared in the sky, and Jiang Ming scrambled upwards with all his might. Then, the first ray of light appeared. The sky was so clear, the air was filled with the fragrance of green grass, but there was a hint of chicken dung smell. Cluck, 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 cluck. Jiang Ming, how did I turn into a newly hatched chick? Did I cross over again? Where's the dog system? Come out. But no matter how Jiang Ming called out in his heart, there was no voice from the system. Thus, he began the life of a bobo chicken. He perfectly experienced the process of a bobo chicken from hatching to growing up, and then gradually aging. When he could no longer move, he closed his eyes forever. Then, he discovered he had turned into a watermelon pig, becoming a pig king running around the mountains. He transformed into a flame wheat, experiencing the process from rooting to sprouting, and finally to bearing fruit. But to be honest, the feeling of photosynthesis was really nice. Next, he turned into a burrowing bass fish, drilling around in the mud. Every day avoiding predators, he learned how to easily burrow into the mud. Jiang Ming suddenly sat up in bed, gasping for breath. Terrifying. Too terrifying. That pig was trying to mate with him. And that chicken, that wolf, that. But to be fair, even though he had become a fierce beast, Jiang Ming's aesthetic values hadn't changed. He didn't go wild with beastly instincts. Host has comprehended 452 mortal level fierce beasts, with 643 remaining. Detected that the host's mental state is unstable. Will complete the rest later. Upon hearing the system's words, Jiang Ming felt something was wrong. He didn't even realize that in just a few hours, he had turned into over 8,000 fierce beasts. Damn it. System, I think you did this on purpose. System, you can eat randomly, but you can't talk randomly. This is a necessary lesson for an excellent spiritual chef. Get lost. Which spiritual chef would turn themselves into a fierce beast? Please pay attention to your words. You have transformed into a fierce beast, experiencing the life of a fierce beast, so you can better master the ingredients. Mortal level dishes are countless. Mixing different spiritual materials together creates a spiritual meal. This system cannot teach you all the spiritual meals. This method will allow you to quickly make all mortal level spiritual meals. After listening to the system, Jiang Ming fell silent. Although he was reluctant to believe it, after experiencing the life of a fierce beast, he indeed understood these fierce beasts thoroughly. And he also had a vague idea of what spiritual materials to pair together. This system was actually telling the truth. So I have to turn into nearly 100,000 different fierce beasts in the future? System. Detected that the host's spirit has recovered a bit. Let us continue. Jiang Ming. No. No way. I can't take it anymore. Don't come again. Stay away from me. Chapter 67. Visitors from prestigious schools. The next day, early morning. It wasn't even 6:30 yet, and the area outside the Mingwei Hotel was crowded with people. After receiving the news, prestigious schools specially used their connections to send Earth-level teachers using flying spirit beasts to bring them to Yong City overnight. All the people waiting were students. While the teachers were maintaining order, the students' youthful faces were filled with anticipation. They knew how great an opportunity the 2,000 broken-level spiritual meals were for them. Some had their meridians blocked and had been stuck for years without any progress. Some have just reached the 10th level of the mortal realm. And if they can break through directly, they could save at least a few months of effort. Some couldn't contain their excitement and began to discuss quietly with their friends. Hey, do you think this fried rice is really that magical? I have my doubts. A broken-level spirit dish costing 20,000? I've never even heard of it. You can't say that. The school has made such a big deal about us coming here, so there must be some confidence in it. There must be some effect. But I don't know how well it will work. My meridians are all blocked. Bro, you're incredible. Having all your meridians blocked is a rare sight. 20,000. As long as it has even a little effect, eating 100 servings should definitely be better than the herbal porridge, right? Enough talk. The restaurant is open. As the students looked forward, the roll-up door of the Mingwei restaurant was pulled up. Jiang Ming, dressed in a chef's uniform, had panda eyes and let out a long yawn. He had just made a bowl of fried rice for breakfast and coincidentally broke through. His strength now at the first level of the yellow tier. That night, he had undergone thousands of transformations. By the time it ended, he couldn't even tell if he was a chicken, a duck, or a pig. It wasn't until he saw his handsome face in the bathroom mirror that he confirmed he was indeed human. This damn system, not only is it rigid, but it's also so petty. It's a blatant revenge, and yet I have no way to fight back. Because when he was just mixing the dumpling filling, Jiang Ming noticed that the meat from the melon-skin pig and the eggs from the bobbing chicken were indeed much easier to handle. He didn't even need to keep his consciousness open to mix them perfectly. So, what the system said turned out to be true. This could be considered a trial on his path to becoming stronger. And Jiang Ming could only think of one thing he wasn't sure if he should say or not. Seeing so many people outside, Jiang Ming was momentarily stunned but quickly reacted and calmly said, 8 people at a time. Remember to line up. After saying that, he left the crowd with just his back. Some girl's eyes sparkled. Is that the restaurant owner? He's even more handsome than our school's heartthrob. I'm in love. Really, he's so handsome, and those panda eyes are so cute. Seeing such a handsome guy makes this trip worth it, even if it's just for a free meal. Some boys scoffed. Fangirls, can good looks fill your stomach? A real man should go into the secret realms to fight fierce beasts and protect the country. Exactly. Scars on your body are the true symbols of a real man. Are you talking about the scar from your appendicitis? You're so young. You should be an apprentice, right? The 8 people at the front of the line entered Mingwei restaurant and ordered 8 servings of fried rice. Ding. Payment received. 48,000 yuan. Jiang Ming was suddenly taken aback. 48? Shouldn't it be 32? The host's spirit chef level has reached the yellow tier and now shares 37 with the host. Jiang Ming forced a smile on his exhausted face. If this news had come yesterday, he would have been excited and full of energy. But now, forget it. A night of exhaustion left him unable to feel any joy. While Jiang Ming was busy, the students were laughing and chatting. Clearly, they were skeptical about the effectiveness of the fried rice. After all, the 200,000 herbal porridge couldn't solve their problems. So a 20,000 fried rice seemed like a joke to them. They were just bored from staying at school and treated this outing as a trip to relax. Just when Jiang Ming served the fried rice, a fragrant aroma instantly filled the Mingwei restaurant. Gulp. The 8 students immediately stopped their discussions, as their salivary glands seemed to go out of control, and in an instant, their mouths were half full of saliva. Here is your fried rice, enjoy. Jiang Ming was short with his words, completely exhausted and unwilling to say another word. He just sat on the stairs and began to rest. The students stared at the golden tower in front of them, looking at each other in disbelief. Is this really fried rice? It looks like a golden shell of fried rice. But why does it smell so good? Tears were almost spilling from their eyes. It was so fragrant. A mouthful of saliva was too disgusting to swallow, and too embarrassing to spit out. What should I do? I'm waiting online. feeling anxious. When they took their first bite of the fried rice, their expressions instantly changed, looking down at the fried rice and then at each other. This is too delicious. It was as if they were in a competition, each one eating faster than the last. By the time they finished a bowl of fried rice, they hadn't even had the chance to ask for another bowl before the spiritual power in their bodies began to surge wildly. This feeling, I'm about to break through. So, the 8 of them closed their eyes and sat cross-legged in the Mingware restaurant, starting to cultivate. This made the teachers from the prestigious school at the door extremely anxious. The students had already told them to hurry out after finishing the fried rice. Why weren't they listening? There were still hundreds of people waiting outside. Disciplinary action. We must give them a punishment. They could only stand at the entrance, their expressions as if they were constipated. They couldn't break through at all. Who could break their barrier? Jiang, boss, can you let us in to take these kids away? Jiang Ming, too tired to even open his eyes, nodded and snapped his fingers. The barrier at the door instantly dissipated. The teachers from the prestigious school were finally able to carry the students one by one into the nearby small hotel. However, they encountered difficulties when trying to book a room. The hotel owner saw so many people wanting to share a room. No way. That's illegal. This is a legitimate hotel. It'll cost more. The teachers' faces turned as dark as a pot bottom, but there was nothing they could do. Time was of the essence. This hotel was the closest to the Mingware restaurant. In the end, they agreed to charge per person 100 yuan each. The hotel owner was so happy he swayed like seaweed. I'm getting rich. Just this moment, I earned 800 yuan. If I work a few more days, I'll have enough to marry my son a wife. Chapter 68, Cutting in Line. The morning business hours quickly came to an end, and Jiang Ming pulled down the roll-up door with a face full of despair. Due to his increased strength, he could now directly cook for 8 people at once. In 2 hours, he had cooked nearly 200 servings of fried rice, earning 120,000, but his heart felt no joy at all. It was too exhausting. His hands felt like they were about to fall off. Those students were like livestock. It took him 3 minutes to fry the rice, but the students finished eating in just 1 minute. He collapsed straight onto the bed. Just as his consciousness was about to fade completely, Jiang Ming thought fiercely, damn system. If you turn me into a chicken again, I'll die for you to see. System. The teachers from the prestigious school looked at the more than 180 students at the first level of the yellow tier, joy flooding their hearts. As if they were floating in spring waters. Nearly 200 students, 180 had leveled up. A terrifying breakthrough rate of 90. The most important part was that it only cost 20,000. Someone commented, herbal porridge? What is that? Not even a dog would eat it. The teachers from the prestigious school seemed to see a broad path unfolding before them. Their stagnant positions could finally rise. This fried rice had such amazing effects. Could we replicate it? Someone raised a question, but they received a unanimous denial. You must know that fried rice is a perfect spirit dish at the 10th level of the mortal realm. To guarantee a 100 success rate, at least a spirit chef at the 7th or 8th level of the profound tier is required. And a spirit chef of that level would never look down on a mere 10th level beast master. So why would they waste time on them? With that time, wouldn't it be better to make a profound tier dish and recruit a profound tier fighter? They couldn't figure out why Jiang Ming, a powerful spiritual chef, would open a small fly-infested restaurant on the streets of this small city. Let's just assume Jiang Ming is doing charity. As noon approached, Jiang Ming opened his eyes, swiped at his phone, and quickly turned off the alarm. Sleeping soundly for 2 or 3 hours was incredibly refreshing. Now he was fully revitalized and full of energy. System, let us discuss something. As the old saying goes, we are all from the same root. Why should we harm each other so hastily? When will the grievances end? Don't mess with me anymore. I will selectively listen to your opinions from now on. What do you think? I don't think so. If you dare to say no, I want to open the restaurant and will just stay in the restaurant forever. The system, faced with Jiang Ming's blatant threat, seemed at a loss for how to respond. All right, but the complete guide to spiritual materials still requires the hostess insights. This is a mandatory course for an excellent spiritual chef. I cannot decide. Jiang Ming. Then I'll have the final say on the timing. Deal. Having reached an agreement with the system, Jiang Ming got up, casually washed up a bit, and started his lunch service. It was still the endless fried rice, but he was no longer the Jiang Ming of the morning. Just get it done. Making money is the priority. Since all the customers were students, his 74,522 cup of Qingyun juice hadn't even opened yet. As for the jumping beef jerky, he hadn't made it himself, and it wasn't even listed on the price list yet. Li Xiang looked at the sea of heads in front of him, feeling bitter. Why did so many students suddenly come to Mingware restaurant to eat? He had waited 2 hours in the morning without getting a meal, so he specially arrived an hour early for lunch. Even so, there were still over 100 people ahead of him. Xiao Ming was really something. He earned so much money but was unwilling to expand. He had no business sense at all, just when he saw a glimmer of hope ahead. A few people walked over and directly cut in line right in front of him. The leader was dressed like a model, in branded clothes, with red hair. Very similar to his red-haired lackey. Li Xiang, is this cutting in line? Bro, if you want to eat, you have to queue. Li Xiang first advised them kindly. Hey, there's actually someone brave enough to speak up. Do you know who you're standing in front of? Said a lackey beside the red-haired guy. Li Xiang's face darkened. At Mingware restaurant, everyone had to queue, and that was a consensus among all. If someone voluntarily gave up their spot, you could go ahead. But if not, you had to wait in line. Even top figures like Qian Yid followed this rule. But now, a sheltered flower who couldn't even break through the yellow rank dared to speak to him like that. How dare this brat talk to you, Li Xiang? Li Xiang said coldly. Having been through many hardships in the martial world, he had a wild aura about him. This aura immediately made the lackey wilt, shrinking back and no longer daring to speak. The leader of the group defended his lackey. What are you? I'm cutting in line. His name was Xiao Tianyu, a small bully from Magic City University. His father was an elder from the Xiao family in Magic City, who had a bit of an accident with a maid after drinking too much, which led to his birth. This elder had no children throughout his life, so he naturally spoiled him to the heavens after having a son in his old age. Even though he had only average talent, he still used connections to get Xiao Tianyu into Magic City University. Xiao Tianyu wasn't a good person either, relying on having a good father. He did nothing at Magic City University, bullying boys and girls alike. He gathered a group of lackeys and ran rampant. But he was somewhat clever, never provoking those who were tough, so he managed to stay safe through his senior year. With 19 channels of yellow rank chi, 16 were blocked, and he only managed to unblock one channel after drinking 5 bowls of herbal porridge. A complete waste among wastes. Say that again if you dare. Xiao Tianyu's face turned cold. Due to his background, he was extremely sensitive to insults about his origins. Xiao Tianyu looked at Li Xiang with icy eyes, as if he were staring at a dead man. Xiao Tianyu, what are you doing? The leading teacher from Magic City University, Xia Hui, just came out of the hotel, feeling sore all over, and immediately saw this tense situation and hurriedly scolded. But Xiao Tianyu completely ignored him, and Li Xiang naturally wouldn't back down. The two were at an impasse. Seeing their teacher angry, the lackeys were naturally cautious and didn't dare to speak, wanting to leave. But Xiao Tianyu chuckled lightly. Teacher Xia, you can't control this. Xia Hui's face went blank, and then quickly turned red. As a teacher, one of his students was publicly humiliating him. The sad part was that he truly couldn't do anything about it. Xia Hui came from a common background, and besides Magic City University, he had no other backing. But Xiao Tianyu's father was a strong Earth rank warrior. Xiao Tianyu ignored the furious Xia Hui beside him and said to Li Xiang indifferently, "You can kneel down and call me grandpa a few times, and maybe this matter can be eased." Li Xiang thought he was just talking nonsense and rolled up his sleeves. This kind of spoiled brat would behave after getting a good beating. Chapter 69, New Rules. Jiang Ming noticed the commotion outside and walked out, looking surprised. Brother Xiang, what is going on? Why are you fighting with someone? Li Xiang got up from Xiao Tianyu, shook off the bloodstains on his hands, and spat on the ground. It's nothing. This little brat dared to threaten me without even having all his hair grown in. I was just educating him. At this point, Xiao Tianyu was bruised and dirty, his branded clothes covered in mud, and his nose was bleeding profusely. With a resentful glare at Li Xiang, he was still shouting, "You country bumpkin, you're finished for daring to hit me. I'll kill your whole family." Without his front teeth, this fierce threat sounded rather comical. Li Xiang, this little brat still hasn't had enough beating, huh? He can still yell. But students who had been in their ivory tower were really foolish. Even in this state, he was still making threats. He was looking for death. Li Xiang rolled up his sleeves again and landed 2 punches. Still yelling? You wait for me. Oh, you're quite tough. Let us have 2 more punches. Keep shouting. Go ahead and kill me. My dad won't let you go. Li Xiang's fist, as big as a sand pot, kept smashing into Xiao Tianyu's abdomen. When had those lackeys ever seen such a bloody scene? They were scared out of their wits and didn't even dare to intervene. As for teacher Xia Hui, the moment Li Xiang made his move, he turned and went back into the hotel to check on the students' breakthroughs. When Jiang Ming saw Xiao Tianyu retching outside from the beatings, he couldn't bear to watch anymore. Brother Xiang, why not change places to continue? This is too messy. It'll affect the restaurant's business later. Li Xiang stopped his actions, scratching his head in a silly manner. All right. Xiao Tianyu barely retained his last shred of consciousness. Spare me. I was wrong. I won't dare again. Boo-hoo. Not admitting defeat wouldn't help. If he continued, he'd really be done for. Li Xiang nodded in satisfaction. After all, it was in public, and he couldn't do anything that would lead to death. Only then did the lackeys dare to come up and help Xiao Tianyu up. Coincidentally, Xia Hui also came out from the nearby hotel. After Li Xiang explained the whole situation, Jiang Ming felt a surge of anger inside. Cutting in line was the most despicable. In his previous life, when playing in an amusement park, he had waited for 1 or 2 hours for a ride, only to see someone yell for everyone to make way. They didn't even have to wait a minute, and just got to play. Jiang Ming loathed cutting in line. Pointing at Xiao Tianyu and his lackeys, he declared, "These people are blacklisted and permanently banned from dining at Mingware restaurant. Boss Jiang, they are just kids, just let them go this time." Xiao Hui pleaded. Jiang Ming sneered. "Kids? Giant babies? At this point, if you don't agree, then none of you from Magic City University can come here." Xiao Hui felt bitter inside and quickly smiled apologetically. "Agreed, it's our school's lack of guidance. I'm sorry, Boss Jiang." He turned to Xiao Tianyu and the others and said, "Hurry up and leave." A few little brothers immediately dragged the nearly lifeless Xiao Tianyu and fled. Xiao Hui then said to Jiang Ming, "Boss Jiang, there are all kinds of birds in the big forest. I hope you don't underestimate us at Magic City University because of this. Also, this young man is your friend, right? It would be best for him to hide for a few days. Xiao Tianyu's father is a local level expert and has assigned bodyguards. Their strength is conservatively estimated to be at the mysterious level." Li Xiang waved his hand dismissively. "This is Yong City. Even a strong dragon cannot suppress a local snake. If there really are outside experts causing trouble, Qian Yud and the others will not turn a blind eye." Jiang Ming nodded, indicating he understood. Then led Li Xiang into the store. He said a few words to the little parrot. The little parrot immediately shouted outside, "Want to eat? Line up. No cutting in line. Blacklist, got it? Scalpers, don't count, got it?" The voice was still not loud, but the hundreds of people waiting outside nodded in agreement. This also dispelled some commoners' ideas of wanting to squat at the entrance of Mingware restaurant to reserve a spot and then sell it. Scalpers and the like. But they are even more detestable than cutting in line. "Xiaoming, your store really needs to expand. It's a bit famous now. It's a hassle for me to come eat once," Li Xiang complained. Jiang Ming smiled. "Brother Xiang, I have my own considerations. The expansion should be soon. Don't worry. Let's see what to eat first." Li Xiang looked at the menu. "New products? I'll have a juice and a fried rice. You sit first. It will be ready soon." The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. In the end, he cried out in grievance, "Hey, Uncle Yao, where are you? I'm going to be beaten to death." Yao Fan heard his young master's voice tinged with tears and even stammering. He was immediately scared into stopping his sprint, pulling out his gun, pulling up his pants, leaving several $100s behind, and rushing towards his residence. Damn it, wasn't the young master supposed to be with people from Magic City University? Why was he being beaten? It was hard to come by a chance to slack off. And then this kind of mess happened. In this small Yong City, who is so bold to even dare to hit someone from the Xiao family of Magic City? When Yao Fan saw Xiao Tianyu's appearance, cold sweat instantly drenched his clothes. How could he be beaten to such a state? "Young master, who did this?" Yao Fan pretended to be furious. A lackey beside him immediately said, "At the entrance of Mingware restaurant, a local with yellow rank strength." Yao Fan felt relieved. A local? Isn't that easy to handle? He pointed to someone to lead the way and arrived at Mingware restaurant. "Lord Yao, it's that guy licking the cup." The lackey pointed at Li Xiang, who didn't want to waste the juice. Yao Fan nodded and was about to walk into the restaurant, but the barrier at the door made him instantly wilt. What the heck? This Dao rhyme intensity is actually stronger than the Xiao family's barrier. The Xiao family's barrier was set up by a level 10 local expert. Could it be that this little fly restaurant is run by a heavenly level expert? This is not revenge at all. Yong City actually hides a heavenly level big shot. "Young master, this time you just have to suffer a dumb loss. Old Yao can't do anything about it." Jiang Ming saw the man observing at the door and couldn't help but speak. "Do you have something to say?" Yao Fan quickly waved his hand. No, I just walked into the wrong door." Chapter 70. Humiliated and angry Mu Shuiyan. Yao Fan, with his tail between his legs, fled in embarrassment, leaving his lackey in a daze. Didn't Lord Yao just come in fiercely to stand up for young Master Xiao? Why did he turn into a mouse seeing a cat as soon as he arrived at this restaurant? Is it really that perfunctory? At least you could take me with you. Xia Hui came out of the hotel, ready to start the next round of transporting. He was both pained and happy. Watching the students break through one by one, his heart couldn't be happier. But it was exhausting. He had to transport students every 3 minutes on average. These little rascals treated everything their teachers said as a breeze. After eating fried rice in the restaurant, they started to break through. This was tough on his old back. Once the work was done, he had to find a proper massage parlor to get a good massage. He was afraid that Jiang Ming would see and be unhappy, putting all the students from Magic City University on the blacklist. Lu Quan, the little brother who was brought along, was alone and confused in the wind. But in this situation, it was not the time to find trouble. He had to endure a scolding. Lu Quan had a long face. "Teacher, I was just wandering around. I'm leaving now." At this moment, he regretted following the wrong big brother. He had been stuck at the local level 10 for a while, watching his classmates eat fried rice and break through one by one, feeling very envious. But because of Xiao Tianyu, breaking through had nothing to do with him. That useless Xiao Tianyu. Bah, nothing at all. Xia Hui saw Lu Quan walk away, politely bowed to Jiang Ming, and continued to start a new round of transporting work. Damn! Li Xiang didn't want to shout this exclamation, but the juice's effect was too amazing. He couldn't help it. This Qingyun juice had a sweet taste, smooth down the throat, and the flavor was outstanding. But the spirit meal effect was even more astonishing. Li Xiang could feel that his cultivation speed was 3 times faster than usual. Moreover, a mysterious energy was growing inside him, protecting his meridians. So there was no need to worry about absorbing spiritual energy too quickly and causing the meridians to bear the burden. Li Xiang, Xiaoming, your juice is incredible. The spiritual energy is rushing into my body like an ocean. Jiang Ming chuckled. Brother Xiang is still too inexperienced. 3 times the cultivation speed, and you dare to call it an ocean? You have never seen 50 times the cultivation speed. Brother Xiang, hurry up and go cultivate. The juice effect lasts for 15 hours. Make the most of your time. Also, you can open a cultivation room at the Beastmaster Association. After hearing this, Li Xiang's eyes sparkled with excitement. Wonderful. Why didn't I think of that? The meridians are protected, so there's no need to worry about damage. Then I can just absorb it like crazy. Xiaoming, I'm leaving first. I'll come back tonight. Li Xiang didn't want to waste any more time after throwing down this sentence. He dashed out of Mingware restaurant, heading straight for the Beastmaster Association. His speed was definitely powered by spiritual energy. Mu Shuiyun happened to be in line, saw Li Xiang, and before she could greet him, a gust of wind swept by, and Li Xiang was already gone. Mu Shuiyun's smile froze on her face, and she quickly used her spiritual energy to suppress the whirlwind. Li Xiang, are you crazy? That melodious scream could be heard by people 3 streets away. Li Xiang heard that roar and almost stumbled and fell. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead. That voice, was it from the elder sister? It seemed he really saw her in line. She seemed to be wearing a super short skirt. Wouldn't it flash? Hiss. Oh no, this is bad. The priority now is to go to the Beastmaster Association and open a room. Improving strength is the most important thing. As long as it's not me using my knee to type I was wrong on the keyboard, everything else is acceptable. Li Xiang figured this out and sprinted towards the Beastmaster Association with all his might. On the road from Mingware restaurant to the Beastmaster Association, a gust of demonic wind arose. Passers-by were confused. What was that just now? It blew off my wig. I think I saw a big black rat scurry by. Such a big rat. My goodness, have fierce beasts entered the city? Whoa. This demonic wind. My ice cream that I just bought is gone. On Chaoyang Street, students were staring at Mu Shuiyun's long legs and the slightly lifted hem of her skirt, their eyes almost popping out. Some even blew air through their mouths, adding strength to the enchanting wind. Mu Shuiyun's face turned pale, and she stomped her foot hard. Boom. The cement road instantly cracked, leaving a footprint the size of 36. The aura of her 4th-level Xian stage cultivation spread out, causing people around to hurriedly avert their gazes, but their peripheral vision still occasionally glanced over. Goddess, those legs are a lifetime's treasure. Mu Shuiyun huffed and said, do you want to lose your eyeballs? She had been holding in her anger for a whole hour while waiting in line, and finally reached the store entrance. But Jiang Ming said lightly, Mu gang leader, it's getting late. How about you come back for dinner? Mu Shuiyun blinked her big eyes, looking pitiful. Brother Jiang Ming, I've waited so long, just let me in. Her voice could melt a man's heart. Jiang Ming turned his head and secretly swallowed. Even if you are beautiful, rules are rules. I'm not a donkey from the production team that can work 24 hours a day. Without proper rest, how can I make perfect spirit meals? Jiang Ming still resolutely refused. Sorry, Mu gang leader, the rules can't be changed. Mu Shuiyun gave Jiang Ming a resentful look, her voice starting to become sweet. Just this once, please, brother Jiang Ming. If anyone from the Yunshui gang saw their elder sister acting like this, they would surely be shocked enough to pop their own eyes out. Mu Shuiyun had really spent a lot to eat a meal at Mingware restaurant. She didn't want to act like this, but Jiang Ming's cooking was just too good. Those dumplings, that base, that fried rice were addictive. There were so many people in the morning that she didn't queue, and as a result, she had no energy all morning. She had to eat this lunch. Jiang Ming's old face turned red. The goddess is being cute. Who can resist that? He silently recited the great compassion mantra, trying not to look at Mu Shuiyun's face that could cause disasters, and said coldly, sorry, if you want to eat, please come early. Under Mu Shuiyun's playful gaze, Jiang Ming hurriedly pulled down the roller shutter and took deep breaths to calm himself. That was close. I almost lost control. Chapter 71, the first takeout dish. Looking at the closed roller shutter, Mu Shuiyun felt terrible. Is Jiang Ming even a man? I'm like this, and he won't even spare a bowl of rice. I'm not freeloading, is it really that much? The more she thought about it, the angrier she became, stomping her feet madly at the entrance of Mingware restaurant. Fortunately, the tiles at the entrance were produced by the system, so they remained unscathed. Mu Shuiyun's face was cold, and her chest, due to anger, seemed to swell a size. It made others swallow hard. With a belly full of anger, she decided to vent it on Li Xiang. Meanwhile, Li Xiang was bathing in a sea of spiritual energy, looking completely intoxicated. Qingyun juice and the cultivation room were a perfect match. His cultivation speed was 10 times faster than usual. 1 hour was worth 10 hours. Achio. He felt a tingling in his nose and couldn't help but sneeze. Could it be that too much spiritual energy caused an allergy? Poor Li Xiang had no idea what kind of encounter awaited him that night. Inside Mingware restaurant, Jiang Ming hadn't taken a break yet. After having lunch with his family, he went to the kitchen to check out the flavor of the jumping beef jerky. After rummaging around, Jiang Ming took out a piece of bright red beef leg meat, which felt slightly dry to the touch, but not sticky. He smelled it. Instead of the usual meaty odor, it had a faint fragrance. The beef leg meat was placed on the cutting board, with not a hint of fat. The muscle a uniform red. Jiang Ming pressed his finger gently, and the dent immediately bounced back. Overall, this beef was incredibly fresh, truly a product of the system. With a wave of his hand, the kitchen knife flew into his grasp. Jiang Ming had broken through to the yellow stage, and his talent had simultaneously improved. His range expanded to a 30-meter radius, with a slight ability for remote manipulation. For now, this effect seemed to only make him a little showy, without much practical use. Holding the kitchen knife, Jiang Ming's aura instantly changed, exuding a confident feeling from within. The knife seemed to gain a spirit in Jiang Ming's hands, and in no time, the whole piece of beef leg was sliced into thin pieces. He then put the slices into the juicer to blend. The system's juicer could extract juice from anything. After taking the beef paste out and placing it in a bowl, he added the pre-prepared seasonings, mixing them evenly while infusing spiritual power to perfectly blend the spiritual energy within the materials. After marinating for 10 minutes, he rolled the beef into 5mm thin slices. Wiping the sweat from his forehead with his sleeve, Jiang Ming layered the slices into the oven, selecting the appropriate temperature, still sticking with 10 minutes. The system's oven could cook anything in 10 minutes. Jiang Ming kept his spiritual sense active, constantly monitoring the movement of the spiritual energy within the beef. If it strayed, even slightly, he would immediately inject spiritual energy to steer it back on track. Ding! The oven emitted a pleasant sound. Jiang Ming took out the jerky. The 50-pound beef leg had finally turned into 30 pounds of beef jerky. After letting it cool down, he sliced it into 55 small pieces with the kitchen knife. Jiang Ming picked one up and put it in his mouth. Crunch, crunch. The texture was wonderfully crispy and tender. Even those with bad teeth could eat it. Of course, those without teeth definitely couldn't eat it. Beef jerky is the kind of thing that tastes better the more you chew. Jiang Ming chewed on a piece for a full 3 minutes. After finishing, the meaty flavor lingered in his mouth, but he sensed something was amiss. Full. It wasn't that he was stuffed, but that there was too much spiritual energy inside him that couldn't be released. Feeling uncomfortable, Jiang Ming had to fully activate his talent and spiritual sense, scanning the 30-meter radius for any movements. After a while, the spiritual energy in his body finally stabilized. This jerky is terrifying. Just one piece could restore almost half of his total spiritual energy. And with 20 pieces in a serving, if he wanted to finish it, it would take him a long time. The system's voice echoed in Jiang Ming's mind. Jumping beef jerky, priced at 68,686. System, can we negotiate something? Speak. How about this jerky can be taken out? What do you think? Not a chance. Jiang Ming's temper flared up immediately. Have I spoiled you? The restaurant is mine. I should set the rules, so don't overstep your bounds, and just do your own job. You? What do you mean by you? This beef jerky is a type of snack spirit meal with a long shelf life, and won't spoil even if stored for a long time. 1. What do you mean by I? The function of beef jerky spirit meals is to restore spiritual energy. If the customer's strength isn't high, it could take several hours to finish a plate. Are you saying I won't do business? Just let me finish my sentence. Fine, go ahead. Let us see what nonsense you can come up with. I see the sentence. Jiang Ming. 0. The menu suddenly added another dish. Jumping beef jerky, 68,686 per serving. Takeout available. Jiang Ming nodded in satisfaction. A system that listens is a good system. Taking advantage of the spare time, he made a few more batches of beef jerky. The jerky has a shelf life of about 3 months, so to prevent running out, he had to make it fresh. The time came to the afternoon 3 days later. Jiang Ming was walking down the street with Jiang Yu, the little girl bouncing with the second treasure in her arms. Clearly in a good mood. Behind them followed the kind-faced President Shi. The big treasure was leading the way in front, his tail wagging, his dog face full of curiosity. In the past 3 days, thanks to the tireless efforts of the students and teachers from prestigious schools, the total revenue of the Mingware restaurant has reached 4,800. With just 2 million left to complete the task, Jiang Ming also has over 10 million in his pocket. Therefore, taking advantage of the afternoon break, Jiang Ming took Jiang Yu to the Beast Master Association to buy the pet that the little girl has been longing for. Jiang Ming discovered that as long as he goes out, the 3 pets can follow him, Otherwise, apart from Dabao, who can leave the restaurant entrance for no more than 10 meters, Air Bao and Xiao Bao can only stay inside. With his yellow level strength, he can only take 2 out, and he finds carrying the birdcage cumbersome. So the glorious task of watching over the house falls to Xiao Bao. Moreover, he can finally feel the strength of Dabao and Air Bao. He is currently at yellow level 1. And both Dabao and Air Bao feel like yellow level 6 to him. They have clearly broken the common sense that pets cannot exceed their beast master by 3 levels, being 5 levels higher than him. Jiang Ming certainly does not believe that the strength of the 3 pets is only at the yellow level. He thinks their power is gradually unlocking as he levels up. Just as the 3 of them, along with a cat and a dog, happily walked down the street, a meeting was taking place inside the Huihai Pavilion. There were only 3 participants. The pale-faced and overly indulgent Zhou Fuhai, strength, mysterious level 9. The seductive and satisfied envoy of the snake god cult, Chen Lin, strength, mysterious level 10. And Jiang Baishu's father, the head of the Jiang family in Yong City, Jiang Weiyang, strength, half-step earth level. Chapter 72, Danger is approaching. The so-called half-step earth level refers to a beast master whose pet's strength has reached earth level, but the beast master themselves is still at mysterious level. Chen Lin looked at Zhou Fuhai, licked her lips with her tongue, her eyes filled with teasing meaning. Everyone, the cult has already begun to take action. This morning, we will start moving. This is a great opportunity for us. Whether we can seize it depends on you. Zhou Fuhai forced a smile. He had underestimated Chen Lin's seductive power too much. He had hardly gotten out of bed these past few days. His strength had also decreased a bit. However, he had no regrets. Chen Lin really knew how to please him. As long as the plan succeeded, losing this bit of strength would be nothing. Not to mention the hope of reaching earth level. He could also join the snake god cult. He had enjoyed himself thoroughly. Don't worry, I'll contact North Street. Everything we need will be there. After Zhou Fuhai finished speaking, he sighed. That white-eyed wolf, Lu Fan, actually ran away. After that phone call, he could never find the old fellow again. It made him furious, and he could only vent his anger on Chen Lin. Otherwise, he wouldn't have indulged so much. A yellow level 10 spirit chef. Losing such a capable aide made him regret bitterly. Little did he know that Lu Fan had lost so much face at the Mingwei restaurant, and with Jiang Ming unwilling to take him as a disciple, his pride wouldn't allow him to stay in Yong City any longer. Confident in becoming a mysterious level spirit chef, he bought a plane ticket overnight and fled from Texas province. Chen Lin looked at Zhou Fuhai with affectionate eyes. Brother Zhou, you are so strong. I can rest assured that you will handle things, but I wonder about the old master Jiang. Jiang Weiyang said lightly, more than 20 mysterious levels. Over 100 yellow levels, plus hundreds of common levels. Is that enough? Zhou Fuhai could hardly believe his ears, as if struck by a bolt from the blue. His whole body went numb, unable to speak. Chen Lin's pupils dilated in shock as she looked at Jiang Weiyang, then quickly reacted and laughed charmingly. Master Jiang really has good courage. The snake god cult lacks talents like you. You flatter me, Envoy Chen. Before 9 tonight, all these will be delivered. After Jiang Weiyang finished speaking, he walked straight out. Zhou Fuhai still hadn't recovered from the shock when he felt a weight on his leg. Chen Lin sat on top of him. Brother Zhou, a moment of passion is worth 1,000 gold, and we have less than 10 hours left. We must hurry. Have you dealt with Peng Yaran? Zhou Fuhai felt the warmth in his arms, and his cautious nature still retained a shred of rationality. Zhou Fuhai nodded and took out his phone to make a call. Meanwhile, Chen Lin kept wriggling in Zhou Fuhai's embrace, constantly stimulating his nerves. The temperature in the room seemed to rise significantly, filled with an ambiguous atmosphere. After hanging up the phone, Chen Lin gazed at Zhou Fuhai with dreamy eyes. Brother Zhou, every time I talk to you, my eyes get wet. I'm not just talking about my eyes. Oh, you naughty. Chen Lin felt the movement and playfully pretended to be shy. Zhou Fuhai placed Chen Lin on the table, and with a surge of spiritual energy, the curtains immediately closed. While at the same time, the pink atmosphere lights turned on. This woman is truly a temptress. Damn. On the other side, Jiang Ming, with 3 pets, a cat, and a dog, arrived at the Beastmaster Association. The Beastmaster Association is a gladiatorial-style building. Inside, there are reward halls, office buildings, auction houses, trading posts, blacksmith shops, and other structures. The crowd is bustling. Without a doubt, the most crowded place in every city is the Beastmaster Association. A woman in black immediately approached Shi Wanli upon seeing him and led them inside. Brother, what kind of pet should I choose? Jiang Yu asked excitedly. Jiang Ming felt a bit overwhelmed. Sister, you've asked me this question at least 10 times on the way here. Shi Wanli also teased from the side. Boss Jiang, are you annoyed after hearing it 10 times? Yaya has been talking about pets nonstop while we were out these past few days. Jiang Yu saw that the two were not cooperating at all and were making fun of her, so she playfully stuck out her tongue, her little hands constantly playing with Air Bao's head. Dabao was still running around wildly, and Jiang Ming hurriedly shouted, Dabao, come here, don't run around. With so many people around, although he believed Dabao wouldn't get lost, it was still safer to stay close. Ooh hee hee hee. Dabao obediently stayed next to Jiang Ming, panting with its tongue out. Upon entering the trading post, she wanly handed Jiang Ming a tablet. Boss Jiang, choose the pet you want. Jiang Ming took it, clicked on the pet section, and selected fire type, juvenile stage. Jiang Yu currently only has a common level 5 strength, so she cannot tame a fully grown fierce beast and can only buy a juvenile one. If there are no suitable juvenile ones, she might even have to pre-order an egg and come back to pick it up after it hatches. Jiang Yu leaned over to take a look. Directly filtering for growth potential at the common level, he began looking from the mysterious level. Common level 3 flame chicken, growth potential, mysterious level. Price, 2 million. Common level 2 by Yen Python, growth potential, mysterious level. Price, 2. 8 million. He didn't want anything too cheap. After flipping to the end, Jiang Ming still couldn't find a suitable one for his sister. Jiang Yu thought the little fire dog was very cute and that its strength would be good if trained, but Jiang Ming wouldn't agree. He still wanted to choose something better for his sister. Chairman Shi, are there any more? Jiang Ming asked. Shi Wanli awkwardly scratched his nose. No. The rest are just pet eggs. Should I take you to see them? Jiang Ming nodded. Thank you for your trouble. They went upstairs and arrived at a large door. Shi Wanli checked the machine, and the door opened automatically. A wave of heat rushed towards them, while Jiang Ming was still activating his spiritual sense to experience each egg. Hoping to find something different, Jiang Yu walked straight into the depths. She stopped in front of an egg that was a mix of blue and red. Brother, come quick. The lotus pattern on her forehead became more vibrant. What's wrong? Jiang Ming asked. Jiang Yu pointed at the egg without saying a word, as if she were sensing something. Jiang Ming looked at the mark on the egg. It was a yen he, with a growth potential of mysterious level. Price, 5 million. Seeing his sister like this, he probed with his spiritual sense. Inside, a small life was being nurtured, and it had already taken on a bird-like form. It wouldn't be long before it hatched. Ding. This bird egg has a slight ancestral tendency, related to Baifeng. Normal people cultivate, at most reaching the earth rank, but host, with the help of this system and Jiang Yu's extraordinary talent, there is a certain probability of returning to the ancestral form and becoming a Baifeng. Chapter 73. Baifeng. Jiang Ming was stunned. This egg is a treasure. Originally, he was thinking of finding a pet beast with growth qualifications at the Xian rank for his sister, but unexpectedly, there was a pleasant surprise. 5 million is not expensive. Using Shi Wanli's business card, it would only be 5 million after the discount. Jiang Yu said crisply beside him, Brother, I want this one. It gives me an unusual feeling. Buy it. Of course, we have to buy it. Jiang Ming turned to Shi Wanli and said, President Shi, let us choose this Yanhe egg. Shi Wanli was bewildered when he heard Jiang Yu's words. An unusual feeling? This Yanhe egg was checked by the Beastmaster Association and is just an ordinary Yanhe. If it really mutated, it wouldn't be here for people to choose. After hesitating for a while, he still advised, Boss Jiang, I think it would be better to choose a pet beast that has already hatched. Yaya is already at the 5th level of the Earth rank, and waiting for the egg to hatch would waste too much time. Jiang Ming was taken aback. He knew that Shi Wanli meant well, but this egg has the bloodline of Baifeng. It must be obtained. But why couldn't the Beastmaster Association detect it? Ding. The system has said that this egg only has a trace of ancestral return tendency, and the Baifeng bloodline is extremely rare. It is Jiang Yu's high talent. Along with your help, that gives it a certain probability of becoming Baifeng. Jiang Ming finally understood. However, he treated what the system said afterward as nonsense. Changing 1 to 100 million would be more appropriate. With his sister's talent level, plus his continuous supply of perfect spiritual dishes at all levels. If this can't succeed in returning to the ancestral form, it would be better to stew it. President Shi, this is what Yaya chose for herself. So let us buy it. Jiang Yu also nodded in agreement. This is the best fire-type pet beast in the entire Beastmaster Association. Shi Wanli couldn't go against these two siblings and could only nod. Perhaps the talent level gave Jiang Yu some indication. Moreover, the egg is about to hatch. Jiang Yu had already delayed for a week, so a day or two more wouldn't matter. The old man figured this out and said, All right, let us go down to pay. After the egg hatches, the association will call you. Just as Jiang Ming was about to move, he was pulled back by Jiang Yu. The little girl shook her head and said, Brother, Grandpa Shi, I want to hatch this egg myself. Shi Wanli stood still, unsure of what to say. It was just buying a pet beast. Why make such a fuss? There is a certain probability that fierce beast eggs will fail to hatch in the Beastmaster Association. You're not even an adult yet. Do you think you're an egg-hatching princess? But thinking of Jiang Yu's top talent, he was momentarily unsure whether to refuse and could only look at Jiang Ming. He didn't care anymore. After all, he wasn't the one paying. Jiang Ming turned to Jiang Yu and asked, Yeah, this egg is indeed extraordinary. Are you confident in hatching it yourself? Jiang Yu looked at her brother in shock. How would brother know this egg is extraordinary? But Jiang Yu didn't know how to respond. She just felt that she had to hatch it herself for the yin he to have higher growth potential. Moreover, whether or not the egg could hatch, they already spent 5 million on it. If it doesn't hatch successfully later, they can only sadly eat a bowl of 5 million egg custard. Jiang Ming saw the conflict in his sister's eyes and reached out to pat her little head. Jiang Yu immediately broke into a smile. Brother is the best. Here, let me pet the cat for you. Saying that, regardless of the struggling second treasure in her arms, she handed it to Jiang Ming. Then she hugged the yin he egg tightly. Jiang Ming, let daddy take good care of you. Don't move around. If you dare to escape, there won't be any chicken wings for you tonight. Second treasure, 3. Threatened. It had to give up the idea of escaping. It submitted under Jiang Ming's oppressive aura. Jiang Ming's hands kept stroking the second treasure's snow-white fur. Shi Wanli looked at the warm family scene, a smile breaking on his lips. But as he smiled, his eyes couldn't help but get a little wet. He quickly turned away to wipe his tears. He explained, the wind is really strong, sand got in my eyes. Jiang Ming looked around at the endless eggs and the slightly hot air. The ground was spotless, not a speck of dust in sight. Old Shi, are you this far away from me? Jiang Yu quickly stepped forward, helping Shi Wanli out of the awkward situation, sweetly saying, brother, let us hurry. You still need to open the shop tonight. Shi Wanli looked kindly at Jiang Yu. This disciple was worth the effort. After completing the payment in the lobby on the first floor, Jiang Ming and the others exited the Beast Master Association. Jiang Yu hugged the egg tightly, reluctant to part with it, attracting many curious glances. There were no oblivious people trying to snatch the fierce beast egg. Jiang Ming glanced at his phone. 16:25. There's still half an hour until the shop opens. He originally wanted to take his sister for a good stroll, but now he could only give up that idea. The task was just 2 million in sales away. They would probably complete it tonight. Jiang Ming was very curious about what items were in the system mall. At this moment, Jiang Yu shook her head. Brother, today is Yingying's birthday. I have to go to her birthday party. Jiang Ming felt a bit troubled. He knew Su Yingying was Jiang Yu's only close friend. 2 years ago, when they were living in hardship, Su Yingying often came to their house and helped them a bit. It would be fine if Jiang Yu went out to play during the day. After all, there were many people around, and President Shi was with them. But at night, the Jiang family had been unusually quiet lately, and Jiang Ming felt a bit uneasy. Looking at his sister's expectant eyes, he ultimately couldn't help but soften his heart and nodded in agreement. Jiang Ming ignored the excited little girl and cupped his fists towards Shi Wanli. President Shi, I appreciate your help. He was really starting to like this little girl more and more. Listening to Shi Wanli's words, Jiang Ming suddenly didn't want Jiang Yu to go. Just a nod would be enough. No need to stand up. Doing so made it seem like something bad was really about to happen. However, Jiang Ming didn't want to ruin his sister's excitement, and since Su Yingying had helped them so much initially, it wouldn't be right if ya didn't go. Yeah. How about we let Su Yingying celebrate her birthday at our shop? I'll treat. It would also be a way to repay her kindness. Jiang Ming could only nod helplessly. Jiang Yu, afraid her brother would change his mind, stuffed the yin he egg into Jiang Ming's hands and dragged Shi Wanli off into the distance. Chapter 74. Peng Ming seeks help. Jiang Ming looked at his sister's back, feeling a bit uneasy. The Jiang family has been too quiet lately. The previous Xian rank 5th level killer, he was 80% sure was sent by the Jiang family. But since then, the Jiang family has made no moves. It was as if they had forgotten about the 2 siblings. But is that possible? A 5th level expert of the Xian rank mysteriously disappeared around Mingyue Hotel. Would the Jiang family let it go easily? System, is my sister in danger? I'm not an omniscient system. How would I know? Rubbish. Those 2 words flashed through Jiang Ming's mind, but the system could read his thoughts. Who are you calling rubbish? Say it again if you dare. This system wouldn't have reminded him if it hadn't. Once reminded, Jiang Ming couldn't help but think of the word rubbish. You ungrateful wolf. I have put so much effort into cultivating you, and what I get in return is the word rubbish. Jiang Ming's mind. Rubbish. Forget it. A sincere heart is ultimately misplaced. Hearing the system's words, Jiang Ming quickly explained. I really didn't mean it. You keep reminding me, and I can't help but think of rubbish. Don't be angry. I won't listen. On the way, Jiang Ming was trying to appease the system. He casually glanced at Peng Ning. Wow, she really looked impressive. He said, Miss Peng, the restaurant won't open for another 10 minutes. I'm not here to eat, Peng Ning said, seeing Jiang Ming's calm demeanor. She was so anxious that she started stamping her feet, her voice rising considerably. Jiang Ming secretly swallowed. My goodness. Can a woman become a beast master and still undergo a second development? Whether it was Mu Shuiyun, Li Yueying, or the Peng Ning in front of him. Why did they all look so well endowed? Stop stamping your feet. Those 2 buttons are about to burst. Miss Peng, don't worry. Take your time, Jiang Ming said. Peng Ning organized her thoughts and hurriedly said, Boss Jiang, there has been a sudden outbreak of beast unrest in the mysterious realm within the city. My father has been dispatched for a mission, and my brothers are barely holding on. I came to buy some beef jerky, and I hope you can help. Peng Ning lowered her head, her voice getting softer, even carrying a hint of a sob. She knew the rules of Mingwei restaurant. Each person could only order each dish once per meal. What she was trying to do now was to make the spiritual chef break the rules himself. But the situation was urgent. Their supplies had already been mostly consumed, and without spiritual energy, beast masters couldn't rely on their innate abilities to enhance their beasts, leading to a significant drop in their beast strength. She had no other choice but to come to Jiang Ming. Jiang Ming's expression became serious. A disturbance in the mysterious realm within the city was no joke. Miss Peng, as you said, it is a mysterious realm. Beef jerky is most effective for yellow-level beast masters, but for mysterious-level beast masters, it might be a bit inadequate. Seeing a glimmer of hope, Peng Ning quickly added, this mysterious realm, being inside the city, is often cleared out, and most of the beasts are still yellow-level. The mysterious-level beasts are relatively few. Jiang Ming nodded. In that case, his beef jerky was indeed very suitable. However, there was still a problem. The system. He internally asked in a negotiating tone, System, can you help with this? Upon hearing this, the system was overjoyed. Finally, this host was able to negotiate with it. How had it been these past few days? At first, he took advantage of it, calling it his father. Then he threatened it, making it give a training package. If it weren't for its resilience, this brat of a host would still want to play with it. When making beef jerky, he even made it so flustered it couldn't speak. This afternoon, he even called it garbage. It had never seen such a difficult host to deal with. If only you had discussed this with me earlier, we could have settled everything. System, sure, but you have to pay. I can't do a losing business. Jiang Ming was overjoyed. His system finally came to its senses. Miss Peng, come with me to get it. Peng Ning breathed a sigh of relief, her face full of gratitude as she quickly nodded. Jiang Ming took out all the jerky stock, 100 portions, totaling 2,000 pieces. That would be enough to replenish the spiritual energy of 1,000 exhausted yellow-level beast masters. Peng Ning was at a loss for words to express her gratitude and could only keep bowing to Jiang Ming. Jiang Ming thought to himself, damn it, the military uniform even had the top button fastened. It doesn't give me a chance to see anything. Peng Ning stored all the jerky in her beast space. Time was of the essence. She couldn't afford to delay any longer. Summoning her beast, the Flame Sun Dragon, she took off towards the entrance of the mysterious realm. Jiang Ming stood there like a wooden log. Hey, the payment hasn't been made yet. Over 680,000. Can't I at least get 200,000 to complete the task? System, don't worry. Peng Ning is with the military. She won't default on her debt. Students from prestigious schools were now lining up outside. The flaming crane egg had been placed in Jiang Yu's room by air bow. While the students were eating, Jiang Ming continued to make jumping beef jerky. He wasn't sure if 100 portions would be enough, but when the military came to retrieve them, he would be ready to hand them over immediately. With his current low strength, this was the best way he could contribute. Boss Jiang, I'll have a serving of fried rice. Wang Wu looked at the green cloud juice on the menu, glanced at his savings, and gritted his teeth, adding, and another serving of juice. Jiang Ming looked up and smiled. Little Wu, where's your brother? I haven't seen him these past few days. Wang Wu sighed. He's busy. Things have been tense lately. There have been several cases of beast masters going missing. Just now, someone reported a case on North Street, and he went with the escort team. Jiang Ming's expression froze. Beast masters going missing? In a small place like Yong City, becoming a beast master, even if only at the mortal level, you could walk around with confidence. This was a bit suspicious. Jiang Ming couldn't help but worry about his sister's safety. He stopped what he was doing and called Shi Wanli. The sound of loud music came from the other end. Chairman Shi, is everything okay on your side? It's fine. I'm here. Just focus on your own safety. Jiang Ming hung up, feeling disheartened. Here we go again. Chairman Shi, why do you like to stand so much? Chapter 75. The more you fear something, the more it comes. On Fengyang Street, at the headquarters of the Tiger Gang, dozens of tables were set up, and hundreds of people were drinking and having a great time. Notably, all of them were beast masters. At the innermost table, all the leaders of the various gangs from North Street were seated. Old Yang, drink. You can't leave until you pass out today, shouted Zhao Hu, the leader of the Tiger Gang, holding up his bowl. Old Yang, with a dazed look in his eyes, mumbled, Old Zhao, you're amazing. You've broken through to level 7 of the mysterious level. Next time on the Yong City power ranking, you might even make it to the top 10. Everyone started to agree. Zhao Hu is not only powerful, but also generous. This table of spiritual food is truly a treat for us. Who can argue with that? The taste of this spiritual wine is simply marvelous. The more you drink, the more intoxicating it gets. Haha, if Zhao Hu wants to unify North Street, I'll be the first to support him. The Cloudwater Gang really doesn't know what's good for them, even daring not to show up at Zhao Hu's banquet. If Zhao Hu wants to wipe out the Cloudwater Gang, you must count me in. But that Mu Shuiyun is really stunning. Every time I see her, I drool. If I could have a night with her, I'd gladly give up 10 years of my life. Zhao Hu laughed heartily, raising his bowl filled with wine. I'm truly honored that you all could come today. I, Zhao, feel like I've been lifted to a new level. That Cloudwater Gang will be wiped out sooner or later, and when that happens, you all can come and have a taste of Mu Shuiyun. The table erupted in lewd laughter. Not to mention the unpleasant matters. Drink. Drink. Bowls of spiritual wine were downed, and it wasn't just at their table. The others were the same. Before long, except for the Tiger Gang members, everyone else was in a stupor. Zhao Hu wore a sinister smile and waved his hand. You all, tie them up. These foolish pigs really thought such good fortune would fall from the sky. This table of spiritual feast is your death sentence. But the Cloudwater Gang was indeed clever. They didn't show up. What a pity, not being able to play with that Mu Shuiyun. Zhao Hu licked his lips, waiting for his underlings to tie everyone up and throw them into the nearby van. Dozens of vans drove out of the Tiger Gang headquarters, heading towards Jinjiang. In the Jiang family estate, in the central 3-story pavilion, all the Jiang family members gathered in the courtyard outside. Hundreds of people lay on the ground, unconscious. In the meeting hall, Jiang Baishu looked at the 10 or so unconscious people below, feeling a bit conflicted. These people were all powerful beings above level 3 of the mysterious level, the backbone of the Jiang family. Having been in the position of family head for nearly 20 years, he really couldn't bring himself to take action. But thinking of his father's instructions, he couldn't help but tremble all over. The snake. It was truly heartless. The Jiang family in Yong City was built by Jiang Weiyang alone, but now he had to destroy it with his own hands. His father was nowhere to be found, but if this matter wasn't handled well, he would definitely die. Click. That was the sound of a lighter. Jiang Baishu shook his hand and lit a cigarette. After taking a puff, he quietly watched the curling blue smoke rise. His inner turmoil gradually calmed down. His expression, however, became fierce and twisted. For the glory of the Jiang family in Yong City, necessary sacrifices had to be made. His father was right. No destruction, no establishment. No poison, no man. As the cigarette burned down, Jiang Baishu looked at the crowd below, his expression cold. Sorry, dear relatives. Let your blood forge an even more glorious Jiang family. The Beastmaster space opened. Summon Pet Beast, Blood Poison Spider. Strength, level 8 of the Profound stage. Go. Tie them all up. Don't use spiritual energy, they need to be alive. The Blood Poison Spider nodded, spitting out silk, and in no time, hundreds of Jiang family members were tightly bound. Jiang Baishu walked towards the Jinjiang River. The Blood Poison Spider followed behind with its long tail. The Jiang family, which had dominated Yong City for decades, did not perish at the hands of the angry people of Yong City, but instead died at the hands of its creator. At the bottom of the Jinjiang River, there was a clearing, isolated from the river. In that clearing, there was an altar. The patterns on the altar were obscure, cold, and terrifying. 10 people in black robes surrounded the altar, wielding sharp blades, busily working. Nearly 1,000 people were piled together around them, wrapping these 10 people. Jiang family members, gang members, and the missing beast masters lay there. The black-robed figures dragged people to the altar like dragging dead pigs, slicing through arteries. And blood sprayed out. Then one could see the bodies of the unconscious people rapidly deflating, turning into mummies, and then suddenly exploding. Dust scattered on the altar, quickly melting away, not a bit wasted. The patterns on the altar seemed to become more vibrant. The black-robed figures moved extremely quickly, dragging one person to the altar in about 5 seconds. Chun Lin, linking arms with Zhou Fuhai, smiled seductively and said, as expected, a tiger father has no dog son. Jiang Baishu, when you join the Church of God in the future, I hope you take good care of me. Zhao Hu, the leader of the fierce tiger gang, also said, Jiang family master, you are truly impressive. Your clan members kill at will. Jiang Baishu was already filled with rage, and if he had a choice, he definitely wouldn't choose to do this. Chun Lin, a member of the Snake God Church, can tease him, but what are you, Zhao Hu? Zhao Hu, how can I compare to you? Your little brother just helped you finish a job, and you sold him off right away. You. Zhao Hu's eyes widened like copper bells. Chun Lin noticed the atmosphere was off and hurriedly smoothed things over. We will all work together in the Church of God in the future. There's no need to make our relationship so tense. Let's leave here first and not disturb the ritual. Humph. Jiang Baishu snorted coldly and left. Inside the Mingwei restaurant. Your meal, please enjoy. Jiang Ming leaned against the staircase railing, checking the task progress. Current revenue, 49,972, 568. Wow. Just over 20,000 left to unlock the system mall. Once this batch finishes eating, the next batch can come in to receive rewards. Suddenly, there was a commotion outside. How strange, it's April now, why is it snowing? Why is the snow so heavy? My goodness, it's freezing. It's snowing heavily. I've been in Yong City for over 40 years and have never seen such heavy snow. Just as Jiang Ming was about to go out to take a look, bang! A blood-soaked Shi Wanli stumbled into the Mingware restaurant. Jiang Ming's heart jolted. It's over. Boss Jiang, Yaya has been captured by Jiang Weiyang. Regret, frustration, and anger all appeared on Shi Wanli's face. Jiang Ming's mouth opened and closed as if he had lost his voice, unable to utter a word. His whole body was tense like a stone, and his heart felt heavy as if it were filled with lead. The more he feared something, the more it came. Shock was followed by boundless anger. Jiang Ming's eyes were filled with fury. His hands clenched tightly, trembling slightly, his chest heaving violently, like a raging beast. He turned and walked into the kitchen, quickly making a glass of Qingyan juice. System, the task has been completed. You decide what to put in the mall. His words were calm. So calm it was chilling. Chapter 76, System Mall. Due to anger, Jiang Ming's aura couldn't help but spill out. The atmosphere in the Mingware restaurant was tense, and all the diners felt as if they were being watched by some terrifying presence, surrounded by a suffocating feeling. Shi Wanli lay on the ground severely injured, his face filled with regret. Struggling to suppress his fear, he said weakly, Jiang Weiyang is the previous head of the Jiang family, who hasn't appeared for nearly 20 years. I thought he was dead, but I didn't expect he has reached the half-step Earth stage. Jiang Ming remained silent, waiting for the system. He didn't blame Shi Wanli for his sister's capture. After all, his sister had gone out before, and with Shi Wanli following, there had been no accidents, and he worried each time. This worry was a brother's concern for his sister. It was his concern for his only relative. But no one knew there would be an accident this time. In Yong City, Shi Wanli was at the 6th level of the profound stage, and his pet beast, the Azure Tiger, was even at the 9th level of the profound stage. The highest combat power on the surface of the Jiang family was Jiang Baishu, at the 7th level of the profound stage. But unexpectedly, Jiang Weiyang, the old head of the Jiang family, was not dead. He had reached the half-step Earth stage. Who could have known this variable? Jiang Ming closed his eyes, his expression calm, but the sweat on his temples couldn't stop flowing. Ding! Detected that the host has completed the task, now issuing rewards. System Mall opened. Host can go to the mall to purchase needed items. Current host has mall points, 5 million. Suddenly, two big characters mall appeared in Jiang Ming's mind. He focused his mind to check. The mall had only 8 items, but in different colors. Gold, Earth Stage Spirit Chef Experience Card, selling price 2 million. 11. Gold, Temporary Expansion Qualification for Restaurant, selling price 800,000. 11. Silver, Permanent Teleportation Charm, selling price 700,000. 22. Blue, Profound Stage Universal Dish, Spicy Dragon Waste, selling price 500,000. 11. Blue, Permanent Expansion Qualification for Restaurant, selling price 300,000. 11. White, 10 times Training Card, selling price 5,000. 11. White, Low-Level Training Room for 12 hours, selling price 4,000. 11. White, Low-Level Spirit Stone, 1 mall point each. Note, the system mall refreshes automatically every 7 days, and the host can spend 1 mall point to refresh it manually. Jiang Ming shook his head in disappointment. Is this it? With his sister's life and death unknown, what use are these things to him? If that's the case, this system, Jiang Ming picked up a nearby kitchen knife. Corpse, Brother Ming, this is my current maximum authority. Not a drop left, all given to you. I'm losing out big time, boo-hoo. Please don't get excited. Buy the permanent teleportation charm first. Time is money. Hurry up. Seeing the system in such a state, as if there was really a way to save his sister, Jiang Ming stopped his actions. The mall points were deducted by 70, and a pure white jade charm appeared in his palm. Jiang Ming's expression brightened, but before he could make a move, meow, a cat's meow came, and Erbao the cat presented a strand of Qing silk in front of Jiang Ming. No one could see Erbao's speed, but Jiang Ming knew that Erbao had instantly gone upstairs to get a strand of Jiang Yu's hair. When the hair touched the jade charm, the charm immediately shone brightly. Immediately, under the surprised gazes of everyone, a half-human-sized, fiery red egg appeared in Jiang Ming's hands. The heat was overwhelming. In the restaurant, Jiang Ming was able to withstand the weight of the egg and this terrifying heat. But he was completely dumbfounded. Where's my sweet and lovely sister? Erbao, what kind of hair did you give me? Why is there an egg? Don't worry, this is not an egg, it's a lotus seed. And your sister is inside the lotus seed. Jiang Ming, hearing the system's explanation, resisted the impulse to throw the egg away. What should I do? Wait. The lotus seed nurtures new life. Jiang Yu will soon hatch, and it's south best to place her with that Yanhe egg. Jiang Ming nodded and immediately carried the lotus seed upstairs, entering Jiang Yu's room. He placed the Yanhe egg on top of the lotus seed, unable to help but murmur. With such terrifying heat, The yin he egg really one tea cook, will it? Meanwhile, Jiang Weiong was running towards Jin Jiang with a dark expression, followed by his pet beast. The already shrunken purple-eyed green python was at Earth level 1. The giant python's tail was wrapped around an egg. As Jiang Weiong ran, he turned his head to look. Oh no, the egg is gone. Bai Luo. Where's my egg? The purple-eyed green python, Bai Luo, the name Jiang Weiong gave to the snake, flicked its tongue and shook its head in confusion. Jiang Weiong was stunned. He had coveted Jiang Yu's talent and had specifically come to capture her before making his move. Just as he was about to commit a crime, a jade pendant had blocked him for 10 minutes. Then, Jiang Yu was enveloped in red light and transformed into an egg. Speechless, Jiang Weiong had no choice but to carry the egg towards Jin Jiang to avoid wasting time. But now, the egg was gone. Frowning, he said, Bai Luo, stop messing around, spit it out, that egg is of great use to me. The purple-eyed green python, shaking its head wildly. I didn't eat it. Without proof, I can't wrong the snake. Jiang Weiong helplessly glared at Bai Luo. Forget it, as long as the ritual can be completed. Jiang Yu is no longer that important to him. Snowflakes fell to the ground, lingering for a long time. At this moment, Yong City was covered in white snow. Chapter 77. Dear readers, how about waiting a few days before reading? Due to this sudden heavy snowfall, the stability of Yong City was disrupted. Children, dressed in down jackets, frolicked in the snow, while adults wore worried expressions. This snow is too heavy and too strange. They were horrified to discover that their phones could only dial numbers within Yong City and could not communicate with the outside world at all. The official organization was also in chaos. No matter what methods they used, they could not contact the outside. All those with power had entered the secret realm to fend off beasts. They were merely clerical staff. The strongest among them was only Minister Zhou, at Earth level 5. The previous weather forecast indicated that it would be sunny for the week, but now it was snowing heavily. Minister Zhou, the inspection department, has sent news. This snow won't melt. The voice on the other end was very urgent. Minister Zhou's expression froze, and his heart suddenly sank. A bad premonition arose in his heart. The only beasts capable of controlling celestial phenomena are heavenly level beasts. Then, he shook his head vigorously, dismissing this unrealistic thought. It's impossible. How could a heavenly level beast appear in Yong City? He tried to calm his voice. You notify everyone. The higher-ups have given me instructions. It's just a peculiar heavy snow. Tell the public not to panic. Minister Zhou hung up the phone, collapsing into his chair, his eyes vacant. He knew very well. Being able to isolate external news and control celestial phenomena likely meant the emergence of a heavenly level beast. As the highest official in Yong City, the most important thing was to calm the people. The personnel fighting in the secret realm must not be disturbed. They had already suffered enough and must not spread panic. If the secret realm beasts were not contained, the people of Yong City would die even faster and more painfully. And if they were in the secret realm, their chances of survival would be a little greater. Yong City cannot be cut off from its roots. Now, everything is up to fate. Yong City is a small city with no airport, only a train station. But the next train would not arrive until 11:30 at night. Right now, he could only hope that a passing strong person would notice something was wrong. Minister Zhou thought this as he stiffly turned to look out the window. The pure white snowflakes falling, so glaring in his sight. The entire Yong City had become an isolated island due to this heavy snow. Fear surfaced in everyone's hearts. They could only hope the long night would pass quickly, waiting for the dawn of the next day. However, the long night dragged on. Inside Mingware restaurant, Jiang Ming carefully placed the lotus seed that Jiang Yu had transformed into. Seeing that his sister was no longer in danger, his thoughts became active again. Could my little sister be Neza? But isn't Neza supposed to be male in legends? Jiang Ming went downstairs with questions, looking at the items in the system store in his mind. System, are you doing this on purpose? I have 5 million store points. Add up everything valuable in your store, and it totals 5 million. The system. I've already dropped the price to rock bottom. You shouldn't be so ungrateful. Drawing a circle to curse you. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ming had nothing more to say. He spent 2 million store points to exchange for an Earth-level Spirit Chef Experience card. Earth-level Spirit Chef Experience card. Using this card will make you an Earth-level Spirit Chef, able to prepare all dishes below Heavenly level. Duration, 6 hours. The Jiang family actually played such a trick on him. It was time for them to disappear. Downstairs, Shi Wanli was covered in blood scabs. But he didn't clean himself up, sitting on the ground with a pale face. He did not use spirit power to heal his body. Let this pain last. He had always been an ominous person. Everyone related to him would encounter accidents. His wife, son, and grandson. He didn't know why he liked Jiang Yu so much. Willingly accompanying her every day as she wandered the streets of Yong City. Perhaps it was because when Yu called him grandpa, her voice was as crisp as that of his little grandson. Or perhaps it was because he hadn't experienced the bond of kinship for so long. He truly regarded Jiang Yu as his granddaughter. But once again, he failed to protect his loved ones. The Jiang family. Again, the Jiang family. Shi Wanli gritted his teeth, the anger in his eyes seeming to burst forth. The other diners sensed the intensity of the situation and felt it was better to leave early. But their curiosity kept them there. This was a big scoop. It would be a pity not to eat it. Knock, knock, knock. Shi Wanli looked up, his eyes hopeful as he looked at Jiang Ming. But he felt so guilty he couldn't say a word. Chairman Shi, do you want revenge? Jiang Ming's calm voice came. Shi Wanli suddenly stood up, his lips parted, trembling slightly, yet he still couldn't say anything. He nodded heavily. Yes, Boss Jiang. As long as you can destroy the Jiang family, you can take my old man's life. Revenge. For 3 years, he had been thinking about revenge at all times. Jiang Ming's words made him feel like a traveler lost in the desert suddenly discovering a sweet spring, instantly filled with hope. Jiang Ming nodded and used the Earth-level Spirit Chef experience card. Ding. Host strength upgraded to Earth level 10. Kitchen upgrade completed. Current remaining time, 55,959. Countless pieces of knowledge flooded into his mind, immense spirit power transforming his body. His entire demeanor changed dramatically. Majestic. Elevated. The diners looked at Jiang Ming as if they were ants gazing at a dragon, feeling suffocated. However, outsiders still cannot see through his strength. But that sense of mystery has become even stronger. The only regret is that Jiang Ming's Earth-level strength can only be used in the restaurant. It will become ineffective once he leaves. Otherwise, he could just take the 3 treasures out and directly overpower the Jiang family. Jiang Ming only felt a tremendous energy filling his body, even having a delusion of being invincible. This increase in strength is different from the invincibility in the restaurant. The restaurant's invincibility relied on the power of the system's laws. His own strength had not changed. But now, it was a solid Earth level 10. Hand over the main ingredients for the Shin turtle and sea snake soup, as well as the 10 beast stew. Shi Wanli nodded dumbly. Even though Jiang Ming had restrained his aura, he still felt a tightness in his chest. He opened the beast control space and took out the Earth level 8 silver moon turtle, the Earth level 9 scarlet sea eel, and the corpses of 10 Earth level 10 fierce beasts one by one. Every time he took out a fierce beast, Jiang Ming used his divine sense to control the objects from a distance, throwing the beast corpses into the kitchen. The kitchen door seemed like an entrance to a secret realm. It was clearly just the size of an ordinary door. Yet it could absorb fierce beasts that were 7 or 8 meters wide. President Shi, called Qian Yud, Wan Tianlu, and all the reliable Earth-level beast masters you know. I have a creation to give them. After Jiang Ming finished speaking, he turned and walked into the kitchen, leaving Shi Wanli standing there in a daze. The other diners hurriedly fled the Mingwei restaurant. Jiang Ming's presence was simply too frightening. The diners looked at the scene outside and were stunned. All they saw was a blank whiteness. The snow was already half a meter deep, but only the Mingwei restaurant stood out. As if the snow was avoiding it within a 10-meter radius, there wasn't a single snowflake on it. Hiss. Strange. I've already reached the yellow level. Why is it so cold? This snow is bizarre. Someone kept stomping their feet, complaining. Chapter 78. The terrifying effect of stir-fried dragon waste. The shock Jiang Ming gave to Shi Wanli was simply too great. Jiang Boss has no backing at all. He himself is a top-level spirit chef. But he is so young. How is that possible? Seeing Jiang Ming walk into the kitchen, Shi Wanli quickly took out his phone to start making calls. A creation mentioned by a top spirit chef. That is indeed a true creation. Jiang Ming was slightly stunned when he saw the state of the kitchen. The kitchen had expanded several times. There were hundreds of stoves. Pots, bowls, and pans were neatly stacked under the stoves. 40 water tanks corresponded to spirit spring water at every level from mortal to earth. Various kitchen utensils were all present. And when Jiang Ming said he would provide a creation for the Earth-level beast masters, he wasn't joking. In the system mall, combined with the 400,000 mall points, he had bought the Earth-level spirit dish, stir-fried dragon waste. He had purchased it the moment he used the Earth-level chef experience card. Moreover, he received 100 portions of spirit materials as a gift. This was Jiang Ming's own property, equivalent to having already bought it from the system. So whether to charge or not was his own decision. The so-called Earth-level universal dish refers to dishes that correspond to the levels of all Earth-level beast masters. And the effect of stir-fried dragon waste has only one purpose. Breakthrough. Each Earth-level beast master can only use the dish once. The breakthrough level depends on the beast master's qualifications. From level 13 and up, even if your qualifications are poor, eating it guarantees at least a level increase. The effect can be considered terrifying. Jiang Ming began to get busy, with his divine sense activated. The Earth level 8 silver moon turtle and the Earth level 9 scarlet sea eel floated up and landed on the display board. He input spiritual energy to nourish the spiritual energy within the materials. At the same time, Jiang Ming closed his eyes, carefully sensing the corpses of the Earth level 10 fierce beasts, and he also input spiritual energy, touching them one by one. Jiang Ming wasn't confident in making a perfect spirit dish, but fortunately, this wasn't a dish provided by the system. It didn't matter if it wasn't a perfect spirit dish. As long as it could heal Shi Wanli, that was enough. However, Jiang Ming also had his own principles, striving to do his best for every dish. With his Earth level 10 strength, he didn't even need to do it manually for dishes below Earth level. He could just use his innate divine sense. The kitchen knife flew up, waving in the air, leaving only traces of cold light, which was the knife's aura, with a movement of his divine sense. The Earth level 10 spirit spring water condensed into a stream, continuously washing the processed spirit materials. While completely rinsing away the blood, he locked the spiritual energy within the materials. He then added the system's secret cooking wine and secret pepper powder, marinated it for a while, and poured in oil. Sizzle. The oil was instantly heated, and he added the chopped Earth level 10 scallions, ginger, and garlic. Once the fragrance was released, he added the main ingredients and continuously stir-fried. After the system's pot was upgraded, it formed its own space, which is why the turtle and eel could be stewed together. After stir-frying for a while, he added more cooking wine and a little water. He covered the pot and started stewing. His divine sense lingered in the pot, sensing the changes inside. If something was wrong, he would inject spiritual energy to get it back on track. After handling the Shin turtle and sea snake soup, Jiang Ming didn't idle. He processed all 10 fierce beast corpses. After removing the unnecessary parts, he put everything into the pot, poured in Earth level 2 spirit spring water, and began to stew over high heat. He injected spiritual energy to adjust the direction of the spiritual energy within the materials. The spirit dishes eaten by fierce beasts are often this simple. At this moment, the Mingwei restaurant was already crowded with people. Qian Yu brought Li Yueying and 2 other Earth-level subordinates, not bringing Huang Shui because he was not worthy. Wan Tianlu brought a man with a scar on his face. Mu Shuiyun also arrived, followed by a sorrowful-faced Li Xiang. His big sister is a devil. She found 10 women weighing a combined 2 tons, raggedly dancing in front of him, and he wasn't allowed to close his eyes. After 2 hours of torment, he felt not only blind but also bent. 3 of Shi Wanli's trusted aides followed him. The others were teachers from prestigious schools in Yong City. They also noticed the abnormality of the snow, so they gathered together to discuss solutions since Jiang Ming had something to address. Jiang Ming walked out of the kitchen, and with a sweep of his divine sense, the strength of 29 people was fully exposed before him. He said solemnly, "Everyone, President, she should have told you the reason for coming here. I won't say much more. There is only one request. Destroy the Jiang family, and everyone will at least increase 1 level, with payment made up front." As soon as these words were spoken, the previously calm Mingwei restaurant instantly became noisy. This statement was too bold. It wasn't just about destroying the Jiang family. It was about at least increasing 1 level. And the payment was to be made first. The value of the spirit dishes required for 29 Earth-level beast masters to all increase in level was astonishing. Boss Jiang, no need to say more. As long as I can increase my level, I'm willing to fight even as an Earth-level strongman. I haven't made any progress in a year. I'll take this job. Damn. Everyone, calm down. This heavy snow seems strange. Shouldn't we discuss this matter first? Right. The snow can't melt, and it also cuts off signals, making it impossible to contact the outside world. Although the prestigious school teachers were very tempted by the idea of increasing their strength, they were still thinking about this bizarre snow. After all, they are prominent figures, and they still have some reservations about actions like exterminating a clan. Feeling the pressure in the atmosphere becoming heavy, Wan Tianlu stepped out to mediate, first explaining to the teachers the Jiang family's atrocities over the years. He then added, "I previously sent someone to the Jiang family to gather information, but there has been no news since, and I suspect this heavy snow is related to the Jiang family." After hearing this, the prestigious school teachers weighed the pros and cons in their hearts and nodded one after another. Jiang Ming smiled faintly. Wait a moment, 2 hours later. You will set off. He was not afraid at all that the prestigious school teachers would take the benefits and not act. After all, if any beastmasters dared to take advantage of the situation, all the spirit chefs would resist and refuse to supply them with spirit cuisine. Since they nodded their heads, if they weren't stupid, they would definitely put in the effort. With a thought, he took out 28 portions of dragon waste of varying levels. Of course, they weren't real dragons. They were all subdragon species, similar to lizards with wings. All the stir-fried dragon wastes were prepared simultaneously. 20 minutes later, Jiang Ming walked out again, and around him floated 28 plates of stir-fried dragon waste. Gulp. Everyone smelled the fragrance of the dishes and couldn't help but swallow hard at the sight of those plates of waste flowers. Whoosh. The 28 plates of stir-fried dragon waste accurately stopped in front of this group of people. Eat up, finish eating and break through, then go destroy the Jiang family. Wan Tianlu was the first to start eating, picking up chopsticks and scooping food into his mouth. He was eating so greedily that oil was dripping from his mouth. The dragon waste was fresh, rich in flavor, smooth yet not greasy, and it had a chewy texture. Crunchy. What a delight. From his stomach, a force nourished his body, clearing hidden injuries while strengthening himself. Oh, this spirit meal can really help with breakthroughs. It actually made their bodies rejuvenate. Some people didn't even have time to sit cross-legged to cultivate, and their body's spiritual energy dispersed, leading to immediate breakthroughs. Who dared to slack off? They hurriedly began to cultivate, their respect for Jiang Ming growing. This was definitely a big shot. Shi Wanli stared blankly at the 28 people sitting on the ground. They really broke through, and not just one. In less than a minute, 5 or 6 people had leveled up. Boss Jiang is truly a monster. Recovery is in sight. Wife, you can finally take your revenge. Chapter 79, The Resentful Li Xiang. Li Xiang looked at the group of mysterious level big shots around him, all sitting cross-legged and starting to cultivate, and the sounds of breakthroughs were incessant. He was completely dumbfounded. Is this still the Jiang Ming he knew? How could he make such amazing spirit cuisine? Jiang Ming sighed. He knew Li Xiang would ask this, but how could he explain it? After thinking for a moment, he helplessly said, Brother Xiang, have you ever played online games? Li Xiang nodded blankly. You can think of it as me spending money and then getting stronger. Jiang Ming explained seriously. Shi Wanli, who was listening on the side, was also stunned. However, the honest Jiang Ming indeed didn't lie to Li Xiang. His Earth-level strength was originally bought with 200 mall points from the system. The system stated that the exchange ratio for mall points was 110,000. That equates to 20 billion in revenue. Selling fried rice would require selling over 1 million portions. If he hadn't been in a hurry, the system wouldn't have sold it at all. Li Xiang, is it really okay for you to joke around like this? But, can you tell me how to recharge? I also want to spend money to get stronger. Xiaoming, can you make a spirit meal suitable for me? Li Xiang said this with a bit of embarrassment. Seeing that everyone else was breaking through, he felt envious. Jiang Ming nodded. Give me the materials. Li Xiang, what are the materials? He didn't have any. Jiang Ming saw Li Xiang's expression and helplessly shrugged. Even as an Earth-level spirit chef, without spirit materials, how could he make spirit cuisine? In the end, Li Xiang had to accept reality. But this reality was too cruel for him. Everyone at the mysterious level was breaking through, yet he at the yellow level was getting nothing. Is there no justice in this world? At this moment, Mu Shuiyun, who was next to Li Xiang, suddenly raised her aura, clearly breaking through to the 5th level of the mysterious level. Li Xiang's mouth dropped open, his gaze blank. The elder sister had only been at the 4th level for less than a week. How could she break through so quickly? Why did he come here so early? It would have been better to come later when they set out. Li Xiang said resentfully. Xiaoming, I'm going outside to check the situation. Let me know when it's time to set out. Jiang Ming shook his head and smiled. Brother Xiang, you really are adorable. But he was indeed a respectable older brother. The death of his father was an unhealable scar in his heart. After Li Xiang left, Jiang Ming quietly said, President Shi, your 2 portions of spirit cuisine will take a little longer to prepare. Shi Wanli swallowed hard, his eyes burning with excitement as he stared at Jiang Ming. The chance for recovery was right in front of him. How could he not be excited? At this moment, Shi Wanli's eyes were filled with tears. Really? Shi Wanli's voice rose an octave as he noticed everyone else was cultivating, and then quietly said, Can I see that girl? His voice was small, but it couldn't hide his excitement. Jiang Ming shook his head. Yeah, is not convenient to see right now. It seems her talent has awakened a second time. The lotus seed I took her up with is inside her. Shi Wanli clenched his fists tightly, finally showing a hint of joy on his face. But the wound was still bleeding, looking somewhat terrifying. For him, the news that Jiang Yu was safe was the best news. Jiang Ming helped Shi Wanli to sit down. President Shi, you should first heal your injuries. You will still be the main force. Boss Jiang, I really don't know what to say right now. I'm so excited that I can't stop trembling. He nodded heavily, circulating his spiritual energy to start recovering from his injuries. He felt more and more fond of staying in the kitchen. Here, away from the noise of the outside world, it was a tranquility that belonged solely to him. Enjoying the pleasure of cooking, the bubbling sounds of food in the pot were so pleasant to his ears. In the Jiang family courtyard, 60 people stared fervently at Jin Jianghe not far away. And when the snowflakes fell on them, they actually showed expressions of enjoyment on their faces. They wore black training outfits, with a snake coiled on their chests. The colors varied, and the sizes were different. These represented their positions and responsibilities within the snake god sect. Zhang Baishu and Zhao Hu were also among them. However, their expressions were somewhat unnatural, contrasting sharply with the 60 people. In the conference hall inside, Chen Lin, Jiang Weiong, and Zhou Fuhai were seated. At this moment, Chen Lin was no longer covered by a few pieces of fabric. She had also changed into black clothing. A purple python was embroidered on her chest, with golden eyes, representing the position of an elder. Jiang Weiyang looked the same, but Zhou Fuhai did not have this treatment. His attire only had a purple python, representing the protector. In 2 hours, the ceremony would conclude, at which point Elder Jiang would lead people to the North District, and Protector Zhou would take people to the South District. Is that okay? Chun Lin's tone was unquestionable, combined with her elder attire, giving a sense of authority. She was a far cry from the previous carefree person. Jiang Weiyang closed his eyes and nodded lightly. He stood up and walked upstairs. He had sustained some injuries in the previous battle with Shi Wanli. Now, he needed to recuperate properly. He wanted to present himself in the best condition to welcome his transformation. After Jiang Weiyang entered the room, Zhou Fuhai stood up, placing his hand on Chun Lin's shoulder, his pants slightly bulging. Before he could say anything, Chun Lin shifted her body, her shoulder becoming as smooth as a snake, causing Zhou Fuhai's hand to slip off. Protector Zhou, mind your behavior. Chun Lin scolded coldly. Zhou Fuhai looked at Chun Lin with a bitter expression. Although he had prepared for this, after 3 days of intimacy, Chun Lin now treated him like a stranger, which made him feel somewhat uncomfortable. Zhou Fuhai certainly hadn't fallen in love with Chun Lin. He was simply enjoying that extreme pleasure. That wonderful taste was something no man could resist. He was addicted. Yet his current strength was only at the 8th level of the mysterious stage. Even so, he still willingly wanted to have Chun Lin. But he did not dare to get angry at Chun Lin. After joining the Snake God sect, Zhou Fuhai knew that Chun Lin was not just an envoy. She had a significant background within the cult. In this ceremony, the biggest beneficiary is not the people of Yong City, but her. Zhou Fuhai stood frozen in place, his hands stiffly raised in the air, completely at a loss. After a long while, he finally said woodenly, I understand, Elder Chun. Chun Lin coldly nodded, not even looking at Zhou Fuhai again. Her eyes were fixed on the clock. Hurry up, even faster. Tick-tock, tick-tock. The seconds slowly ticked by. The current time was 100,000. Chapter 80, Shi Wanli's Recovery. Jiang Ming walked out of the kitchen, holding a pot of Xian Gui sea eel soup. This spiritual dish still hadn't reached perfection. A perfect Xian Gui sea eel soup should be able to reach the first-grade spiritual dish level. However, right now, it was only half a step into the Earth tier. Among the 28 Xian tier experts, some had already completed their training and couldn't help but swallow at the enticing aroma. A bite of this level of spiritual dish could save them several months of effort. However, they had also gotten what they needed, each one enviously staring at Shi Wanli. This kind of fortune was much greater than theirs. Shi Wanli inhaled the fragrance of the Xian Gui sea eel soup, feeling every hair on his body stand on end. The damaged meridians within him were also being nourished. This was merely the effect of smelling it. He hadn't even eaten yet. Chairman Shi, eat while it's hot. The sooner you finish, the sooner you can take revenge. He looked excitedly at the spiritual dish, his lips trembling slightly, tears streaming down the knife-like wrinkles of his face. For the first time, he disregarded his image and began to wolf down the food. With each bite of turtle meat, a tremendous amount of spiritual energy flowed into his body, protecting the damaged meridians. The flesh of the crimson sea eel transformed into violent spiritual energy, continuously washing through his channels and forcibly clearing the blocked meridians. Xian Tier 7, Xian Tier 8, Xian Tier 9, Xian Tier 10. It wasn't until he achieved the first level of the Earth tier that he stopped. Shi Wanli's hair began to turn black. He was only in his 50s. But due to his injuries and the devastation of his family, he had aged significantly. After feeling the changes in his body, Shi Wanli looked at his hands in disbelief. He had truly recovered. After waiting 3 long years, wasn't this the moment he had been waiting for? He stood up, deeply bowing to Jiang Ming, tears soaking the floor as he trembled. Boss Jiang, I can't express my gratitude. From now on, this old man's life is yours. Jiang Ming quickly helped Shi Wanli up. Chairman Shi, let's not talk about the previous deal. Just based on your efforts to protect Ye these past few days, this is what I should do. Jin Yud, who had just awakened from his training, also spoke up. Old hero, congratulations. Once these people break through, let us take our men to flatten the Jiang family. Haha. His strength had reached Xian Tier 10. Chairman Shi, summon that Songhu. The 10 beast stew is ready. Upon hearing Jiang Ming's words, Shi Wanli quickly wiped away the tears at the corners of his eyes. He opened the beast taming space. Summon pet beast, Songhu. Strength, Xian Tier 10. Roar. A striped tiger appeared in the Mingwei restaurant, unable to suppress a joyful roar. It was celebrating its master's recovery of strength. Moreover, Shi Wanli's recovery brought it immense benefits too. The relationship between a beast tamer and their pet beast was mutually beneficial. Any breakthrough would reciprocate to the other. Furthermore, a pet beast would find it much easier to train in the beast taming space, while it would take 10 years in the outside world to increase its strength. With a beast tamer's contract, it could achieve the same in less than a year. Shi Wanli quickly reached out and patted the tiger's head, relieved to see that the practitioners were still asleep. If they were awake, that roar would have been a huge problem. The Tsanghu, being hit, stretched out its front paw to cover its head, whimpering, "Ugh." The Tsanghu tilted its head, looking at Shi Wanli. "Master, why did you hit me?" Shi Wanli sensed the pet beast's feelings, his old face flushed, and he couldn't help but cough. He said to Jiang Ming, "Boss Jiang, I'm sorry to trouble you." Jiang Ming nodded, extending his consciousness toward the Tsanghu. His expression grew serious. Although the Tsanghu had no visible wounds on the surface, its internal injuries were severe. The most critical injury was its heart. Its heart was split in two, relying solely on its powerful strength and continuous recovery in the beast taming space to suppress the injury. Jiang Ming gently stroked the Tsanghu's head. "Come with me." The Tsanghu, fearing Jiang Ming's strength, didn't express its displeasure but turned to look at its master. Shi Wanli nodded slightly, unable to suppress his smile. His old companion had suffered more than he had in these past years, and today it could finally recover. Only then did the Tsanghu obediently follow Jiang Ming into the kitchen. With Jiang Ming's earth-tier strength, he already had kitchen privileges, as long as he agreed. Others, beasts, could enter the kitchen. Now the Mingwei restaurant was too small. After the 10-beast stew was made, the pot's diameter had expanded to 30 meters. It couldn't be moved at all. The moment that Tsanghu caught a whiff of the 10-beast stew's fragrance, it couldn't stop bouncing around, resembling a destructive husky. If it weren't for Jiang Ming's presence, it would have pounced into the pot to feast. Jiang Ming patted the tiger's head. "Go ahead." The Tsanghu revealed its true form, transforming into a giant tiger 8 meters tall and over 20 meters long. With a leap, it jumped into the pot. Gulp, gulp. Once the last drop of broth was licked clean from the bottom of the pot by the Tsanghu's spiked tongue, its injuries were completely healed. Its strength reached Earth Tier 3. It was even higher than its original strength. Meanwhile, outside, Shi Wanli also broke through. Earth Tier 2. Now everyone had awakened, and their strengths had significantly increased. The teachers from the prestigious school were now generally at Xian Tier 8. Wan Tianlu was at Xian Tier 8. Mu Shuiyun was at Xian Tier 7. Even Li Yueying had reached Xian Tier 5. Everyone's level was at least Xian Tier 4. Such a massive force had emerged in the small Yong City. Everyone expressed their gratitude to Jiang Ming. "Boss Jiang, I can't express my gratitude. If you need anything in the future, just let me know." "Yes, Master Jiang, I'll go through fire and water for you." How could the mere Jiang family dare to provoke Boss Jiang? It's truly laughable. Let's go destroy it now. A group of people was high-spirited, as if they had an irreconcilable enmity with the Jiang family. They didn't even know why Jiang Ming had such formidable strength or why he didn't take action himself. But they were smart enough not to ask. Some things, knowing too much wouldn't do them any good. Jiang Ming pressed his hand down, and everyone immediately quieted down. "Let's go, destroy the Jiang family. Also, I want Jiang Gongqing alive." Jiang Gongqing was the culprit who killed his parents. Jiang Ming had to see him die with his own eyes. If it weren't for his drunk driving, if it weren't for his affair with his mistress in the car, Jiang Ming's family would have been harmonious. The most vivid memory in Jiang Ming's mind was the day he received the news of his parents' deaths. Following the inspection team to find Jiang Gongqing had acted as if nothing had happened, having fun in bed with his mistress, as if he had not harmed 2 people, but merely crushed 2 ants. Moreover, because he was a beast tamer and a member of the Jiang family, the cowardly inspectors had waited until he was done before they took action. That arrogant demeanor was something Jiang Ming would never forget, even as a reborn person. Just as everyone was gearing up and preparing to move out, a loud bang came from outside the door. Li Xiang collapsed at the entrance of the Mingwei restaurant, his body covered in purple marks, his eyes turning white, and with his last breath, he stammered, "Poison. The snow is poisonous." Chapter 81, Confrontation. Jiang Ming's expression changed dramatically as he hurriedly used his consciousness to probe Li Xiang's body. A strange energy had invaded his organs and was wreaking havoc. "Healing-type beast tamer." Jiang Ming shouted anxiously. Professor Guohongliang from the Imperial Capital University hurried forward. Not daring to delay, he directly summoned all 3 of his pet beasts, Water Sprite, Giant Banyan Tree, and Dawn Walker. Various recovery and enhancement skills were cast onto Li Xiang, and soon the toxins were cleared, causing Li Xiang's complexion to become rosy again, but he remained unconscious. Someone went out to investigate the situation with the snow. The heavy snow falling on them indeed injected a destructive energy into their bodies, which was very mild for them at the Xian level, almost negligible. Moreover, it was very subtle. If they hadn't known in advance, they might not have even noticed it. Li Xiang might have unknowingly endured too much of the snow poison, which then erupted all at once, resulting in his current state. For ordinary people, touching this snow would mean instant death. Everyone looked solemnly at the heavy snow falling from the sky. It was likely that an extraordinary fierce beast had emerged. Otherwise, It would be impossible to have such heavy snow in April. Yes, it interfered with the magnetic field and caused a phenomenon in the heavens and earth. Only a celestial-level fierce beast could do that. Damn it, why would a celestial-level fierce beast appear in such a small place like Yong City? Guo Hongliang's pupils contracted as if he thought of something and hesitated, saying, "Could it be a summoning?" "Summoning? What do you mean?" Qian Yud was the first to voice his confusion. Guo Hongliang continued, "The so-called summoning refers to using a certain medium to summon a fierce beast individually." Immediately, someone cursed. Is someone actively summoning fierce beasts? Are they out of their minds? Guo Hongliang shook his head. It's not like that. The fierce beasts that can sense summoning must have at least reached the celestial level in terms of growth potential and have a strength no lower than the earth level. Strong individuals in need of finished pet beasts generally choose this method. After a pause, he continued, and this falling snow carries deadly poison. Soon, all ordinary people in Yong City will die. Even hiding in their rooms is useless. This kind of summoning is a blood sacrifice. It's the exclusive domain of evil cults. Everyone was shocked after hearing this. Although Yong City is not large, it has a permanent population of over 1 million. Summoning a fierce beast with the lives of 1 million people to forge oneself. Evil cults, damn them. Guo Hongliang hurriedly said. The ritual has not yet been completely finished, so there is a possibility of interruption. We must hurry to find their location. What are we waiting for? It has to be the Jiang family. Hurry up. Wan Tianlu shouted. The teachers from prestigious schools saw that the local people of Yong City all nodded and gave up the idea of searching separately. Not knowing how much time was left, they could only gamble on this. Everyone suppressed their doubts and nodded, summoning their pet beasts and rushing towards the Jiang family. Jiang Ming stood outside the Mingwei Hotel, looking at the white snow outside, and couldn't help but sigh. This world, on the surface, it is not much different from the previous life, but secretly, it is really too dark. Jiang Ming shook his head, stopping his sighs. He just needed to run his shop well, work hard to improve his strength, and protect the people he cares about. As for the darkness, he would not actively drive it away. He just needed to adhere to his own rules. The Mingwei Hotel is the only pure land in this dark world. Jiang Ming placed the unconscious Li Xiang on his bed, allowing him to rest well. Brother Xiang, I didn't call you for revenge. I'm sorry. Jiang Ming murmured in his heart, going downstairs and quietly sitting on a stool, waiting for everyone to return victorious. A cat, a dog, a bird, and a person watched the snowy scene. If there was wine, it would be even more perfect. A group led by Shi Wanli quickly rushed toward the Jiang family. Various giant beasts running rampant in the streets. They looked at the frozen corpses turned into ice sculptures by the roadside, their faces filled with sorrow. Evil cults, damn them. They quickened their pace, and 10 minutes later, the group arrived at the Jiang family courtyard. Without saying much, the Earth Level 3 Tsanghu opened its tiger mouth, quickly condensing a spirit energy bullet. Boom. The spirit energy bullet carried a momentum that could wither the living, and the courtyard wall crumbled like paper, turning to dust. The residual force destroyed 1/10 of the Jiang family. Sanghu roared, roar. The tiger's roar shook the mountains and forests. Sanghu roared wildly, and the surrounding pet beasts trembled in fear. The tiger, king of beasts. As a king, it had silently licked its wounds like a caged tiger for 3 whole years. Now, its injuries had healed, and it broke free from the cage. Inside and outside the 3-story loft of the Jiang family, everyone heard the tiger's roar. In the room, Zhang Weiyang's expression changed. This roar was so familiar. It couldn't be. Zhang Weiyang's hair stood on end, and the purple-eyed Bai Luo python suddenly appeared, wrapping around him. In the next moment, a spirit energy bullet exploded. Boom. Hiss. The purple-eyed Bai Luo python cried out in pain. Its scales shattered at the point of the attack, revealing a wound the size of a bowl, with blood flowing out. Zhang Weiyang sat on the python. Bai Luo, go out first. Outside. The members of the snake god cult looked at the 29 incoming powerful individuals with fervor, showing no signs of fear. They were all death warriors trained by the snake god cult since childhood. Their pet beasts were all consistently matched. The beast controlling space opened. These 60 people were all Xian level beast masters. However, most of their strengths were below Xian level 3. A small number were at Xian level 4 to 6. Only 3 were above Xian level 7. 60 titan giant pythons appeared as meat shields to protect them. 60 venomous snakes coiled around their necks, their fangs glowing purple. And 60 shadow venomous snakes hid in the dark, ready to strike a deadly blow at the enemy at any moment. Chen Lin and Zhou Fuhai came out from the loft. Zhou Fuhai looked at the 29 Xian-level powerful individuals, realizing that at least half were on par with him. Cold sweat immediately flowed from his temples. But Chen Lin looked at this group of people with shining eyes. Shi Wanli and his group looked at this scene, feeling a mix of shock and anger. The Jiang family was indeed the culprit behind this heavy snow. But where did the other members of the Jiang family go? Why were only Zhang Weiyang and Jiang Baishu left. They are members of the snake god cult. Gua Hongliang fixed his gaze on the pattern on Chun Lin's chest and explained to his companions. However, it no longer mattered which evil cult they belonged to. As long as they knew they were enemies, that was enough. Shi Wanli stood atop Sanghu, weighing the combat strength of both sides in his heart. Earth-level fierce beasts had a huge lethality against Xian-level fierce beasts. Although they had an advantage in mid to high combat strength, the opposing side had as many as 65 Xian-level beast masters. Among them, only Zhang Weiyang had Earth-level strength. In a chaotic battle, with their level advantage, while they might win, it would likely be a Pyrrhic victory. After weighing it all, he called out loudly, "Old dog Jiang, let us fight elsewhere." Zhang Weiyang originally did not want to agree, but Chun Lin laughed lightly. "Old Jiang family master, the old hero invites you to battle. If you avoid it, you'll lose face." Zhang Weiyang looked at Chun Lin with a serious expression. Is this person out of their mind? The ritual would be completed in more than 20 minutes. Wouldn't it be better to drag it out? He wasn't afraid of Shi Wanli. Even if the old man regained his strength, he only had one pet beast. And he had 3. Moreover, he had led Shi Wanli away. And most of the opposing side were high-level Xian-level experts. At that time, the disparity in the strength of their pet beasts would cause significant damage. Chapter 82. Fierce Battle. Just as Jiang Weiyang hesitated, Chun Lin coldly said, "Elder Jiang, are you ignoring my words?" Zhou Fuhai hurriedly said, "Elder Chun, this battle is unfavorable for us. It's better for Elder Jiang to concentrate on the fight." "Shut up," Chun Lin coldly rebuked, her gaze fixed on Jiang Weiyang. Jiang Weiyang sighed inwardly. Chun Lin's background was not simple. Otherwise, she wouldn't have become an elder of the snake god cult without even reaching the earth level. Moreover, she was the highest commander of this operation. If he defied her and disobeyed orders, his days in the snake god cult would be difficult. Forget it. Now there are less than 20 minutes left, so let it be. Jiang Weiyang looked at Chun Lin meaningfully. The purple-eyed, blue-scaled python slowly rose, releasing the pressure of the earth stage, while Jiang Weiyang looked down at Shi Wanli from above. He chuckled, "Ha, when I was famous in Yong City, you were just a little brat who hadn't even grown all your hair yet. After more than 20 years of being out of the world, it seems you all have forgotten my existence." The purple-eyed, blue-scaled python roared, spitting out a mouthful of venom that transformed into arrows aimed directly at the Sanghu. Sanghu's eyes were disdainful. He did not dodge, nor did he think it necessary to. With a powerful swipe of his forepaw, the sound of tearing air was heard as the arrows exploded. Zizi, the venom scattered everywhere, leaving deep pits behind. Zhang Weiyang didn't he expect a single strike to be effective. He retreated with the purple-eyed, blue-scaled python to the left rear. At the same time, he opened his beast space, summoning 2 giant beasts. Earth Stage Level 1, Tiger-Headed Bat. Mysterious Stage Level 10, Flame Pulse Earth Dragon. Seeing this, Shi Wanli, who stood atop the Sanghu, warned everyone, "Be careful, wait until I deal with this old dog before coming to help." Roar. The Sanghu roared and leaped forward, chasing after Jiang Weiyang. A tiger falling in the plains is bullied by a snake. The damage caused to it by the purple-eyed, blue-scaled python earlier today will not be forgotten. Meanwhile, Qian Yud and his group, who remained in place, naturally understood Shi Wanli's intentions. Gua Hongliang summoned 3 of his beasts. "Everyone, we don't know when this blood sacrifice ritual will be good. Let's end it quickly." The mysterious stage level 10 giant banyan tree quickly took root, its branches and leaves growing wildly, dispersing. Qian Yud and his group grew tree armor on their bodies for protection. At the same time, a humanoid dawn walker floated in the air, its curled body radiating light like the sun. The shadowy poisonous snakes of the snake god cult suddenly had no place to hide. The shadowy poisonous snakes were weak. Without the ability to ambush, half of their skills were rendered useless. Qian Yud laughed heartily. "Having a high-level auxiliary beast master accompanying us is so comfortable." The remaining 28 strong individuals opened their beast spaces. All kinds of ferocious beasts emerged. Although their numbers were not as many as those of the snake god cult, their quality was significantly stronger. There were more than 30 mysterious stage level 10 beasts. "Kill!" Qian Yud shouted, unleashing his spirit power, activating his talent. Rapid activation. The Rift Sky Eagle soared in, using its increased speed to dodge several streams of poisonous liquid shot by the condensed poisonous snakes. Its sharp claws grabbing a titan giant python and quickly soaring up. In midair, its claws tore fiercely. The mysterious stage level 8 titan giant python didn't even last a single encounter before being ripped in half. The others, unlike Qian Yud, dispatched 2 beasts to attack, while keeping 1 to protect themselves against ambushes. Beast masters are physically weak and difficult to resist ambushes of the same level. Furthermore, if they die, their beasts will also perish. Therefore, unless they have a sure way to protect themselves, ordinary beast masters will not take risks. The blood of the Titan giant python fell to the ground like rain, and the beasts, stimulated by the smell of blood, went mad, charging into the formation of the Snake God cult. The mysterious stage level 7 Snake God cult members were countered, unable to dodge the attacks of the Wantian Road beasts, and turned into a mist of blood. The great battle officially erupted. Jiang Weiyang and Shi Wanli arrived at the Jinjiang River. At this time, the Jinjiang River had already frozen over with a thick layer of ice. Jiang Weiyang stood on the tiger-headed bat, looking down at Shi Wanli. He didn't say much. The tiger-headed bat opened its large mouth, sending waves of sound towards Shi Wanli. At the same time, the massive flame pulse earth dragon condensed fireballs and shot them out. Shi Wanli smiled faintly, his face filled with confidence. Jiang Weiyang, after 20 years of forbearance, is this all you have? That Sanghu roared, its roar instantly scattering the sound waves, and the residual force shot towards Jiang Weiyang. As for the fireball from the flame pulse earth dragon, that Sanghu completely ignored it. Boom. That Sanghu emerged from the black mist, its fur still shiny and bright. The fireball didn't even harm a single hair. Jiang Weiyang's expression changed slightly. He maneuvered the tiger-headed bat to evade that Sanghu's roar, his demeanor becoming serious. Although he had just been testing, the flame pulse earth dragon had not exerted its full power, but even though that Sanghu was at the earth stage, it shouldn't be completely unharmed. It should be known that anything related to dragons is nearly invincible at the same level. This Sanghu is strange. Shi Wanli knew time was precious. Talent, light wings. Activate. A pair of massive wings appeared on either side of that Sanghu's back. Old buddy, you've been holding back for a long time. Let us battle. The wings spread wide, and with a sound of breaking air, that Sanghu charged at the tiger-headed bat. The tiger claws swung through the air, and blades emerged from the void, instantly leaving 3 bloody wounds on the tiger-headed bat's abdomen, causing it to scream in agony. The tiger-headed bat, in pain, wobbled in midair. Jiang Weiyang's face was cold, but inside, a storm was brewing. Damn it, why is this Sanghu so strong? They are both at the earth stage. Yet his tiger-headed bat was injured in a single encounter. He had originally thought that his 3 beasts would definitely win against Shi Wanli. Now it seems he could only buy time. But how to buy time? That Sanghu can fly, and it flies even faster than the tiger-headed bat. Jiang Weiyang's eyes showed struggle as he watched Shi Wanli get closer, slowly exhaling, as if making a decision. He controlled the tiger-headed bat to evade that Sanghu's attacks. Below, the purple-eyed blue-scaled python slowly approached the flame pulse earth dragon, enveloped in mist. The situation inside couldn't be seen clearly. Only the cries of the flame pulse earth dragon could be heard. But there was only one cry, and then no more sounds emerged. The tiger-headed bat kept fleeing, not attacking, entangled with the Sanghu. However, its speed could not match the Sanghu. Soon, it was covered in blood, moving even slower. And Jiang Weiyang found himself in increasingly perilous situations. Roar. The Sanghu roared, activating its talent skill, Tiger Might Shock. The tiger-headed bat immediately froze, plummeting straight towards the ice surface. Fortunately, Jiang Weiyang held on tightly, preventing it from breaking free. Shi Wanli looked at Jiang Weiyang's appearance, a smile mixed with tears. Revenge. Just then, the Sanghu sensed its master's intent, and with a flap of its light wings, it appeared above Jiang Weiyang in the next moment. Its massive mouth wide open, biting down fiercely. Strangely, a cold smile appeared on Jiang Weiyang's face. Talent. Exchange. Jiang Weiyang disappeared. The Sanghu unexpectedly bit down on the purple-eyed blue-scaled python instead, but it couldn't care less, frantically shaking its head and tearing, flesh and blood splattering everywhere. The Sanghu spat out large chunks of flesh. This meat is poisonous. It cannot be eaten. Hiss. The purple-eyed blue-scaled python screamed in pain. But it coiled tightly around the Sanghu, its scales standing on end, piercing into the Sanghu's body. Spirit skill, Python Strangle. Shi Wanli's face showed a hint of panic. The purple-eyed blue-scaled python actually swallowed the tiger-headed bat whole, and its strength quickly rose, reaching Earth Stage Level 4, with a faint tendency towards Level 5. Crack. The python's body tightened more and more, and the Sanghu's bones made sounds of unbearable strain. Chapter 83, Ritual completed. Jiang Weiyang stood on the ice, gasping for breath, his face pale. The losses in this battle were too great. Even if he killed Shi Wanli, he still felt heartache. He used the secret technique learned within the Snake God cult. This secret technique has only one effect: Berserk, sacrificing beasts, leaving only one. The remaining one's strength will temporarily increase significantly. However, it will affect potential. His purple-eyed blue-scaled python strength can at most reach Earth Stage Level 5. Jiang Weiyang felt even more hatred towards Chun-Lin. If it weren't for this woman, how could he have suffered such great losses? For a moment, he began to doubt whether joining the Snake God cult was a wise decision. The benefits have not yet been reaped much. Not only has he destroyed the Jiang family he created, but he has also lost 3 pet beasts. If he cannot break through to the earth level, he will suffer a huge loss. If a beastmaster has a pet beast die, they cannot immediately sign a new one. They can only regain their beastmaster space's vitality after breaking through or consuming a spirit meal that restores the beastmaster space. In the sky, the purple-eyed azure python's body grew larger and soon overwhelmed the Tsang tiger and Shi Wanli. The serpent's body was constantly writhing, and sounds of bones cracking could be heard within. Just when Zhang Weiyang thought he had victory in hand, dark clouds suddenly gathered in the sky, and a golden lightning bolt struck the purple-eyed azure python. Hiss! The purple-eyed azure python turned pitch black and fell straight to the ground. Its coiled body suddenly exploded. No blood flowed. Chunks of flesh rained down like rain. The scent of grilled meat wafted in the air. The purple-eyed azure python, Jiang Weiyang's last pet beast, was dead. Jiang Weiyang felt a severe backlash, as if his head was being hammered by a giant, and he fainted. He never expected that after paying such a high price, the one who ultimately failed would still be him. Shi Wanli slowly landed on the Tsang tiger, his light wings dissipating, and a sense of weakness enveloped him. He stumbled and nearly fell. His internal spiritual power was depleted. The Tsang tiger was also in bad shape, covered in blood and vomiting profusely. But they were the ultimate victors. Shi Wanli gently stroked the Tsang tiger, unable to stop smiling. After enduring for 3 years, today, he finally avenged himself. But as he smiled, his expression gradually turned bitter. Now that revenge was complete, with his obsession resolved, where should he go next? However, Shi Wanli's admiration for Jiang Ming grew even stronger. Boss Jiang is truly a remarkable person and his benefactor. He was able to defeat Jiang Weiyang mainly thanks to the Tsang tiger's new understanding of the spiritual skill, 9 Heavens Divine Thunder. The Tsang tiger had consumed the 10 beasts stew, not only restoring its cultivation, but also uncovering the talent hidden within. Shi Wanli only learned today that his Tsang tiger actually possessed the bloodline of the Bian. Shi Wanli looked coldly at Jiang Weiyang, not immediately killing him. Aside from Jiang Baishu and Jiang Weiyang, the others in the Jiang family courtyard were not members of the Jiang family. Jiang Ming had said he wanted Jiang Gongsheng alive. He still needed to pry the whereabouts of Jiang Gongsheng from this old guy. The Tsang tiger disdainfully swallowed Jiang Weiyang whole, then headed towards the Jiang family courtyard. On the other side, in the Jiang family courtyard, it could no longer be described as a battle. It was entirely a massacre. Qian Yud sighed. With the powerful healing beastmaster Guohong Liang, had not lost a single one of the 28 Xian level experts. They only lost a few low-level pet beasts. In contrast, the Snake God sect side had lost more than half of their 60 members. The remaining 20 or so were all injured and struggling to fend off the attacks. With none of their pet beasts intact, the overwhelming level suppression made this battle feel like an adult beating up elementary school students. Zhang Baishu's face turned pale as he collapsed to the ground, next to the massive corpse of a spider, his pet beast, blood-poisoned spider. The other 2 pet beasts were either ripped apart by the cracking sky eagle or burned to ashes by the flame chicken. Zhang Baishu looked at Qian Yud, who was walking towards him, with a terrified expression, his legs frantically pushing against the ground as he scooted backward. He regretted listening to his father and joining the Snake God sect. His dad was really a burden. Qian Yud looked at Zhang Baishu's state and felt an indescribable pleasure. He snapped his fingers, and the flame chicken shot out flames. Zhang Baishu watched helplessly as the flames rushed towards him, engulfing him. The intense pain made him let out a heart-rending scream. But soon, he could scream no more. His vocal cords were burned. The head of the Jiang family, Jiang Baishu, who had bullied others in Yong City for decades, was dead. Qian Yud spat in disdain. You dared to compete with me for business. And I've finally taken care of you, you old bastard. On the other side, Mu Shuiyun rode a 6-tailed white fox to the battlefield, holding Zhao Hu's bloody head. Boom. Zhou Fuhai's skeletal warrior couldn't withstand the attack from the tyrant bear of the 10,000 Heavens Road and was shattered with a single punch. Zhou Fuhai was stunned by the backlash, pierced through the body by a willow demon from a school teacher. Chen Lin kept dodging attacks, ignoring her subordinates dying one by one, her eyes filled with intense heat. Die? It would be best if you all died. She originally thought 60 prepared members wouldn't be enough, but now there were so many high-level nutrients. Truly, heaven is helping me. Chen Lin glanced at the time, her eyes filled with joy. There were only 5 minutes left until midnight. At the bottom of the Jin River, at the altar, the originally piled high bodies had all disappeared, leaving only 10 gray-robed individuals continuously circling the altar, murmuring incantations. This scene resembled a rural shaman performing a ritual. The patterns on the altar had turned crimson, as if it were about to come to life. This group of gray-robed individuals had their robes open, their bodies covered in countless wounds. Yet they seemed to feel no pain, allowing blood to flow freely. It is worth mentioning that their strength was all at the Xian level 10. At this moment, in the Jiang family courtyard, it was filled with corpses, resembling a hell on earth. With Shi Wanli's arrival, the Tsang tiger displayed immense power, quickly slaughtering all the members of the snake god sect except for Chun Lin. A jade pendant on Chun Lin's chest emitted light, forming a barrier to protect herself. No matter how they attacked, the barrier did not even ripple. Shi Wanli's expression grew serious. The level of this barrier likely reached the heaven level. What kind of identity does this woman have? Chun Lin giggled and licked her lips, as if the person before her was a sumptuous feast. At the bottom of the Jin River, the 10 gray-robed individuals, having lost too much blood, turned pale. Yet their steps remained steady. In the Mingwei restaurant, Jiang Ming watched the clock on the wall, the second hand ticking away, sending a feeling of anxiety through him. He toyed with a jade card, temporary expansion qualification for the restaurant. When the 3 needles converged, the snowflakes floating over Yong City suddenly vanished. Boom! A deafening thunderclap sounded. And then the entire Yong City, except for the Mingwei restaurant, began to shake violently. Houses collapsed one after another, but there were no cries of people. At this moment, Yong City had almost become a ghost town. At the bottom of the Jin River, the 10 gray-robed individuals drained their last drop of blood, collapsing onto the altar with eerie smiles. In an instant, the altar emitted a violent blood-red light, as if dyeing the entire Jin River red. A massive portal appeared. Who is calling me? Chapter 84, Xiang Lu. The whereabouts of Cheng Zhihao. A voice like that of a demon echoed in the ears of Shi Wanli and the others. While Chun Lin's expression turned joyful, her eyes fixed intently on the direction of the Jin River. Suddenly, a gigantic snake over 100 meters long burst forth from the ice. The serpent had 9 heads. The fierce god, Xiang Lu. At the same time, the people of Yong City afflicted by the snow poison had their souls escape from their foreheads and flew towards Xiang Lu. The formation in the Jiang family courtyard flowed, intercepting a portion of the souls and injecting them into Chun Lin. A small portion also entered the Tsang tiger's mouth. Startled, the Tsang tiger quickly opened its mouth and spat out Jiang Weiyang. Shi Wanli and the others were already terrified to the point of losing their minds. What on earth is this thing? The wind is tight, and the situation is dire. Qian Yud was the first to react, shouting loudly, riding the cracking sky eagle towards the Mingwei restaurant. This was no longer an existence they could contend with. As the Tsang tiger ran, it forced down its nausea and once again held Jiang Weiyang in its mouth. Thus, the scene of the tiger running in front and the soul chasing behind appeared. They ran straight towards the Mingwei hotel. This hydra gave them an unfathomable feeling, and Jiang Ming also gave them a sense of mystery. Jiang Ming hydra. Running to Mingwei hotel must be right. Yes, that's it. When the soul entered her body, Chun Lin couldn't help but let out a comfortable moan. Refining the living soul to strengthen oneself. Chun Lin's strength quickly increased, reaching Earth level 4. In contrast, Xiang Lu, which already enjoyed devouring people, found this living soul to be a rare delicacy, so how could it refuse? When it had devoured the souls of the people of 1,000,000 cities, its gaze towards Chun Lin was filled with fondness. Chun Lin let out a muffled groan, and a drop of blood from her heart was spat out from her mouth. The Earth-level Beast Master contract simultaneously manifesting. She stared passionately at Xiang Lu, but Xiang Lu shook its head. Humans are not enough. Chun Lin pointed at the corpses in the Jiang family courtyard. Eat. Xiang Lu's 9 heads suddenly inhaled, and after finishing, it smacked its lips. Still not enough. Chun Lin's face turned pale as she looked up at the sky. This is different from what Grandpa said. Why is Xiang Lu's appetite so big? In this situation, why hasn't Grandpa come down yet? Eating those 29 should be enough. The buzzing sound of Xiang Lu came, and the snake head in the middle crawled at Chun Lin's feet, signaling her to get on. Chun Lin patted her chest. So Grandpa already knew that the secret method hadn't failed. This snake is just greedy. Once it's full, it can become her pet. Chun Lin stepped onto the snake's head. Let's go. Sister will take you to eat and drink well. Chun Lin had no idea that her grandfather had already turned his attention away from her just a few minutes ago, half an hour earlier. In the depths of the Yanlong Mountains in Texas province, Cheng Zhihao collapsed on the ground, gasping for air, blood flowing from the eye in the center of his forehead. Xiao Tian lay beside him, its originally white fur stained red with blood, a huge wound on its abdomen, spreading black mist. Relying on its strong physical qualities and constantly using the spiritual energy within its body to replenish itself, it managed to prevent the black mist from expanding. Surrounding Cheng Zhihao were 5 corpses and the bodies of more than 10 giant beasts, an impressive sight. Cheng Zhihao picked up Xiao Tian, anxiously saying, Xiao Tian, quickly enter the Beast Master space to heal. Xiao Tian whined and shook its head. The Master no longer has any pets to fight. If it also entered the Beast Master space, how could Cheng Zhihao defend against the next enemy attack? Tears mixed with blood flowed down Cheng Jihao's face as he held Xiao Tian, feeling lost about the future for the first time. He had thought that reaching Earth level meant he could go anywhere in the world. However, he underestimated the killing intent from the aristocratic families. In the past few days, he had encountered dozens of assassination attempts. Moreover, each time, they were led by Earth-level experts. If he couldn't quickly resolve the battle, enemy reinforcements would arrive in an instant. Just now, there had been 5 Earth-level fighters. Cheng Jihao used all his strength. Suffering the cost of his innate talent being damaged, 2 pets dead, Xiao Tian heavily injured, and the 9 Netherdark Sparrow on the brink of death to achieve a bitter victory. But with all his trump cards used up, how could he withstand the next attack? Hee, Cheng family brat, you made it easy for me to find you. A strange voice entered Cheng Jihao's ears, and a figure slowly emerged from the shadow of a nearby tree. Woof! Xiao Tian growled fiercely, baring its teeth. Cheng Jihao sat on the ground, seemingly giving up resistance. He gave a bitter smile. Heh, I've killed a few hundred beasts these past few days, I guess that's worth it. The figure became visible, its true appearance hidden. Dressed in a red robe with a building embroidered on the back. A voice that was hard to distinguish as male or female came. Cheng family brat, I am not here to kill you. Would you like to join my shadow pavilion? Cheng Jihao was stunned, his face filled with surprise. Someone actually came to recruit him. He fell silent, contemplating the pros and cons in his heart. The Shadow Pavilion is the largest assassin organization in the world, but it is not classified as a cult, because the leader of the Shadow Pavilion is an existence above Earth level. The red-robed person suddenly changed expression, beckoning with a hand. And Cheng Jihao could clearly feel the air becoming oppressive. So oppressive that he found it hard to breathe. You must know he is Earth level. Cheng Jihao endured the intense pain, barely activating his spiritual sense, opening the eye in the center of his forehead. In his line of sight, he saw a dragon hidden in the darkness. The Nether Dragon. Cheng Jihao was horrified. This dragon felt at least Earth level to him. Another dragon? Heh, I didn't expect your Shadow Pavilion to move so quickly. A burly man riding a lion appeared beside Cheng Jihao without him noticing. With the addition of this lion, Cheng Jihao felt his scalp tingle, every cell in his body telling him of danger. This was not just any lion, but a heaven-level ferocious beast, the Swanee. The Nether Dragon chuckled. I didn't expect the Fire King to come in person. The Beast Alliance really values this little brat from the Cheng family. Haha. You have 10 red-cloaked assassins, but haven't you come as well? The Fire King's laughter thundered, shaking Cheng Jihao's whole body uncomfortably. All right, then let's compete fairly. Let Cheng Jihao choose for himself. Choose. How to choose? An ethereal voice came from above. A powerful pressure destroyed the trees, and a 100-meter-long fiery red giant bird landed. This giant bird had 2 eyes in each of its eyes. The divine bird, Jiang Ming. The 2 heaven-level experts were so frightened that they almost retracted their heads into their necks. Damn it, how could she come too? The Swanee and the Nether Dragon lay on the ground, not daring to look at the divine bird. The Jiang Ming bird lowered its head, and a palace-dressed beauty slowly walked up to Cheng Jihao. Ming. The Jiang Ming bird gently called out, and Cheng Jihao's injuries healed at a visible speed, while Xiao Tian in his arms soon regained vitality. Its abdomen showed no signs of injury. Moreover, the injuries of the 9 Netherdark Sparrow in the Beastmaster space had all healed. The beautiful woman frowned slightly and scolded. Do I still need to ask you to leave? The Nether Dragon and the Fire King felt as if they had received a great pardon, quickly getting on their respective beasts and disappearing in an instant. Cheng Jihao stared blankly at the palace-dressed beauty. She looked to be no more than 30, with an air of authority, noble and elegant. However, the moment he saw the divine bird Jiang Ming, he already knew her identity. The top official force of the Xia country, the head of the Zodiac Pavilion, Huangfu Ziyue. Cheng Jihao quickly stood up, clasping his hands and slightly bowing. I dare to ask Pavilion Master Huangfu to seek justice for the 765 wrong souls of the Cheng family. Huangfu Ziyue slowly shook her head. The grudges of aristocratic families can only be avenged by the aristocratic families themselves. It is not appropriate for the officials to intervene. You understand this rule, right? Cheng Jihao's face turned bitter. He had long known it would end this way. I wonder why Pavilion Master came to find me. Huangfu Ziyue looked Cheng Jihao up and down. Cheng Jihao, would you like to join the Zodiac Pavilion? Cheng Jihao was completely stunned. Huangfu Ziyue continued on her own. You have extraordinary talent. If you join the Zodiac Pavilion, I can arrange for you to go to the Tianqing realm for further training. When you become heaven level, you can also be the master of the Dog Palace. By then, you can lead the strong from the Dog Palace to take revenge. Since it's personal vendetta, I want to stop you. The Tianqing realm. That is a place filled with opportunities, where legendary divine beasts roam, and resources are countless. Training there, one can encounter the top talents from various countries. Although dangerous, it is indeed the fastest way for him to increase his strength. Moreover, in the Tianqing realm, at least he wouldn't be targeted by the aristocratic families everywhere, which would be a bit safer for him. Huangfu Ziyue nodded in agreement and flew onto the Chongming bird. Let's go. Cheng Zhihao quickly summoned the 9 Nether Dark Sparrow to follow. Chapter 85. Huangfu Ziyue's helplessness. The Chongming bird controlled its speed, allowing the 9 Nether Dark Sparrow behind to barely keep up. Moreover, a powerful bloodline suppression constantly stimulated the nerves of the 9 Nether Dark Sparrow, making its flight somewhat unstable. If it weren't for Cheng Zhihao constantly comforting himself, the Jiu Mingke would have long fled in fear. The flying Chongming bird suddenly let out a cry, as if sensing something, its voice tinged with anger. What happened? Huangfu Ziyue whispered. The Chongming bird spoke in human language, its tone extremely grave. Blood sacrifice. What? Huangfu Ziyue's expression turned cold. The cult was becoming increasingly brazen. Chongming, hurry up. The Chongming bird spread its fiery red wings, and with a whoosh, it became a small black dot in Cheng Zhihao's eyes in the blink of an eye. Cheng Zhihao thought, strong ones must not be ignored. The conversation between Huangfu Ziyue and the Chongming bird was only audible to them. Thus, Cheng Zhihao had no idea why the master suddenly accelerated. A strong determination appeared on the young man's face. The master must be testing me. He patted the head of the Jiu Mingke and infused it with his own spiritual power. Little Jiu, hurry up and catch up. We can't let the master look down on us. The Jiu Mingke looked bitter. If I had known you were such a master, I wouldn't have signed a contract with you back then. That bloodline suppression dissipated, and it finally breathed a sigh of relief, only for its master to demand it to chase. Chase what? The speed of the Chongming divine bird could rival teleportation. Have you ever seen a small electric scooter catch up with a supercar at full throttle? Even if it burned out the battery, it wouldn't even catch the exhaust fumes. Besides, it had only recovered from a near-death state in less than 10 minutes. How could it be bullied like this? No wonder it clung to Xiaodian every day. Turns out you really are a dog. Cheng Zhihao lightly stomped his foot. Little Jiu, hurry up and fly. If you don't catch up to the master, when the enemies arrive, won't you be the one getting hurt? The Jiu Mingke shivered. The master was right. Chase. It mobilized all its spiritual power in its wings and shot out, but compared to Chongming, it was still too slow. Huangfu Ziyue's expression was anxious. Her hand clenched into a fist hidden in her sleeve. I hope we can catch up. Chongming, faster. Boom. The Chongming bird flew at full speed, causing sonic booms like thunder. Above Yong City, an ominous old man sat cross-legged, flying in the air, a sign of a tier 7 or above expert. Suddenly, the old man opened his eyes and looked into the distance, his gaze uncertain. Why is she here? Haha, the esteemed Huangfu Pavilion Master has arrived. And this old man did not come to welcome you from afar. I hope the Pavilion Master will not blame me. A fiery red figure appeared in the sky. In the next moment, the Chongming bird had arrived before him. Huangfu Ziyue stared intently at the ominous old man. Elder of the 5 Poisons Cult, Serpent God Cult. Tian Shishangren. Latest intel, strength, tier 9. Same level as her. This small Yong City actually has such a character guarding the blood sacrifice. This is trouble. Huangfu Ziyue's face turned pale, and she snorted coldly. Tianxi, stop pretending. Halt the blood sacrifice, and I will not hold you accountable. Tian Shishangren chuckled. Pavilion Master. You are a step late. The blood sacrifice cannot be interrupted. The Chongming bird let out a sharp cry, and suddenly 9 fireballs like suns appeared in the surrounding void. Ready to launch. Tian Shishangren chuckled lightly. Pavilion Master, don't get angry. If you overexert yourself, it will be the people of Xinzhou who suffer. With a snap of his fingers, the sky above Yong City suddenly brightened. Boom. The ground shook, and a massive red giant snake slowly raised its head, appearing beside Tian Shishangren, its human face flicking its tongue, confronting the Chongming bird. The giant snake's left eye fully opened, within which seemed to have a rotating sun, while its right eye was half open, yet filled with darkness, unfathomably deep. Looking down from the giant snake's head, its body wrapped around the entire Yong City. It was this snake that isolated Yong City. Outside the snake's body, thousands of vehicles, helicopters, trains, buses, and so on were halted. All the people inside had their eyes closed, unaware of their fate. Tier 10, Zhu Jiuyin. Tian Shishangren waved his hand. Jiuyin, be polite. Don't ruin the atmosphere. He then cupped his hands towards Huangfu Ziyue, saying, Pavilion Master, I am here today just to obtain a pet beast for a junior. I only targeted the people of Yong City. Look, the people below are still alive. I hope the Pavilion Master will make it convenient. Huangfu Ziyue's expression became more difficult, her eyes burning with anger, a vein twitching at her temple. The way Tian Shishangren spoke made it seem as if he wasn't killing millions of his kin, but rather millions of ants. She said nothing, only staring fiercely at Tian Shishangren. Tian Shishangren waved his hand again, unconcerned. Pavilion Master, I advise you to remain calm. Jiu Yin's temper isn't too good. If you push it too hard, when its eyes open, it won't just destroy one Yong City. Furthermore, if the pavilion master could make it convenient, on the Tianqing realm side, my 5 poisons cult can present you with the heads of 100 enemy nations' tier beast masters. Huang Fuziyue closed her eyes, feeling a deep sense of helplessness within. Can human lives be used as bargaining chips? Yet, she was reluctant to agree but had no choice. In her position, she had to manage her affairs. Though she wasn't afraid of Tianxi Shangren, the losses incurred from a battle would be immeasurable. Looking at the fleeing group below, led by Shi Wanli. Watching the millions of restless souls entangled on Xianglu, Huang Fuziyue sighed. I'm sorry. I could have saved you, but unfortunately, I am no longer young and cannot act recklessly. Looking at Tianxi Shangren, she coldly said, Tianxi, I will only give you 10 minutes. Huang Fuziyue's voice was cold, tinged with a hint of helplessness. Tianxi Shangren nodded, acknowledging her demand. In Yong City, Qian Yud and the others looked terrified, riding their pet beasts in a desperate escape. All 29 of them were on the Tsanghu's back. After all, only the Tsanghu was the fastest. Hurry up. That 9-headed snake is coming after us. The evil cult of Tiansha, the people of Yong City. Damn it. You all stop talking and quickly enhance the Tsanghu. The only way now is to run to Mingwei restaurant, hoping Boss Jiang will be more helpful. The Tsanghu was so exhausted that its tongue was hanging out, with thousands of restless souls chasing after it, some nearly diving into its mouth. Even so, it did not spit out Jiang Weiyang. And behind them, the towering Xiang Lu was rapidly pursuing, leaving destruction in its wake. The 9 snake heads wore sinister smiles, drooling continuously, corroding the ground into deep pits. The distance quickly closed in. 900 meters. 800 meters. The Tsanghu lunged left, dodging Xiang Lu's venom. But this also cost them precious time. And Xiang Lu was almost upon them. They still had 5 kilometers to Mingwei restaurant. Shi Wanli watched the approaching blood-red maw, his expression bitter. Death. It would be better to die? He was born an unfortunate person. After finally avenging himself, the Yong City that raised him, nurtured him for a lifetime, was now completely destroyed. He was a sinner. He sighed inwardly. Old lady, I'm coming to find you. Chapter 86 Jiang Ming. Go, Erbao. 8 of Xiang Lu's 9 heads opened their massive mouths, rapidly lunging at the Tsanghu. Standing atop the middle head, Chun Lin wore a sinister smile. She could already imagine how it would feel when this powerful Xiang Lu became her tier pet beast, and how the proud peers in her cult would worship her. In the future, her status in the Serpent God cult would surely soar. With her grandfather's help, becoming the first female leader of the Serpent God cult was not impossible. Qian Yud stared pale at the massive blood maw. At this distance, he could even count how many teeth each snake had. 5 kilometers. At the speed of the Tsanghu, 10 seconds would be enough. Unfortunately, they were just short of that 10 seconds. Qian Yud glanced apologetically at Li Yueying. Girl, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have brought you here. Wan Tianlu trembled all over, unable to stop his fat body from shaking. I don't want to die. I haven't tasted all the delicacies of the world. How can I die here? Mu Shuiyun's eyes were vacant, and she sat limply on the Tsanghu, as if her soul had been lost. It had only been half a year since she left home, and was her ambition about to end without being realized? A tear rolled down her beautiful face. The teachers from the prestigious school also looked ashen. It's over. Everything is over. All the people in Yong City are dead, and no one knows how they died. Not even a martyr can be found. Sigh. Why is it so unfortunate? Just when Xiang Lu's massive mouth was less than a meter away from Tsanghu, a black pot fell from the sky. It suddenly grew larger, firmly covering Tsanghu. Ding! 8 heads of Xiang Lu bit onto the black pot, and tears immediately flowed from his eyes. With one bite, all his teeth were gone. The people wrapped in the black pot felt the tremendous shockwave, and only felt their vision darken before fainting. The 9 heads of Xiang Lu simultaneously let out a roar of pain. His massive body twisted wildly, and the surrounding buildings were quickly demolished, with dust enveloping his body. Chun Lin's face turned pale as she clutched Xiang Lu tightly, not allowing herself to fall. What was that black thing just now? Xiang Lu was still going crazy. His 9 heads had a shared perception, and even the one intact head in the middle felt like its teeth were going to rot. That last bite made his head buzz. 9 heads. 9 times the pleasure, can you understand? Above Yong City, Tianxi and Huang Fuziyue looked in shock at the scene below. Originally, Huang Fuziyue thought those 29 people were bound to die, but unexpectedly, this change occurred. However, that was a pot, right? What material is this pot made of? It can actually change size, and it even shattered the teeth of Xiang Lu, who had just entered the heavenly stage. Soon, they saw a figure appear on the street. The person was handsome, wearing a chef's uniform with the words Mingwei restaurant printed on it. He was leisurely carrying a birdcage, with a black dog and a white cat following behind him. Strangely, These two high-ranking heavenly stage figures couldn't tell what cultivation level this young man had. It seemed as if this young man was an ordinary person without any cultivation. Tianxi's expression was serious. The charm of that pot surprised him. He absolutely did not believe this person had no cultivation. Damn it. Just when things had developed to the final step, a variable occurred. Spiritual energy surged, and beside him, Zhu Jiuyin was poised to strike. Huang Fuziue's face lit up with joy. The appearance of this young man gave her a feeling of seeing light through the clouds. Calmly she said, Tianxi, you are getting old. Don't get angry, or else if you get sick, the 5-poison sect might have to change its name to the 4-poison sect. The parrot spread its wings, its 4 eyes fixed on Zhu Jiuyin. Tianxi gritted his teeth. There's no need for Huangfu Pavilion Master to worry. Let us quietly watch this good show. This young man is none other than Jiang Ming. Walking on the street, Jiang Ming used his divine sense to see that the pot had saved Shi Wanli and the others, and he let out a sigh of relief. Luckily, he made it in time. The Earth Stage experience card had not expired yet. With his Earth Stage cultivation, his divine sense covered a radius of 10 kilometers. When he saw Shi Wanli and the others being chased, Jiang Ming's heart tightened, and he used the restaurant's temporary expansion card in advance. However, the range given by the system for the restaurant's temporary expansion card was only 5 kilometers, and he could only be anxious. But fortunately, Shi Wanli and the others held out until they were within the range. Jiang Ming quickly arrived by the black pot, where thousands of vengeful spirits surrounded it. But they couldn't get in. Xiang Lu also calmed down, blowing a breath that dispersed the dust. 18 snake eyes fixed intensely on the massive black pot, and Jiang Ming beside it. As for the parrot, dog, and cat, he ignored them completely. They were harmless and clearly looked like pets. Human, you seek death. Xiang Lu roared, surrounded by 1,000,000 vengeful spirits, appearing extremely terrifying. Jiang Ming's face turned slightly unnatural. He had only been in this world for less than 10 days, and this snake looked too frightening. However, it felt weak to him. He was merely scared by its appearance. He looked at the birdcage and checked on Xiaobao. Master, I'm in the cage and can't go out or do anything. The parrot quickly explained. Then it turned to Daba and Erbao. Daba tilted his dog head. Woof. Erbao, you go. Meow. That Xiaobao is just bullying Jiang Ming for being inexperienced. I don't want to play with the snake. Why don't you go? Daba shook his head and sat down heavily. Woof. I'm so tired every day. I don't want to move. You decide. Erbao. You dog, talking nonsense with your eyes open. Every day when the shop opens, you just lie at the door and do nothing. Where are you tired? Erbao looked at Daba, who had laid down, with a resentful gaze fixed on Xiaobao. Meow. You go. Xiaobao tightened its feathers and weakly glanced at Erbao, transmitting. Second sister, I can't go. I just told the master that I can't leave the cage. I'm sorry. You go. Erbao could only shake its head helplessly. You all, just bully the cat. It elegantly leaped onto Jiang Ming's shoulder. Meow. All right. Since the little master is so good to me, I should contribute. Jiang Ming patted Erbao's soft fur. This snake looks like it has reached the heavenly stage. It's just right to test Erbao's abilities. Xiang Lu watched this person and 3 pets completely ignore him, still communicating across species. He was also a young genius among his clan, which little Xiang Lu did not treat him with utmost respect. When had he ever suffered such humiliation? He roared in anger. You all should die. But because 8 out of his 9 heads had lost their teeth, the scene made Jiang Ming unable to hold back and laugh out loud. Xiang Lu was even more furious. The snake's body twisted and moved in front of Jiang Ming. With all 9 heads simultaneously spewing out streams of water, the huge water flow gathered together, forming a flood that pressed towards Jiang Ming. Erbao on Jiang Ming's shoulder was ready to exert power, but suddenly, fate grabbed the back of its neck. Jiang Ming tossed it forward. Go, Erbao, Erbao. Meow. Chapter 87. Erbao shows its might. Erbao was cursing in its mouth, but in midair, it transformed completely. Dragon head, tiger body, Qilin feet. As its fur shrank, it turned golden. It looked as if it was donned in a layer of golden armor. Pearlescent. A pair of transparent wings appeared on its shoulders. 2 horns appeared on its head. One horn was as white as jade, and the other was as black as ink. Although it was still small, the overwhelming power radiated from it, making it appear majestic and fierce. Roar. Erbao lightly called out. The several hundred-meter-long Xiang Lu instantly froze in place. He couldn't move. Bloodline suppression. This was the bloodline suppression among divine beasts. Xiang Lu no longer had his previous arrogance. He was now so scared he couldn't even tremble. 9 snake heads, 18 eyeballs spun around incessantly, filled with horror. Pichio he had seen before. But this terrifying suppression was something even the leader of his Xiang Lu clan could not achieve. It should be known that he had absorbed 1,000,000 vengeful spirits from Yong City and had now reached the heavenly stage. Chen Lin had no idea what was happening. She stood there, staring blankly at the cat. No, now it should be called Pichio. Looking again at the young man behind Pichio, her pretty face couldn't help but blush. Her talent and cultivation made her completely defenseless against such a handsome man. In just a second, she had imagined 100 poses. She shook her head vigorously, staring in shock at Jiang Ming. This person raised a Pichio. What could that dog and parrot be? Just when Lin was indulging in her fantasies, the pure white horns on Bao's head emitted a holy light, resembling a guiding lamp in the night. The millions of souls trapped in the city of Yong suddenly broke free from their confinement. One by one, the souls flew out from Lin's body. The souls near the black pot also flew towards Bao. Now, Jiang Ming looked at Xiang Lu with sparkling eyes, unable to stop the drool from flowing into his mouth. He was currently a ground-level spirit chef, and he could make any kind of ground-level spirit dish. Xiang Lu was at level 10, with 9 heads, equivalent to 9 snakes. In his eyes, it was a full snake banquet. Roasted, boiled, stir-fried, steamed, salt-baked, braised, my goodness. So tempting. Jiang Ming's spiritual sense covered Xiang Lu entirely. Anything above 7 inches was inedible, all poisonous, and he couldn't even handle it. Poor review. Snake bones could be used to make broth. Snake meat sliced for hot pot. Delicious. Jiang Ming wiped away the tears streaming from the corners of his mouth. He was about to lose control. No. Lin let out a desperate scream. After being busy for so long and losing so many people, in the end, she gained nothing. Lin stood up, her face already covered in frost. She looked up. Grandpa. The celestial snake and Huang Fuziyue in the sky stared blankly at the majestic Pichio. Meanwhile, Candle Jiuyin and the Chongming bird nearby trembled like chaff. This aura reminded them of ancient texts in their clan. This was a royal being, the king of Pixius, the king of divine beasts. However, according to records, the royal being had disappeared into the outer realms hundreds of years ago for unknown reasons. Why was there a Pichio king here? Hearing his granddaughter's mournful cry, the celestial snake became anxious. Jiuyin, follow me to save her. He had no idea of Bao's terrifying nature. Huang Fuziyue looked at the millions of souls bathing in the holy light, a glimmer of joy in her beautiful eyes. The people of Yong City were saved. Listening to the celestial snake's words, Lu Mei raised an eyebrow. Chongming. But neither the Chongming bird nor Candle Jiuyin listened to their master's command. The celestial snake's expression grew anxious. Jiuyin, hurry. Perhaps due to too many evils, only Lin remained of his descendants. He usually treasured this granddaughter dearly. Candle Jiuyin exclaimed in shock. The Pichio king. That is. Shut up. He looked nervously at the small Pichio below. He forgot. Royal beings should not be directly named. The Chongming bird beside him looked at Candle Jiuyin with a caring gaze. This idiot. Bao raised his head and glanced at the giant snake above. Another snake. How dare it call out its name in front of him? It was truly disgusting. The small, tender claws waved gently forward. Candle Jiuyin immediately felt locked on, unable to escape. In the next moment, a giant claw appeared in the void beside him, fiercely grabbing at his snake body. Rip! In the terrified eyes of the celestial snake, his strongest pet, Candle Jiuyin, was torn apart by this claw. Boom! The severed body of Candle Jiuyin fell to the ground. Once 100 miles long, now only 30 miles. His powerful physical constitution meant he did not die, but the pain pierced his heart. Candle Jiuyin closed his eyes tightly, trembling all over from the pain, forcing himself not to cry out. Blood gushed from the wound. But he was too afraid to heal himself, fearing the Pichio king's displeasure. He didn't even dare to run, his large head lowered, as if waiting for Bao's judgment. The level 10 Candle Jiuyin appeared like a child in front of Bao. Roll away. Remember, you are not allowed to reveal my existence. Upon hearing Bao's words, Candle Jiuyin felt as if he had received a great reprieve. He quickly fled with the celestial snake. As for Lin, she was about to die. How could she care about her? Huang Fuziyue felt completely numb. Looking in the direction the celestial snake had fled, her mind raced, feeling somewhat restless. This was a great opportunity. The voice of the Chongming bird echoed in her mind. Master, do not act rashly. That esteemed being below is not someone we can provoke. Huang Fuziyue was shocked. The Chongming bird even called it an esteemed being? That claw was from that small Pichio. In an instant, her hair stood on end, engulfed by a sense of crisis. What should we do? Huang Fuziyue's expression turned unnatural. The Chongming bird slowly shrank down to the size of a sparrow, landing on Huang Fuziyue's shoulder. Master, let us go down first. That esteemed being is an auspicious beast, does not favor killing, so it should be fine. After hearing this, Huang Fuziyue slowly descended, standing cautiously next to Jiang Ming. Yet Jiang Ming was completely unaware that someone had arrived beside him. His eyes were only on Xiang Lu. Chapter 88. The snake's size can't be stewed in one pot. The millions of souls bathed in holy light finally condensed into a glowing sphere the size of a basketball. Seeing this, Huang Fuziue couldn't help but feel overjoyed. The souls were completely stabilized. As long as the physical body was okay, they could be resurrected. But it seemed that this esteemed being had not noticed her. With the warning from the Chongming bird beside her, Huang Fuziue dared not act rashly. Air Bao remained quietly in place, not moving, and Xiang Lu still couldn't move. What on earth is this Pixiu? Why can't I move just from its gaze? Also, that human, what kind of look is that? Can you keep your drool to yourself? I am Xiang Lu. Do you understand Xiang Lu? Poisonous. Cannot eat. Chun Lin knelt on the ground, her eyes vacant. She had just seen the giant body of Candle Jiuyin fall to the ground. She had also seen Candle Jiuyin escape with its damaged body. She knew that her grandpa had already left. He would no longer care for her, even if she was his only bloodline. Chun Lin let out a bitter laugh. She couldn't escape now. She had plotted to kill the people of Yong City. And rather than falling into the hands of the authorities to be publicly executed, she might as well choose her own death. Her teeth clenched tightly. The poison sac in her molars burst. Her pretty face immediately drained of color as she collapsed straight down from Xiang Lu's snake head. The ground erupted in a tragic spray of blood. Meanwhile, Jiang Ming, the more he looked, the more he craved. With a wave of his hand, dozens of pots, hundreds of knives, and 2 massive roasting racks flew out from the Mingwei restaurant. The snake was too large to stew in one pot. Stir-frying, braising, steaming, and oil braising, all must be done. Jiang Ming's eyes were fixed on Xiang Lu with fervor. A full snake banquet. Freshly killed and slaughtered, the freshest. Eat as much as you can, waste nothing. Hundreds of knives hovered behind Jiang Ming, emitting a chilling light that made Xiang Lu feel a tightening sensation all over. Damn it, this human can't really want to eat me, right? A smile appeared at the corner of Jiang Ming's mouth, but it quickly vanished. I can't smile. Drool will fall. But it was so hard to hold back. Looking again at the pots, dozens of pots were already heated, ready to go. With a flick of his spiritual sense, hundreds of knives flew towards Xiang Lu's snake body. The knives produced by the system could cut through anything. Even a true dragon could be skinned and flayed, let alone this little Xiang Lu. In an instant, blood and flesh flew everywhere on Xiang Lu's body. A knife suddenly grew larger, cutting off one of its snake heads from the root. The pain was so intense he felt his eyes might burst. Yet he still couldn't move, let alone scream. In a frenzy, Jiang Ming was busy. Meanwhile, Xiang Lu was horrified to discover that the wound was not bleeding. The blood bursting from his heart seemed to be guided by someone, not rushing towards the wound at all. And this was naturally the effect of Jiang Ming's spiritual sense. And, just to be safe, Jiang Ming specially applied a layer of spiritual consciousness over the wound. Double insurance was to ensure the freshness of the ingredients. It must not die, otherwise it wouldn't be fresh. The entire snake of Xiang Lu was on the verge of madness. The intense pain continuously stimulated his nerves. Not letting him die was one thing. Could he at least get some anesthesia? It hurt so much. Jiang Ming had no idea about Xiang Lu's inner thoughts. He was struggling with the severed snake head. With a kitchen knife in hand, he felt invincible. The knife suddenly chopped down at the 7-inch mark, kicking away the poisonous part and starting to scrape the bones along the wound. Before long, a crystal-clear snake bone was stripped clean. Jiang Ming placed the snake bone into the pot, added spiritual spring water, cranked up the heat, and began to stew. An hour later, the entire 100-meter-long Xiang Lu was no longer in the shape of a snake. Not a single piece of good meat was left. The skin had been stripped off and made into cold snake skin salad. 3 snake heads were placed on the barbecue grill, meant for the 3 treasures. On another grill, a string of snake meat was dripping with snake oil. In the broth made from the snake bones, translucent slices of snake meat were rolling. The long table in front of Jiang Ming was already filled with dozens of dishes. Braised snake meat, fried snake slices, spicy snake tails, and so on. The aroma was overflowing. The spiritual energy was abundant. It's worth mentioning that the seasoning system was always provided for free. Otherwise, Jiang Ming really couldn't have made so many varieties. Additionally, the pot and grill were each a separate space. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to grill snake heads that were hundreds of meters long. Gulp. Huang Fuziue couldn't help but swallow when she smelled this fragrance. This person is too impressive. The level 10 earth grade Xiang Lu snake meat, in his hands, produced so many dishes in just an hour, and it smelled so good. At first glance, it was clearly a delicious spiritual meal. Jiang Ming heard the sound, and finally noticed that there was someone beside him. As he sized her up, he found that her strength was not any less than his. Ding. Name, Huang Fuziue. Gender, female. Strength, heaven grade level 9. Jiang Ming 0. This woman looked to be around 30 years old, yet she was a big shot at the heaven grade. Hello, would you like to eat together? Huang Fuziue was momentarily stunned, pointing at herself. You mean for me to eat together? After Jiang Ming nodded, he no longer paid attention. He picked up his chopsticks, grabbed a piece of cooked snake meat, and put it in his mouth. So fragrant, incredibly fatty and delicious, with a strong texture and very chewy. He invited Huangfu Ziyue to eat with him, absolutely not to please this heaven-grade big shot. After all, having made so much, he couldn't finish it alone, otherwise, it would be a waste. Jiang Ming suddenly caught a glimpse of Xiaobao's disdainful gaze. Dish. Xiaobao, are you getting a bit too cocky? You dare look down on me. The snakehead isn't for you. Huangfu Ziyue wasn't a pretentious person either. She picked up her chopsticks and bowl, gathered around the dining table, and took a bit of each dish. Jiang Ming was eating with great enjoyment, mumbling indistinctly, "It's fine, we don't have so many formalities, no need for communal chopsticks." Of course, that's excluding if you have a cleanliness obsession. We're all beastmasters. How could our bodies have any issues? After hearing this, Huangfu Ziyue picked up a piece of cold snakeskin salad and put it in her mouth. Her eyes squinted into a slit. The texture was crisp and bouncy, and the spicy flavor of the pickled peppers was just amazing. But such a good snack for drinking. How could it be without alcohol? Huangfu Ziyue took out a bottle of white liquor from her beastmaster space. Opening it, the aroma of the liquor wafted out instantly. Jiang Ming's eyes lit up at the smell, wishing he could dive into that liquor. This aroma was beyond anything he had ever experienced. Even the best white liquor couldn't compare to this scent. With a flick of his spiritual consciousness, 2 wine glasses appeared immediately. Huangfu Ziyue smiled, filling the glasses. Jiang Ming took one and couldn't wait to take a sip. The taste was soft and rich. He didn't even know how to describe it. Just one word, refreshing. The two were happily eating, while the remaining 5 heads of Xiang Lu shed tears of regret. This person is a devil. He actually made it watch itself being eaten. But why does it smell so good? Shouldn't the meat of our Xiang Lu clan be poisonous? It was the first time it realized that its meat could taste this good. It stared longingly at the 3 grilled snake heads. If it could speak, it would definitely say, "Big shot, I think 4 heads are pretty good. Can you chop one more for me to eat? I need to be full to set off." Over 8,000, not a bit of cost cutting. Chapter 89, Xiaobao, do you want a wife? Creak. With one bite, oil flowed all over his mouth. Fried to perfection, the breadcrumb coating was golden, locking in the flavor of the snake meat inside. After finishing, he took another sip of liquor. The taste was truly delightful. Huangfu Ziyue was now so engrossed in eating that she didn't care about her image. She had never had such delicious spiritual food. Even the taste of heaven-grade spiritual meals couldn't compare to this snake meat. Her hands were moving so fast they left afterimages. There was no other choice. The dozens of dishes in front of her were all so delicious that she couldn't help but want to share the wealth. Huangfu Ziyue chewed on the snake meat, looking at Jiang Ming in shock. Who exactly is this young and handsome guy? Not only does he have a picio that even Chongming fears, but he also cooks so well. Judging by his appearance, he looked to be no more than 20. But how could he cook a level 10 Earth-grade Xianglu? Could he be an ancient monster that retains youth? Moreover, feeling the level of this spiritual meal, it was all perfect spiritual meals of level 10 Earth grade. Perfect spiritual meals at the peak of the Earth grade. Even the Lord of Haiju Palace, whose spiritual chef level reached heaven grade level 8, couldn't cook this. If it weren't for the perfect spiritual meal, Huangfu Ziyue wouldn't have eaten to this extent. Huangfu Ziyue's beautiful eyes were filled with astonishment. This young man, his culinary skills have probably reached the peak of heaven grade. No, perhaps he has already surpassed the heaven grade. Truly terrifying. But why is he in this small Yong City? Huangfu Ziyue's heart was filled with questions. Did he already know that Yong City was in trouble and specially came here to wait? The more Huangfu Ziyue thought about it, the more she felt it was true. Otherwise, there would be no reason for such a big shot to appear in this small Yong City. She looked at Jiang Ming with admiration in her eyes. Such a person, with a heart for the people, is truly great. If he were to join the Zodiac Pavilion, their overall strength would at least increase by 30%. There would also be a rapid development phase. A heaven-grade spiritual chef, not only powerful, but also sustainable. Wouldn't the people of Zodiac Pavilion's strength rocket up like a rocket? Huangfu Ziyue thought to herself, looking at Jiang Ming with fiery eyes, not forgetting to grab a skewer of freshly grilled snake meat. Why is this grilled snake meat so delicious? The texture is smooth and tender, and the chili powder sprinkled on top is so flavorful. Forget it. I'll eat first and talk later. Xiang Lu smelled the aroma of the barbecue, and all 5 heads were drooling. Saliva was dripping from the corners of its mouth. Its eyes were fixed on the 2 barbecue grills. Although it couldn't eat, its heart was calling out. Don't add too much spice. Too spicy is not tasty. Add more cumin. Huangfu Ziyue was fully immersed in enjoying the food when she suddenly felt something wet on her shoulder. Turning her head to look, it turned out to be the size of a sparrow, the Chongming bird, drooling. Master, can I have a bite? Huangfu Ziyue felt a bit embarrassed. She had been so focused on eating that she forgot all about Chongming. Hesitating, she looked at Jiang Ming, unsure how to address him. She couldn't just say feed, could she? After much thought, I slowly spoke, my tone slightly stiff. My lord, can you let my pet eat a little too? As a celestial chef, she should also address him as my lord. After saying this, Huang Fuziue stood there. Her eyes filled with a hint of pleading as she looked at Jiang Ming. Jiang Ming, who was beside her, swallowed the snake meat and took a hearty sip of wine. Ah, so refreshing. He glanced at the bird on Huang Fuziue's shoulder. Its fiery red feathers were bright and shiny. Although it was small, it appeared noble and extraordinary. Hey, was that lowly voice just now from this bird? He looked at the parrot, Xiao Bao, with a somewhat disdainful expression. Xiao Bao looked ordinary and was ugly, to begin with, and spoke in a rough manner. This made him, as a father, very concerned about Xiao Bao's future happiness. An immature thought surfaced in Jiang Ming's mind. Hee, Xiao Bao, do you want a wife? Jiang Ming's eyes were fixed on Chong Ming, feeling more and more pleased with her. He nodded and said, my name is Jiang Ming. You can just call me by my name or Xiao Ming. I'm not used to being called my lord, and your pet can eat as much as it wants. There is plenty of Xianglu meat. Huang Fuziue was filled with gratitude. This lord was indeed approachable and very easygoing. Thank you, Master Jiang. My name is Huang Fuziue. Addressing a strong person by name or calling him Xiao Ming, Huang Fuziue didn't he have such low emotional intelligence. If others gave her some face, she wouldn't he take advantage of it. She approached Jiang Ming, picked up the wine jug, and filled the wine glass with fine wine. Then, she slightly bowed and created some distance to show respect. She placed the Chongming bird on the table. The eagerly waiting Chongming bird could no longer resist. It spread its wings, and in the next moment, it was at the position of the spicy snake tail, pecking at it. And a piece of snake tail meat went into its belly. A smile immediately appeared on Chongming's face, its eyes squinting comfortably. Finally got to eat. It was so tempting. Jiang Ming looked appreciatively at Huang Fuziue. This woman was not only powerful, but also very reasonable. Seeing that my wine was finished, she even poured me more. It wasn't tea for nothing. After Jiang Ming cleaned the snake meat from his hands, he took a sip of wine. This wine was really good. Strong. He then approached the barbecue grill, reaching into the fire to continuously turn over 3 giant snake bodies. His consciousness kept checking the status. They were almost done. Just a little bit more. He looked at the 3 pets and asked, what flavor do you want? Woof. Xiao Bao. Big Bao said he wants super spicy. Jiang Ming nodded, waving his hand, and suddenly a sea of red appeared in the sky. Sizzle. Chili powder was sprinkled onto one of the snake bodies, making a popping sound as it was roasted. After a while, Jiang Ming took out the red snake body. Originally 1 meter long on the grill, it suddenly became hundreds of meters long when held up in the air. It emitted an enticing aroma. Big Bao had already been wagging its tail, waiting eagerly, its tongue sticking out as it made a heh-heh sound. Jiang Ming smiled, reached out, and a large sheet of aluminum foil landed on the ground. Placing the snake body neatly on it, he patted Big Bao's head. Go eat. Woof. Big Bao happily barked and pounced on the snake body, munching away. Big Bao, this is the flavor, spicy enough, powerful. What about Air Bao? The Qilin-like Air Bao called out. Meow? Xiao Bao. Air Bao said it wants cumin flavor. Less spicy. Jiang Ming followed suit, roasting a snake head with cumin flavor and placing it next to Air Bao. Air Bao's white, jade-like horns were still emitting a holy glow. The basketball-sized light orb became even brighter. The million soul bodies became more solid. Unlike Big Bao, who was so rough, Air Bao tore off a small piece and began to eat elegantly. Seeing that her older brother and sister had already started eating, Xiao Bao couldn't wait any longer and shouted, Master, it's my turn. I want medium spicy. Less cumin. Jiang Ming seemed not to hear. Looking at the drooling Chong Ming, smiling. Little red bird, what flavor do you want to eat? Chapter 90. The Request of Xiang Lu. The Chong Ming bird, which was eating the snake tail, froze upon hearing Jiang Ming's words. It opened its beak wide. The snake tail slipped down and hurriedly swallowed it. Such delicious food could not be wasted. It stared at Jiang Ming with wide eyes, its red wings pointing at itself. The look was incredibly cute. Jiang Ming couldn't help but laugh and nodded. It's you, stop acting cute. Chong Ming felt that happiness came too suddenly. Looking at Jiang Ming, stars seemed to appear in its eyes. This lord was treating her so well. Excited, it jumped up and down, finally flying onto Jiang Ming's shoulder, rubbing its face against him. In a soft voice, it said, My lord, I want to eat something sweet. Jiang Ming frowned. This wasn't tea, roasted bananas, or ham. This was roasted snake meat. What kind of nonsense was wanting sweet? Just thinking about it felt like dark cuisine. Seeing Jiang Ming like this, Chong Ming was immediately scared into silence. Meanwhile, Xiao Bao complained, Master, this is mine. I want to eat. Xiao Bao wants medium spicy. Jiang Ming glared at Xiao Bao naughty. This Xiao Bao really didn't understand. Didn't she see that he was thinking about her future? She wasn't in a hurry, always thinking about eating. looking at the little red bird on his shoulder with a pitiful expression. It was so cute that Jiang Ming's heart melted. He reached out to stroke Xiao Ming's crown and quickly comforted it. If you want something sweet, then sweet it is. Under Xiao Bao's resentful gaze, Jiang Ming brushed a layer of honey over the snake body. The two snake bodies filled up Yangzai Street, so he placed the last one on another street. He patted Xiao Ming. Go eat. This is what Xiao Bao let you have. Xiao Ming excitedly flapped its wings. Thank you, my lord. Thank you, Xiao Bao lord. Xiao Bao saw that the roasted snake that should have belonged to it was actually going to be given to another bird. It stared at Jiang Ming with puppy eyes. So love will disappear, right? What is so good about this Xiao Ming? Is she cuter than me? Unfortunately, Jiang Ming ignored her. In the cage, Xiao Bao, red-haired bird. If you dare to eat, you're dead. Xiao Ming was so scared it almost fell from the air. Although it couldn't see the reality of this parrot, it was clear that the Qilin King was on equal footing with the black dog and the parrot. So, the Qilin King, black dog, and parrot. They were all beings of the same level. Xiao Ming could only look at Jiang Ming pitifully, reluctantly lifting the golden snake body and placing it next to Xiao Bao's cage. Xiao Bao, not bad. This little sister knows how to play the game. Sweet is fine, as long as there is something to eat. Jiang Ming couldn't bear to watch. This was domestic violence. This little red bird was so cute. How could Xiao Bao do such a thing? Coldly, he said, Xiao Bao, if you dare to eat alone, humph. Xiao Bao the parrot was scared and shivered. Finally, it unwillingly said, let us eat together. Xiao Ming's face lit up again. This adult who could cook was just too good to her. Stealing a glance at Huang Fuziyue, it shook its head vigorously. Can't think about that. The master was also very good to her. This golden snake body was shared between Xiao Bao and Xiao Ming. Sometimes, when Xiao Bao couldn't reach, Xiao Ming would even pick up the meat to feed it. Jiang Ming looked on with a smile, revealing a motherly smile. The relationship between husband and wife was harmonious and happy. Very good. Xiao Bao, I hope you can understand your father's good intentions. But still, it should be fair. With a thought, a kitchen knife flew into the air, suddenly enlarging to 100 meters, and sliced down at Xiang Lu's head. Another snake body was cut down. Jiang Ming looked at Xiang Lu, who was drooling, and couldn't help but feel a chill. Did I cut it badly? But if 5 out of 9 brains have been cut off, isn't there still 4 left? Why does it look so not smart? Jiang Ming followed Xiang Lu's gaze and saw 4 snake heads with 8 eyes, 4 eyes looking at cumin flavor, 2 eyes looking at spicy flavor, and the last 2 eyes looking at sweet flavor. The saliva was flowing uncontrollably. The deep pit formed from the dripping on the ground could be used as a well. Jiang Ming, oh, could it be that it wants to eat itself? To verify his inner thoughts, Jiang Ming said to Bao, Bao, let this Xiang Lu talk. Bao, who was enjoying the food, meowed. Xiang Lu immediately burst into tears. Although it still couldn't move, it could finally speak. The pain of being cut into 1,000 pieces, the pain of decapitation, made it roar out immediately. The sound shook Jiang Ming's head. One pot flew up and heavily smashed into Xiang Lu's chin. If you don't want to talk, then shut up. Jiang Ming snorted coldly. After being hit like this, Xiang Lu felt as if countless stars were circling around it. Now it was the one whose head was buzzing. The middle head was a bit harder, but the other 3 heads had their chins completely shattered. It pitifully said, my 3 heads are useless now, otherwise. Just cut them off and roast them for me to eat. Jiang Ming, it actually guessed right. But look, is this something a snake should say? Are you out of your mind? Xiang Lu shook its head and said pitifully, I'm definitely going to die. It would be better to be a glutton, please. Promise me this last request before I die. Jiang Ming was momentarily speechless. After a long silence, he said, no way. Xiang Lu destroyed the entire city of Yang. If he wasn't there, millions of people would have died. How could he agree? Torturing Xiang Lu was just an outlet for his anger. With the system in place, he could directly kill Xiang Lu, and that meat would still be fresh after 100 years. Damn it, such a scoundrel shouldn't be given mercy. Jiang Ming took the snake head and left, and Xiang Lu immediately panicked. My lord, please, have mercy. In human society, even the most heinous criminals get a last meal before execution. You've already cut off 5 of my heads. I can give you 2 more. Just eat one, just one. Jiang Ming heard Xiang Lu's pleas. There wasn't the slightest hint of pity in his heart. He even wanted to laugh. The fact that you can smell the aroma of this dish before you die is already the greatest grace I can give you. 9 heads aren't even enough for Bao, a dog, to eat. How could I waste it? Bao, let it shut up. Meow. Xiang Lu was left speechless again, only able to dumbly watch its snake heads being made into delicious dishes. The emotions in its eyes were rich, pleading, anger, desire. Saliva once again overflowed from its mouth. Huge tears flowed from the corners of its eyes. Regret filled its heart. It now deeply regretted why it accepted the call of those people because of its greed for food. If it hadn't come, it should be lying carefree in the marsh, basking in the sun. Instead, it was here watching them eat itself. Most importantly, they didn't even give it a last meal. This is really too hateful. Chapter 91. The People Under the Pot. After Jiang Ming processed another snake body, he placed it on the barbecue rack, turning his head to look at the dining table. His expression changed drastically. Dozens of dishes had been eaten by Huang Fuziyue, and this woman was still eating. Damn it. He worked hard for half a day, and he didn't get to eat much. All of it was eaten by her. How can this be? Jiang Ming sighed helplessly in his heart. This must be what it means to lift a stone and drop it on one's own foot. After all, he was the one who invited her to eat. But food is only the most delicious when it's snatched up. In the next moment, Jiang Ming came to the dining table, rolled up his sleeves, and started the food-snatching war. Huang Fuziyue saw Jiang Ming's stance, and a blush immediately spread across her pretty face. She didn't want to eat so fast, but it was just too delicious. She really couldn't help it. Her brain told her to take it easy, but her hands were incredibly honest, and she ate even faster. However, she was surprised to find that eating in a rush actually seemed to taste better. But as they were enjoying their meal, they completely forgot that not far away, there was a black pot, and under the black pot was the group of Shiwanli who had just fought bloodily. Song, who woke up first. The space in the pot was too narrow, and he could hardly turn around, so he decided to wake up his master first. Slurp, slurp. Shiwanli felt his face was very wet, and he opened his eyes hazily. What came into view was a huge, wet tongue licking him. He was so scared that his old face turned pale, almost fainting. What? Am I dead? Shiwanli felt bitter in his heart. I, this sinner, deserve to go to hell after death. But I've never heard of any level of punishment in the 18 layers of hell that involves being licked on the face by a big tongue. Could it be the peeling hell? Shiwanli had already resigned to his fate, but to be honest, the licking felt pretty good, just a bit disgusting. Bad breath. Want to vomit. Song, who sensed that his master had woken up and sat on the ground like a puppy, staring intently at Shiwanli with big eyes. Hee. Shiwanli heard this familiar voice and couldn't help but shed tears. Old buddy, it's my fault. I didn't expect you to come to hell to accompany me. In the next life, let us be brothers. But why is it so dark here? Where's the flower of the other shore? Where's the Naiha Bridge? Where's the Meng Po on the Naiha Bridge? Shiwanli smiled bitterly. The old lady didn't wait for him. This life, he might really not see her again. Sigh. But this is also good. The old lady didn't suffer in the underworld and must have reincarnated long ago. Song, who had no idea about Shiwanli's inner thoughts, tilting his head, wondering why his master wasn't talking to him. Ding. A spark ignited from Song Hu's head. Shiwanli looked at the lively Song Hu and the comrades lying around in disarray. Damn, I'm not dead. He couldn't help but blush, being old. Having a rich inner monologue shouldn't be a big deal, right? And no one would know. Luckily, he didn't say it out loud. Otherwise, it would be so embarrassing. Shiwanli looked around and found that the place was round and flat. Moreover, the lid above gave him a familiar feeling, but he couldn't think of what it was for a moment. He reached out and pushed, but it didn't budge. Old buddy, try pushing it. Song Hu complied, raised his front paw against the pot, and exerted force. But the ground was plowed into long trenches, and it still didn't budge. The pile of mud splattered all over Qian Yud's face. What a joke. This is a pot produced by the system. How could it be moved so easily? Moreover, the ingredients that entered the pot cannot jump out without the chef's permission. Cough, cough. Qian Yud started to cough violently. He was choked awake. Shiwanli quickly lay on the ground, closing his eyes. Song Hu followed suit, quickly extinguishing the fire and lying still. He even covered up the trench he had plowed. The first thing Qian Yud did when he opened his eyes was to spit out the dirt in his mouth. Coming to his senses, he looked around. Damn, which heartless bastard fed me dirt? But the surroundings were pitch black, and he couldn't see anything. He circulated his spiritual energy, and a white light spiritual energy ball appeared in his hand. The light immediately illuminated the small pot. Everyone was lying on the ground, eyes closed, obviously still unconscious. Strange. Why does President Xi look red? Qian Yud touched Li Yueying's face. Li Yueying was like his daughter. Ah, still warm, not dead. Qian Yud sighed in relief, standing next to Shiwanli and gently shaking his body. President Xi, wake up. How could the guilty-feeling President Xi dare to wake up so quickly? He continued to pretend to be unconscious, but his face turned even redder. Qian Yud's expression changed drastically. Oh no, the person in a coma has a flushed face. There must be stagnant blood inside. No way. If blood enters the respiratory tract, it could lead to suffocation. President Xi, I'm coming to save you. Qian Yud raised his hand and swung down hard. Slap. That hand, the size of a palm fan, landed heavily on Shiwanli's face, knocking his head to the side. Ah! Shiwanli covered his face and screamed, looking at Qian Yud in confusion. Qian Yud chuckled. No need to thank me, President Xi. Shiwanli had never felt so speechless in his life. Thank you for what? I see you just want revenge, but I have no evidence. Forget it. I fed you some dirt, and you gave me a slap. We're even. She wanly said irritably. How would I know? Just wake everyone up first. Qianyud nodded. The two of them worked together to wake Guahongliang. This guy is a support-type beast master. Once he's awake, everything will be easier. Qianyud spoke first. Old Gua. We're trapped. Wake them up first. Guahongliang nodded dully. Summoning pet, water sprite. The water sprite gently called out, and a stream of water appeared in the air, splashing on the faces of the unconscious people. Talent ability, healing water. Suddenly, coughing sounds erupted everywhere. Anyone who didn't know would think they all caught tuberculosis and needed to be quarantined. The unconscious people indeed all woke up, but whether they were awakened by choking or the effect of the talent ability, only they themselves knew. Where's this? Are we dead? So magical. So this is what the underworld looks like. Why is it so small? Are you pigs? Feel your bodies. There's still warmth. We're not dead. Haha, I'm Wan Tianlu. Blessed and lucky. I won't die before I've tasted all the delicious food. But where exactly is this? What about Xianglu? Oh no, we aren't in Xianglu's belly. Are we? The crowd immediately began to discuss. Shi Wanli cleared his throat lightly and said, Everyone, we understand the current situation. Let's think about a solution. But a group of people chattered for a long time without coming to any conclusion. In the end, they unanimously decided, smash. Let me out. Is there anyone outside? Jiang Ming, listening to the sounds coming from not far away, looked dazed. I ate too happily. I forgot that President Shi and the others are still in the pot. What a sin. He activated his divine sense and lifted the big pot. Shi Wanli and the others saw the light of day again. But before their joy could show on their faces, they saw Jiang Ming in front of them, happily eating skewers and drinking. The aroma of meat lingered at their noses, making them salivate. They looked up again. It was a big black pot. Xiang Lu was behind the pot, and they couldn't see him. Oh no. They were actually in the pot all along. Jiang Ming chuckled awkwardly. Hello, have you all tired yourselves out from fighting? Want to join me for a bite? Gulp. A group of people swallowed hard, nodding and shaking their heads again. That table was filled with spiritual food, clearly high-level spiritual dishes. They couldn't eat that. Rumbling. Huh. Is that thunder? Just as they looked up at the sky, the thunder roared again. Rumbling. Wan Tianlu patted his big belly and said shyly, Sorry, I'm a bit hungry. Slurp. His eyes were fixed on the table full of snake dishes. So fragrant, so tempting. Damn, I can't eat it. I'm about to lose control. If I could eat this, it would be worth dying for. Chapter 92. Wan Tianlu's Special Talent. Wan Tianlu's eyes turned red as he stared at the table of delicacies. The aroma of meat continuously stimulating his nerves. He would gladly die on the spot just to have a bite of such delicious food. Seeing this, the others quickly pulled him back. Old Wan, calm down. That spiritual food is too high level. We can't eat it. Yeah, Old Wan. There's no need to risk your life for food. We finally survived, and dying from spiritual food explosion is something we'd have to explain to someone. Think twice, Boss Wan. Being pulled by a group of people, Wan Tianlu's steps remained slow but firm. Don't pull me. That intense battle just now exhausted me. Is it easy to gain weight? The others looked at Wan Tianlu's plump figure, all stunned. Shi Wanli. Qianyud. Mu Shuiyun. What kind of nonsense is this? Your belly is so big it could sink a boat. How could you be hungry? Seizing the opportunity, Wan Tianlu broke free and lunged towards the dining table. His eyes were glowing green. Moreover, his posture was so standard that even the nearby Tsanghu exclaimed, Good guy? In a rush, Wan Tianlu didn't even bother with chopsticks. Leaning over the dining table and using his hands to grab a piece of spicy snake meat, stuffing it into his mouth. The moment his taste buds came into contact with the chili powder, they protested. How could the chili paired with the level 10 Xiang Lu meat be something Wan Tianlu could bear? He immediately turned red from the spiciness, sticking out his tongue. He kept fanning it with his hand. This is too spicy, right? But damn, it's so satisfying. Just as he was about to continue eating, a powerful spiritual energy erupted within him, quickly filling his body, and he felt a tendency to be unable to withstand it. His exposed skin turned blood red. Wan Tianlu, oh no. Pills. This is going to explode. He quickly held his breath and focused, activating his talent, whale swallowing. His talent was to eat. Since he was young, his appetite had been astonishing, but his family wasn't particularly well off. After awakening naturally at 12, he lived every day barely eating enough. Since then, Wan Tianlu had determined to become a wealthy person who could eat his fill. So, he worked hard for over a decade, which led to the establishment of his current Tongfei group. After activating his talent, Wan Tianlu's skin condition improved significantly, and the massive spiritual energy inside him was all suppressed in a certain part of his body. His thick elephant legs twisted together, his buttocks clamped tightly, and his face turned red from holding back. Meanwhile, his former comrades rushed over to check on him, asking with concern, Old Wan, why don't you listen to advice? You're about to explode. Your face is so red it's about to bleed. Jiang boss, Please save Old Wan. Qian Yud shook his head, regretfully saying, Old Wan, just go in peace. I will take care of your wife and daughter. Wan Tianlu finally managed to squeeze out a sentence after a long time. What the hell? Get away from me. I'm about to burst. But as soon as he spoke, he leaked air. Boom. The loud noise was deafening, and Qian Yud, standing beside him, felt as if the stars in the sky had increased. Immediately afterward, a white mist enveloped them. Jiang Ming had already noticed that something was off with Wan Tianlu, and at the critical moment, he moved the dining table away. This avoided the food being contaminated. However, the sound made him feel quite uncomfortable. The grilled snake skewers in his hand suddenly didn't smell good anymore. Taking a small sip from his wine glass, he looked at Wan Tianlu, enveloped in white mist, with an expression of indescribable resentment. This old Wan can't eat but insists on showing off. Showing off is one thing, but now he is doing this to me. Fortunately, I ate well earlier, or I would have lost big. Meanwhile, Huang Fuziue was still immersed in the food, unconcernedly stuffing snake meat into her mouth. When her strength was low, she had to grit her teeth and eat compressed biscuits in a dead man's pit. This little bit is truly nothing to her. Cough, cough. Shi Wanli and his companions were choked by the white mist, coughing incessantly. What the hell is this? It stinks. But why do I feel a slight increase in my internal spiritual energy? Old Wan, your fart is like thunder. You're so impressive, why don't you ascend to heaven? Stop crowding around. Let me out quickly. And you, how could you be cultivating? Don't pull me. I really want to escape. Ugh, as the person involved. Wan Tianlu awkwardly scratched his head. You can't blame me. It's you who gathered together. Someone stirred the spiritual energy, summoning a strong wind to disperse the white mist. Proudly looking at everyone. But instead of the compliments he expected, he was met with pairs of furious eyes glaring at him from all angles. So you're a clever one? We're all fools, not knowing to use spiritual energy to disperse the mist. Although Wan Tianlu's fart stinks, it can enhance our strength. Didn't you see that some shameless people have already started to meditate? We who care about our reputation can only complain verbally, yet we are still cultivating. The more they thought about it, the angrier they became. Damn it, you ruined our cultivation opportunity and still look like you want compliments. Beat him up. Seeing that the situation was getting out of control, Wan Tianlu quickly intervened. Stop fighting, I can still let one out. It was better to say nothing. Once he spoke, the group hit him even harder. Someone got tired of hitting and glanced at Wan Tianlu. Old Wan, how come you're already at the 10th level of the mysterious stage? Wan Tianlu awkwardly patted his round belly. Haha, I ate Boss John's spicy dragon waste before and leveled up twice. And just now that piece of meat made me level up once. So now I'm at the 10th level of the mysterious stage. They instantly turned envious. These high-level spiritual dishes are not something they can eat, but as long as they can handle it, the benefits are undoubtedly huge. Each one hated that they didn't have a good talent. Someone asked in confusion, what kind of meat is this? It smells so good. Jiang Ming was speechless. Are these people blind? That big Shangliu is right behind you. He pointed behind him and said lightly, Shangliu meat. Shi Wanli and the others stiffly turned their heads. What the hell? Previously, their attention was drawn to Jiang Ming and the table full of spiritual dishes, completely unaware of the movements behind and around them. At this moment, they were filled with shock, and they turned into 100,000 questions. Why does that 10th level ground stage Shangliu only have 4 heads? Oh, it turns out 4 heads were made into barbecue. No, the dog and the bird are from Boss Zhang's shop. But where did that Pichio come from? And why can they eat Shangliu meat while they can't? It turns out I'm even worse than a dog. Looking at Shangliu, why is its body covered in wounds? Those wounds are cut very neatly, quite artistic. This full table of dishes, could it be that Boss Jiang scraped them off Shangliu while it was still alive? Countless questions flashed through their minds, and in the end, all turned into deep admiration for Jiang Ming. Boss Jiang, he's a werewolf. Chapter 93. I treat you as a brother, but you want to be my grandfather. Jiang Ming looked at the eyes of the crowd and didn't explain. Shi Wanli and the others were also perceptive and didn't voice their questions, only wildly imagining in their hearts. Like some unparalleled genius being possessed by an old monster, etc. The cunning Wan Tianlu secretly approached the dining table, enthusiastically eating the spiritual dishes. Bang, bang, bang. After 3 loud sounds, Wan Tianlu, having eaten 3 bites of snake meat, broke through to the ground stage. He patted his round belly and burped. He felt unsatisfied after eating all the yellow-level roasted chicken wings weighing 100 pounds. But just 4 pieces of Shangliu meat made him feel stuffed. The higher the level of the ferocious beast, the more energy it contains. This is also why Qian Yud and the others kept saying they couldn't get enough at the Mingware restaurant. Actually, it wasn't that they couldn't get enough, but that they couldn't get enough satisfaction. They could sustain their daily consumption with some ordinary spiritual dishes, but to feel full, they still had to eat dishes of the same level or a large amount of low-level spiritual dishes. Sigh. Wan Tianlu regretfully looked at the delicious food before him and sighed. His eyes were filled with melancholy. He now only hated that his belly wasn't big enough. His talent wasn't strong enough. Having delicious food in front of him, but unable to eat, it was a great torment for him. Seeing that Wan Tianlu had broken through, the others naturally looked at Jiang Ming with fiery eyes. They also thought about reaching the ground stage, but each one was too embarrassed to speak up, as they had already received their rewards earlier. Now to bring it up again would seem a bit ungrateful. Jiang Ming smiled, knowing that these people fought hard for him. He naturally wouldn't treat them unfairly. But luckily, this was Shangliu meat, a type of divine beast. The spiritual power within the meat can be guided and dispersed. This function is unique to divine beasts. Jiang Ming was confident that he could make Shangliu meat into a ground-level first-grade spiritual dish. Any lower, and the meat would spoil and rot, making it unusable for cooking. Wait a minute. But only those above the 7th level of the mysterious stage can eat it. After saying this, Jiang Ming moved his consciousness, and a large piece of Shangliu meat appeared before him. Qian Yud and the others felt a bit embarrassed. They knew Jiang Ming was easy to talk to, but they didn't expect him to be so approachable. They all expressed their gratitude, and for a moment, praises filled the air. Boss Jiang, thank you very much. No need to say anything. If Master Jiang needs anything in the future, just let me know. Master Jiang, do you need followers? Boss Jiang, my admiration for you is like the endless river, never ceasing. Meanwhile, a few who hadn't reached the 7th level of the mysterious stage held back their nausea and reluctantly dove into the 3 streams of celestial energy to begin cultivating. Jiang Ming waved his hand and started preparing the ingredients. Chop, chop, chop. Several knives were manipulated by Jiang Ming, the backs of the knives continuously striking the meat, dispersing its internal spiritual energy, stopping just at the strength of the ground level, first grade. His consciousness was fully focused, and as long as there was even a trace of spiritual energy leaking from the meat, he would immediately block it. This skill was so astonishing that Huang Fuziyue, who was eating with grease all over her mouth, watched in awe. This was the first time she realized that the level of spiritual materials could actually decrease. In the state of cooking, Jiang Ming had entered a state of complete immersion. Everything happening outside was irrelevant to him. He had only one thing to do, which was to create delicious food and strive for perfection. Once the snake meat was completely stabilized at the ground level first grade, Jiang Ming produced a marinade for the grilled meat and applied it carefully. Jiang Ming was meticulous, ensuring that every part of the snake meat was properly coated with the marinade, using spiritual power to make the marinade absorb faster. He then placed it on the grill and began to roast it carefully. Sizzle. 10 minutes later, 30 skewers of fragrant grilled snake meat were ready. Jiang Ming wiped the sweat from his forehead. Damn, because he turned the 10th level Shangliu meat into ground level first grade. The spiritual power within the meat was not so stable. It was even more exhausting than cooking normal Shangliu meat. Immersed in Jiang Ming's world, they couldn't help but feel captivated. Jiang Ming's skills were truly incredible. For the first time, they felt that watching someone cook was also a form of enjoyment. Every movement Jiang Ming made seemed effortless, without a single excess, making them fully engrossed. Hurry up and eat. This snake meat is unstable, and if it cools down, it can't be eaten anymore. Also, remember to take small bites, and if you feel something's off in your body, stop immediately. After reminding them, Jiang Ming sat down and took a sip from his wine cup. Shi Wanli came to Jiang Ming's side. The Tsang Tiger spat out Jiang Weiyang. Pointing at the wrapped steamed bun, Jiang Weiyang said, Boss Jiang, when we went to the Jiang family, the other members were nowhere to be found, and we couldn't find Jiang Gongqing. This person is Jiang Weiyang, the first-generation head of the Jiang family, and he is also Jiang Gongqing's father. You can ask him. Jiang Ming looked at Jiang Weiyang, his eyes filled with burning anger. If the son is not taught, it is the father's fault. The original owner's hatred instantly filled his heart. Jiang Ming could hardly control the anger within him, wishing he could directly kill him. After a deep breath, he turned his head to look elsewhere. Chairman Shi, I'm sorry, I'll go prepare some spiritual food that you can eat. Shi Wanli suppressed his inner excitement and shook his head, saying, I'm already old. There's no need to trouble Boss Jiang. You should rest. After a pause, he asked, how is Yaya doing? His words were filled with concern. Jiang Ming's consciousness had never left Mingwei restaurant. At this moment, the lotus seed was becoming increasingly red, and the radiance it emitted lit up the entire room. Moreover, the flaming crane egg on the lotus seed also seemed to be on the verge of breaking. Yaya should be able to come out soon, so don't worry. Hearing this, Shi Wanli's anxious heart finally calmed down. With Sunghu sitting not far away and away from the crowd, he looked up at the sky. In the pitch-black night, 2 or 3 stars twinkled. With Yong City gone, where should he go? Alas, forget it. As an ominous person, I should return to the mountains and forests. Looking at the joyful group of Qian Yud enjoying their food, he felt a bit envious. He wanted to join them, but he was also a bit afraid. Chairman Shi, eat up. Jiang Ming placed the freshly prepared roasted snake meat in front of Shi Wanli. A drop of water's kindness should be repaid with a fountain. This is his principle of being a person. Shi Wanli had helped the siblings so much that Jiang Ming had long regarded him as a friend. Now that Jiang Ming had strength, he naturally wanted to help him with all his might. Shi Wanli was stunned. He stared blankly at the fragrant roasted snake meat in front of him and the smiling Jiang Ming. His eyes couldn't help but become a bit moist. He quickly turned his back, wiped the corners of his eyes, and said awkwardly, "Haha, the wind here is too strong. Some dust got in my eyes. Chairman Shi, stop joking, hurry and eat. You are Yeye's master. Only when your strength increases can you better protect her." Shi Wanli nodded, his wrinkled face full of smiles. "Boss Jiang, rest assured, Yeye will be like my own granddaughter from now on. Unless I die, no one can harm her." Jiang Ming was dumbfounded. "Good old Shi. I treat you as a brother, and you want to be my grandfather." Chapter 94. The Death of Xiang Lu. The people of Yong City resurrect. It was already 1:30 a.m., and Jiang Ming's Earth-level culinary experience card had less than 2 hours left. This whole snake feast was truly enjoyable for both the host and the guests. All the food on the table was finished, without a trace of waste. Qian Yud had broken through to the Earth level. Mu Shuiyun reached the Xian level 10, just a step away from the Earth level. Most of the teachers from prestigious schools had reached the Earth level. As for Shi Wanli, he had even reached the Earth level 4. Everyone's strength had terrifyingly increased. That night, the least improved had risen by 2 levels, and the most terrifying was Mu Shuiyun, who had risen by a full 6 levels. At least, they saved several years of effort. This is the effect of a high-level spiritual chef training without reserve. If it weren't for the sound of someone getting slapped nearby, they would really think they were dreaming. And all of this was because of that man named Jiang Ming. Their hearts had long firmly remembered this favor. Airbao finished the last piece of meat from the roasted snake, and the pure white horn retracted its radiance. The million soul bodies had been fully nourished. "Meow?" Airbao lightly called out, reminding Jiang Ming. Jiang Ming looked at the still immobile Xiang Lu, his eyes extremely cold. An unnamed fire was burning within him. He really wanted to chop something with a kitchen knife. Jiang Ming knew this was due to seeing Jiang Weiong. Jiang Weiong was still unconscious and could not be killed. He needed to be kept alive to ask about Jiang Gongqing's whereabouts. This fire naturally had to be vented on Xiang Lu. With a thought, clang. 4 kitchen knives floated in the air, emitting a chilling gleam. Qian Yud and the others immediately felt a chill all over, unable to help but shiver. "Wow. Boss Jiang is so strong." Jiang Ming stepped closer to Xiang Lu. "Now that the meal is over, you should be on your way." Xiang Lu's eyes were filled with pleading. The excruciating pain constantly stimulated his nerves, and he had long wanted to die. Pleading was just a way to become a ghost who died from being too full. It could fill a lake with the saliva it produced. But would Jiang Ming agree to its request? In the dark night, 4 beams of cold light lit up like brilliant shooting stars. Crack! The last 4 heads of Xiang Lu were severed in an instant. Yet, no blood flowed out. This was an ingredient Jiang Ming had stored, which could not be wasted. "System, help me collect this." "Okay." Xiang Lu's hundreds of meters long body immediately dissipated. A group of people was so frightened that their eyes went blank. What happened to such a big Xiang Lu? I didn't see Boss Jiang open the Beastmaster space. At the same time, no one noticed that the body of the 70-mile-long Jiao Yin surrounding Yong City had also disappeared. Huangfu Ziwa hesitated and said, "My lord, this soul orb contains the souls of 1 million people from Yong City. With this, the people of Yong City can be resurrected. Can you give it to me?" The Chongming bird also flew from Xiaobao's birdcage to its owner's shoulder, looking at Jiang Ming's eyes filled with little stars. Jiang Ming's cooking skills had completely impressed it. If the master treats it poorly in the future, it would come to seek refuge with this lord. Hearing Huangfu Ziyue's words, Shi Wanli and the others from Yong City were instantly excited beyond measure. They thought Yong City was finished. They were all ready to leave their homes and fight outside. They didn't expect that there would be light at the end of the tunnel. The dead could actually be resurrected. Although some people had died outside and their bodies were frozen, and some were damaged due to previous battles, making them unable to be resurrected. These were just a small portion. Most people could wake up. Jiang Ming turned his head and said lightly, "Do you know that the people of Yong City have already been poisoned by snow poison? Without clearing the poison, they will ultimately find it hard to wake up." Huangfu Ziyue nodded heavily. "My lord, I understand. The Chongming bird can guide the souls, and I have another pet beast. Although it takes more time, it can heal." Jiang Ming slightly nodded. Although Huangfu Ziyue's eating posture was a bit unsightly, his character was indeed commendable. However, now that he was so impressive, how could he let others show off? Airbao? Meow? Airbao transformed, becoming a giant beast thousands of meters tall. The overwhelming might erupted, making everyone unable to lift their heads. At that moment, Airbao was like a traveling emperor, and they simply could not look directly at it. Wow, what level of existence is the cat raised by Boss Jiang? Roar. Air Bao's pure white horn emitted a radiance that illuminated the land of Yong City. In an instant, the accumulated snow melted. This radiance penetrated buildings, showering the people of Yong City who were poisoned by snow, their bodies slowly changing from bluish-purple back to normal skin color, and their faces regained color. The golden light ball containing 1,000,000 soul bodies rose into the sky and suddenly exploded. The souls flew towards their physical bodies. In an instant, everyone felt as if they were witnessing a magnificent golden meteor shower. The scene was breathtakingly beautiful. Soon, the light faded. An air bow transformed back into a harmless little cat, landing gracefully. The souls had left their bodies, and the people of Yong City were still in a weakened state. They needed to rest for a while before waking up. Huang Fuziyue's expression changed. It happened so quickly. He stared blankly at Jiang Ming and deeply bowed. "Thank you, my lord, for saving 1,000,000 people of Xia country." Jiang Ming quickly dodged and came to Xiao Bao's side. This is a big shot at the heavenly level. Right now, he is just relying on the effect of the experience card. He can't afford this gift. He poked Xiao Bao and smiled. "What do you think of that little red bird?" Xiao Bao pouted. "It's a heavy Ming at level 10 of the heavenly stage, with average talent. It can only reach the holy stage." It didn't catch Jiang Ming's off-topic remark. Jiang Ming was stunned. "So, the realm after the heavenly stage is the holy stage?" Xiao Bao just realized. "Damn, so you gave my roasted snake to that heavy Ming to act as a matchmaker? But don't mess with relationships, okay? How could I possibly like such a weak heavy Ming? Master, instead of worrying about me, you should worry about yourself. I think the owner of that heavy Ming looks pretty good. Why don't you take her in?" Jiang Ming. He didn't even know how old Huang Fuziyue was. But looking at her appearance, she must be at least 30. He is only 20 this year, not counting his previous life. The most important point is that he is not the kind of person who relies on others. It's not a thing where a woman over 30 offers her riches. He angrily said, "A dog biting El Dongbin, not recognizing a good person's heart. You don't understand the good intentions of your father at all. Also, have you floated away?" Xiao Bao. Xiao Bao shivered. "Oh no, one careless moment, and it slipped out." Weakly said, "Master, I didn't mean it. It's from the heart, you know? Please don't be angry." Jiang Ming looked at Xiao Bao's pitiful appearance, but paired with its deep voice, he almost vomited the snake meat he just ate. He sighed. "It seems this matchmaking won't work. Why doesn't Xiao Bao like it? Clearly, this little red bird is so cute, well-behaved, and sensible. Sir, I would like to invite you to join the Zodiac Pavilion. May I ask what you think?" Jiang Ming frowned and said, "What is the Zodiac Pavilion?" Huang Fuziyue was stunned. In the Xia country, how could a high-level beast master not know about the Zodiac Pavilion? She wanly coughed and stepped in to explain, "Boss Jiang. The Zodiac Pavilion is the most powerful force in the Xia country." After hearing this, Jiang Ming had a rough understanding of the Zodiac Pavilion. Simply put, the Zodiac Pavilion has 12 palaces, with thousands of members in total, nearly 100 at the heavenly stage, and the rest at the earthly stage. Moreover, there are no families among them. The Cheng family was destroyed. Cheng Zhihao doesn't count as a family person. Jiang Ming shook his head and said, "Sorry." Huang Fuziyue felt a bit disappointed. As expected, such big figures belong to a free and unrestrained existence. They would never join a faction and accept restrictions. "Then, sir, if I want to find you in the future, where should I go?" Jiang Ming smiled lightly. "Just come to Yong City." He pointed to the sign of the Mingwei restaurant not far away. "That's my little shop. You are always welcome to dine." Huang Fuziyue. Chapter 95, Spirit Network. Huang Fuziyue stared blankly at the Mingwei restaurant not far away. She was dumbfounded. Jiang Ming's words made her question her life. A spirit chef above the heavenly stage. Where would he not be thriving? Yet this lord actually opened a fly-infested restaurant on the street in Yong City. Are you kidding me? It must be so. But looking at Jiang Ming's pure smile, she could only accept this fact. This lord is indeed the owner of a small restaurant. She doesn't understand the world of the strong. Perhaps when he breaks through to the holy stage, she will understand Jiang Ming's thoughts. Huang Fuziyue hesitated and asked, "Sir, do you have a Xia Country Spirit Network account?" Jiang Ming, Spirit Network? What is that? Huang Fuziyue took a deep breath, her chest rising and falling. This lord must be much older than he looks. And she had already gotten used to Jiang Ming's ignorance. She patiently explained, 50 years ago, a holy stage shun came ashore from the coastal area of Jinmen into the Xia country, and for a time, all the people in the northern region of the Xia country fell into a dream. In this life and death moment, the leader led a group of pioneers to battle the shun for 7 days and nights, ultimately killing it before it escaped into the deep sea. The product developed by Lord Yanhai from the shun's body was named the Spirit Network. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ming nodded. Yanhai is a name that anyone who has read books on this planet knows. No matter which country, textbooks will have the name Yanhai. He was the first to discover that beast space could form contracts with fierce beasts. What is the function of the Spirit Network? Jiang Ming cooperatively raised the question. Huangfu Ziyue lightly parted her red lips. Virtual space. The spirit network is exclusive to the Xia country, and all beast masters above the earthly stage in the Xia country, after strict screening, will be granted a spirit network receiver. Within it, information can be transmitted, tasks can be published, and so on. Since the fierce beasts reaching the heavenly stage can cause anomalies in the world and disturb the magnetic field, when phones are useless, the spirit network is useful. The military leader of Yong City should have a spirit network, but for some reason, no messages have been transmitted. After Huangfu Ziyue finished speaking, her face was already covered with frost. If a message had been sent, such serious consequences would never have occurred. This is an extremely serious dereliction of duty. At this moment, Shi Wanli stepped forward to explain. There was a disturbance in an earthly stage secret realm in Dezhou province, and General Peng Yiran was dispatched to assist. Huangfu Ziyue's expression softened a bit, but it was still negligence. There must be punishment. Meanwhile, Peng Yiran, who was fighting bloodily in the earthly stage secret realm, suddenly shivered and quickly controlled his pet beast to dodge an attack in front of him. Why do I suddenly have a bad feeling? Could something have happened in Yong City? It shouldn't be. Before going out, I gave the spirit network receiver to my daughter, and his daughter, Peng Ning, was also fighting bloodily in the mysterious stage secret realm of Yong City. She had no idea that Yong City had just gone through a life-and-death crisis. Why can't everyone have the spirit network? Jiang Ming asked. Huangfu Ziyue felt quite helpless. She patiently explained, Sir, the spirit network contains many confidential messages to prevent spies from other countries. To give you a simple example, if someone publishes a rescue mission and it is known by people from other countries, sending their strong ones to hunt would have unimaginable consequences. After hearing this, Jiang Ming rubbed his nose in frustration. This question made him seem completely clueless. He sighed inwardly. Even with external enemies present, there is still constant internal strife. Whether among different countries or among people of the same country, it's all like this. Is this the nature of humanity? However, he didn't ask why the spirit network was not open to global countries. If he did, he would truly look like a fool. It's not that noble. Announcing the role of beast space is already the greatest mercy of the Xia country toward other countries. Besides, even if the Xia country dared to give it, they wouldn't dare to take it. I don't have a spirit network account. Why don't you give me one? Jiang Ming shrugged. He was quite interested in the spirit network. This is something from the online game novels of the past. Entering another space with consciousness. Just thinking about it feels wonderful. Huangfu Ziyue, I've made the importance of the spirit network so clear. What do you mean by being so casual? But this was just a complaint in her heart. Obediently, she took out a watch from the beast space and handed it to Jiang Ming under the envious gaze of the crowd. Sir, just drop your blood to recognize the owner after wearing it. Also, please ensure you are in a safe state when using it. Jiang Ming put the watch on his wrist and kept fiddling with it like a child who had just received a new toy. This naturally made Huangfu Ziyue question her life again. While Jiang Ming was playing with the watch, not far away, Zhang Weiyang slowly woke up. Where's this? Zhang Weiyang slowly spoke, and a foul smell immediately stimulated his nostrils. Ugh, what is this? Why am I all sticky? Previously, when Yin Mai Di Long and Hu Tu Bian Fu died, Zi Jing by Luo Mang's strength increased simultaneously, and the two mutually offset each other, resulting in minimal impact on him. However, now, with all three of his pet beasts dead, he only felt a splitting headache, and his cultivation had dropped to the 5th level of the Xian stage. Zhang Weiyang's face was full of despondency. After planning for so long, he still lost. And his strength not only didn't increase, but decreased. But what about Qinlin? Have I become a discarded piece? Damn it, it's all that bitch Qinlin's fault. Weak and unable to sit up, Zhang Weiyang could only lie on the ground, his eyes blankly surveying his surroundings. Suddenly, he widened his eyes. Why have Qin Yut, Wan Tianlu, and their group all experienced a significant leap in strength? Did I sleep for several years? It shouldn't be, looking at their state. They must have just fought a battle. Zhang Weiyang's heart was bitter, and his eyes gradually became hollow. There is no greater sorrow than a dead heart. After hiding his name and living in seclusion for 20 years, joining the Serpent God sect, and sacrificing the Jiang family he built with his own hands, it was all to break through to the Earth stage. But now, planning for nothing. Strength not only did not increase, but decreased. Meanwhile, those juniors like Qian Yut have reached the realm he has long desired. He couldn't understand. Why was heaven so unfair to him? In his anger, he felt a sweetness in his throat, and blood spewed out. Wan Tianlu noticed and quickly shouted, Boss Jiang, Zhang Weiyang is done for. His mouth is like a shower head, spitting blood everywhere. Chapter 96, Sister Awakens, Doubts. Jiang Ming stopped fiddling with his watch upon hearing Wan Tianlu's words. With a cold expression, he used his spiritual sense to cover Zhang Weiyang, sorting through his meridians. He hadn't even asked about Jiang Gongcheng's whereabouts. This old man cannot die now. Jiang Weiyang felt his body out of control and looked angrily at Jiang Ming, who was slowly walking toward him. He opened and closed his mouth, slowly saying, "Who are you?" Jiang Ming smiled bitterly. Huh, is this the tragedy of a minor character? Not even qualified to have his enemy remember his name. Coldly, he asked, "Where is Jiang Gongcheng?" Jiang Weiyang's eyes kept darting around. Having lived long enough, he could tell from the way others treated this young man with respect that the young man was extraordinary. Although he was crippled, he still didn't want to die. "Let me go, and I'll tell you." Jiang Ming couldn't help but laugh in anger. What is this old guy thinking? With a flick of his spiritual sense, bang. Jiang Weiyang was sent flying dozens of meters, his face immediately swelling up. "Where is Jiang Gongcheng?" Jiang Ming's words were extremely cold, and Jiang Weiyang felt a sense of fatality surrounding him, his body covered in sweat. But as he spat out blood, he looked at Jiang Ming with a shadowy gaze. "Let me go, and I'll tell you." "Good." Jiang Weiyang, why did you just have a murderous look at me? And now you're saying good? Saying that makes it sound like there's no trust at all. Soul-destroying. Jiang Ming looked at Jiang Weiyang's confused eyes, his face full of disappointment. Can't fool him. What a pity. Slowly moving forward, he said lightly, "I heard you joined the Serpent God sect and held this blood sacrifice to enhance your strength?" Jiang Weiyang fell silent, even closing his eyes. He was betting that this young man dared not kill him. Jiang Ming chuckled lightly as he approached Jiang Weiyang. "You desire strength so much, but now you're only at the 5th level of the Xian stage. Isn't that despairing? Furthermore, do you know why Shi Wanli could recover and why Qian Yud and the others could break through to the Earth stage?" A hint of emotion appeared on Jiang Weiyang's wrinkled face. This hit the nail on the head. "Why? Huh, I won't tell you." Jiang Weiyang cursed angrily. If it weren't for a mysterious energy in his body protecting his meridians, he would have almost passed out. This is too frustrating. Huangfu Ziyue weakly said, "My lord, I have truth water, just a drop, and any beast master below the heavenly stage will definitely speak without omission. Do you need it?" After speaking, he handed a jade bottle to Jiang Ming. Jiang Ming understood Huangfu Ziyue's intention with a glance. Humph. You've eaten so much of my Xianglu meat. Why didn't you take this good thing out earlier?" He directly pried open Jiang Weiyang's mouth with his spiritual sense. Crack. His jaw dislocated. A drop of milky white liquid dripped into Jiang Weiyang's mouth and was guided into his abdomen by spiritual sense. "Where is Jiang Gongcheng?" Jiang Weiyang, Abba Abba Abba. Jiang Ming turned his head, looking at Huangfu Ziyue with a puzzled expression. "You didn't give me truth water. You gave me brain-dead water, right?" Huangfu Ziyue desperately held back his laughter and said, "My lord, his jaw is dislocated." Jiang Ming. Crack. Under the influence of spiritual sense, Jiang Weiyang's jaw was restored. "Speak, where is Jiang Gongcheng?" After 2 dislocations, Jiang Weiyang was in so much pain that tears came out, and he mumbled, "He's dead." Jiang Ming's expression changed. "Dead? How did he die?" All members of the Jiang family, except for Jiang Baishu, became the nourishment for the blood sacrifice. So Jiang Gongcheng naturally died. Jiang Ming's heart was uncertain whether to feel joy or sorrow. Although his enemy is dead, it wasn't by his own hands. For a moment, he stood there, lost in thought. Qian Yud walked over sarcastically and said, "Huh, they say that tiger poison doesn't eat its young, but you really are ruthless." Just then, the Mingwei restaurant emitted a brilliant light. Huangfu Ziyue sensed this aura and was astonished. Such a powerful fire element talent. This feeling seemed to have broken through a level. Within Yong City, there is such a genius? In Jiang Ming's line of sight, the lotus seed that his sister transformed into slowly shed its skin, ultimately forming a fiery red lotus flower. His sister sat on the lotus pod, eyes closed and legs crossed. And the Yanhe egg that was originally on the lotus seed was now in Jiang Yu's palm, faintly showing signs of breaking the shell. Jiang Yu's cultivation had actually reached the yellow stage. The little girl slowly opened her eyes, and her delicate face showed no joy of breakthrough, but a frown. Her expression one of indescribable disappointment. Jiang Ming's spiritual sense had never left Jiang Yu. Seeing her like this, he suddenly had a bad premonition. He quickly arrived outside Jiang Yu's room, his raised hand unsure whether to knock. "Come in, brother." Jiang Yu was feeling extremely conflicted. Although she had transformed into a lotus seed, she still had senses of the outside world, magnified countless times. Is this Jiang Ming still her brother? As Jiang Yu thought, a stream of tears silently flowed down her sad face, without a sound of crying, just letting the tears flow down. Loneliness enveloped her. After their parents died, she felt like a drowning child, struggling for breath every day. And her despondent brother was her only lifeline. In fact, her brother had improved a few days ago, and the family suddenly began selling spirit meals. Everything seemed so unreasonable, but Jiang Yu was unwilling to think deeply and only believed it was a turn of fortune. That her brother had completely recovered and awakened a powerful talent, becoming a spiritual chef. However, Jiang Ming felt so strange to her. It should be known that Jiang Ming's awakening time was no more than 10 days. How could he make Earth-stage spirit meals? This is impossible. Jiang Yu could no longer deceive herself. Jiang Ming hesitated outside the door for a long time, but ultimately pushed the door open, seeing his sister's tear-stained face. His heart ached inexplicably. Yeah. Jiang Yu wiped away the tears at the corners of her eyes and smiled sadly with red eyes. Brother, are you still my brother? Jiang Ming. What was meant to come still had to come. He didn't expect his sister to notice something was wrong so quickly. System, what to do? Jiang Ming shouted frantically in his heart. I'm just a system. How do I know what to do? Can I self-destruct? Tell your existence, and yeah. There are no system flow novels in this world, and I can't talk to anyone except you. If you say it, Jiang Yu definitely won't believe it. Jiang Ming's face was expressionless, but his heart was in turmoil. The system is unreliable. What should I do? President Shi, please wait a bit at Minghua Hotel. Yaya has woken up. After saying this, Jiang Ming spent 4,000 mall points to exchange for a 12-hour training session in the low-level training room. Sweating profusely, he entered the low-level training room. His mind was constantly calculating countermeasures. Chapter 97, The Great Deceiver. Jiang Ming felt the rich spiritual energy around him, but he had no intention of cultivating it all. Jiang Yu's demeanor clearly showed that she no longer regarded him as her brother, although he had only spent a few days with Jiang Yu. The feeling of blood being thicker than water made him see her as a little sister from the moment he first met her. Sometimes he didn't know whether his state belonged to possession or integration. He could clearly feel the original owner's memories, anger, and helplessness. This situation was truly urgent. Why would his sister become suspicious? Jiang Yu stared blankly at her brother, who looked surprised. Jiang Yu looked at his smile, which was friendly yet somewhat unfamiliar. Where did Dad like to hide his private money before? Jiang Ming shook his head and smiled. Your dad never hid any private money. All the money is in Mom's hands. Jiang Yu nodded. How much did you pay when you broke the neighbor's window at 6 years old? I can't remember clearly at 6, but wasn't it you who broke the neighbor's window? That day, you were pitifully clutching my clothes. I came out to take the blame for you. Jiang Yu's little face flushed, and she opened her mouth to say something. Jiang Ming quickly said, Yeah, stop being suspicious. When you were 8, you stole pocket money from Mom's bag, and in the end, I still took the blame. When you were 6, you slept with me. But you wet the bed and insisted it was me who did it. At 13, when you first got your period, you thought you had an incurable disease. It was me who comforted you. At 15, you were harassed by a little punk in your class, and when you complained to me, I rushed into your classroom and beat him up without a second thought, almost getting expelled. But after you turned 16, you became much more sensible, knowing to shoulder the family's burdens and take care of me. Thank you. Jiang Ming stepped in front of Jiang Yu and tentatively placed his hand on her head. Silly girl, you've had a hard time these past 2 years. Jiang Yu was already crying, her tears making her look like a flower in the rain. Everything her brother said was true. She believed most of it, but still had some doubts. Brother, how could you make an earth-level spiritual dish? Jiang Ming's expression changed, becoming extremely serious. He took a deep breath. It was time to start deceiving. After 12 hours of contemplation, a mysterious old man appeared in his mind, picking up a rare treasure with special functions and having a mysterious background. Jiang Ming chose the mysterious background. As for whether Jiang Yu believed it or not, it all depended on how much she loved her brother and his ability to deceive. Yeah, I originally wanted you to remain carefree and not tell you the truth. But since it has come to this, I have no choice but to speak. Do you know why we both have top-notch talents? Jiang Yu shook her head, her beautiful eyes fixed on Jiang Ming, waiting for more. On my 18th birthday, Dad mysteriously told me that we were born with celestial phenomena. When you were born, a large number of fire-type divine beasts surrounded you, and when I was born, a person in a chef's robe, dressed in white, wielded a dragon-slaying kitchen knife. Surrounded by countless divine beast corpses, that person was extraordinary, both in spirit and presence. Jiang Ming spoke while internally shouting, System, help me out. Get a photo or something to place in my parents' room, and make sure it's hidden. Photo has been generated. In the red suitcase on the top of the wardrobe, in the pocket of the black leather jacket on the far left. Also, can you tone down the bragging a bit? Jiang Ming ignored the system, and his entire aura suddenly changed. To Jiang Yu, it felt exactly as he described. Extraordinary. Unmatched throughout history. Jiang Ming continued. Although Mom and Dad didn't have the talent of a beast master, you and I are destined to be exceptionally talented. After Mom and Dad passed away, I was in a state of extreme sadness, and at the same time, my talent began to awaken slowly. Furthermore, my real strength is only at the first rank of the yellow level. The reason I could make an earth-level spiritual dish is that you were injured, and I burned my talent to temporarily gain such power. As Jiang Ming said this, he started coughing violently. This appearance was very much like a backlash. Jiang Yu, who had already cried into a mess, quickly patted Jiang Ming's back. Brother, I'm sorry. It's all because of me. At this moment, Jiang Yu completely believed her brother's words. Because her talent was indeed an unheard-of top talent among fire-type abilities. At each level, she could contract 2 pet beasts and significantly enhance their cultivation speed and attack power. And the mere presence of fire-type divine beasts surrounding her at birth was already astonishing. It's not surprising that her brother's celestial phenomena were much more impressive. Jiang Ming shook his head with a wry smile. Silly girl, you are my sister. How could a brother not protect his sister? For you, even if it means breaking my own foundation, it doesn't matter. Cough, cough, help me up. He was about to unleash his big move. Jiang Yu helped Jiang Ming into their parents' room. Jiang Ming raised his hand and pointed to the red suitcase, saying, "There's a black jacket in that suitcase. Take it out." Jiang Yu obediently did as she was told. The suitcase was covered in dust, and she vaguely remembered it being an old item, larger than her. Just when Jiang Yu took out the contents of the jacket pocket, she was stunned. It was 2 yellowed photographs, and the images looked exactly like what her brother described. It was real. Everything was real. Jiang Yu burst into tears again, throwing herself into Jiang Ming's arms and crying, "Woo, brother, I'm sorry." Jiang Ming kept patting his sister's back. "Good. Don't cry. It's normal for you to have doubts. Now that everything is clear, you can't overthink it." Jiang Yu nodded heavily. Jiang Ming breathed a sigh of relief internally. "Thankfully, I managed to fool her. I really am a little genius. But my sister is too easy to coax. Why didn't she ask me about the doctor and nurse who delivered her? I prepared so many questions that I didn't get to use. How annoying. If I had known, I would have just practiced in the training room for a while." Chapter 98, Commemorating Parents. Jiang Yu cried until she was tired. Lying in Jiang Ming's arms, her nose occasionally sniffled. When she was little and felt wronged, her brother would hold her like this. The warmth made her feel very secure. "Brother, is your injury serious?" "It's nothing serious. I just need to rest for a few days." "How is Grandpa she?" Jiang Ming patted the little girl's head. "President, she is fine. Also, the Jiang family has been destroyed, so Mom and Dad's revenge has been avenged." "Really?" Jiang Yu suddenly looked up. Her watery big eyes started to tear up again. Of course it's true, but Jiang Gongqing died without a complete corpse. Outside, there's only Jiang Weiyong, the founder of the Jiang family. Let us take him to commemorate Mom and Dad. It's been a long time since we visited them. Jiang Yu's expression dimmed, and she nodded gently. Reluctantly, she got down from her brother's embrace. Holding hands, the siblings went downstairs. When Shi Wanli, who was anxiously pacing in Mingyue Hotel, saw Jiang Yu, his face was filled with joy. "Yeah," he exclaimed in surprise, but didn't know what to say next. His expression was somewhat dimmed. After all, it was his incompetence that put his disciple in danger. Jiang Yu released Jiang Ming and quickly walked to Shi Wanli, linking arms with him and sweetly saying, "Grandpa Shi, my brother and I are going to visit our parents. Would you like to come with us?" If they knew I had such a powerful master, they would definitely be very happy. Shi Wanli nodded, patting Jiang Yu's little hand, unable to hold back his tears. When one gets old, they tend to become sentimental. At this moment, only Huang Fuziue was left outside the door. The moment she saw Jiang Yu, a familiar feeling surged over her, and her innate talent vaguely gave off a sense of pressure. "Little girl, what is your talent?" Jiang Yu first looked at Jiang Ming, and after receiving his permission, she chirped, "Sister, I have a level talent, Holy Flame Red Lotus." Jiang Ming said irritably, "Yeah, how can you call her sister? Call her auntie." He cupped his fists to Huang Fuziue and said, "Sorry, Lord Huangfu, my sister doesn't understand." Huang Fuziue replied, "No, I think the one who doesn't understand is you. You just ruined my good mood." However, she didn't dare to lose her temper at Jiang Ming and just looked at Jiang Yu curiously. "Holy Flame Red Lotus? Why haven't I heard of this level of talent?" Seeing this, Shi Wanli explained, "This girl Yaya is the sister of Boss Jiang. Her talent is newly released. So it's normal for Lord Huangfu not to know." Huang Fuziue's eyes lit up upon hearing this. This sweet-talking girl, like that boy from the Chung family, has a talent above level. She's a treasure. If I can't recruit the brother, getting the sister for the Zodiac Pavilion wouldn't be a loss. Although the Zodiac Pavilion only recruits Earth-level experts, those with high talent will also be given exceptions. "Yeah, do you want to join the Zodiac Pavilion?" Jiang Ming, Shi Wanli, what does it mean to recruit people in front of us? Jiang Yu playfully stuck out her tongue and asked, "Sister, what kind of place is the Zodiac Pavilion?" Huang Fuziue rubbed her forehead and patiently explained to Jiang Yu. After listening, Jiang Yu's expression became somewhat hesitant. Her brother had exhausted his resources and injured his foundation to save her. Although he said there was no big problem, she wasn't foolish. The materials needed to restore the foundation must be exorbitantly priced. Although her brother earns a lot selling spirit meals now, Some spiritual materials can't be bought with money. They require merit. Moreover, her brother is so outstanding. How can she, as his sister, lag behind? She also needs to work hard, striving to catch up with her brother's footsteps. A young eagle cannot spread its wings and fly while always under protection. The Zodiac Pavilion is the best place for her. Quickly improve her strength and then accumulate merit to buy spiritual materials to heal her brother. Jiang Yu turned to Jiang Ming, her little face full of grievance. Brother, can I go? Jiang Ming pondered. At present, if Jiang Yu wants better development, staying at the Mingware restaurant is definitely not as good as the Zodiac Pavilion. The previous situation where she was captured will definitely not happen again, but he was somewhat reluctant to let her go with her carefree personality. It's easy to offend people. After all, Jiang Yu is just a little girl. It was only because of the circumstances of the past 2 years that she became mature and took on a big responsibility. Now, she naturally returned to her true nature. However, her mouth can sometimes be too sharp. Once or twice, her charming appearance can make people not hold a grudge, but if it happens too often, it can easily attract hatred. Jiang Ming hesitated and said, "Let's go to pay respects to our parents first." Jiang Yu obediently nodded. Originally, the place where Jiang Weiong lay was empty. Jiang Ming's consciousness exploded with full force, scanning the area within 10 kilometers. And that old thing, Jiang Weiong, was just 500 meters away in an alley, still wriggling. Coupled with his appearance, which looked like a maggot covered in tiger saliva, it was quite unexpected. His will to survive is quite strong. However, you still have to die? The group carried Jiang Weiong to the Yong City cemetery. Huangfu Ziyue waited at the entrance of the Mingware restaurant, and her admiration for Jiang Ming grew. This boss Jiang, when going out, perfectly concealed his entire cultivation. There was no deep and unfathomable feeling, completely like an ordinary person. What kind of temperament is this? Jiang Yu knelt before her parents' tombstone, saddened. Mom and Dad, Yaya has come to see you. Everything is fine here, so don't worry. Also, I have awakened my talent. Now I'm also a yellow-level beast master. Brother is even more amazing. He's a spirit chef. I understand your good intentions. I've grown up and want to protect my brother. This is my master. Grandpa, she is very good to me, just like you. Mom and Dad, I really miss you. For a full 10 minutes, Jiang Yu didn't stop, telling her parents about the changes that had happened in these days. Shi Wanli listened beside her, his eyes wet. However, Jiang Ming had no mood to joke. Otherwise, he would have to say there was a brick in his eye. Yeah, do you really want to join the Zodiac Pavilion? Jiang Ming asked. Jiang Yu's words were incredibly firm. Yes, I want to become stronger. I want to protect you. Jiang Ming nodded and threw Jiang Weiong in front of Jiang Yu. Coldly, he said, kill him. Then I will let you go. Jiang Yu's face froze. She didn't expect her brother to make such a request. Looking at Jiang Weiong, who looked like a dead dog, with a pleading expression on his face, Jiang Yu's pretty face twisted in anger. Looking around, she picked up a large stone, wrapped it in spiritual power, and without hesitation, threw it at Jiang Weiong. 1 hit. 2 hits. She didn't know how many times she smashed him. Jiang Weiong's entire head was smashed from 3 dimensions to 2 dimensions. It was only when Jiang Ming and Shi Wanli pulled her that Jiang Yu finally stopped. Coming back to her senses, Jiang Yu looked at the bloody and mangled corpse on the ground, and then at her blood-stained hands. Her stomach churned. Struggling to hold back her discomfort, she said to Jiang Ming, "Brother, can I go now? I'm not just some little girl." Jiang Ming gave her a thumbs up. Nodding helplessly, "Chairman Shi, can you go with Yaya? I'm really not at ease with just a little girl." Shi Wanli smiled and said, "Boss Jiang, with me here. You can." He hadn't finished speaking when Jiang Ming firmly covered his mouth. "Chairman Shi, please don't. Also, take Yaya back first. I still have some words to say to Mom and Dad." Shi Wanli nodded with a face full of grievances, taking Jiang Yu back to the Mingware restaurant. Once they walked far away, Jiang Ming looked at his parents' tombstone. He knelt down and heavily knocked his head 3 times. Taking a deep breath, he said, "The great revenge has been avenged. Also, I will take good care of this girl Yaya. You too can rest assured." Dad, Mom. After Jiang Ming got up, he burned 3 sticks of incense and dragged Jiang Weiong's corpse away. In a remote wilderness, he casually tossed the corpse aside. He didn't know which wild dog would suffer because of it. Shi Wanli's face was half happy and half depressed. Yaya got along so well with Lord Huangfu, which gave him a strong sense of crisis. It seems like his disciple is going to be taken away. The moment Huangfu Ziyue saw Jiang Ming enter, her beautiful eyes filled with surprise, and she immediately stood up, slightly bowing her head and saying, "Sir, can you let Ye enter the Zodiac Pavilion?" From her earlier conversation with Jiang Yu, she learned that Jiang Ming was indeed a 20-year-old young man. However, she didn't want to think too deeply about why Jiang Ming suddenly possessed such terrifying strength. After all, it was an undisputed fact that Jiang Ming had just saved 1 million people from the Xia Kingdom. Every strong person has their own opportunities. Huangfu Ziyue would not dig deeper and certainly wouldn't dare to ask. She only needed to know that Jiang Ming was from the Xia kingdom, and that was enough. Jiang Ming still turned aside, saying, I'm just a cook. Lord Huangfu doesn't need to be so polite. If you're really embarrassed, you can just call me Boss Jiang like everyone else. Ye is not small anymore. She should have her own life. As her brother, I find it inconvenient and inappropriate to interfere all the time. As the most powerful force of the Summer Kingdom, the Zodiac Pavilion, based on Huangfu Ziyue's attitude towards him, will definitely spare no effort in cultivating Jiangyu. Therefore, it is indeed better for my sister to join the Zodiac Pavilion than to stay at the Mingware restaurant. After all, the restaurant currently has nothing except for low-level spiritual meals. The Zodiac Pavilion has the most comprehensive Beast Master training system and the best training rooms, which Jiang Ming cannot provide. Jiang Ming sighed and looked at Jiang Yu with a hint of melancholy. Yeah, have you really made up your mind? Jiang Yu's pretty face darkened. She wanted to become stronger to protect her brother. She didn't want the previous tragedy to happen again, forcing her brother to burn through his foundation to save her. But her brother had just recovered recently, and their good days as siblings would soon be over, making her quite reluctant. Jiang Ming shook his head and smiled helplessly, giving Jiang Yu a playful knock on the head. With that kind of talk, it sounds like I can't live without you. On the contrary, don't go there and start crying. Jiang Yu covered her head, frowning. You're the one who's going to cry. Huangfu Ziyue watched from the side, her eyes filled with joy. In this situation, Jiang Yu would definitely go with her. What a huge gain. With sister joining the Zodiac Pavilion, how far could her brother be? Besides, Jiang Yu's talent is even stronger than hers. As long as she is fully trained, in a few decades, the Summer Kingdom will definitely have another pillar. Plus, with Jiang Ming, these siblings will both become guardian-level existences for the Summer Kingdom in the future. Huangfu Ziyue thought to herself, her face beaming with happiness. Don't worry, Boss Jiang. I will definitely do my best to train Jiangyu. Jiang Ming nodded and said, Then I'll trouble Pavilion Master Huangfu. Ye and I have some private matters to discuss, so please wait outside with President Shi for a moment. After hearing this, the two walked towards the door. Shi Wanli, who was walking behind, looked at Huangfu Ziyue with an annoyed expression. He understood that Jiang Yu following Pavilion Master Huangfu for training was definitely the best choice. But just thinking about Jiang Yu having one more master made him a bit unhappy. After the two left, Jiang Ming snapped his fingers. With a swish, the roll-up door closed in response. Jiang Ming looked at the three treasures and then at his sister, letting out a helpless sigh. His sister would eventually leave him. Truly a daughter can't be kept. System, can you give my sister some equipment? Something like a protective talisman that can't be destroyed by holy tier attacks. Hey, I won't call you host anymore. Can I call you Jiangyi? You've emptied my savings. Can't you just cook and get stronger honestly? Jiang Ming was embarrassed. System, is there really nothing left? Not a drop left. I gave you everything. After giving you so much, you still want more? Isn't this bullying the honest system? Jiang Ming, alright, don't feel wronged. Be good. I'll definitely run the shop seriously in the future, but please give my sister some good things. Otherwise, as her brother, I really won't feel at ease. Really nothing left. Do you not believe me? I've been heartfelt to you, and you treat me with suspicion. So love will disappear, right? Host. Ding. As a man who is to become the strongest spiritual chef, your title should be respected by the world. Mission released. Impress 50,000 people with your cooking skills. Mission Reward 1. Yellow tier common dish. Cookies. Mission Reward 2. Title, somewhat famous. Current mission completion, 869550000. Seeing that the system was so anxious it started issuing missions, Jiang Ming felt he shouldn't say much more. Having a teleportation talisman was already good enough. He would make do with it. Brother, do you have anything else to say to me? Jiang Yu asked when she saw her brother standing there motionless. Jiang Yu's nose felt sour as she tugged on Jiang Ming's clothes, obediently saying, I understand, brother. Jiang Ming patted his sister's head and continued, As for our talents, no one can know, or there will be trouble. If you encounter indecisive matters, remember to discuss them with President Shi. Don't run around like a headless fly. Remember, not provoking jealousy is mediocrity. Don't take the initiative to provoke others. But if someone bullies you, just go for it. If you can't win, just tell me. Got it. The outside world is dazzling and charming. You're still young. No dating allowed. If I find out, I'll break that brat-ass legs. Jiang Ming kept chattering, each word filled with his concern for his sister. And Jiang Yu, listening beside him, was already in tears. In the end, Jiang Ming sighed. Yeah, let me say one last thing. Although you speak without restraint, your essence is still kind. When others treat you well, you would give your heart to them. I'm not saying that's bad, but you are far away, and I can't protect you. Sometimes President, she might not be able to take care of you either. Please remember this. If no one can protect you completely, be kind, but carry a bit of sharpness.